The moment he opened his eyes, Qiyan came to the world of train survival. Everyone has to get off the train to explore one platform after another in order to survive. The lucky ones get treasures, and the unlucky ones lose their lives. Opportunities and dangers coexist. Collect supplies, strengthen trains, and build your own train world. And Qiyan, has a unique innate talent for sublimation. No matter what exists in his hands, it can be sublimated to the extreme. Inferior knife sharp enchanted dagger eternal cutter. White forest fruit tree blessing fruit tree Venus's golden fruit tree. Beehive big needle beehive nano future beehive. While others are still working hard for a piece of bread, Qiyan relies on the ability of sublimation to become stronger and stronger, leaving everyone behind. So, can the train also be sublimated? So, when the train survival has not yet arrived at the first station, it starts to lead before everyone else. Sublimation success. Break the record. Open the fork in the road module of fate. Dear conductor, you can choose the next stop. Please sit tight and hold on. The first stop the train will arrive at is. The train is about to depart, may you all live forever. The train is about to depart. May you all live forever. Where is this? Thump, thump. Qiyan woke up in a train carriage, pressing his aching head as he opened his eyes. A carriage? Qiyan couldn't recall what happened yesterday. His last memory was staying up late watching anime, then everything suddenly went dark, and his memory seemed to have a gap. Did I die from staying up too late and end up in hell? At this moment, the voice that had just appeared rang out again. All survivors have awakened. Distributing basic train rules. 1. Do not abandon your train. 2. Every 24 hours after departing a station, all trains will arrive at a new station. 3. Upon arriving at a station, you may stop for 3 hours and choose whether or not to disembark. 4. Please collect resources. Resources can upgrade your train's level. Each level increase will trigger an upgrade module option. 5. Please do not leave the train before arriving at a station. 6. Survive. The rules are as above. Please, you must follow them. The train's first station will arrive in 1 hour. Please prepare. This long string of broadcasts made Qiyan instinctively pinch his face. Hiss, this really isn't a dream, is it? The throbbing in his brain gradually receded. He slowly stood up from the cold floor and observed his surroundings. Just as he saw when he woke up, this was a train carriage. Outside the windows on both sides, an endless wasteland continuously receded. The only thing noteworthy in the carriage was an oval device at the very front, with a light screen floating above it, brightly displaying train control system. Without hesitation, Qiyan walked forward and touched it. The train system is at your service. Current controllable options: train conductor information, train details, chat room, trading platform. Chat room? Current number of people, 10,000/10,000. You, who exactly are you? Let me go. I have money. My godfather is very rich. Let me go back. My medicine, where is my medicine? Husband, where are you? It's Seowen. What's going on? Did I transmigrate? Ha 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 ha. Good transmigration. Finally, I don't have to go to work and face my boss tomorrow. A large number of conversations scrolled by, and one line of text suddenly caught Qiyan's attention. Heh, what a bunch of idiots, you're putting on quite a show. Do you take me for an idiot? This must be a reality show your program wants to film, right? I've watched documentaries before, they used to go into space, now it's on a train. So unoriginal. I'm getting off now, I don't believe you dare let me get hurt. Big brother, calm down. What kind of reality show production team can kidnap 10,000 people? Let him try, maybe it's real. The one above is idiot number 2. In less than a minute, that person never appeared again. The number of people in the chat room simply changed from 10,000 to 9999. Did he die? Yi Qiyan shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He closed the chat room and dragged the light screen to train details. Level 1 train. Carriages, none. Speed, 20 km per hour. Workbench, level 1, can recycle and disassemble resource items. Frame, level 1. Wheels, level 1. Baseplate, level 1. Required for upgrade, wood 100 kg, metal 150 kg, machine parts 50. Speed? If, as the train rules stated, the arrival time at a station was a fixed 24 hours, then what was the point of the train's speed? However, what puzzled him even more was that if all trains arrived at the same time, 10,000 people meant 10,000 trains. How large of a station would it take to accommodate them all? Yi Qiyan noticed a strange anomaly and subconsciously looked out the window at the seemingly endless wasteland. Could it be that if the speed is too slow, something will catch up? He continued to scroll, opening the personal information interface. Train conductor name, Yi Qiyan. ID, E3-1102. Own train, level 1 train. Spirit, 100. When spirit falls below 80, you will enter a state of mental fatigue. Below 50, you will enter self-doubt. Below 20, you will enter a state of rational dissipation. Below 10, you will enter a state of mental madness. Below 1, you will. Stamina, 100, can be naturally restored through eating or resting. When below 0, you will enter a state of extreme sloth. Abilities, none. Talent, sublimation. Train modules, none. Talent, what is this? Sublimation, can consume stamina or spirit to sublimate and evolve any existence, regardless of type, level, or completeness. He quickly opened the chat room and used the keyword search for talent. He found no one discussing it. If the vast majority of people possessed similar talents, there would definitely be loose-lipped individuals revealing it in the chat room. Since there was nothing, it meant that talent owners were a minority, perhaps even an extreme minority. Yi Qiyan fell into contemplation. Why did he possess this? Was it his cheat? Speaking of which, in his past world, he was indeed a bit different from others. For example, a nearly scrapped computer would suddenly be able to play large 3A games after he touched it, or an ordinary car would drive at sports car speeds. Friends joked that he could make the machine spirits joyful, but Yi Qiyan just considered it all a coincidence. But the talent on this personal information screen seemed to indicate that it was no coincidence. Sublimate everything? How do I do it? Yi Qiyan pondered as he walked to the workbench in the carriage. On it lay a bottle of water, a piece of bread, and a small knife. These were things everyone had, probably considered a beginner's welfare? Inferior Dagger Level 1. Sublimate. Yi Qiyan silently chanted in his mind. The next moment, an invisible force caressed the inferior dagger. His stamina on the personal information screen also dropped from 100 to 90. Sharp Enchanted Dagger Level 2. It worked! Looking at the dagger in his hand, which gleamed with a chilling light, Yi Qiyan's eyes were filled with excitement. This talent can actually do something like this, and it didn't consume much stamina, which is acceptable. He swung the dagger, and the sharp blade made a series of keen whistling sounds as it cut through the air. Clearly, after one sublimation, the quality of this dagger far exceeded its former state. It was hard to imagine what kind of junk this dagger's predecessor was. Wait, if that's the case. Yi Qiyan suddenly looked up and around. More precisely, he was looking at the front of this train. The train, it should also be able to undergo sublimation, right? The talent description said that all existences could be sublimated, so the train should also be included. Yi Qiyan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with curiosity and excitement for the unknown. He walked to the control panel, as if a voice in his heart was telling him what to do, and placed his hand on the oval device. Sublimate. Sublimation train. That invisible power reappeared, but this time Yi Qiyan felt his stamina draining at several times the rate it had when he sublimated the dagger. Phew! Stamina, 90-30. Slumped on the ground, Yi Qiyan couldn't help but feel delighted as he observed the changes in the train before him. Train upgrade complete. Current level, 2. Materials required for next train upgrade, 200 kilograms wood, 200 metal parts, 400 kilograms metal blocks. Upgrade options unlocked. Congratulations on breaking the fastest train upgrade record. You have received one special module card. Calming his emotions, he carefully examined the train's current status. After upgrading to level 2, the chassis, frame, wheels, and workbench all upgraded along with it, and the train's speed increased from the original 20 km per hour to 40 km. But this was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Qiyan could clearly feel that he could still sublimate this train, unlike the previous dagger which had almost exhausted its full potential after one sublimation. However, given his current stamina, even a full recovery wouldn't be enough. Unless he added his spirit. But the description of spirit made Yi Qiyan temporarily put this idea aside. After upgrading the train, two rather unique items appeared. The upgrade options, and the special module card obtained from breaking the record. These were the things that truly mattered. Level 2 train upgrade options. 1. Low-level carriage blueprint, 0 train coins. 2. Low-level reservoir blueprint, 1 train coin. 3. Train burst acceleration device blueprint, 5 train coins. 4. Increase train stop time by 1 hour, 2 train coins. All options can be acquired by spending train coins. Train coins, are these the currency of this world? I don't have any right now. Does that mean I can only choose the first one? Yi Qiyan frowned slightly. If that were true, wouldn't his early upgrade this time be a loss? Can I keep the options and choose them later when I have enough train coins? Yes, options can be saved for 3 station stops. Slightly relieved, he extracted the blueprint that didn't require train coins. Low-level carriage blueprint. Requires 100 kilograms wood, 150 kilograms metal, 60 mechanical parts. Additional materials for carriage modification, 20 kilograms glass, 10 kilograms fiber. The materials required were extensive, at least for now, not easy to obtain. As for sublimating this blueprint as well, he would temporarily put that aside. The resources needed for the basic blueprint were still unconfirmed. If sublimation required even more materials, it would be even harder to build. Special module, how special is it? Putting away the blueprint, a diamond-shaped card enveloped in light blue particles appeared, floating in his palm. Special module card, after activation, you will receive a special module. The simple description didn't reveal anything special, only by using it would he know what kind of module he could obtain. This thing should also be able to undergo sublimation, right? Once this thought emerged, he could no longer suppress it. Although sublimating the train had already consumed a lot of his stamina, he still had his spirit. Moreover, after eating the bread and water, his stamina had miraculously recovered to 50. I'll give it a try, it should be fine. Yi Qiyan murmured softly, then silently chanted in his mind. Sublimation. The invisible power reappeared, and the card in his palm instantly emitted countless blue particles, like meteors, in all directions. If someone could stand in the sky at this moment, they would see Yi Qiyan's train accelerating like a comet traversing the sky, dragging a blue tail. Flame. Yi Qiyan stared at the card in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. Finally, as the light contracted, the invisible power dissipated, and his body felt lighter. Current stamina, 20 points. Current spirit, 60 points, mentally fatigued. Sublimation successful. Special module card, exclusive module card. 30 points of stamina and 40 points of spirit, that's a total of 70 points? It consumes so much, but what does this mentally fatigued state mean? I don't feel anything? Yi Qiyan lay on the ground, looking at the card in his hand, shaking off the doubts in his mind. Perhaps it was just an illusion, or the physical fatigue had simply overshadowed the mental fatigue. Amen, Amatba, Emperor bless. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he prayed to all the gods and demons he knew. Use exclusive module card. A blue stream of light enveloped his entire body, and the train control system's light screen appeared before his eyes. Using exclusive module card. Congratulations, you have obtained the Train Conductor exclusive module, Crossroads of Fate, unique. Crossroads of Fate, your path will always present a second choice. Different choices will lead to different destinies. Before Yi Qiyan could examine it closely, the train's overhead broadcast suddenly sounded. Ding dong. Please sit tight and hold on. The train is about to arrive at your first station. We wish you good luck. Ha? Has an hour really passed? How come I didn't feel anything? He looked up at the control system's clock. Only 1 minute remained until arrival at the station. And at this moment, a second light screen appeared on the control system. Crossroads of Fate triggered. Please select a station to stop at. Station 1, Swamp. Station 2, Armory. Is this the ability of the exclusive module? Please make a decision. A random choice will be made when the countdown ends. I choose the Armory. As the ancients said, my neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns, my neighbor is my granary. Yi Qiyan didn't know if the other train conductors would become his neighbors, but he felt that nothing could give him more security than weapons at a time like this. Station selected. Please sit tight and hold on. The train is about to arrive at its first station, which is Armory. Boom. 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 A deafening roar echoed from ahead. Yi Qiyan saw it. The space ahead was constantly twisting and deforming, like a beast opening its jaws wide, ready to devour someone. Whoosh! The whistle sounded. As the train passed through the distorted space, the surroundings completely changed at that moment. Current station, Armory. Available stop countdown, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station is safe. Arsenal. The train was gradually slowing down. As the roar faded, Yi Qiyan arrived at his first stop. In front of the train door, he took a deep breath, gripped the sublimation dagger, and pressed the open button. The world outside the door was silent. It was pitch black all around, with only a massive, matchbox-like building directly in his line of sight. He looked up. There was no sun here, but both the road beneath his feet and the building were clearly visible. Space travel, what an incredible power! No wonder all trains arrive at the same time. Leaving the train, he reached the door in less than 10 steps. The door was tightly shut. He pried open a crack with his dagger, and the door opened, immediately followed by a rush of decay. Stepping inside, he looked around. Wooden crates were neatly arranged, and the smell of decay emanated from these very boxes. Yi Qiyan used his dagger to pry open the rusted iron locks on the boxes. Inside, 2 bolt-action rifles, half buried in wood shavings, appeared before him. Low-grade rifle, equipped with 20 rounds of low-grade ammunition. 2 guns, 40 rounds of ammunition. This was what was inside one box. And there were many more such boxes in this armory. Good stuff. After opening several boxes, Yi Qiyan moved all his findings back to the train. After several trips back and forth, the strength he had gained from excitement was finally nearing its end. Current stamina, 15 points. After repeatedly using his sublimation ability, Yi Qiyan's stamina had long reached its limit, but perhaps due to his excitement, his mental energy had recovered to 70. During the 3 hours the train was stopped, if he didn't get any energy replenishment, he probably wouldn't have much strength left to move these supplies. After resting for a while, Yi Qiyan stopped moving things and instead explored the armory. On a shelf in one room, he discovered several sealed iron boxes. In his previous world, he had seen some videos introducing military supplies, and many of them featured similar iron boxes. With curiosity, he walked over to the boxes. The embossed markings on them were blurry, only vaguely showing square shapes. could it be? Yi Qiyan swallowed. He pried open a corner of an iron box and saw compressed biscuits neatly arranged inside, like gold bars, emitting a faint milky scent and a slight fermented sourness. It really is. He didn't care if the biscuits had expired or not. He grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. It would be great if there was some water too. Although he had secured food for the next period, he was still not satisfied. He only ate one compressed biscuit. After all, such things, while filling, also made one thirsty. He found a total of 4 sealed barrels similar to those containing military rations, totaling 80 compressed biscuits. This was enough for a normal adult male to eat for about half a month. Besides that, he also found some sealed barrels of water nearby, but unfortunately, the smell of this water clearly indicated it wasn't drinkable. However, Yi Qiyan still moved them all onto the train. This armory was a semi-enclosed space, like a matchbox. Various collapsed shelves, rotten materials piled on the ground, and the pervasive smell of decay in the air made exploration exceptionally difficult. The deeper he explored, the stronger the smell of decay became. In just over 2 hours, Yi Qiyan only found 42 intact rifles. Most of the others were poorly preserved and had rotted and rusted. Their only value was through recycling at the processing station. In addition, he also put some easily picked up and transported iron products and wood onto the train. Train upgrades could be done directly through sublimation, but manufacturing items also required resources. Even if he didn't use them, he could trade them with others. Returning to the carriage with supplies once more, he glanced at the countdown on the operating system. There were still 30 minutes until departure, enough for him to make 1 or 2 more round trips. Let's go one more time, there should still be enough time. Looking at the now crowded train, Yi Qiyan felt that the first thing he should build was a normal carriage. Wood and mechanical parts from those boxes and recycled discarded firearms from the processing station were already enough, but he was still short on metal, so he couldn't build it yet. These few rooms, I don't seem to have entered them yet. Returning to the armory, he bypassed the mess on the ground and walked directly to the innermost part. The few remaining rooms he hadn't explored were opened one by one. From the interior decoration, it was vaguely discernible that these places were once living and resting areas. The first few rooms yielded no special gains, until the very last one, where something unexpected finally appeared. Crack! That was the sound of bone being crushed. Yi Qiyan slowly lowered his head. Under his foot, a skeleton's shin bone was crushed to powder. Sorry, brother, I didn't do it on purpose, okay? He wasn't afraid. From childhood, even the most terrifying horror films he only found amusing, and he felt nothing when he occasionally attended funerals and saw the swollen, bruised faces of the deceased. Yi Qiyan withdrew his foot. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly noticed a dust-covered paper document bag beneath the skeleton. It wasn't strange for a document bag to be in an armory, but what was strange was its remarkably intact condition. After all, even iron and wood products had decayed to that extent, so why was a paper bag perfectly preserved? With a sense of doubt, Yi Qiyan pulled the document bag out from under the skeleton. He didn't open it immediately but jogged back to the train. The operating system in the carriage had an item identification function. If there was a trap inside, it should be able to detect it. Level 1 treasure chest can be opened. This is actually a treasure chest? He looked up and down at the folder, which was as thin as a crisp cracker, his face showing surprise and delight. Hey, thanks, old bones. I'll bury you properly later. He smiled and was about to open it when he suddenly stopped. Oh, right, this treasure chest, it should also be able to sublimate, right? Just like when he sublimated the train before, once such a thought appeared, it was impossible to dismiss. He glanced at his current personal information. Stamina, 30, mental energy, 80. Such a small bag, even if it uses mental energy, it shouldn't be too much. Besides, I still have compressed biscuits. If I eat another one, I can recover some stamina. No problem. Perhaps this was a special characteristic of this world. Stamina recovery after eating was very noticeable. Moreover, when a person starts to convince himself, it means he has already made up his mind. So, Yi Qiyan silently recited those two words in his mind. Sublimation. The numbers for stamina and mental energy were constantly decreasing. Mental energy drops below 50, entering self-doubt state. He lay motionless on the floor of the carriage like a fish out of water, looking at the slightly swaying chandelier above his head. After a long moment, he sat up. Stamina, 30-20, mental energy, 80-50. It seems, I don't feel anything special. Yi Qiyan scratched his head. Other than physical fatigue, he didn't feel any discomfort from the so-called self-doubt state. Shaking his head, Yi Qiyan carefully examined the document bag in his hand, which seemed to have undergone no change. Sublimating a level 1 treasure chest to level 2 consumed a total of 40 points of stamina and mental energy, which was more than he had expected. Level 2 treasure chest can be opened. It seems I can't continue sublimating it. Can this kind of item only be sublimated once? Or are there some special rules? Never mind, let's just open it first. Rubbing his hands together, Yi Qiyan opened the folder in his hand. Opened level 2 treasure chest. Obtained train coins, 4. Obtained, Colt M1911 pistol. Obtained, level 2 blueprint, external waste collector. Preparation for the construction of the carriage. So this is how train coins are obtained? For coins, in that case. Yi Qiyan opened the train details. The options that appeared after the upgrade were still there. After spending 3 train coins to purchase the low-level reservoir blueprint and 1 hour of train docking time, Yi Qiyan only had 1 train coin left. If he could find another treasure chest at the next stop, he might just gather enough for the acceleration device. Seeing the train's departure countdown change to 1:15, Yi Qiyan turned his attention to the rewards he had obtained from the treasure chest. The Colt M1911. Compared to the ordinary firearms obtained from the armory, the craftsmanship of this gun could be called a work of art. It seems that all guns in this world can use the same type of bullets. He loaded a magazine with low-grade bullets and aimed the muzzle at a wooden crate outside the train. He pulled the trigger, and the wooden crate was instantly shattered into pieces. Holy moly, this power isn't right, is it? Rubbing his slightly sore tiger's mouth, the web between thumb and forefinger, Yi Qiyan's expression was a little surprised as he looked at the firearm in his hand. They were all handguns, and those from the armory used the same bullets, but their power was at least half less. If I sublimation it again? Yi Qiyan quickly shook his head, temporarily discarding this dangerous thought. It wasn't the time for sublimation. His stamina and mental energy were close to their limits. It wouldn't be too late to consider it after he recovered. Putting away the handgun, Yi Qiyan then used the control system to inspect the 2 blueprints he had just acquired. Low-level reservoir blueprint. Stores water, keeping it from spoiling or evaporating for 10 days. Requires metal, 10 kilograms, mechanical parts, 20. External waste collector. Collects trash from the platform. After automatic collection, it returns to the collector before leaving the platform. Requires metal, 30 kilograms, mechanical parts, 100. Optional addition, 300 mechanical parts for special modification. After modification, it can automatically recycle and disassemble collected trash into usable materials via a workbench. It seems I can build both of them, Yi Qiyan murmured softly, looking at his current total collected resources. Wood, 210 kg. Metal, 60 kg. Mechanical parts, 220. The resources were sufficient, but if he built these 2 items, the first carriage would have to be put on hold for now. Let's wait, he wasn't in a hurry. Since he had more docking time, he might as well get some good rest. With 1 hour left on the departure countdown, Yi Qiyan opened the trading platform. The trading platform had special rules. All train conductors on the platform could not put anything on the platform, they could only sell after leaving the platform. This rule was probably set to prevent people from transferring materials through platform transactions to bypass storage space limitations. However, purchasing items was not subject to this rule. This meant that Qiyan, currently on the platform, could buy items that other train conductors who had left the platform had placed on the trading platform. However, such a rule seemed too foolish, as it did not limit private chat transactions between train conductors, nor did it limit people within the station from making purchases. Such an obvious flaw did not seem like something set up by the entity capable of creating a train survival game. It was as if it was hinting to them that rules could be ignored to a certain extent. Qiyan didn't think further. All he had to do next was one thing: trade for metal. As for what to trade with? His gaze swept over the low-grade rifle and compressed biscuits beside him. At times like these, what people lacked most was a sense of security. And among the things that could provide people with a sense of security, weapons and food were prime examples. Qiyan continuously refreshed the trading platform. Although some people had posted the metal he needed, the quantity was too scarce, and the price was also ridiculously high. Clearly, these people weren't actually looking to trade. Everyone's waiting and watching, huh? He opened the chat room. The other train conductors had already left the first stop, and the chat box was scrolling frantically. Brothers, how are your hauls at the first stop? I searched a junkyard for a long time and found nothing valuable except a pile of old tires. It's infuriating. But the tires did break down into a lot of rubber. Anyone want to buy some? Private message me. The content. My first stop was a grassland. Nothing but grass. And you couldn't walk anywhere, it was all black mud with a terrible stench. Disgusting. Grassland is good. Black soil is very valuable. What value? Can you eat it? Black soil can be used to grow vegetables. It's very useful. TCH, I thought it was edible. What's the use? It's just a tiny space, just the engine car. How can you grow vegetables there? What a joke. Anyone selling mechanical parts? I have a blueprint that requires mechanical parts to make. A blueprint was sent to the chat room, immediately causing a sensation. Low-grade mechanical fishing rod. Can perform automatic fishing. Requires mechanical parts, 20, metal, 1 kg. OMG. What is this, a blueprint? Why don't I have one? They're just lucky, I guess. But is it okay to post this in the chat room? TCH, you guys clearly don't have blueprints. This is just a screenshot. Only those with the blueprint can manufacture it. Friend, I have 20 mechanical parts here. All I want is the bread and water you were given at the start. Idiot, you want bread and water for 20 mechanical parts? Dream on. I only want one piece of bread, and I'll give you the parts. I only want half. But I only have 15 mechanical parts. It's just a fishing rod. What's so special about it? Not many people had gains at the first stop. Anyone selling water? I'm dying of thirst. Did any of you open a treasure chest? What's a treasure chest? Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything. Damn it, I hate it when people talk in riddles. In this situation, if you have information and don't share it, are you even human? Exactly. Everyone's trying to survive. What's wrong with helping each other? Some people condemned the person who revealed the treasure chest news. Their ugly faces could be felt even through the screen. The person ultimately couldn't bear the malice. A moment later, he posted a screenshot of the control system. Opened level 1 treasure chest. Obtained train coins, 2. Obtained Jin Chuang Yao, trauma medicine. Obtained level 1 blueprint, aluminum insulating pad. First transaction. A level 1 treasure chest contains 2 train coins, a level 2 has 4, so a level 3 treasure chest should have 6, right? Compared to level 2 treasure chests, the rewards from level 1 chests were considerably more meager, but medicine was also precious in this world, not to mention things like train coins. What is this? Suddenly, a message caught Yi Qiyan's attention. Li Xiaoshang, does anyone want metal? I have some here and can exchange it for various resources. Priority will be given to weapon trades. Prioritizing weapon trades over food indicated that this person did not lack the ability to survive. Compared to those who couldn't even satisfy their own hunger for the time being, Yi Qiyan preferred to deal with people like this. Having made up his mind, Yi Qiyan contacted Li Xiaoshang. Soon, a line of text appeared in the private chat interface. Li Xiaoshang, hello, are you looking to trade for metal? How much do you have? How much do you need? He was a very cautious person, but it was not difficult to see from this sentence that he had a considerable amount of metal on hand. Can you provide 150 kilograms of metal? The chat room fell silent for a moment. Li Xiaoshang rubbed his eyes, looking at the text in the dialog box with a sense of disbelief. 150 kilograms? That was the amount needed for the train's first upgrade. Why did this person need so much? Could it be that he had already gathered enough wood and mechanical parts? Moreover, what gave this person named Yi Qiyan the confidence to buy so much metal at once? After a moment of hesitation, he sent a message. I can provide it, but what will you trade? If it's the dagger given at the beginning, I can only trade 10 kilograms with you. How about a rifle? The train's system had a built-in photo function. Yi Qiyan took a picture of a low-grade rifle in decent condition and sent it over. How about one gun and 20 bullets for 150 kilograms of your metal? A gun? You actually have a gun. I can trade with you, but isn't this price too expensive? You're robbing me. Even a gun isn't worth this much. Yi Qiyan toyed with a bullet, unsurprised by the other party's reaction. But right now, he was the only one selling guns. Whatever price he wanted, he would set it. It's not expensive at all. You should understand how important a gun is at this moment. Besides, who knows what the next station of the train will be like? Can you guarantee there won't be any danger? If you have a gun in your hand, maybe you can survive better, can't you? Li Xiaoshang knew Yi Qiyan was right. He had obtained over 300 kilograms of metal and a treasure chest at the first station, initially thinking he was the luckiest person among everyone. But all of that paled in comparison to the gun in Yi Qiyan's hand. Can it be a little less? 150 kilograms. If you don't accept, I'll find someone else. Yi Qiyan stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes. Li Xiaoshang likely had a significant amount of metal, and he had completely revealed his desire to obtain this gun. Given that, he would not back down on the price. Looking at the photo on the screen, Li Xiaoshang swallowed, clearly wanting it. Can it be 100 kilograms? Yi Qiyan played with a bullet, the corners of his mouth turning up. I think someone else will be more eager to get a gun at this time than you. Li Xiaoshang gritted his teeth, hesitated for a long time, and then reluctantly replied. Let me think about it. Alright, how about 10 seconds? After all, I'm very busy right now. Li Xiaoshang really wanted to ask what he was busy with. Everyone had already left the first station, and in the cramped space of the train, besides organizing their supplies, they could only communicate through the chat room. He wouldn't know that Yi Qiyan was still at the first station at this moment, nor could he guess that Yi Qiyan's goal was not to upgrade the train, but to build his first carriage. Li Xiaoshang took a deep breath, his expression resolute, clearly having made a decision. I've thought it over, and I'm willing to trade with you, but I want to know, what do you need this metal for? To upgrade the train, or do you have blueprints for such firearms that allow for mass production? Of course, don't misunderstand, I'm not like those people in the chat room who would ask you to hand over blueprints. I just want to say that if you still want to trade, you can continue to find me. I am confident I can upgrade the train to level 2 within 3 stations. By then, I can help you promote these firearms, and I believe everyone will be more inclined to listen to a strong person. Where did this person get such confidence? Yi Qiyan suddenly thought of a possibility. This Li Shaoxiang, he was probably like him, possessing some kind of talent. Yi Qiyan had no way of knowing what it was, nor was there any need to ask. Upgrading the train within 3 stations makes him consider himself strong? He silently glanced at his own train, which had already been upgraded to level 2 before entering the station. How did he not feel like some kind of strong person? One could only say. For such a mysteriously confident person, 2 words were best. Comply. Let's trade. This was Yi Qiyan's first trade, and he was also curious how it would work. Following the guidance, he placed the low-grade rifle and 20 bullets on an empty spot. Soon, a virtual glow swept over the rifle and bullets. In an instant, both disappeared, replaced by a stack of neatly arranged metal ingots that appeared in that spot. So that's how it works, quite convenient. He wasn't afraid of Li Shaoxiang trying any tricks, because all transactions were notarized by the train system, so there wouldn't be any problems. Looking at the resources in his hand, Yi Qiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He took out the low-grade carriage blueprint and placed it on the crafting table. A translucent light screen rose from the blueprint. Low-grade carriage, buildable. Required materials, wood 100 kilograms, metal 150 kilograms, mechanical parts 60. Proceed with construction, yes/no. Yes. The moment he pressed the option, all the required materials disappeared into thin air within the train. Immediately after, Yi Qiyan saw all the materials in the sky at the end of the train constantly reorganizing under a mysterious force, finally condensing into the shape of a carriage. The carriage fell from midair, landed steadily on the tracks, slid forward, and finally connected to his locomotive. Construction successful. Can be modified by consuming glass and fiber. Low-grade carriage. Internal facilities, none. Carriage functions, none. Modified, no. This carriage did not have a door. To enter, one had to go through the rear of the locomotive. The interior of the carriage was very large, about 10 meters long, and about 1.5 times the height of an adult male, so it could be considered spacious and bright. There were window frames, but unlike the locomotive, they didn't come with windows, so it seemed glass was needed for modification. Now I don't have to put things in the locomotive anymore. Besides, what kind of train is it with just a locomotive? This is more like it. Yi Qiyan nodded contentedly. He secretly glanced at his remaining stamina and mental energy, deciding not to consider sublimation for the time being. He stuffed all the resources piled in the locomotive into this carriage and checked the departure countdown. 40 minutes, enough time for him to move more things onto the train. Arms trade. Stamina, 21, spirit, 59. Current status, exhausted. On the train, Yi Qiyan lay there motionless like a salted fish who had lost his dreams. During this last stretch of time, he used his remaining strength to make 2 round trips to the armory. Aside from the effort spent on transportation, he didn't forget his promise. He used a shovel to dig a grave for the skeleton and erected a blank tombstone. Finally, he completed all his gains from this stop. As the departure countdown reached 0, the previously stationary train slowly began to move. Ahead of the train, the spatial fluctuations suddenly reappeared. The train's speed continuously increased, and after passing through that space, it once again returned to the boundless, dim wilderness. And at the same moment, the train's broadcast sounded. Ding! All train conductors have left the platform. Congratulations to all 9,892 of you for successfully departing safely from the newbie's first stop. You have officially exited the newbie safe period. Starting from the second stop, the train will no longer guarantee docking in a safe area. The words from the broadcast caused an uproar. What does that mean? Weren't we supposed to leave the platform an hour ago? Someone stayed an extra hour at the first stop? Why? Could it be that the rules are fake? Maybe if we don't board the train after the countdown ends, the train won't leave? Will anyone try it at the next stop? You're right, you try it at the next stop. Damn it, I'm reporting someone for cheating. What? The first stop was actually safe? I wish I had known, I would have gotten off to look around. Do people die at safe stations too? Of course they do. My first stop was a desert. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have been swallowed by quicksand. They didn't know that the big shot they were discussing was leaning back on the ground, organizing all his final gains from this stop. Low-level rifle, 49. Low-level bullets, 1,100 rounds. Wood, 150 kilograms. Metal, 104 kilograms. Mechanical parts, 162. In addition, he also found some usable tools in the armory, such as crowbars, shovels, and screwdrivers. He threw the broken hardware into the processing table for decomposition and recycling, keeping the rest for future use. As for the blueprints he currently possessed, the low-level reservoir and the external garbage collector required 40 kilograms of metal and 110 mechanical parts, which were insignificant to him. Place the blueprints, input the resources. Through the train's operating system, both could be installed on the train. The reservoir will be inside the carriage, and the collector will be hung on the left outer side of the carriage. After installation, Qiyan stood up and walked to the carriage. A noticeable portion of the original supplies was gone, replaced by a metal water tank with rollers, fixed in place. This low-level reservoir could hold 1,000 kilograms of water and had an irremovable isolation layer, capable of separating sewage and clean water. The sewage brought from the armory, once poured into the sewage compartment, occupied about 1/10 of its capacity, which was 50 kilograms. It's a pity there's no water purification device. Qiyan felt a slight regret, but he wasn't overly anxious. Buying water, glass, fiber, blueprints, and various other resources and items. Interested parties, please private message with your price. Trading with firearms and food. This was the first message he sent on the public chat, and after sending it, he paid it no mind. Evidently, the preciousness of firearms, just as he had told Li Xiaosheng before, would be understood by some. Guns? The kind you pull the trigger on? Oh my god, can you give me one? What nerve, asking for a precious item like a gun as a gift. All I got at the first stop was a mess of feathers. How did someone manage to get firearms? Collecting resources? Is the big shot going to upgrade the train? Big shot, please take me with you. I'm a pure college girl. Give me some food, and when we meet, I'll do anything you want. After checking the water storage device, Qiyan also checked the recycling device. The recycling device, hanging from the roof of the carriage, was completely a black iron box. To see it in action, he would have to wait until they reached the second stop. After taking care of these things, Qiyan finally had the leisure to open the chat interface, and at the same time, he saw the furiously bombarded private message interface. Xiao Ku, big shot, give me a gun. I'll be your little brother, I'll do whatever you tell me to. Lin Xiaoping, friend, can you share how you obtained firearms? At this time, everyone should help each other. If you have many firearms, you can give them to me to distribute to those in need, which will allow more people to survive. Shengguaningshua, lake water, 20 kilograms, no container provided. Cohen Jones, I only have 16 kilograms of glass, can I trade for a gun? Foreigners? Looking at some of the unusual names, Qiyan was slightly surprised. But on second thought, it made sense. This train survival world never stated that only people from the same country existed, no, perhaps not even from the same world. After blacklisting and blocking those who liked moral blackmail and freebies, Qiyan carefully filtered through the messages and indeed found a few potential trading partners. 20 kilograms of lake water, that's worth discussing. After a moment of thought, Qiyan replied to the woman named Shengguaningshua. You know, lake water isn't necessarily drinkable. If you drink it without filtering, it can kill you. If you want to trade, show more sincerity. Train conductor ID E3-3924, Shangguaningshui, frowned slightly at the response in the chat interface, hesitating for a moment. Shangguaningshui, how much do you want? Name your price. Yi Qiyan, 50 kilograms. Compared to metal, water was more valuable, even lake water. Not only was it for sustaining life, but more importantly, at this time, even if the first stop had been a lake with clean water, few people would have had containers to store it. In fact, Yi Qiyan's lowest price was 30 kilograms to buy a gun from her, which was the price for undrinkable water. If it were drinkable mineral water, there would be even less to say, the quantity could almost be traded directly. Ultimately, he was just one person. No matter how many guns he had, they were not as useful as converting them into resources. Shangguaningshui, alright, I can make the trade, but I won't provide a container for the water. You'll have to figure that out yourself. Blacklight enchanted pistol. Did I say too little? Yi Qiyan scratched his head, not regretting his decision after seeing the other party's straightforward reply. Alright, let's proceed with the trade. Shangguaningshui, wait a moment, I need more bullets and food. This woman? Where did she get so much water from? No, it's not surprising to have a lot of water, after all, she mentioned it was lake water, so it's highly probable her first stop was a lake or similar place. What truly made Yi Qiyan curious was, where did she get the containers to hold the water? Before the average 3-hour stop at the first station ended, both the trading platform and the chat room were closed. Picked up? Or built using blueprints, like him? He didn't ask, as everyone has their own secrets. Yi Qiyan, bullets are cheaper, 5 low-grade bullets for 1 kilogram of water, and you don't need to provide a container. As for food, it's these military compressed biscuits, 1 biscuit for 5 kilograms of water. Shangguaningshui, okay, I want 100 low-grade bullets and 3 biscuits, plus the previous gun and 20 bullets, for a total of 85 kilograms of lake water. Prepare for the trade. Do you have enough containers? If not, I can sell them to you? Yi Qiyan, no need, just trade directly. The trade point was placed above the water tank. The moment the firearm and bullets disappeared, 85 kilograms of water appeared out of thin air, flowing into the water tank. Counting what he had before, Yi Qiyan now possessed 135 kilograms of water. Looking at the clear water in the tank, he suppressed the urge to drink it heartily. Although this water looked clean, anyone with a bit of common sense knew that drinking unfiltered and unboiled water from a lake was akin to courting death. Pleasure doing business. If you have anything else you want to trade, feel free to contact me. Shangguaningshui didn't reply, only silently sent Yi Qiyan a friend request. Seeing the notification, Yi Qiyan didn't refuse. Compared to the arrogantly Shashang from before, Yi Qiyan preferred trading with someone like Shangguaningshui. At least, she was concise and hassle-free. After finishing the trade with Shangguaningshui, he successively sold quite a few low-grade assault rifles and bullets to others. Materials like fiber and glass, needed for reinforcing the carriage, were all acquired and used for reinforcement. Windows appeared in the window frames, greatly improving the previously drafty environment inside the carriage. What a bountiful harvest! After the last transaction, Yi Qiyan only had 21 rifles left. He didn't set a specific price, he would sell them to the other party as long as he felt the price was roughly appropriate. This wasn't a losing business, but Yi Qiyan clearly understood that currently, everyone else's trains were only level 1. And once most people's trains undergo their first upgrade, triggering the upgrade option, who knew of better weapon blueprints than these low-grade rifles would appear? Hoarding behavior is ill-advised. The value of such low-grade items would only decrease over time. Finally, nothing left to do. Taking out a traded bread and a bottle of mineral water, Yi Qiyan ate his first proper dinner since arriving in this world. He returned to the train's cab, swing, and found a relatively warm spot to curl up. Forget about survival, he was so tired right now. His only thought was to sleep. Accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of the train traversing the endless wasteland, Qiyan gazed at the bright moon hanging high outside the window. And slowly closed his eyes. Thump thump, thump thump. Hiss. The cold of the deep night made Qiyan shiver. He rubbed his eyes, got up from the floor, shook his slightly stiff neck, and subconsciously looked out the train window. The wasteland was still the wasteland, with an unsettling mystery pervading beyond the distant horizon. Looking up, the cold light cast by the enormous bright moon seemed to add a touch of desolation to the entire world. Stamina, 87. Spirit, 91. How long have I been asleep? Looking at the train's built-in timestamp, Qiyan rubbed his eyes. 3:37. At 3:37 a.m., Qiyan sighed helplessly and opened the chat room, watching the messages still scrolling continuously. Only a few, like him, could sleep peacefully. Forget it, I can't sleep anyway. Qiyan patted the dust off himself and stood up. With his stamina and spirit recovered, it was time to continue with sublimation. Let's try this first. The Colt M1911, this completely black handgun, like a work of art, if it underwent one sublimation, to what extent would its power increase? The upcoming second station was no longer a safe stop, only powerful weapons could put Qiyan at ease. Sublimation. Stamina continuously disappeared from his body. The originally pitch-black firearm gained faint patterns, and the entire gun body became slightly wider and longer than before, making it a bit heavy. To hold with one hand. Blacklight Enchanted Handgun, Level 3. Can consume stamina to convert internal bullets into armor-piercing rounds. Stamina, 47. Spirit, 90. Consuming 40 points of stamina was still acceptable to Qiyan. He waved the blacklight handgun in his hand, then stacked a few pieces of metal to form a simple target. He pulled the trigger, consumed stamina, and an armor-piercing round shot out with a loud bang and dazzling heat and light. Bang! Looking at the completely penetrated bullet hole, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Qiyan's face. So powerful. Aside from the high recoil, is this really just a handgun? Stamina, 45. 2 points of stamina can convert one armor-piercing round, that's acceptable. It seems it can still be sublimated further? Qiyan fiddled with the gun in his hand, hesitated for a moment, but still gave up on that idea. He could barely handle the current recoil. If the power and recoil increased again after an upgrade, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control it. His remaining stamina and spirit were enough for him to continue with sublimation. He came to the first carriage. Qiyan reached out and touched the wall. Sublimation. To his surprise, the sublimation of the carriage didn't require much stamina. Stamina, 25. It only takes so little? I thought I'd have to use spirit. Warm train carriage, level 2. Enchanted warmth, the interior can maintain a constant 22 degrees Celsius at all times. Now I won't be woken up by the cold. Although the train carriage couldn't undergo a second sublimation like the cab, Qiyan was already quite satisfied with it. Anyway, there's still plenty of time, I'll sleep a bit more. He took the thin blanket he had bought from the cab and spread it on the floor. Losing a large amount of stamina was the best cure for insomnia. He didn't plan to sublimate the remaining items. The second station was to be reached tomorrow. Next, it was about conserving stamina. And then waiting. Second stop, White Forest. That night, no one slept more soundly than Qiyan. Many people were unable to sleep at all due to the train's roar and the cold wind of the wilderness, their physical and mental strength not only failing to recover but becoming even lower. 10:27. He woke up from his sleep. Stretching his stiff body, Qiyan looked at the time and made a quick estimate. Yesterday, the first stop was entered at 1 p.m., so does that mean today will also be 1 p.m.? But how should I calculate this? He was an hour late leaving the station compared to others, so would his entry time also be delayed compared to others? Leaving the first carriage and returning to the front of the train, the temperature dropped significantly. His control panel was already flooded with private messages. There wasn't much time left until the second stop, and the train broadcast had warned that the second stop wouldn't guarantee safety. The closer it got, the more valuable firearms would become. Luzhou, can I trade with blueprints? The importance of blueprints was undeniable. Possessing a blueprint was equivalent to owning a lathe that could produce infinitely just by feeding it. Materials. Everyone wasn't foolish. Up until now, even though firearms were attractive enough, no one was willing to trade blueprints with Yi Qiyan. This person named Luzhou was the first. What kind of blueprint could it be? With curiosity, Yi Qiyan replied to him. Hello, what blueprint are you looking to trade? ID, E3-9802. Luzhou sat blankly on the ground. Hearing the message notification from the control system, he immediately got up and ran over. Upon seeing the message, he quickly replied. I'll send you a screenshot right away. Soon, a blueprint's information appeared before Yi Qiyan. Level 1 train seat blueprint. Requires 5 kilograms metal, 3 kilograms wood, 3 kilograms plastic, 1 kilogram fiber. A chair? Yi Qiyan was a little surprised. This item wasn't particularly valuable or not valuable, at least for now, no one would be willing to spend resources to buy it. But no matter what, it was still a blueprint, something that could be manufactured repeatedly. If he had to say, in the world he once lived in, guns and bullets would certainly be more valuable. But for him, a low-level firearm that could depreciate at any time and a blueprint that could be continuously manufactured, the value gap between the two would only shrink. At least, that's how it was in Yi Qiyan's eyes. He was the one who decided how much guns and bullets would sell for. He could sell to Li Shaosheng for 150 kilograms of metal, or to Luzhou for a chair blueprint. Ultimately, the price of this trade was never fixed. It depended on whether he needed what others offered. Yi Qiyan was somewhat tempted. With a chair, he wouldn't have to sit on the ground, allowing for better rest. We can trade, but I can only provide 10 bullets. After all, this blueprint isn't great. If you need more bullets, you can buy them with other resources. The moment he saw the reply, a look of joy instantly appeared on Luzhou's sweat-drenched face. 10 is fine. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll send it over right away. You don't know how important this gun is to me. Without this gun, I'll definitely die at the next stop. Definitely. Looking at Luzhou's conversation, Yi Qiyan detected a hint of something unusual. Definitely die? Although the second stop no longer guaranteed safety. But it wouldn't necessarily mean certain death, would it? Why would this person named Luzhou make such a judgment? A talent? Looking at the trade notification sent by the other party, Yi Qiyan chose not to refuse. As before, he didn't care what others were hiding. Secrets, everyone had them. The trade completed. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, Yi Qiyan went directly to the processing table to manufacture it. A black chair appeared before him. The feeling of sitting on it gave Yi Qiyan a sense of déjà vu, like returning to civilized society. I never realized how important a chair was before. He shook his head and continued his arms dealing business. By the time the train's countdown to entering the second stop reached its final hour, Yi Qiyan had successfully sold 15 more rifles plus 300 bullets. He didn't plan to sell the rest, as the second stop wasn't safe after all. Stamina, 98, Spirit, 100. Looking at his stamina and spirit, which had almost fully recovered, Yi Qiyan picked up a low-level marksman rifle and held it in his hand. Sublimation. The familiar feeling of weakness, but compared to the previous Colt handgun, this rifle didn't consume much stamina. Stamina, 85. It consumed 13 points? And its potential is exhausted, it can't be sublimated further. Yi Qiyan wasn't disappointed. Looking at the rifle in his hand, which was now covered in a layer of gilded color, he opened the train system's description. Exquisite marksman rifle, level 2. Low level had become exquisite. But the power of the bullets fired had more than doubled. Of course, compared to the sublimated black light enchanted handgun, it was still far inferior. This is good enough. The countdown to the second stop continued to decrease. The atmosphere in the chat room became increasingly oppressive. Fewer people were talking than before. Qiyan organized his equipment and waited quietly. In the last 30 minutes before entering the station, a familiar light curtain appeared before his eyes. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose a platform to stop it from the following 2 options. Platform 1, Goblin Camp, Level 2 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, White Forest, Level 3 Collection Platform. It's different? Compared to its first appearance, his exclusive module had more information. Platform level, and a special suffix. Hunting and collecting? Level 2 and Level 3. Is it because I upgraded the train that higher level platforms appeared? And it seems there's a 1-level difference in the platforms the train arrives at. Was the previous armory also level 2? No, it should still be level 1, since the products inside were all level 1 items. Qiyan shook his head, thought for a moment, and chose White Forest as his next platform. A collection platform. By the name, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Platform selection complete. Please be seated and hold on tight. The train's next destination is White Forest. 5 minutes passed in a flash. The spatial fluctuation, just like before, engulfed the train. Grayish-white light enveloped this world. Looking out the window, a forest of grayish-white entered his view. Current platform, White Forest. Docking countdown, 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, low risk. The entry time is still the same, low risk. Taking a deep breath, Qiyan placed his handgun on his waist, hung his rifle on his back, and with a backpack containing food and mineral water, stood before the train door and pressed the open button. The moment he stepped out of the train, the entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Qiyan surveyed his surroundings. All the trees in this world had grayish-white trunks and leaves. If a more timid person came here, they would probably lose the courage to continue deeper. Because it was too quiet. So quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Coupled with the final 2 words, low risk, everything indicated that this place would not be as easy to plunder as the armory. But Qiyan didn't regret his choice. In fact, he had already prepared himself mentally when choosing this platform. Speaking of which, this danger warning didn't seem to be visible to everyone. He had been lurking in the chat room all day and hadn't seen anyone mention it. Those guys who had talked until they had nothing left to say couldn't possibly have forgotten about this. So, this was also a capability of the crossroads of fate? Qiyan put away his thoughts and looked up at the deep white forest ahead. It's supposed to be a collection platform, but I can't see what can be collected here. Is it just plain wood? Then it doesn't seem much different from an ordinary forest. Is there a path? White Morinda. He walked along the path deeper into the forest. All the way, he was vigilant against dangers that might appear at any time, but fortunately, nothing happened. At the end of the path, deep within this gray-white forest, fruit trees bearing white forest fruit appeared before his eyes. Could it be that the collection items for the collection station were these fruits? He walked to a fruit tree, cut the stem with his dagger, picked a fruit, and brought it to his nose to smell it. A sweet yet slightly bitter scent assailed him. This type of fruit was something he had never seen in his previous world. Gulp. Looking at the fruit in front of him, Qiyan swallowed. It smells so good. For some unknown reason, Qiyan had an inexplicable urge to devour these fruits. Just as he was about to bite into it, an intense sense of danger instantly sobered him up, and he quickly threw the fruit in his hand away. What the hell? Stamina, 93, Spirit, 72. Yi Qiyan broke out in a cold sweat. His spirit had just been full, but it had declined so much in just a few seconds after he picked up that fruit. He didn't lack food and water now, so why was he so eager to eat this fruit, which he hadn't even determined was poisonous? Moreover, the rate of this spirit decline was too terrifying. Even during sublimation, it wasn't this fast. This fruit had a problem. Yi Qiyan took a few steps back, frowning at the gray-white fruit in front of him. The train system's appraisal function still being usable only when he returned to the train was too inconvenient. But these fruits were clearly the collection items for this stop, and Yi Qiyan even felt that the danger of this stop lay in them themselves. Was it because I smelled this fruit that I had that hallucination? If I don't smell it. After a moment of hesitation, he still decided to take these fruits back, at least to use the train's appraisal function to see what they were before. Making a decision. Rip. He cut a piece of cloth from his clothes with his dagger and tied it over his face, although he didn't know if it would help, it was at least some protection. He opened his backpack, which, besides water and food, still had a lot of empty space. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Even facing potentially life-threatening hallucinogenic fruits, Yi Qiyan was truly reluctant to give up. The forest was as quiet as ever, only now there was a diligent fruit farmer harvesting his white forest fruit. After filling his backpack, Yi Qiyan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Good thing I have this dagger, otherwise it wouldn't be easy. He returned to the train with his backpack, eagerly took out a fruit, and went to the control system to appraise it. White forest fruit, level 3. A unique fruit of the white forest. When unprocessed, it releases a hallucinogenic scent, reducing spirit. Consuming it will permanently reduce maximum spirit. When processed and consumed, it can rapidly restore spirit and slightly increase resistance to hallucinations. Processing method: soak in cold water for 5 minutes. So that's how it is. No wonder I wanted to eat it so much just now, it really was because of the smell. Good thing I reacted in time. Yi Qiyan patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief as if he had escaped a disaster. An alarm bell rang in his heart. He had thought he was cautious enough, but it wasn't enough. He eagerly threw all the fruits he had brought back into the water, patiently waited 5 minutes, watched them transform from gray-white to pure white, then eagerly picked up a white forest fruit, and with one bite, the extremely sweet juice burst in his mouth. Delicious. I've never eaten such a delicious fruit. Yi Qiyan's eyes were filled with joy. Compared to the white forest fruit, the taste of bread and biscuits was simply unpalatable. It was hard to imagine that the growing environment for such a fruit would be so gloomy. After emptying the remaining items from his backpack, Yi Qiyan grabbed 2 guns and his dagger and set off again. A round trip took about 20 minutes, but to fill an entire backpack, it would take about half an hour. With 4 hours of docking time, he could only make 4 round trips, so he couldn't waste time. Stepping out of the train, Yi Qiyan suddenly thought of something else and looked towards the carriage. The trash recycling device he had installed there was working. So that's what trash recycling means. Small, square-shaped robots, only half a calf's height, were traveling back and forth between the white forest and the train. From time to time, they would bring back things like leaves and put them into the recycling station. I just feel like it's not very useful. Yi Qiyan sighed, since it was already built, whatever. In the white forest fruit orchard, Yi Qiyan's dagger swung continuously, and the fruits from the trees were collected into his bag. After several trips back and forth, the train's docking time finally came to an end. 32 minutes and 16 seconds. What a pity, I wonder if there will ever be such delicious fruits again. In nearly 3.5 hours, he had harvested over 100 caddies of white forest fruit. If he ignored spoilage, it would be enough for him to eat for quite some time. He did not continue to move, as the departure time was not far off, and he did not want to miss the train because of greed. Yi Qiyan began to organize the supplies he currently had. Aside from the white forest fruit, he also had 79 compressed biscuits and 21 bottles of pure water he had bought. These foods would be enough to keep him from worrying about survival for a period of time. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Qiyan ate a fruit and opened the chat room. At this time, everyone except him should have left the second station. The moment he opened the chat room, his gaze was instantly drawn to a line of numbers. 8,721/10,000. Over 1,000 people had disappeared forever. This was only the second station. And this number was still decreasing. Why? Who has medicine? I just drank a mouthful of lake water. Why does my stomach hurt so much? Serves you right, daring to drink unboiled water. Do you really think you're Superman? Damn it, those wild bulls gored my lung. Brothers, I don't think I'll live much longer. If anyone sees my wife, remember to tell her her husband killed a bull. Go on, upstairs. Your wife, Chow Morin, will raise her. Woo-woo. The bleeding spot hurts so much. Which big shot has medicine? I remember someone got a trauma medicine before, please save me. So hungry, the bread and water from the novice gift pack aren't nearly enough. In modern society, humans receive very good treatment for injuries, as long as they don't neglect them, even severe injuries always have a chance of being saved. But now it was different. Even if one bravely got off the train to explore, a slight carelessness could lead to danger. Even if they narrowly escaped, they could very likely get injured, and if it was slightly serious and they couldn't get treatment, then they could only wait for death. Not to mention that many people still hadn't obtained food and water, and the pressure of survival was suffocating them. Upgrade to level 3 treasure chest. So unlucky, the first stop was a broken house, nothing but trash, MMP. The second stop landed me in a muddy swamp, the smell was disgusting, I didn't even get a chance to go out. Don't even mention it. At least you didn't encounter monsters. I was chased by a pack of wild boars the whole way, and the train almost overturned. There are still several big holes. If it weren't for the departure time, I would have been finished there. Selling a piece of carrion vulture leg meat, exchange for drinking water. I didn't dare to get off at the first stop, and I didn't dare to get off at the second stop knowing there was danger. Hearing you guys talk, I'm not so sure about getting off at the third stop either. If you don't get off the train, aren't you just waiting to die? Do you still have food and water? Not everyone was like Qiyan, who started by sublimating and upgrading his train, and then obtained the Crossroads of Fate module, allowing him to choose and avoid some dangers based on platform level and prefix. After silently lurking in the chat room for some time, Qiyan's docking countdown was about to end. Only then did he remember that he still had a trash recycling device operating in the first carriage. For hours, he wondered what kind of harvest it would yield. In Qiyan's mind, if that little guy could collect over 10 kilograms of wood in this white forest, it would be a miracle. He hadn't held out much hope. Level 3 treasure chest, openable. Wait, what is this? He rubbed his eyes, startled, and looked again. Holy moly! Everything else in the recycling station was trash in every sense of the word. But among all that trash, a grayish-white wooden square box completely overshadowed everything else. A treasure chest. And a level 3 one. It wasn't that he hadn't thought there might be treasure chests in the White Forest before, but it was too vast. Besides the path to the orchard, Qiyan didn't dare to venture too far into the forest's depths. If he got lost, he might not even make it back to the train, so he simply hadn't thought about finding a treasure chest. He never expected it. This little robot, which he had disliked and used for recycling trash, actually brought back a treasure chest from this forest. Now, Qiyan looked at the clumsy-looking square robot with eyes full of appreciation. He raised his hand and patted the little robot's square head. As expected of me, the recycling station I spent so many resources to build was indeed the right choice. If the little robot had expressions, its expression would definitely be one of disdain right now. After all, its owner had just been unreservedly expressing his dislike for it. Humans, indeed, are the most changeable creatures. Suppressing the urge to open the treasure chest, Qiyan reached out and pressed down on it. A level 3 treasure chest, after sublimation, it would become level 4. Logically speaking, that would guarantee 8 train coins plus other rare items of level 4. Stamina, 45, Spirit, 92. Sublimate. Yi Qiyan happily began the sublimation. Stamina drained, with Spirit following closely behind. When the invisible power dissipated, just like the previous document bag, this wooden box still showed no change. Level 4 treasure chest, openable. Stamina, 20, Spirit, 62. His body was exhausted, but his spirit was incredibly excited. Yi Qiyan rubbed his hands, his eyes burning with anticipation. Let me see what's inside. Creak. Opening level 4 treasure chest. Obtained train coins, 8. Obtained, external warning device, level 4. Obtained, white forest fruit tree seed. Obtained, train grayish-white paint. Obtained, advanced ceramic plate bulletproof vest. A level 4 structure. If those people in the chat room knew, would they die of envy? Yi Qiyan murmured softly to himself, without any intention of showing off. Showing off would only invite jealousy and even hatred from others. He only needed to do his own thing, why bother with others? However, this level 4 structure could not be sublimated for now. It wasn't due to insufficient potential, it was just that his stamina and spirit, even combined, seemed insufficient to meet the sublimation cost. It seems level 4 is a watershed. External warning sentry tower device. Can be installed on top of any carriage, can be equipped with any long-range weapon. Once installed, it will activate automatic warning and attack, engaging hostile threats within 100 meters of visible range and locking onto targets. To break through any visual obscuring effects such as camouflage/invisibility/illusion. Note, if damaged, it can be repaired using mechanical parts. Good stuff, indeed. As expected of a level 4 treasure chest, it's truly different. He placed the warning sentry tower on top of the locomotive. From the outside, it just looked like a circular object with a layered structure added to the top of the locomotive. When automatic warning was activated, a red light sphere would appear within the layers, rotating 360 degrees. Yi Qiyan still had 6 rifles left. Excluding the one that had already been sublimated, he equipped all the remaining 5 into the sentry tower. Can trees really be planted inside the carriage? Looking at the 3 remaining rewards, Yi Qiyan scratched his head. White forest fruit tree seed, level 3 plant. Requires white forest's unique grayish-white soil for planting. 10 days to break ground, 10 days to become a tree, 10 days to mature. Consumes half a kilogram of fresh water daily. Half a kilogram of fresh water per seed. At this point, few people would be able to plant it, and Yi Qiyan was one of them. And the full 30-day growth period was a bit long. Regardless of whether they could be planted or not, these seeds reminded him that the soil of this white forest could also be considered a special resource, and there was no reason not to take some away. Furthermore, he could also wait until his stamina recovered to sublimate this seed. Docking countdown, 0:3:21. He filled several wooden boxes with grayish-white soil. In the last few minutes before departure, Yi Qiyan closed the trash recycling station, patted the little robot's head, and threw all the trash it had collected from the forest into the workbench for recycling. Although there wasn't much, it still provided him with 12 kilograms of wood, and some leaves and stones. What Yi Qiyan hadn't expected was that those leaves weren't entirely trash either. White leaves, level 1. Can be used to make white pigment. White stone, level 1. Can be used to make white pigment. Everything in this forest really is related to white. Little guy, you did well. When I'm rested, I'll sublimate you next. He patted the little robot's head. The countdown ended. The train started. A subtle feeling of being pushed back came over him. Yi Qiyan looked out the window, the white forest receding behind him. Until after a stretch of nothingness, the grayish-white disappeared, replaced by the endless wilderness. I'm back. Only then did Yi Qiyan stretch, open the chat room, and find his private message interface flickering. Someone had sent him a message. Private chat notifications between train conductors only appeared after adding them as friends. Regular private chats would not trigger a notification. This meant there was only one person who could have sent the message. Shangguan, do you still need water? Transaction with Shangguan. What do you need? Let me say this up front, I no longer have any firearms to trade with you. Qiyan tapped the illuminated screen, sending the message. After a long pause with no reply, Qiyan initially thought the other party wouldn't trade again and was about to close the private chat when a message came through. Sorry, I was just taking a bath. A bath? Qiyan silently looked in the direction of his water tank. How much water did this woman have to be so wasteful? He wasn't even that extravagant. No problem, so what do you want to trade? You should have seen what I just said. Inside Shangguan train. A young woman with waist-length black hair stood up from a wooden tub that occupied most of the train car. She coiled her long hair, her light blue eyes showing no emotion. 32 kilograms of wood, 50 kilograms of metal, and 40 mechanical parts. You should have these things. Qiyan raised an eyebrow, not answering the question, but instead retorted. These materials are for upgrading the train, right? How are you so sure I have them? Moreover, even if I do, why wouldn't I use them to upgrade my own train? Because I hate trouble. Before contacting you, I had already collected some materials, but it would take too much time and require interacting with too many people, which I don't like. As for why I looked for you, I think you're the only one who can produce different materials all at once right now. I calculated that you've sold over 20 rifles, and the traded items, aside from food and water, are just various materials, aren't they? What she said was largely true, but not entirely. Because Qiyan hadn't sold just over 20 rifles, but double that, over 40, to be exact. As for the resources she wanted, Qiyan did indeed have them. But he wasn't interested in just exchanging them for water, as the current water in his tank was temporarily sufficient, and he even had a way to make it drinkable. He had learned this method in the chat room. Rubbing sticks to make fire, then boiling the water. Regardless of the taste, boiled water wouldn't cause someone to die from diarrhea. Of course, unless he absolutely had no water to drink, he wouldn't try that method. Shangguan was silent for a moment. She dried herself and sent a screenshot. This should be enough. Purification device, level 1. Can filter and purify sewage. Can purify 1 kilogram per hour. Seeing the content in the screenshot, Qiyan rubbed his eyes. Purification device? It was something like this? No wonder this woman was already luxurious enough to start taking baths. She probably got this device at the first station. Even the water used for bathing could be filtered and recycled. And, not just one. No, she should have the blueprint for this device, otherwise, why would she be willing to trade it? You have the blueprint? This device should be enough to exchange for the resources I need, right? She neither admitted nor denied it. Qiyan put away his surprise. While the blueprint for the purification device was precious, it belonged to someone else. He was already lucky enough, there was no need to envy others. We can trade. The two completed the transaction. Upon receiving the purification device, Qiyan found that it fit perfectly between the sewage tank and the purified water tank of his water storage. After activating the device, the purified water would automatically flow into the purified water tank to accumulate. This saved him a lot of trouble. Sublimation. After using sublimation so many times, Qiyan roughly understood its rules. Small, level 1 items didn't consume too much stamina. Enhanced purification device, level 2. Can purify 3 kilograms of water per hour, can purify non-fresh water. After one level of sublimation, the effect tripled, and it gained the ability to purify non-freshwater, meaning even seawater could be purified. Qiyan was overjoyed. On a whim, Yi Qiyan sent another message to Shangguaningshui. Are you able to upgrade your train yet? Can you tell me what happens after upgrading? He was curious what upgrade options others would get after upgrading their trains. Would they be the same as his? Shangguaningshui hesitated for a moment. Okay. Soon, a screenshot was sent to Yi Qiyan. Level 2 train upgrade options. 1. Low-level carriage blueprint, 0 train coins. 2. Welding tool set, 2 train coins. 3. Wooden bed blueprint, 1 train coin. 4. Train stop time increase by 1 hour, 2 train coins. Options 1 and 4 were the same as his upgrade, but the other 2 were different. So that's it. The carriage blueprint and stop time are fixed, while the remaining 2 are random, and their quality isn't the same either. Shangguaningshui's 2 random options were much worse than the options he had received. Yi Qiyan nodded in understanding, then saw Shangguaningshui send another message. Do you have train coins? No. Then are you still buying water? Yi Qiyan's mouth twitched twice. If it were before, he might have bought some for backup, but now, considering the other party had started bathing in the bathwater would definitely be recycled with the purification device, it meant buying more would be buying her bathwater. No. Alright. The chat ended. Yi Qiyan knew the other party wanted to buy train coins from him to purchase options, but he didn't even have enough for himself, so how could he trade them? Besides, he still had one option he hadn't chosen yet. Train burst acceleration device blueprint, 5 train coins. One of the options unlocked after the train reached level 2. 5 train coins would likely take several stations for an ordinary person to accumulate. But Yi Qiyan, having just passed the second station, had already gathered enough capital to buy all the options. Purchase, train burst acceleration device blueprint. Cost, 5 train coins. Current remaining train coins, 4. Train burst acceleration device. Construction requires 50 kilograms metal, 200 mechanical parts. After constructing the device, acceleration bullets can be crafted using materials. Using acceleration bullets can increase the train's speed to 3 times its original speed for 10 minutes. So expensive, as expected for a blueprint that costs 5 train coins. However, he was only missing some parts. And he just happened to be able to afford it. After passing the second station, the items on the trading platform had become much richer. And what most people needed now was food and water, which he happened to have. Yi Qiyan might be picky about those few barrels of compressed biscuits, but that didn't mean they were worthless. The third stop, Doomsday Town. It took him 7 biscuits and a lot of persuasion to gather enough mechanical parts from others. As expected, it's quite troublesome. Looking at the resources in his hand, Yi Qiyan shook his head. It was no wonder Shangguaningshui hated trading, he also disliked haggling with people, constantly changing prices back and forth for a tiny bit of food. It was truly a waste of time. He placed the resources into the processing table, and the blueprint for the acceleration device glowed with a deep blue light. Soon, machinery and metal merged, and a complex mechanical device appeared before Yi Qiyan. Train burst acceleration device. Note, can only be installed on the main body of the train. Placing it next to the control system will automatically install it. After installation, it can produce acceleration bullets. Acceleration bullet can be used up to 3 times daily. Production requires 1 kilogram of metal, 20 mechanical parts, 1 train coin. Making bullets actually requires train coins? Yi Qiyan felt a bit helpless. I wonder what it will become after sublimation. Stamina, 55, spirit, 70. His stamina and spirit had recovered somewhat after eating the white forest fruit, enough for 1 sublimation. Let's try. After consuming 30 points of stamina and 40 points of spirit, the acceleration device changed. Red triple speed train acceleration device. Standardized acceleration bullet, can be used up to 5 times daily, can increase the train's speed to 3 times its original speed within 10 minutes. The number of uses became 5, but the speed remained unchanged. However, its potential seemed to be exhausted, meaning it couldn't undergo further sublimation. Following the prompt, Qiyan placed the acceleration device in front of the control system. A silver-white halo enveloped the device, and then a black hole rose from the control panel. That was where the bullets were to be inserted. A bit expensive. Qiyan spent 2 train coins to produce 2 acceleration bullets. He felt a pang of regret looking at the silver-white bullets, each as thick as a baby's arm. He put away the only 2 remaining coins. Although he really wanted to test the power of the accelerated bullet, he decided against it. He wasn't that extravagant yet. With everything settled, it was time to rest. Speaking of which, are the side effects of low spirit just empty words? How come I've never felt them? Stamina, 100, spirit, 100. Finally, everything is full. After resting all night, Qiyan yawned and got up from the warm, temperature-controlled carriage. He washed his face, hummed a little tune, and walked to the end of the carriage. He dug a seed out of the grayish-white soil, looked at its unchanging appearance, and nodded. Let's try sublimation. I hope it speeds up its growth. Stamina, 70. Blessed white forest fruit tree seed. 3 days to break ground, 3 days to grow, 3 days to mature. After maturing, it can bear 1 blessed white forest fruit daily. This actually works, and even the fruit was sublimated? Qiyan felt it. The seed's potential wasn't enough to support the next sublimation, but he could try again once they grew up. Digging a pit, burying the soil, watering. As Qiyan was about to return to the front of the train to enjoy breakfast, he stopped when he passed the garbage recycling device. Speaking of which, I think I said I'd sublimate you. Seeing the small robot, which looked entirely like a large matchbox and wasn't activated, Qiyan leaned down and tapped its iron head a few times. Sublimation. As usual, Qiyan had intended to use stamina for sublimation, but for some reason, the consumed stamina was like a mudox entering the sea, with no trace left. Sublimation failed? Qiyan frowned. This was the first time such a thing had happened. He tried again, this time not consuming stamina, but using spirit. Spirit, 60. The familiar halo began to emerge, and the power of sublimation enveloped the small robot. GT1, Automatic Treasure Hunting Robot. Upon reaching the platform, it will automatically leave the train to locate treasure chests within the platform. Treasure chests that cannot be obtained will be drawn on a map and given to the owner for self-retrieval. Can be repaired by consuming mechanical parts if damaged. Each use consumes 1 train coin. Will forcibly return to the collection station before the end of each stop. A pair of camera-like eyes rose from the matchbox, rotated 360 degrees, and finally locked onto Qiyan's face. Owner information confirmed. Train conductor ID E3-1102, Qiyan. Please name GT1. If not named, it will automatically be named GT1. Qiyan looked at its appearance and inexplicably thought of a character from a movie he had seen in his previous world. Wall-E? Naming complete. Initiating sleep. Please consume train coins to awaken upon reaching the platform. More train coins. Acceleration bullets required train coins, and the sublimated small robot also did. Next time he upgraded the train, he would also have to spend train coins to buy upgrade options, and it was even possible that some sublimated item would also require train coins. Qiyan always felt like he was going to be running at a deficit. Oh, right, at this time, many people probably don't know the effect of train coins yet. He suddenly thought of something, jogged back to the front of the train, opened the control system, and searched for keywords in the chat room. Train coins. Have you guys opened treasure chests? What are the train coins inside for? Who knows, maybe they're the currency of this world, and you can buy things at some platforms. You guys are so lucky, you've even opened treasure chests. I don't even know what a treasure chest looks like. What's the use of opening them? There's not even anything to eat. 2 consecutive stops have been garbage platforms. If this continues, we'll be eating dirt. Indeed, they had no idea of the value of train coins, they were still worried about survival. 1 compressed biscuit plus 1 bottle of drinking water, exchanged for 1 train coin. He listed the food and water on the trading platform. After watching for a while, he didn't pay any more attention. With this fixed price trade, it was best if someone bought it, and he wouldn't lose anything if no one did. Train time, 12:30 in the afternoon. The next stop selection prompt for the crossroads appeared punctually before Qiyan. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose a stop from the following 2 platforms. Platform 1, Doomsday Town, Level 2 Quest Platform. Platform 2, Goblin Village, Level 2 Hunting Platform. Quest Platform? This was another new type of platform. Compared to fighting goblins, which was likely to be a thankless task, Qiyan felt that option 1 suited him better. Platform selection complete. Please sit down and hold on tight. The third stop the train will arrive at is Doomsday Town. The train was accelerating. The space ahead gradually became void. When the countdown reached 0, the surrounding world completely changed. Current platform, Doomsday Town. Docking countdown, 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This stop, dangerous. Platform mission. Hiss. The train stopped, and Qiyan looked out the window. The world at this station was not as dark as the previous 2, on the contrary, the high-hanging sun in the sky illuminated the entire land brightly. This place was completely different from the previous 2 stations. The streets outside were full of dark red traces, and abandoned cars were jammed together. Doomsday Town. True to its name. Hey, Wally, time to get to work. Wally, activating. Qiyan, with a pained expression, dropped a train coin into Wally's coin slot. Watching it wobble away through the recycling device, Qiyan seriously doubted whether it would be snatched up by a monster appearing there and used as a toy. Oh, what's the platform world's mission? The question was quickly answered. Observing through the train window, Qiyan saw a corpse clutching a backpack, and within that backpack, a parchment, stirred by the wind, was visible. Something was clearly written on that parchment, but it was too far to see clearly. Standing in front of the train door, Qiyan checked his equipment one last time. Food, water, a refined rifle on his back, a blacklight handgun and a sharp dagger at his waist, and finally, the advanced ceramic plate bulletproof vest obtained from the treasure chest at the previous station. He had also sublimed this bulletproof vest, transforming it from a bulky, barrel-like garment into a true vest without reducing its protective capabilities. Fully armed, he pressed the button. The train door opened, he stepped out, and closed the door behind him. Only the train conductor himself could open the train, so he wasn't worried about anything sneaking in. A wave of intense heat washed over him, and the air was filled with a strange smell, like rotten salted fish mixed with long-decayed bread. Walking over to the corpse, Qiyan used his gun barrel to pry open the backpack, revealing the full appearance of the parchment inside. As you can see, I am a great delivery man. Qiyan silently looked at the corpse lying on the ground. Great? Delivery man? He couldn't see it at all. As a delivery man for Run Company, I bear the heavy responsibility of transporting supplies in this doomsday world, and only we can walk freely in this doomsday world, but well, I should be dying. It wasn't hard to imagine that this delivery man had been quite humorous in life. But the mission of a delivery man cannot be violated. Whoever you are, after seeing my message, please deliver the contents of my backpack to the silverware shop in the southeast corner of this town. As long as you deliver the item and present my Run badge, the reward for this delivery job will be yours. Of course, you don't have to deliver it either, whatever, I'm going to die anyway. Are you really not going to deliver it? The reward is very good. Our Run Company is the best company in the entire wasteland. A delivery man? So, this was the platform world's mission? What's in the backpack? Curious, Yi Qiyan fully opened the backpack. What he saw, besides the parchment, was a well-preserved cake in a sealed transparent box. 4 words were written on it with jam. Happy birthday. Birthday? Yi Qiyan silently picked up the backpack. From its state of decay, this delivery man had been dead for a long time. No birthday for him, but the cake can still be eaten. He found a very mechanical-looking badge in the backpack. The image on the badge, formed by gears and metal, was that of a running delivery man. On the back of the badge was a large run symbol. In addition, there was a map of the town, and the red dot marked on the map should be the destination. Putting away the cake and the badge, Yi Qiyan headed towards his destination, guided by the map. The road was littered with skeletal corpses, and dark red bloodstains told of the terrible events that had once occurred. What's that? He saw a hyena feeding on a dead body. Speaking of which, this was his first time seeing a living creature other than himself in a survival world. Wait, was it really a living creature? The hyena seemed to hear a sound and turned its head towards Yi Qiyan. It was then that he saw it was no living dog, its head was rotten, its heart exposed. This was clearly an undead dog. Roar! The undead dog let out a strange howl and then charged towards Yi Qiyan. Calm down. Calm down. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he raised his handgun and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. He wasn't a sharpshooter, although only one of the 5 bullets hit the undead dog. The powerful impact was enough to blow it into a bloody pulp. No, I need to leave quickly. The gunshots were loud, likely audible throughout the entire town, and monsters like these undead dogs might already be closing in. Fortunately, the monsters he encountered weren't very intelligent. With a slight detour, Yi Qiyan successfully reached his destination, the silverware shop. To his surprise, there were no traces of any monsters nearby. Somewhat strange. Is there really anyone here? Looking at the tightly closed door of the shop, it was hard not to suspect that the people inside had long since died in the mouths of the monsters. Outside. Just as he was contemplating whether to just pry open the door, the rolling shutter door in front of him suddenly opened a crack. Yi Qiyan immediately raised his rifle and aimed at the gap. Don't shoot. I'm a human, not a zombie. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, the person inside quickly replied in a hoarse voice. Are you the owner of this shop? Unable to see the person inside clearly, Yi Qiyan simply took out the badge. I am a delivery man from Run Company. The previous delivery man died en route, and I'm taking over his delivery. When out and about, one's identity is self-assigned. In this unfamiliar doomsday wasteland, a delivery man seemed to command more respect. The rolling shutter door went up a little more, revealing the face of a scruffy, middle-aged man in his 40s. Hey, I know you're a delivery man. The only people who dare to be outside now, besides delivery men, are lunatics and monsters. Please come in quickly. Yi Qiyan didn't move, still pointing his gun at the man's head. He took out the perfectly sealed cake from his backpack. No need to go in. Here's the item, where's the reward? The uncle stared at the cake for a moment. What a pity, if only it had been a little earlier. Reward, yes, reward. I'll go get it for you now. He turned and left, and soon after, a box was extended from under the rolling shutter door, revealing its contents. Yi Qiyan was very familiar with that item. Train coins? 3 train coins lay quietly there. Could it be that train coins were the universal currency in all platform worlds? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the natives of this world would also have such things. Just as Yi Qiyan was about to put away the train coins, the man inside the rolling shutter door suddenly reached out and grabbed his gun barrel. Monster Diary. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Feeling the tug on the barrel, Yi Qiyan didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! Roar! A severed hand flew out, and the rolling shutter door was blown open. Only then did he finally see that the man inside the door was already bloated, with only a human face and the arm he had just shot off vaguely. resembling his original appearance. You're too late. Too late. Why didn't you come sooner? My daughter just wanted a cake. Why did you useless deliverymen take so long? Go to hell. Calm down. Yi Qiyan took a deep breath, staring at the monster charging at him, and continued to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 3 consecutive shots hit. Although his marksmanship was terrible, the opponent was too large and so close. But even the upgraded rifle's power didn't penetrate the monster's hard body. A punch to Yi Qiyan's chest sent him flying. Yi Qiyan gritted his teeth and got up, feeling his stomach churn. If not for the reinforced bulletproof vest as a buffer, he would have probably fainted directly from that blow. The monster shrieked and charged again. Bang! Another shot. Useless. I'm not afraid of your bullets. More bullets answered him. Bang, bang, bang. Is that so? Why don't you look down? Yi Qiyan chuckled, and the monster subconsciously lowered its head, only to see its body riddled with holes. How is that possible? Who? Blowing on the muzzle, Yi Qiyan stood up, clutching his stomach, the blacklight enchanted handgun in his hand emitting a faint glow. The blacklight enchanted handgun consumes stamina to transform into armor-piercing rounds. Yi Qiyan walked up to the monster, aimed the dark muzzle at its head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Phew, no wonder there were no monster tracks here. It's because this is a big monster's territory, right? After a short rest, Yi Qiyan stepped over the monster's corpse, picked up the overturned cake on the ground, shook his head regretfully, and then put it and the 3 train coins next to it into his backpack. What a waste! He walked to the rolling shutter door and fully opened it. The scene inside was surprisingly clean. It really is a silverware shop. Silver crossbow bolts, spearheads, and even crucifixes were casually placed. On a cabinet, Yi Qiyan found a diary. March 1st, my daughter's birthday is in 10 days. I found 3 coins inside a broken train engine outside of town. The old people in town say these coins can let the run company's deliverymen bring us unimaginable delicacies. I'm going to buy a cake for my daughter. Her illness will surely be cured if she eats the cake. After all, it's something we can't imagine. March 5th, my daughter's illness is getting worse. She just wants a cake. Oh, great deliveryman, please come quickly. March 9th, my daughter is really looking forward to the cake tomorrow, but, deliveryman, where are you? March 11th, my daughter died. She didn't get to eat that cake. Before she died, she asked me what cake tastes like. I told her it was sweet. Sweet, what does that taste like? Actually, I don't know either. She died, and I could only bury her in the backyard so she wouldn't turn into an undead monster. March 15th, hee hee hee. Why hasn't the deliveryman come yet? I really want to see it, hee hee. If there was a cake. The diary stopped here, followed by blood-red tearing marks. Apparently, after March 15th, this man completely lost his mind and turned into that monster. Walking to the back door, Yi Qiyan saw a tombstone standing in the yard. He placed the cake in front of the tombstone. This can be considered completing the quest, right? The reward for the quest was the 3 train coins in his hand. This stop seemed to be the end of the line. But one thing made Yi Qiyan a little concerned. Outside the town, the broken train engine. Could that be something left behind by a train conductor like him? Or rather, had a train conductor once come to the stop, but remained here forever? Could it be that we aren't the first batch of survivors? Yi Qiyan's heart was filled with doubts, but no one could answer them for him. These silver items, aren't they for fighting vampires? In the corner of the shop, he also found a crossbow. Along with the crossbow bolts, Yi Qiyan put them all into his backpack. So heavy. Taking one last look at the monster's corpse on the ground, Yi Qiyan set off on his return journey. Docking countdown, 35:33. Returning to the train took more time than going to the silverware shop. There were more monsters in the town than he had imagined. If not for the extra hour after the upgrade, he probably would have had to force his way through the monster horde, instead of returning safely as he did now. Undead dogs, undead chickens, undead cats. But no humanoid undead were seen. Wally hadn't returned yet, so Qiyan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Time was still ample, and he was organizing his current gains from this stop. Mystic Silver Crossbow Bolts, Level 2. Deals triple damage to Bloodkin. Mystic Silver Crucifix, Level 2. Pray, maybe it will work? Mystic Silver Ritual Sword, Level 2. Deals irreversible damage to Bloodkin. Besides these three, the remaining miscellaneous items were all recycled using the processing table, ultimately yielding 10 kilograms of Mystic Silver. With this much, in his former world, he could have become a small wealthy person. Among these three Mystic Silver weapons, Qiyan picked up the crucifix, thought for a moment, and began the sublimation process. Stamina, 55. Sanctuary Mystic Silver Crucifix, Level 3. Can release holy light in the dark, possessing immense lethality against bloodkin/evil spirits/demons and other entities. As for the other two, to be honest, Qiyan felt that he couldn't even shoot a handgun accurately, so the crossbow would probably be even less precise. As for engaging in close combat with Bloodkin, he knew his limits. Hanging the crucifix at the front of the train, he casually opened the trading platform and was pleasantly surprised to see that his trade had actually been accepted. Someone actually bought it. Looking at the shiny train coins in his hand, Qiyan grabbed a fruit, ate it, and opened the chat interface. By this time, the other train conductors had already left the platform. Chat room. Number of people, 7,825/10,000. Another 1,000 people had been left behind forever at their third stop. And those who survived still had to face the challenges of survival. Food, water, and medicine. Those who possessed these necessities were ultimately a minority. As for those who wanted to diligently upgrade their train, they were an extreme minority among the minority. The third stop ends. What kind of places were your third stops? I was so scared just now. My third stop was a cave full of spiders, and I didn't dare to get off the train. It was terrifying. I was lucky. At the third stop, I only encountered a few wild dogs. I bought a gun from a big shot, so I managed to kill them and even got some meat to eat. Sigh, I really envy you guys who can buy guns from Big Shot Yi. Oh, by the way, why isn't Big Shot Yi saying anything? He's collected so many resources, hasn't he broken through to level 2 yet? What big shot? That Qiyan is just a short-sighted fellow. My big brother Li Shaosheng is about to upgrade his train to level 2. Just you wait and see. A familiar name appeared. Li Shaosheng. Qiyan remembered him saying he would complete his upgrade within 3 stops. Now it was exactly the third stop. Had he not completed his upgrade yet? Just as Qiyan was curious, a message in the chat room suddenly caught his attention. Li Shaosheng, I have completed my train upgrade. Here are my train's attributes after upgrading, and the upgrade options I received. As the first person to upgrade, I am now inviting companions with train coins to join the alliance I created. Those who join first will be provided with food and water for today. The chat room exploded. Damn it! Big shot, please take me with you. It's over, I used my 1 train coin to buy food and water. Whoever made that trade, I'll return the water. Can you return my train coin? What are train coins? Qiyan didn't pay attention to what Li Shaosheng said. His attention was entirely on the screenshot the other party sent, or more precisely, on the upgrade options. 1. Low-level carriage blueprint, 0 train coins. 2. Wooden automatic fishing rod blueprint, 1 train coin. 3. Minimum sustenance rations 1-day recipe, 2 train coins. 4. Train stop time increase by 1 hour, 2 train coins. Indeed, the first and fourth options after upgrading were the same. Yi Qiyan was now completely certain of this. Fishing rod, and sustenance rations. This guy has good luck. Rations were useless to him, but a fishing rod might not be. What if he went to a station where he could fish one day, and without a fishing rod, he could only stare blankly? But there was no need to rush. It was better to buy such things when they were actually needed. Anyway, with the crossroads of fate, he could always know the station's information and make his choice half an hour earlier than others. It's also time to sublimation the train again. Previously, not continuing to sublimation the train was not only to wait for his stamina to recover, but more importantly, he didn't have enough train coins to buy anything in the upgrade options. After building the acceleration device, manufacturing 2 acceleration bullets, and inserting coins to activate Wall-E, he only had 1 train coin left. Now, he got 3 from the monster in the silverware shop, so that made 4 train coins. If Wall-E could successfully find the treasure chest at this stop, he could even get more. Yi Qiyan felt he could definitely give it a try. Just as he was about to try to sublimation the train, the sound of tracks moving outside the train made him stop. He looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Wall-E, holding a candy box stained with dark red marks, swaying into the recycling device. Injured? Seeing the several bite marks on Wall-E's body, their depth clearly indicated they weren't made by ordinary animals. He didn't have time to pay attention to what it was holding. Yi Qiyan looked up and out of the carriage. More than 10 undead dogs actually appeared outside the train, slowly wandering. Behind them, several monsters similar to the previous zombie monster in the silverware shop and that uncle were limping towards the train. Bang! Yi Qiyan helplessly tapped Wall-E on the head. Stupid thing, you even attracted monsters. Wall-E didn't understand. It just silently raised its hand and handed the candy box to Yi Qiyan. Forget it, considering your contribution. Level 2 treasure chest can be opened. Yi Qiyan picked up the treasure chest, a smile on his face. Although he was surrounded by monsters outside, he wasn't flustered at all. This was just a level 2 station. And on his train, there was a level 4 defensive structure. The moment the monsters approached within 100 meters of the train, the red light sphere in the warning outpost locked onto them. Red circles formed under the monsters' feet. The equipped long guns extended from the darkness. Bullets fired, continuous shots accurately hitting the weak points of these monsters with every single shot. In less than 10 seconds, the humanoid monsters, along with the undead dogs, all fell. Yi Qiyan ate a white forest fruit, watching all this with no particular joy on his face. 8 minutes and 12 seconds. There were still 8 minutes until departure. The gunshots just now were undoubtedly louder than those at the silverware shop. It was likely that all the monsters in this entire town would come. As expected, more and more monsters surrounded the train from all directions. Their bodies were fragile, the warning device only needed 1 shot to shatter their skulls. Larger humanoid monsters, whose defense was no match for the silverware shop owner, only needed 3 shots. It had to be said, the warning device's marksmanship was much better than his. 1 second. The countdown was about to end. As the monsters pursued from behind, Yi Qiyan's train began to move forward. Passing through the void space, in just a blink of an eye, the scenery of Doomsday Town disappeared, and the endless wilderness once again returned to Yi Qiyan's sight. Ding dong! The broadcast sounded at this moment. All survivors leave the 3rd station. Trade system restrictions lifted, trading can now be done within the station. Novice protection period ends, survival mode activated. Please pay attention to safe night driving. Survivors whose train speed is below 30 km per hour will enter a dangerous state. Please upgrade your train as soon as possible. Good luck to you all. May you all survive. The chat room exploded again. And this time, it exploded even louder. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What does this mean? Survival mode? Dangerous at night? Will monsters appear in the wilderness too? It's over, it's over, it's over. I exchanged all my resources for food. Ah! Save me! Someone save me! I don't want to die. Brotherly! Brotherly, help! Please give me some upgrade materials. I've already joined your alliance. TCH, a bunch of idiots. I've known all along that this world wouldn't let us off so easily. All the resources collected over these 3 stops haven't been sold. What's truly concerning isn't the time issue? Why was the broadcast sent an hour later, just like at the end of the first stop? Someone must have already upgraded their train, right? Didn't that Li Xiaosheng just send a screenshot? After upgrading to level 2, you can increase the station stop time? But that's impossible to upgrade at the first stop, right? Certainly not. No one could complete an upgrade at the first stop. After all, the trade system wasn't even enabled at the station then. However, didn't Li Xiaosheng just say he was the first to upgrade? It seems there are other experts too. Storage unit compartment. Unlike the lively chat room, Yi Qiyan's attention wasn't on it at the moment. Third stop, Doomsday Town, ended, killed 11 mutated humanoid zombies, 28 undead dogs, zombie cats. Kill rating, A grade. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Town Liberator. Received quest reward, 1 carriage exchange voucher. So, this was the quest for the station platform? Looking at the text on the light screen in front of him, and then at the grimy Wally. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have missed these. He patted Wally's iron head. A carriage, huh? He held the translucent voucher in his hand, which depicted a carriage. Having enjoyed the constant temperature carriage for a few days, Yi Qiyan was quite looking forward to a new carriage. Sublimation. Carriage exchange voucher. Special carriage exchange voucher. Can be exchanged for a level 2 special carriage? Use. The voucher burned in mid-air. Obtained level 2 carriage, low-level storage carriage. Storage carriage has 48 storage units. Any unit can store an unlimited quantity of a single type of item. Cannot store living beings. This was a good thing. Thinking back to when he first started collecting resources, wood and metal were piled everywhere, and there wasn't even space for him to sleep in the train's front. With this carriage, he could greatly free up the train's space. It can be sublimated one more time. He was eager to use his talent again. Arriving at the end of the second carriage. Through the window, he saw a carriage descend precisely from mid-air, landing on the tracks and connecting with his train. The door at the connection opened. Walking inside, 48 storage-like units were evenly placed on both sides of the carriage. Sublimation. Stamina, 5530, Spirit, 8055. Upgrading a level 1 ordinary carriage to a level 2 special carriage consumed 20 stamina points, while upgrading a level 2 special carriage to level 3 consumed a total of 50 points. It was more than double. Yi Qiyan's body once again fell into a state of exhaustion, but his eyes shone with a different kind of brilliance. Storage unit carriage, level 3. Has 51 storage units. Unlimited storage in any unit. Items placed within will not decay, be damaged. Cannot store living beings. 3 units within the storage carriage can be accessed by the train conductor at any location. After sublimation, the storage carriage only seemed to have gained 3 more units and the non-decaying attribute. But these 3 units were not just ordinary additions. Accessible by the train conductor at any location? Wasn't this a personal space? He eagerly placed a few white forest fruits into one of those 3 units. Yi Qiyan returned to the train's front. At his will, with a slight touch in the air, a white forest fruit appeared in his hand, fresh and juicy. Evidently, this sublimation was a huge gain. Eating white forest fruits to recover stamina, Yi Qiyan threw all the resources from the carriage into the ordinary units. The train space instantly became much cleaner and more spacious. As for the 3 special units, one was naturally for storing white forest fruits, and in the other 2, Yi Qiyan only placed some bullets and drinking water. This way, when he left the train to explore the station platform, his burden would be much lighter. Oh right, there's also the treasure chest. Taking out the level 2 treasure chest Wally brought back for him, Yi Qiyan calculated briefly. Upgrading a level 3 treasure chest to level 4 required 55 points. Level 1 to 2 was 37 points, so level 2 to 3 would be at most a little over 40 points. Just a little more effort, and it would be enough. Sublimation. Stamina, 30-20 Spirit, 55-20. Warning. Entering exhaustion state. Warning. Entering rationality dissipation state. He was right, the 45 points of mental energy were consumed. Yi Qiyan gasped for breath, his eyelids heavy, forcing himself to use his last bit of strength to look at the treasure chest in front of him. The candy box in front of him had changed after being appraised again. Level 3 treasure chest can be opened. Open level 3 treasure chest. Obtain train coins, 6. Obtained, Zombie Slayer, level 3. 3 vials of virus serum. Windproof lighter. The 3 rewards were neither good nor bad. The Zombie Slayer was a chainsaw sword modified from an electric saw, providing a 3x damage bonus against zombie-type monsters. As for the remaining 2, their functions were just as their names suggested. The serum might be useful. As for a windproof lighter obtained from a level 3 treasure chest, in a sense, it was also quite valuable. But that wasn't important. He had obtained 6 more train coins from the level 3 treasure chest, bringing his total to a full 10 train coins. At this moment, it was impossible for anyone to have more than him. He would claim all the upgrade options that appeared for the next train upgrade. But before sublimation, he had something important to do. That was sleep. He was tired. 10 stamina points. This was the first time he had pushed himself so hard. He truly felt the discomfort of exhaustion. As for the warning about rationality dissipation, he didn't feel anything at all. While Yi Qiyan rested, the chat room remained incredibly lively. Countless people were buying materials to upgrade their trains from each other. But how many people were truly qualified to buy them? If only upgrading could ensure survival, then among the remaining thousands of people, even 1/10 surviving would be considered lucky. Soon, someone discovered that the train broadcast only required a speed of 30 km per hour, but after upgrading, the speed was a full 40 kilometers. So, did that mean the train could upgrade parts related to speed individually, namely, the wheels? Someone tried it. Using 1/5 of the metal and 1/3 of the mechanical parts required for a full train upgrade, they actually managed to upgrade the wheels individually, bringing the speed up to the required 30 km per hour. As soon as this news appeared, metal and mechanical parts immediately became the most sought-after resources. Almost everyone wanted to buy these 2 materials. Even if doing so would lead to more materials being consumed for the overall train upgrade. But to survive, who cared about so much? And before this, Li Xiaoshang, who had just talked about forming an alliance to collect train coins, now had a very grim expression. Who was the person who upgraded their train before him? How could anyone accumulate materials faster than me? I'm supposed to be the chosen one. On his personal interface, there was a line of text for his talent. Resource radar. Before arriving at the next station platform, you must choose one basic train resource. That type of resource is highly likely to appear for collection at the next station platform. Metal, mechanical parts, wood. It took Li Xiaoshang 3 stations to collect all the resources needed for the upgrade. He couldn't understand who could be faster than him. Class 3 train, another record breaker. Bang bang. So noisy. Intense gunfire echoed in the wilderness. Yi Qiyan was woken by the sound. He tiredly opened his eyes, his gaze instinctively falling to the window, where pairs of crimson eyes pursued the train beneath the night sky. What the hell is that? Scared me to death. The terrifying sight instantly sobered him up. He quickly went to the front of the train, only to find that the alarm system had already been activated. Wait, is this what the broadcast meant by night danger? Qiyan recalled what the broadcast had said after the third station. Crimson Moon Wolf, Level 1. Hunting speed, 25 km per hour. Looking at the monster information identified by the train, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, if the train's speed exceeded 30 kilometers, it would not be deemed in a dangerous state. And a level 2 train could reach a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry too much about being caught by these monsters. Washing his face with water and letting the cold air blow on him, Qiyan was completely awake. 1 hour 44 minutes and 13 seconds. 1 in the morning. His sleepiness was completely gone. Opening the chat room, his pupils constricted the moment he saw the number of people. 4,130/10,000. Wait, how many people were there during the day? He vaguely remembered it was over 7,000, almost 8,000. In other words, during the time he was asleep, over 4,000 people had already died in the wilderness? And that number was still increasing. A chill instantly sent cold sweat down Qiyan's back. Upon closer thought, the dangers at night were far more brutal than those at the stations. If the train's speed couldn't exceed 30 kilometers per hour, they would be caught by these monsters and become their meal. But among the survivors who had gone through 3 stations, how many could truly reach level 2? Only those who survived this night of terror could truly be considered survivors. To survive, they had to put all their effort into upgrading the train and exploring the stations. It was almost impossible to hide in the train as before. Forcing himself to calm down, a message notification in the private chat interface caught his attention. Shangwaningshua, are you still alive? Just woke up. What do you want to buy? Before long, the other party replied. My bullets are used up. I can't sell those, I don't have many left either. Qiyan rejected Shangwaningshua's trade. With the alarm system, his bullet consumption had skyrocketed. Just the final massacre at the third station alone had cost him nearly 70 bullets. By his calculations, Qiyan now only had a little over 300 rounds, so he couldn't possibly sell any more. Don't you have a blueprint for bullets? Of course not. If only I did. Understood. Goodbye. The chat ended. Shangwaningshua's decisive personality made communication truly easy. Qiyan sat in his chair and opened his personal information. Stamina, 82, Spirit, 110. It recovered. Wait a minute? The hand closing his personal information hovered in mid-air. He rubbed his eyes, looking at the 2 crucial stats, stamina and spirit, and pinched himself. My spirit limit increased? What's going on? Did I do something? He tried hard to recall what happened before he fell asleep. Aside from completely exhausting his stamina and spirit, nothing else seemed to have happened, right? Qiyan shook his head, hiding the doubts in his heart. Regardless, the increase in spirit was a good thing for him. He stood up and reached out to touch the control panel. It's time. After 3 stations, it was time for his train's next sublimation. An invisible force enveloped the entire train, and his stamina and spirit flowed away wildly like water from an open floodgate. From level 1 to level 2, he only consumed a mere 30 points of stamina. But from level 2 to level 3, it clearly wouldn't be that simple. Stamina, 8252, Spirit, 11050. Train upgrade complete. Current level, 3. Materials required for the next train upgrade, 300 kilograms wood, 300 mechanical parts, 450 kilograms metal, 10 kilograms glass, 5 kilograms gold, 5 kilograms mithril, 1 blazing. Firestone. Upgrade options enabled. Congratulations on breaking the fastest level 3 train record. You have received 1 train conductor module card. 90 points, 3 times more than before. Qiyan rubbed his temples. What about level 3 to 4? Would it also be 3 times the current amount, or even more? But to make him obediently use materials for the upgrade? Forget it. Let's look at the materials needed for the next level. He did have mithril, and gold was also possible to obtain. But what was that blazing firestone? He had never even heard of it. Still, let's first look at the changes after the upgrade. I hope the upgrade options aren't too bad. First, the speed increased from 40 kilometers to 60 kilometers. Next, the chassis, wheels, and frame, needless to say, all reached level 3 strength, capable of resisting more attacks. As before, the important things were the upgrade options and the module card for breaking the record. The difference this time was that it was a train conductor module. View upgrade options. Opening. Options are as follows. 1. Train conductor module card, departure privilege, 3 train coins. 2. Bullet, level 3, manufacturing blueprint, 4 train coins. 3. Energy generator manufacturing blueprint, level 3, 6 train coins. 4. Increase docking time by 1 hour, 1 train coin. This really is getting what I wished for. Looking at the options in the upgrade, Qiyan's heart was already blooming with joy. Excluding the 4th option, which was likely inherent to the upgrade, the other 3 undoubtedly hit his needs. Lacking bullets, a blueprint appeared, and it was level 3. More importantly, there was the blueprint for the generator. Although he didn't need electricity yet, he would definitely use it in the future. The only thing that made Qiyan's heart ache was that he had thought that having 10 train coins would make him a small rich man, but he never expected that he still couldn't buy all the upgrade options at once. He had to make a choice. What is departure privilege? Train conductor module card, departure privilege. After use, you can leave the station 1 hour early. Good stuff. With this module, if he encountered any danger, he could leave the station early, even if it was only 1 hour earlier. After a moment of thought, he pulled out 8 train coins and bought options 1, 2, and 4. Although he really wanted the generator, the other 3 were equally important, especially that module. Bullet blueprint, level 3. Each set requires 3 kilograms metal, 500 G gunpowder. Each set contains 100 bullets. The materials needed to make bullets weren't much, but where could he get gunpowder? There was some for sale on the trading platform, but the quantity was extremely small, not even enough to make 1 set. How about buying it in the chat room? Qiyan shook his head. Even if he were to buy, now wasn't the time. He had more important things to do. Module, departure privilege. Sublimation. Stamina, 32, Spirit, 30. Train conductor module card, departure VIP privilege. The train can be started at any time and leave the station when 3 hours remain on the docking countdown. Advanced module, trial by fire. With his privileges upgraded to VIP, his departure time became much more flexible. Finally, there was the train conductor module card, a reward for breaking the record. Red. Unlike special module cards, the train conductor module card was a blood red color. The pattern on it was not a train, but an abstract eye shape. My stamina and mental energy are both insufficient. Suppressing the urge to activate it immediately, Qiyan lay motionless on the cold train floor. So tired. It seemed that ever since he arrived in this world, he had been constantly exhausted. However, because of this, even in this terrifying wilderness, he could still sleep soundly. Clutching the train conductor module card, Qiyan fell into a deep sleep. Tonight, very few people could sleep. The chase of death plunged the chat room into boundless fear. They're still chasing me, what should I do? I won't be caught, will I? Didn't they say that if the speed exceeds 30 kilometers, nothing will happen? How come there are monsters among them that exceed this speed? The broadcast only said it wouldn't enter a dangerous state, not that it was truly safe. In my opinion, only reaching a speed of 40 kilometers at level 2 can truly be safe. Damn it! If someone hadn't bought all my resources, I would definitely have been able to upgrade to level 2 too. I think those monsters probably can't catch up now, only a few occasional ones are fast enough, thankfully. I bought a gun from a big shot that saved my life. Alas, it's a pity I only have 3 bullets left now. Stop chatting, save your strength. There's still a 4th stop tomorrow, alas. This is only the first night. Will there be more monsters tomorrow? This world never intended for us to live. Let's get some rest. Tomorrow there's still a 4th stop. I hope the 4th stop is a safe platform, at least allowing me to collect resources to strengthen the train. Things did not go as planned. 6 hours and 30 minutes. The train broadcast sounded at this time. E3 block, first night survival ended, number of survivors, 3,825 people. Second night survival will begin in 3 days. Those whose train speed is below 40 km per hour will enter a dangerous state. Please increase your train speed as soon as possible. Friendly reminder, please prepare your defenses. The voice of the broadcast was so gentle, but the words it spoke made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The second night survival in 3 days requires the train speed to reach 40 kilometers? In other words, in the next 3 stops, if they cannot upgrade their train to level 2, elimination is the only path awaiting them. The survivors, who already found it difficult to sleep, now fell into a frenzy. They really don't want us to live. Where am I supposed to get materials? In the first 3 stops, I only encountered a forest at 1 stop, and the remaining 2 stops were even difficult to get off the train. Unfair. It's over, it's really over now. I used everything to exchange for upgrade materials for the wheels. Without wood, without parts, how could I possibly gather enough in 3 stops? Right, brotherly, quickly help me. I'm a member of your alliance, you can't just stand by and watch me die. Right, brotherly, I have train coins. I'll give them to you now. Please help me figure something out. Watching the chat interface filled with pleading messages, Li Xiaoxing's lips curled upwards. He did not lack supplies. As long as he steadily used his talent to increase the resource drop rate, he would only need about 3 more stops to upgrade again. As long as the train's upgrades remained the basic metal, wood, and mechanical parts, his every upgrade would not exceed 3 stops. Although he didn't know who the guy was who had upgraded before him, Li Xiaoxing simply assumed that the other party was just too lucky. He was different, he had worked hard step by step using his unique ability. With this thought, Li Xiaoxing sent a message in the chat interface. Everyone, there's no need to panic. For those who have joined my alliance, I will definitely find a way to help you complete your first upgrade. After saying that, he suddenly thought of someone. Oh right, that guy named Qiyan, he shouldn't be dead, right? He sold so many guns, so logically speaking, he should be close to completing his upgrade. Could it be that the person who got ahead was him? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Li Xiaoxing immediately sent a private chat invitation to Yi Qiyan. Only after sending it did he suddenly realize that he didn't even have Yi Qiyan as a friend. This guy, he didn't even proactively add me? Forget it, considering he has guns, I'll give this guy another chance. Friend request, sent. Then, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Oh, my old back. After sleeping on the floor for most of the night, Yi Qiyan slept uncomfortably. He groggily took a white forest fruit from his storage unit, washed his face, and watered the sapling. He glanced at the time. 8 hours 34 minutes and 44 seconds. I actually slept for so long. Eating the fruit, his mind cleared. Next night survival in 3 days? 40 kilometers, well, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Hiss, why is it so cold today? Yi Qiyan yawned and opened the train window, a biting chill assailing him. Is today's weather a bit strange? In the wilderness these past few days, it had been sunny and cloudless every day. But today, the sun was covered by dark clouds, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed to crush the entire world. Yi Qiyan looked for a moment before retracting his gaze, turning his attention to his right hand. More precisely, the card he held in his right hand. Train Conductor Module Card. The second module rewarded for breaking the record. If not for his double low stamina and mental energy last night, Yi Qiyan wouldn't have waited until now to activate it. Stamina, 82, mental energy, 110. Has my stamina not fully recovered yet? Did I consume too much? Never mind, having mental energy is almost enough. Talent triggered. An invisible force enveloped the red card. Sublimation. He murmured in his heart. A feeling of dissipation emerged from his body. Sublimation complete. Train Conductor Module Card. Train Conductor Advanced Module Card. Mental Energy, 11080. Activate Train Conductor Advanced Module Card. Obtain Train Conductor Advanced Module, Gunfire Judgment. Gunfire Judgment. Master any firearm, greatly increase shooting talent, can consume mental energy to strengthen one bullet. The next shot will make a judgment on the target, increasing power according to the target's wickedness. A strange sensation flooded his mind. Yi Qiyan drew the blacklight handgun from his waist. The previous awkwardness was gone. Holding the gun, he seemed to become a seasoned gunman. A seemingly casual shot could hit the target he wanted to hit. Fourth stop. It actually gave me the marksman ability directly. With this ability, Yi Qiyan felt that if he encountered the zombie monsters from last time again, he wouldn't need to hide anymore. After all the rewards were digested, Yi Qiyan, having nothing else to do, ate a fruit and opened the private chat interface. He had a bit of a reputation among this group of survivors, so perhaps someone would actively come to trade with him. It would be a shame to miss out if there were blueprints or train coins. Li Xiaoshang? Isn't that the guy from 3 stations ago? Inviting me to join the alliance? Alliance? What was that again? Yi Qiyan recalled carefully and finally remembered what Li Xiaoshang's alliance was. Alliance, it just feels unreliable. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qiyan chose to accept Li Xiaoshang's friend request. Although this guy wasn't on the same path as him, he should have some train coins. Trading with him was fine, but he shouldn't get too deeply involved. On the other side, Li Xiaoshang, who was currently fighting with others over fishing rod business, saw the notification that his friend request had been accepted. He remembered he had only actively added one person. Finally decided to contact me, huh? Yi Qiyan, have you made the fishing rod yet? Huh? Seeing the message from Yi Qiyan, Li Xiaoshang frowned. Brother Yi, long time no see. Have you completed your first train upgrade? Are you selling the fishing rod? How many supplies? Yi Qiyan was too lazy to answer his question and continued to state his needs. Haha, of course I'm selling it, but I can also give it to you for free. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and Yi Qiyan was already waiting for his, but that would follow. You just need to join my alliance. All members of my alliance only need to contribute 5 kilograms of wood or 1 train coin, and I will give them 1 day's worth of rations and a fishing rod. You should have seen it before. I can produce survival rations after upgrading to level 2. I know you accumulated a lot of food and water by selling guns, and even took over 100 kilograms of metal from me, presumably to make firearms. But food always runs out, and there will be times when guns are hard to sell. Join my alliance, cooperate with me, arm our alliance members with firearms, and when we can meet in the future, we will immediately become the largest force. Yi Qiyan calmly read through the long message, chewing on a white forest fruit, and typed his reply. So, are you selling the fishing rod? If not, forget it. Li Xiaoshang wasn't the only one selling fishing rods. At the very beginning, there was someone who got the blueprint for a mechanical fishing rod at the first station. That person was still alive and also selling fishing rods, but very few people were willing to buy them. Seeing that Li Xiaosheng didn't reply, Yi Qiyan didn't bother to look anymore. He directly searched for the keyword fishing rod in the chat room and quickly found that person. Are you selling fishing rods? Selling. See, this is the kind of seller people like. Yi Qiyan traded 20 mechanical parts and a biscuit to the other party and got a mechanical fishing rod. Hey, it's even automatic. This is even better than a wooden fishing rod. Yi Qiyan nodded in satisfaction and immediately began to sublimation. Low-level mechanical fishing rod, low-level alluring mechanical fishing rod. No bait needed. When put into water, it will attract fish more easily. Yi Qiyan put the fishing rod aside and saw a new friend request. It was from the person who sold him the fishing rod, named Zhao Lin. He chose to accept. Boom. Time, 12 hours and 30 minutes. A loud noise came from the gloomy sky. Inside the constant temperature carriage, Yi Qiyan looked out the window at the sky. The black clouds were so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. A drop of rain fell from the sky, quickly turning into an endless downpour. Ding dong. The broadcast sounded. Today is a thunderstorm day. All train conductors, please note, the next station will most likely enter a thunderstorm weather platform. It is recommended to wear rain gear. There's such a thing? Does the weather in the wilderness world affect the platforms? It doesn't seem like the same world at all. Yi Qiyan looked at his next fateful crossroads. The crossroads of fate have been triggered. Please choose a stop from the following two platforms. Platform 1, Lightning Goblin Tribe, Level 3 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, Yoyu Manor, Level 3 Mission Platform. Sure enough, the platform level has increased again. When the train upgrades, the platforms also upgrade. And why is it goblins again? Yi Qiyan always felt that he had a strong connection with goblins. He was only on his 4th station, yet there had been 3 goblin-related platforms. At this rate, he felt like there would be a time when he would be forced to choose a goblin platform. Even so, he didn't plan to choose this one. One must know oneself. At least for now, he didn't plan to enter a hunting platform, which seemed quite dangerous. As for the second option, nothing could be seen from the name, but that didn't mean there was no danger. Don't forget that the previous Doomsday Town, as a mission platform, also contained a lot of danger. If it weren't for his excellent equipment and warning devices, no one else would have been able to clear it, let alone complete the hidden mission. Choose Platform 2. Platform selection complete. Please sit tight and hold on. The 4th station the train is arriving at is Yoyu Manor. The train was accelerating. The space ahead was void. Raindrops falling from the sky formed a thin film covering the front of the train, accompanied by thunder and darkness. The surrounding space suddenly underwent a huge change. Current platform, Yoyu Manor. Docking countdown, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, dangerous. Through the train window, Yi Qiyan saw the scene outside. The place where he stopped was a broken winding mountain road. In the dark environment, only the continuous falling raindrops from outside could be heard. A flash of lightning and thunder allowed Yi Qiyan to see a smoking police car and several bodies in police uniforms not far away. It won't be like before, with zombies, will it? Forget it, I'll wake Wally up first. Wally, activate. He put one of the last 2 train coins into Wally. Watching the little robot wobble out of the train, Yi Qiyan began his final preparations to go out. First, there were 3 special storage units. Besides white forest fruit and bullets, the last unit contained the 3 virus serums he had obtained from the previous station and sublimated. Blessed Virus Serum. Can treat zombie virus/vampire transformation/ghost corrosion/disease infection, can restore injuries when damaged. The serum, which originally could only treat zombie viruses, transformed into an alternative health potion after sublimation. Secondly, a pistol, a rifle, a dagger, a bulletproof vest, plus a mithril cross. Fully armed, donning a raincoat he had traded for, Qiyan pressed the door open button. Stormy mansion? Mystery? Weird. He braved the wind and rain, walking directly to the damaged police car. After observing for a while and finding no signs of reanimation in the few corpses on the ground, Qiyan began to search. He eventually found a voice recorder beside the body of a police officer. We received an alarm from Yoyu Manor on Mount Davil. The local rich man, Lavi, died there. Alas, I really don't understand these wealthy people. How many people have died in this manor over the years? Why do people still want to live here? This wretched place takes 2 or 3 days to drive to from my town, it's annoyingly far. However, this wealthy man is one of our police station's investors. No matter how unwilling we are, we must find the murderer who killed him. As long as we find the killer, his daughter will surely provide our police station with more investment. As for the real killer, it's probably Lavi's maid, who knows? If we can't catch the real killer, we'll just use her as a scapegoat. It's not the first time we've done something like this, hee hee. Is this the mission? No, or rather, is this the mission on the surface? Qiyan searched for a while longer and eventually found 2 handguns, 4 magazines loaded with low-grade bullets, and a police stun baton in the police car. If anyone else had found these items, they would have been ecstatic, but unfortunately, they were of little use to him. He threw them back onto the train, took the police badge and the chief's identification, and Qiyan walked up the winding mountain road. Yoyu Manor was not far from where the train stopped. In less than 15 minutes, Qiyan stood before the iron gate of a huge black manor. The security guard at the gate nervously ran over. You, who are you? Qiyan showed his identification and police badge, which, in the dark, rainy weather, was enough to make the other party believe his disguised identity. Oh, it's Chief, please come in. The security guard quickly opened the gate and welcomed Qiyan inside. Chief has finally arrived. Please, you must find the true murderer who killed the master. The security guard looked like he was weeping profusely, making him seem incredibly loyal. How did Mr. Lavi die? The master passed away 4 nights ago. Besides me, there's only his son and daughter, the butler, and a maid in the manor. Chief, I think it was that maid who killed the master. Please, you must arrest her. Qiyan stopped and looked at the security guard beside him. 4 days ago? So, you reported it a day after Mr. Lavi died? Why? The security guard quickly explained. Because it's been raining all week, and the manor's phone lines and internet were affected. We only managed to make a call to you 3 days ago. After that, we've been waiting in the manor, no one dared to leave. Well, isn't this Wuthering Heights? Many of the script-killing games Qiyan had played before had similar settings. However, if it were really that simple, why would this place be rated as a level 3 mission platform? One should know that even a level 2 mission platform already had monsters like zombies. Level 3, is it that ordinary? Qiyan didn't believe it would be that simple. The more ordinary the situation, the more it concealed some unseen danger. Just as the two were about to enter the manor's castle, a sharp scream suddenly came from above. Ah! He looked up at the sound. A bolt of lightning flashed across. A female corpse actually fell from the sky and crashed into the lawn beside them. Blood mixed with rain flowed outwards, forming a crimson stream on the ground. But Qiyan's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the body had fallen from. He saw a shadow that clearly did not belong to a human. And? Do you feel it? The sacred hall mithril cross he wore on his chest was radiating heat. As expected, it's not that simple. Ah! The maid is dead. The security guard beside him screamed in terror. A white-bearded old man immediately ran out of the castle. The moment he saw the old man, the security guard immediately screamed loudly and ran away. It was you! You killed her! The old man's face was ashen. He watched the security guard's figure disappear into the darkness and finally sighed. I'm sorry, you must be amused. I am the butler of this house. Are you the chief from outside? You're really young, alas, another person has died. What on earth is going on? Another? Besides Master Lavi and this lady who just died, has anyone else died? Qiyan forced himself not to look at the bloody corpse on the ground. But the butler seemed to have grown accustomed to it. He picked up the body and walked to the side of the lawn, where there were several seemingly pre-dug graves. He threw the body into one of them. There were 5 graves, and 3 of them already contained bodies. The butler gave a bitter smile. Please come in first, chief. Entering the castle, the cold feeling did not fade. In fact, Qiyan felt as if something was staring at him, sending shivers down his spine. Would you like coffee? Or tea? Hot water will be fine. Please wait. Soon, a cup of coffee was placed in front of Qiyan. He did not drink it but instead directly asked the butler. What exactly is going on here? You said only Master Lavi was dead, but just now? The butler sighed. In the dim candlelight, his bloodshot eyes were truly unsettling. 4 days ago, indeed only the master died. The young lady and young master had a fierce quarrel. The young lady believed the maid killed the master, while the young master and the maid had a secret affair, so he naturally protected her. They had a big fight, and the next morning, I found the young lady's body in the attic. The security guard liked the young lady, and he went crazy that very day. On the 3rd day, the young master also died. Today is the 4th day. I feel that I will also die sooner or later, so yesterday I dug graves for the 5 of us. When I die, at least there will be a place for me to be buried, hee hee. Chief, this manor is cursed. Everyone who lives here will die. I should have advised the master not to buy this place just because it was cheap. Alas, everything is too late, it's all over. You should leave as soon as possible. As expected, the deduction had turned into a supernatural event. Qiyan gripped the cross. If he didn't have this sacred hall cross, he would really want to leave immediately. He took a deep breath and continued to ask. Since this situation has occurred, why do you still remain here? The butler raised his head, forcing a desolate smile. I tried, but I can no longer leave this manor. I can't walk out of the manor's gate. I already told the security guard not to let you in if the chief came, but I'm sorry. If you also cannot leave, I will dig a grave for you. God, he's hungry. What do you mean by that curse you mentioned? The old butler was slightly stunned to see that Qiyan's young face showed no sign of fear. Aren't you afraid? Qiyan stood up and looked at the solid wood staircase leading to the upper floors of the castle. I forgot to tell you, besides being a sheriff, I also work part-time as a pastor. Since something like this has happened, I certainly won't leave easily. He pulled out the mithril sanctuary cross from his. The gentle holy light dispelled the surrounding darkness, and in this light, Qiyan seemed to become the spokesperson of God. The old butler's mouth hung open, and he rubbed his eyes hard, looking at the young man in front of him in disbelief. He was stunned for a good while, and only when the light faded and Qiyan coughed twice did he finally come back to his senses. Praise be to God. We are saved. With his identity as a part-time pastor, Qiyan quickly learned the secret of this manor from the old butler. The first owner of this manor was secretly a bloodthirsty madman. Once, a prey escaped to the police station. The manor owner used his maid as a scapegoat and threw her into prison, where she was tortured for many days by the sheriff, who was in cahoots with him, forced to confess, and then executed by firing squad. Over the next few days, the manor was covered by a thunderstorm night, and all contact with the outside world completely disappeared. When the rainy night passed, the food delivery boss discovered that everyone in the manor had died unnaturally, including the sheriff who had been having an affair with the manor owner's wife at the time. For the next 30 years, the manor changed hands more than a dozen times, and each owner would die unnaturally during a rainy night. The current manor owner, Lavi, did not believe in ghosts and spirits. Although he was quite wealthy, he was a miser. Upon learning that there was such a large manor that was very cheap and even tax-free, he immediately bought it. And then, as you can see, rainy night, communication cut off, death. The only difference is that we successfully contacted an outside police station once and brought you here. Perhaps, you can really break the curse. Where did that maid die? I mean the maid of the first family head. It should be the clock tower at the highest point of the castle. Yi Qiyan already knew what to do. The so-called curse was probably something similar to a bound spirit. So, as long as his cross could defeat that bound spirit, this mission would be easily resolved. He didn't think about what would happen if he couldn't, that was meaningless. Holding the oil lamp, Yi Qiyan followed the old butler up the castle stairs. A chilling aura echoed through the castle, and the dripping sound of rainwater seeping in was even more eerie. Until he reached the uppermost clock tower, the cross he held in his hand unconsciously emitted bursts of heat. It's here. The old butler dared not enter. Yi Qiyan gritted his teeth and stepped into the clock tower alone. The moment he entered the clock tower, he immediately felt something lock onto him and rush towards him. Coming so fast? Dodge! The mithril sanctuary cross emitted a soft light, illuminating the clock tower. A shrill scream pierced the night sky. Clang! Yi Qiyan lowered his head and saw a smooth, translucent skull fall at his feet. It's over? Yi Qiyan always had a somewhat unreal feeling. He pinched his thigh, it hurt, so he wasn't dreaming, or was this a hallucination? He searched here for a while longer, but found nothing except that smooth skull. In other words, it was really over. Looking at the cross in his hand, Yi Qiyan suddenly felt that he might have underestimated it a little. Undoubtedly, this mission platform would be absolutely dangerous for anyone else to explore. But it just so happened that the person who came was Yi Qiyan, and it just so happened that Yi Qiyan had the sublimated sanctuary cross in his hand. Think about it, if he didn't have the ability to sublimate, if he hadn't turned the level 2 mithril cross into the current sanctuary cross, then when? Facing such strangeness, he would have no power to resist. Phew! Yi Qiyan let out a deep breath. In short, although this stop seemed to be ending so hastily, what was wrong with that? He picked up the smooth skull on the ground. Although he didn't know what it was for, since it dropped, there was no reason not to take it with him. You came out? The old butler waiting outside wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had heard the sound from the clock tower, and seeing the skull in Yi Qiyan's hand, he was even more terrified and took several steps back. Don't be afraid, the curse in this manor has been resolved by me. This skull is the body of the curse. God bless, thank you for coming to save us. As he left the top floor with the old butler, the thunderstorm outside showed no signs of weakening, which was normal. A bound spirit that could be instantly killed was not the culprit summoning the thunderstorm. Conversely, it was precisely because such weather appeared that it created that bound spirit. With the manaress lifted, Yi Qiyan had no immediate plans to return. How long had it been? Less than an hour. What kind of place was this? A wealthy man's manor. Although there were no weapons or train coins, there were important things here that other stations didn't have. Food. Not compressed biscuits, but real vegetables and meat. Although white forest fruit was delicious if he ate it every day, there would always be a time when he got tired of it. As a normal human, Yi Qiyan also missed normal meals. Mr. Pastor, this is your reward for saving us. A red gem with no impurities was taken out of the safe by the old butler. This is a treasure that the master obtained when he was young. It is priceless and the most precious thing I know of in this manor. Please, Mr. Pastor, do not refuse. Of course, if you see anything in this manor that you like, you can also take it freely, as this place no longer has an owner. He was waiting for that last sentence. Yi Qiyan accepted the gem and casually waited a few times. It was smooth and cold, like a piece of ice. I'll be going down the mountain soon, but before that, I need to resupply some materials. Can I take some food and water with me? Of course. Walking into their kitchen, Qiyan saw a large pile of fresh meat, eggs, and vegetables in the refrigerator. After filling his backpack, Qiyan hurried towards the train. He made one round trip every 20 minutes, immediately returning after dropping things into the train. The old butler, who was tying up the insane security guard with a rope, was startled when he saw Qiyan suddenly return. Mr. Pastor, is there still a problem with the curse? No problem, it's just that God, the old man, is hungry and asked me to bring some food back. Is that okay? Departure station, new level 4 treasure chest. Qiyan made several trips, moving most of the food and various seasonings from the kitchen. He hadn't forgotten that there were still 2 living people in the manor. So he didn't take everything. On his last trip leaving the manor, the old butler, who had been standing by the iron gate, suddenly called out to him. Mr. Priest! Qiyan stopped and turned to look. He saw the old butler, holding the mad security guard, bow to him. Mr. Priest, thank you for saving our lives. If I have the chance, I will surely repay you. Please take this item. Ah, please don't misunderstand. I'm not implying that you've made too many trips. It's fine even if you empty the manor. I just remembered it now. If you were to leave just like that, I would truly regret it. Fearing Qiyan might overthink, the old butler explained further, handing him a wooden box tied with a ribbon. This is? Qiyan opened the wooden box and was slightly surprised by its contents. The old butler shook his head and sighed as he replied. Judging by your expression, you must know about Run Company, right? This is the currency for trading with them. With these train coins, you can buy anything from them. The master collected them for many years, and in the end, he only had these 3. Since the master is dead, it's better to give them to you, Mr. Priest, as a small token of gratitude for saving our lives. That's right. Inside the box were 3 train coins. But Qiyan was even more surprised by a name. Run Company. The force that appeared in Doomsday Town, was it more than just a simple background? Could it be that he would see this company again at other stations in the future? How vast was this force, then? He couldn't figure it out. Nor did he have more information to support his. Qiyan returned to the train one last time, discarding his raincoat, and smiled at the piled-up food in various pots and pans. Thinking too much was useless, it was better to ensure his own survival. Storing these items in the storage unit meant he didn't have to worry about them spoiling from being left out too long. He set up a barbecue grill in the train, placed a thick, high-quality steak on it, preparing his first proper warm dinner since coming to this world. While grilling, Qiyan also placed containers outside to collect rainwater and began to sort through his special gains from this station so far. Purified bound object, level 3. Can be placed anywhere on the train to ward off evil spirits. Soft ruby, level 1. Expensive. Perhaps some entities would buy it with train coins? Can be used to make ruby-colored train paint. Would anyone really buy something like this with train coins? Qiyan tossed the gem aside, thought for a moment, and then performed sublimation on the skull. Stamina, 5649, Spirit, 9050. An invisible force enveloped the skull. In an instant, his stamina and spirit were depleted. The object in Qiyan's hand no longer resembled a skull, instead, it was a perfectly smooth, glowing jade stone. Pure bound stone, level 4. Placed anywhere on the train, it allows the train to dispel evil spirits, ignore any evil spirit power below its level, and automatically absorb negative effects applied to the train conductor. The abilities after sublimation had undergone a qualitative leap. While still dispelling evil spirits, the level 4 bound stone also gained the effects of absorbing negative effects and ignoring evil spirits below. Level 4. This meant that until he reached level 5, encountering supernatural stations should no longer pose any danger to him. And most importantly, Yi Qiyan did not feel that the stone's potential had been exhausted. It could still be sublimated further. Stop countdown, 42 minutes and 45 seconds. Yi Qiyan, who was enjoying his barbecue feast, heard a sound from the collection station. He looked over to see Wally had just crawled in from the hole below. It was holding a bloodstained gift box in its arms, swaying as it came before Yi Qiyan and handed it over. Level 3 treasure chest, openable. Good job, Wally. I'll get you some oil later. Wally didn't understand these words, it simply returned to the collection station to enter a dormant state. Then, I can leave now. With Wally returning with the treasure chest, there was no longer any reason to stay at this station. Depart from station. Rights activated. The train started. Slowly accelerating, it passed through the void. From one patch of dark thunderclouds to another, Yi Qiyan returned to the endless wilderness. All survivors have left Station 4. In-station chat function enabled. Newbie's inherent hidden module, Newbie Protection, has been disabled. From now on, monsters will also attack the train during the day. The broadcast faded away. The chat room instantly became lively. Damn it! Are they even letting people live anymore? Monsters at night, monsters during the day. Not letting us sleep, huh? Just say you want me dead, no need to torture me like this. Haha, haven't you figured it out yet? This world just wants to see us die, it never intended to give us a way out. Huh? That's strange. Even a level 2 train should have departed some time ago, right? Why is the broadcast only appearing now? Are you trying to say someone reached level 3? Don't joke around. Didn't you see how many materials are needed to reach level 3? No one could possibly gather them all, and it's not even an hour. Maybe the broadcast is just messed up and spoke late. Exactly. It's only been this long, how could anyone have collected so many materials? I'll eat my hat if they have. TSK, monsters during the day now too, but I don't have enough bullets. That big brother who sells guns, speak up, do you still have bullets? I'll trade you bug meat for them. It's high protein, tastes like beef. Are you Bear Grylls? Why are you eating bugs? There were complainers, and there were debaters. After experiencing 4 stations, the remaining people had been forced to adapt to the cruelty of this world. They didn't feel much anger about what the broadcast said, because they were already too numb to be angry. The number of deaths after Station 4 was slightly less than after Station 3. 3,455/10,000. Fewer than 1,000 deaths. Cause for celebration? However, the scroll speed in the chat room was ultimately much slower than at the beginning. Yi Qiyan didn't pay attention to these, his full attention was on the box in his hand. Sublimation. Stamina, 6333, Spirit, 7045. Level 4 treasure chest, openable. Yi Qiyan forked a piece of grilled meat into his mouth and wiped his hands. The last level 4 treasure chest gave him the warning watchtower, he hoped this one wouldn't be too bad either. Open level 4 treasure chest. Obtained, 8 train coins. Rewards in the new level 4 treasure chest. Open level 4 treasure chest. Obtained train coins, 8. Obtained, Watcher Blueprint, level 4. Obtained, Safety Bracelet, level 4. Obtained, Clockwork Monkey Doll Bomb Blueprint, level 4. Obtained, Profane Card, Fragment. 3 items were marked as level 4, and among them were 2 blueprints. Undoubtedly, this chest opening was even luckier than the last. Yi Qiyan eagerly extracted all the items to examine them. Watcher Blueprint. Requires 100 kilograms of metal, 80 kilograms of wood, 150 mechanical parts, 30 electronic components. Can be assembled into any carriage to monitor any part of the train and will issue an alarm if foreign objects invade. It was a very good train structure, but he currently didn't have the electronic components and would need to look for them on the trading platform. Safety Bracelet. Can block one fatal injury, breaks after blocking. The extremely brief description was quite practical. Preserving one's life was undoubtedly the most important thing in this world. Yi Qiyan put the bracelet on his right wrist, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. Clockwork Monkey Doll Bomb Blueprint. Crafting requires 3 kilograms of metal, 40 mechanical parts, 400 grams of gunpowder, 1 kilogram of fiber. Wind it up, and the doll monkey will go to the designated location to self-destruct. 400 grams of gunpowder? I remember 100 bullets only consumed a total of 500 grams. But where on earth can I get some gunpowder? Yi Qiyan shook his head. Having a blueprint but no materials was truly frustrating. I can only try to acquire some. Having made his decision, his gaze fell upon the last reward, something he had never opened before. A 1/3 piece of a black gold card. Profane card, fragment. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize a profane card. Profane card, dot. So mysterious? 3 in 1, which means, at least 3 level 4 treasure chests. No, even level 4 treasure chests aren't guaranteed to drop it. Yi Qiyan toyed with the uniquely textured card for a while. Although he didn't know what would happen after synthesis, it shouldn't be anything simple. Trading platform. Acquisition on the platform was not smooth. It wasn't that no one was selling, but the quantity was too small, and prices varied, with excessive premiums. Even though he was relatively wealthy now, he didn't want to be taken advantage of. Moreover, in the current situation, truly capable individuals had already passed the initial difficult period. Things like gunpowder, they wouldn't casually sell. To acquire it, he would still have to post a message directly in the chat room. Acquiring gunpowder. 200 G can be exchanged for 1 compressed biscuit and 1 bottle of drinking water or 1 fresh tomato. Interested parties, please search on the trading platform or private message with your price. After sending the message, Yi Qiyan even spent 1 train coin to pin the message, so that all living people would see it. At the same time, he also put up a trade request for electronic components, setting the price at 1 bottle of mineral water plus 1 compressed biscuit for every 10 components. Although after the thunderstorm station, anyone with a bit of intelligence should not be too short on water now. Regardless of whether it was clean, drinking it after heating would at least prevent dying of thirst. What's more, there was Shangguan Xue, the big water seller. Yi Qiyan often saw her water listed on the trading platform, but he didn't know if it was leftover bathwater. So, Yi Qiyan also added a compressed biscuit. Although he didn't care for these biscuits, that was him, not others. 1 bottle of water and 1 military compressed biscuit were enough to last a whole day without eating. Furthermore, the sweetness of the biscuits could bring some comfort in the face of life and death at such a time. As for tomatoes. In the kitchen of the level 4 castle, the most abundant vegetables and fruits were tomatoes. He had brought back 3 large boxes of them. In ancient times, people on sea voyages would suffer from scurvy due to the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables. Although they were now surviving on a train, how different was it from being on a ship, ultimately? Holy moly, what is this message? Why is it suddenly pinned? Awesome! Pinning a message costs 1 train coin. Good heavens, what a big shot! I only have 1 train coin, and I'm saving it to buy resources to upgrade the train speed later. Someone actually dares to use it for this kind of thing, what a waste! What a big shot wants to do is none of your business. Look at the name, Yi Qiyan. This is the amazing person who pulled out a rifle to sell after the first station ended. He probably isn't short on train coins at all. Is your focus on these? Didn't you see? He brought out tomatoes. Holy crap, how many days has it been since I've eaten normal fruit? My mouth tastes like dirt. 200 grams of gunpowder. Hey, I actually found some in a corpse's backpack before. I was thinking of making a bomb or something, so I can buy a little. Can I buy tomatoes with other things? Tomatoes are vegetables, not fruit. Gunpowder? At Yi Qiyan, what's gunpowder for? Making guns? Big shot, if you still have guns, can you sell me one? I'll buy it with train coins. Me too, me too. Big shot, please sell us guns. As he expected, there were capable people among the survivors. In a short time, Qiyan completed the 10 trades he had set. Looking at the 2 kilograms of gunpowder in front of him, he took out a portion and, combined with metal, created his first batch of bullets. Bullet X100, Level 3. 100 bullets appeared out of thin air at the material consumption location. Qiyan weighed them in his hand a few times. They were a bit heavier than the low-level bullets he initially received. Loading the chamber, Qiyan fired a shot at the stacked metal pile. The blacklight handgun originally could only penetrate with low-level bullets. But after switching to these level 3 bullets, it directly blew the metal pile apart. Hiss, how many times has the power increased? It's so fierce. Qiyan was very satisfied with his creation. After manufacturing all the remaining gunpowder into bullets, he stored the freshly made 999 level 3 ammunition in the special storage unit, allowing him to retrieve at any time, even outside the train. The chat interface flickered slightly. A friend had sent him a private message. Who could it be? Qiyan looked over and found that more than one person had sent him a message. In the private chat interface, all 3 of his friends had appeared. Li Xiaoshang, friend, do you remember what I said? I have gunpowder, and you can make weapons. If you and I join forces, we will definitely become the kings of all train conductors. Junibyo, ignored. Zhao Lin, brother Yi, can you sell me a gun? I can trade with train coins. A smart trading partner, worth trading with her. Shangguaningshua, what level is your train? Seeing the last message, Qiyan was slightly stunned. What did this woman mean? If she was asking if Qiyan had reached level 2, there was no need for that. Because after this 4th station, besides Li Xiaoshang, others had also reached level 2. Even if Qiyan hadn't said anything, in the eyes of others, he should have been one of them. Qiyan didn't really care that his train level might be exposed. Whether it was exposed or not didn't matter, he wasn't afraid of these things. Just leveled up. Manufacturing power generation equipment, new weather tropical wind. Shangguaningshua fell silent for a moment, seeing the ambiguous reply. She was half submerged in the warm, steaming water, and after a moment of hesitation, she continued. You collect gunpowder to make what? Bullets? Can you sell me some? Just after making the bullets, a customer appeared. Qiyan narrowed his eyes. As the second train conductor to reach level 2 after him, Shangguaningshua undoubtedly had more resources than anyone else. And unlike Li Xiaoshang, who was a bit troublesome, trading with her was relatively easy. Of course, I can sell you bullets, but this time, I don't want water or resources. All I want are train coins. 1 train coin for 30 bullets. Are you robbing me? Clearly, Shangguaningshua could not accept this price. No, I am stating a fact. My bullets are worth this price. Screenshot sent. Upon seeing the level 3 affix attached to the bullets, Shangguaningshua's eyes widened, and she murmured in disbelief. How is that possible? Level 3 bullets? Has he really reached level 3? But Shangguaningshua did not ask questions like, why do you have level 3 bullets? Everyone has their own secrets and luck. Just like her. Taking a deep breath, Shangguaningshua hesitated for a moment but decided to haggle. 50 bullets, 1 train coin for 50 bullets. 30 is too few, it's not enough. 50 is too many. How about this, let's meet in the middle, 40 bullets, how does that sound? When people negotiate prices, they often leave a middle value. As long as someone mentions this middle value, both parties are likely to accept it. Shangguaningshua sighed in her heart, took out a pouch from beside her, and pulled out her only 3 train coins, feeling a pang of heartache. Deal. However, you need to give me a gun as well. The previous one was somewhat damaged. I can't give it to you for free, but I can sell you a new one. Don't refuse yet, look at the new gun before deciding. Exquisite Marksman Rifle, Level 2. Looking at the screenshot of the firearm, which was clearly much more luxurious and powerful than a low-level rifle, Shangguaning Shui instinctively felt a strong desire. How much? Not much, 2 train coins, and I'll give you 10 extra bullets. Including the previous ones, that's a total of 50 bullets, which perfectly meets your needs. Pretty fair, right? Silently looking at her 3 train coins, Shangguaning Shui inexplicably felt as if she was being monitored by this person. Otherwise, how could he so accurately state everything she currently possessed? After hesitating for a long while, Shangguaning Shui gritted her teeth. Let's trade. Of course. Oh, by the way, I remember you had a wooden bed blueprint. Could you make one for me? Of course, I'll provide the materials. How about we consider it a return gift for the extra 10 bullets? 10 kg of wood. Shangguaning Shui no longer wanted to speak. After the trade was completed, looking at the extra wood the other party sent, she merely sighed, made the wooden bed, and traded it over. Having obtained 3 train coins and a bed to sleep on, Qiyan truly made a fortune from this transaction. The exquisite marksman rifle was not of much use to him. After acquiring the gunfire judgment module, even using only a pistol, he could hit targets at a considerable distance. Keeping it with him was useless, it was better to sell one for train coins. Lying on the bedboard after a long time, his mood improved significantly. 14 train coins, this was the wealth he currently possessed. It's still enjoyable trading with people like her, who don't waste words. Oh, and there's her too. Qiyan unloaded the low-level rifles from the guard platform, sublimated all of them to level 2, and sold them to Zhao Lin at the same price of 2 train coins each. He also exchanged 100 low-level bullets for 5 freshwater fish. This brought his train coin count to 16. Shortly after, the electronic components were successfully acquired. Consuming the materials, Qiyan immediately built the observer and installed it in the 3rd carriage. Just like the warning device, he was temporarily unable to sublimate it. He needed to find a way to cross this level 4 threshold. Oh, right, I can exchange for the generator now, can I? Qiyan hadn't forgotten the option that unlocked after he reached level 3. That generator blueprint, worth a full 6 train coins. Exchange. Energy generation device manufacturing blueprint, level 3. Requires 50 mechanical parts, 40 kilograms of metal. The materials required were less than he had imagined. This was good, there was no need for additional transactions. Qiyan directly manufactured the energy generation device. Energy generation device generates electricity by consuming diesel. There was diesel on the trading platform, but only 1 barrel, and a very small amount. Even if he bought it, it wouldn't last long. Acquiring more would likely be very difficult. Qiyan was not satisfied with this. He patted the generation device, which was as tall as his calf, and began to sublimate it. Energy generation device Enchanted omnivore, level 3. Consumable resources, metal/wood/coal/oil, for power generation. Now I don't need to buy oil. He casually threw in a piece of wood, and the power storage slot on the generation device showed a slight increase. He bought some light bulbs and hung them in the carriage. With electricity, he no longer had to endure darkness at night. On his 4th day in this world, he could finally lie on a bed like an ordinary human, counting stars as he drifted into sleep. Of course, there were no stars tonight. Only the suffocating rolling black clouds above. The wilderness night was exceptionally lonely. Tonight, there were no monster disturbances, accompanied by increasingly faint thunder and gradually fading raindrops. The thunderstorm passed quietly. The next morning, dazzling sunlight streamed through the window onto Qiyan's face. He groggily woke up, stretched, and casually grabbed a white forest fruit for breakfast, habitually walking towards the front of the train. But the moment he entered the front of the train, a rolling wave of heat instantly sobered him up. Holy crap! So hot! What's going on? Ding dong! The broadcast sounded. Today's weather is a hot wind day. All train conductors, please be advised, maintain your body temperature and avoid heatstroke. The weather changed again? But this time, it didn't say the platform would change too. Qiyan returned to the constant temperature carriage to wash his face, gritted his teeth, and still returned to the front of the train. It's really inconvenient that the control system can only be used at the front of the train. He opened the chat room, which was already bustling with activity. In fact, everyone except Qiyan had already been woken up by the heat when the weather first changed. He was the only one who could sleep until now. Zhao Lin's talent and call for help. It's so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot. I'm about to explode from the heat. How hot is it outside? At least 40 degrees. The hottest it ever got where I used to live was about this much. Water. Can someone sell me some water? I can't take it anymore. Didn't you collect water during yesterday's thunderstorm? Even if it's not very clean, it should be drinkable after boiling, right? Of course we collected it, but what's the use? With this heat, the water I just drank will be sweated out in a moment. What's more, this train is just a metal box. With the sun shining down, how is this different from an oven? Bear with it. We'll reach the next station in a few hours. The broadcast didn't say the next station would also have this kind of hellish weather, did it? Bear with it? Haha, look at your own spirit. Haven't you noticed? Ever since this temperature started, our spirit and stamina attributes have been constantly dropping. I can only slightly slow down the rate by splashing some cool water on myself. If this continues, even if I don't die from the heat, I'm afraid I'll have gone mad. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qiyan chugged a bottle of mineral water and opened his personal interface to check his information. Stamina, 98, Spirit, 110. His stamina was indeed decreasing, but his spirit hadn't changed as others had described. My spirit seems to be different from others? Is it also because I ate too many white forest fruit? Bang! A gunshot interrupted his thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound. It was the alert system firing. Outside the train, a group of emaciated jackals had gathered at some point, as if chasing the train. Their speed wasn't fast for a level 3 train, but what was truly concerning was that these monsters didn't come with a train broadcast warning like. During night survival, instead, they suddenly appeared outside and chased the train. And this kind of thing might become the norm in the future. They don't appear together, huh? It really is completely random. No one in the chat room had mentioned this, which meant that the pack of jackals Qiyan encountered was purely his own bad luck. You have a new message. The private chat interface flickered slightly. Someone sent him a message. Zhao Lin, Yi Dage, are there monsters outside your train? It was Zhao Lin, the one who made the automatic fishing rod, and also a reliable trader. She encountered monsters? Qiyan glanced at the jackals outside, which were gradually being left behind. You encountered them too? Yes. If I hadn't barely managed to increase my train speed to 35 kilometers after the 4th station, I'm afraid I would have been caught. Those birds are really scary. Many of them crashed into the glass when they passed by. If it weren't for the gun you sold me, Yi-Dage, I would have been dead. Birds, huh? Not the same type of monster as the jackals he encountered. Oh, so what do you want to buy this time? I want to buy materials for upgrading, but I don't have any train coins now. Can I pay with fish meat? IDE 3-7741. Zhao Lin, dressed in very light clothing, nervously watched the messages on the private chat interface. Sweat streamed down her tan skin. She was very afraid that Qiyan would refuse her purchase. But she also truly couldn't think of anyone else to buy upgrade materials from. After all, train speed equals life. There were only 2 days left until the next night survival phase, and all the surviving players were working hard to upgrade their trains. No one was willing to sell upgrade materials. If even ye Dage won't sell to me, then what should I do? Sigh, my talent is really too troublesome. Zhao Lin was also a talent holder. Luck conservation. Good luck is followed by bad luck, and bad luck is followed by good luck. At the third station, her luck was extremely bad, and she entered a dark, damp bat cave. She didn't dare to leave the train and stubbornly stayed inside for 3 hours. Her fourth station, however, was a fish pond. With the fishing rod she had been making from the very beginning, she actually caught over 100 fish and a level 1 treasure chest in just 3 hours. She didn't even have bait, yet the fish seemed to be blind and all ran into her hook. Without a doubt, that was a stroke of good luck. But what about next time? Next time was destined to be bad luck. She would most likely still be unable to upgrade her train, which would leave her with only 1 station's chance before the next night's survival. Zhao Lin didn't dare to gamble that she could get enough resources to upgrade in 1 station. She could only pray in her heart that she could buy them from Yi Qiyan, the only big shot who might sell her resources. Seeing Zhao Lin's message, Yi Qiyan chose to refuse without even thinking. He wasn't short on food now. The reason he sold 100 bullets to Zhao Lin before was simply because he wanted to eat and low-level bullets were not very useful to him anymore. Sorry, not interested. Zhao Lin panicked, as if her last straw was about to break. No, Yi Dage. Just save me, please sell me some resources. You're the only person I can think of who can provide upgrade resources right now. If I don't upgrade, I definitely won't survive the next night's survival. There are still 2 stations left, so it's not completely impossible to reach level 2. Others might be able to, but I can't. Yi Dage, I have a talent. Zhao Lin gritted her teeth and revealed the secret of her talent completely. Looking at the screenshot she sent, this was the first time Yi Qiyan had seen someone else's talent besides his own. Luck and bad luck appear alternately, huh? What an abstract talent. My sublimation is better, but it's no wonder she's anxious. If the next station is bad luck, even if the one after that is good luck, it's not guaranteed she'll be able to complete the upgrade. Yi Qiyan thought for a moment. How much more do you need? 38 kilograms of wood, 22 kilograms of metal, and 14 mechanical parts. You must have opened a treasure chest before this, right? Give me the contents of that treasure chest, plus 10 fish, and after you complete the upgrade, I want to see your upgrade options. Oh, forget the fishing rod blueprint. I want the treasure chest you opened at the previous station, don't get it wrong. He did have the items. After all, he was the first train conductor to use firearms to trade for materials. If it were now, even taking out those guns, it would be difficult to trade for basic materials that could affect train upgrades. However, Yi Qiyan was not a philanthropist. Helping her was only because she had a talent, and perhaps he could have better transactions with her in the future. Okay. Thank you, you're such a good person. I will repay you. The transaction was completed. Within a circle of light, several items and 10 freshwater fish appeared before him. 5th stop, Niling Town. Waterproof boots, level 1, tough fishing line, level 1, plant nutrient solution, level 1. So this is a level 1 treasure chest, huh? Yi Qiyan had never opened a level 1 treasure chest before, and getting one from Zhao Lin was a complete success. This nutrient solution. The first 2 items weren't very useful, but the third one made his eyes light up. Plant nutrient solution. Can accelerate plant growth. Isn't this exactly what he needed right now? Even after 1 sublimation, the white forest fruit tree still needed 9 days to bear fruit, and only 2 days had passed since it was planted. What if he used this nutrient solution on it? First, let's sublimation it and see. Stamina 95-85. Plant nutrient solution. Efficient plant nutrient solution. Can accelerate plant growth. The effect hadn't changed much, it just had an efficient prefix now. But it hadn't used up all its potential, which meant it could still be sublimationed further. Stamina 8565. Efficient plant nutrient solution blessed plant elixir. Accelerates plant growth. With its potential exhausted, this time not only did the prefix change, but the entire name of the nutrient solution changed. However, the effect remained the same. Yi Qiyan impatiently returned to the end of the constant temperature carriage and poured the potion into the wooden box where the white forest tree was located. A few seconds later, white light enveloped the wooden box. The originally small sapling began to grow continuously upwards, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached the top of the carriage, almost breaking through the roof. Immediately after, white forest fruit began to grow on the branches at a visible rate. 1, 2. An endless stream of fruit appeared on the branches. Only when the milky white light faded did the fruit's growth finally stop. He rubbed his eyes and pinched himself. I'm not dreaming, am I? It actually grew to this extent? He picked a fruit, and the familiar scent brought him back to his senses. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly remembered the side effects of white forest fruit. Blessed white forest fruit tree, level 4. Can bear 3 blessed white forest fruit daily. Blessed white forest fruit, level 4. No processing required. After consumption, it can accelerate the recovery of stamina and spirit, and increase resistance to illusions. The side effects were gone. It could be safely eaten even without soaking in clear water. Yi Qiyan took a bite, and a rich, sweet aroma filled his nasal cavity. The indescribable deliciousness made him want to eat a few more. Phew! Does this count as good deeds being rewarded? Yi Qiyan sat to the side, thinking of Zhao Lin's talent. Or did I just piggyback on her good luck? But there was bad luck too, so I'd better talk to her less at the next stop. He picked the fruit, totaling 55 pieces, and stored them in a special storage unit, replacing the ordinary white forest fruit for personal carrying. The level 4 blessed white forest fruit could restore stamina and spirit, and could be life-saving at critical moments. As time passed, in this tropical windy weather, compared to others who were suffering through it, Yi Qiyan stayed in the 22-degree constant temperature carriage, eating barbecue and drinking beer, feeling perfectly at ease. The only pity was that the beer wasn't cold. I'll try to get a refrigerator sometime. 30 minutes before arriving at level 5. A prompt for the next stop at a crossroads appeared on time in front of Yi Qiyan. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose a stop from the following 2 platforms. Platform 1, Abyssal Bat Cave, Level 4 Slaughter Platform. Platform 2, Miling Town, Level 4 Mission Platform. To Level 4S? Yi Qiyan strongly suspected that he had been infected by Zhao Lin's bad luck. Although he knew that the train had a chance to increase by 1 level when it reached the next stop, it was the first time that all the platforms chosen by the crossroads of fate were Level 4. Slaughter? It's not the same name as the previous hunt platform. Is there a difference? After a moment of thought, Yi Qiyan felt it was better to be cautious. On a level 4 platform, he didn't have much of an equipment advantage to crush opponents. Moreover, the word slaughter gave him a faint bad feeling. Choose platform 2. He had already experienced 2 mission platforms and was relatively more experienced. Even if there was danger on the platform, he could always just abandon the mission. Platform selection complete. Please sit tight and hold on. The train's upcoming level 5 is Miling Town. The countdown slowly approached its end. The train's speed began to gradually increase. The familiar void space appeared directly in front of the train. The moment the countdown turned to 0, the world that was originally bathed in bright sunlight was replaced by darkness. Current platform, Miling Town. Docking countdown, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This stop, danger. The train stopped, and through the glass, Yi Qiyan saw the outside environment. This is A station? He wasn't speaking nonsense, it was just that the place where the train stopped, from every angle, looked like an ordinary, two-track train station. Platform. It was night, and small snowflakes were still falling from the sky. As usual, he first woke up Wally. He tossed a train coins. Wally, activate. The small robot wobbled out of the train. Just as Qiyan was about to step out to explore, footsteps disrupted his plan. Human? Or monster? Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Prosecutor. You're finally here. A little girl's tender voice echoed across the empty platform and reached Yi Qian's ears. It was a human. Yi Qian did not put away his pistol. The gunfire judgment module allowed him to predetermine a shooting solution that would inevitably hit the target, based solely on sound, without needing to see the target. Until the owner of the voice arrived at the train door. Ha! Where's Mr. Prosecutor? Wearing a white cotton coat, a knitted hat, and a scarf, a little girl of about 11 or 12 years old stood on tiptoe, trying to look inside the train. Ah, Mr. Prosecutor is here. She saw Yi Qian and waved hard. Mr. Prosecutor, please get off the train quickly. Everyone has been waiting for you for a very, very long time. Prosecutor? Everyone? Yi Qian hesitated slightly, then opened the train door. If this little girl really had a problem, the warning device or the pure earthbound stone would surely react. Little girl, what's your name? The little girl blinked her large, clear blue eyes and replied happily in an innocent voice. Mr. Prosecutor, my name is Tina. Sister Nun said that a Mr. Prosecutor would come by train to save us. Everyone has been waiting for a very, very long time. Hee hee, sister didn't lie, Mr. Prosecutor really came. The blonde nun in town. Mr. Prosecutor, you are the prosecutor, right? Everyone has been waiting for so long, are you really him? Tina blinked, the plea and expectation in her eyes seemed to solidify. Yi Qian looked at her, smiled kindly, and nodded. You said that the person who arrived by train is the prosecutor, and besides me, there's no one else, right? So, I am the prosecutor you spoke of. Yay! Mr. Prosecutor, please come with me quickly. Everyone has been waiting for such a long, long time. Alright, just wait for me a moment. Oh, and here, have this to eat. Yi Qian took out an ordinary white forest fruit and handed it to Tina. The little girl looked at the fruit without any fear or hesitation and took a bite. Wow, this is so delicious. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. He smiled, said nothing, checked his equipment, and finally, after putting on the sanctuary cross that was hanging on the front of the train, he stepped out. Closing the train door behind him and setting the alert system to maximum power, he then turned his gaze to the little girl who was eating the white forest fruit in small bites. Let's go, to meet everyone you mentioned. MHM. Following behind the little girl, they left the all-too-normal train station. Outside was a small town covered in a thin layer of snow. The town had no streetlights, only a single lamp hung above a church in the center of the town. The destination Tina spoke of was there. Whether it was his imagination or not, Yi Qian always felt that the church resembled an upright train engine. The town was very quiet, but he could feel gazes being cast upon them from the darkness. The occasional faint whispers made one's scalp tingle. Yi Qian's hand remained on his blacklight handgun and the sanctuary cross. He wouldn't forget the station's warning, the threat this small town posed to him was danger. It had an extra exclamation mark compared to a normal danger. Yet, in such a bizarre environment, which even some timid adults couldn't accept, the little girl Tina seemed oblivious to it all, skipping and hopping, as if she were the only splash of color in the gray world. Phew, hee hee, Mr. Prosecutor, we're here. Everyone has been waiting for a very long time, please come in quickly. Tina stood in front of the church door, a high-hanging lamp illuminating her perfectly. She invited Yi Qiyan in. Yi Qiyan paused briefly, then walked up the stairs made of jade white stone bricks to the doorway. Alright, little Tina, you go first. MHM. Tina pushed open the church doors, and the bright light instantly revealed the scene inside. Hundreds of town residents sat on both sides of the church, their heads bowed in prayer. Only a blonde nun in black stood at the front, putting down the black-bound book in her hand, looking up to see Tina, and then following her gaze to Yi Qiyan. Sister Nun, I brought Mr. Prosecutor. At these words, all the praying residents stopped their sounds simultaneously. They raised their heads like marionettes, and hundreds of gazes focused on Yi Qiyan's face. Yi Qiyan stood still, the safety of his blacklight handgun already off. At the slightest unusual movement, a bullet would pass through the nun's head. Mr. Prosecutor, there's no need to be nervous. We have no intention of harming you. The nun smiled kindly. Everyone, please continue praying. Do not frighten our Mr. Prosecutor. Tina, go and prepare. MHM. Little Tina ran to the back of the church, and the praying townspeople returned to their previous state. Only the nun, like a normal person, took a few steps, took a box from under the altar, and walked towards Yi Qiyan. Mr. Prosecutor, this is your reward. I don't accept unearned favors. I advise you to stay there and not move. What exactly happened here? Yi Qiyan aimed his gun at the nun's head. This town was not normal. No, anyone could see that. But in this abnormal town, there was a little girl like Tina who was overly normal, and this nun, which only made everything even more bizarre. The nun was not afraid, but she still stopped. She bent down, placed the box on the ground, and opened it to reveal its contents. 1/3 of a black gold card. Yi Qiyan had seen it. Even without the train's appraisal, he knew what it was. A profane card? The nun's smile did not fade. She knelt before the 1/3 profane card, clasping her hands together in prayer. Only those who profane the gods can come to this world, friend. You are the prosecutor I have been waiting for. Oh no, to be precise, you are a blasphemer. What do you mean by that? Yi Qiyan glanced at the cross on his chest. There was no reaction. This woman was not an evil spirit. The nun's gaze also flicked to his chest. She held up the 1/3 profane card with both hands and walked directly towards Yi Qiyan. Of course, it's literal. Prosecutor is just a name for Tina. Only a train conductor with a profane card can come to this world. Of course, if you want me to call you train conductor, that's fine too, train conductor whose name I don't yet know. What stop is this town for? You? She actually knew about the train conductor. Yi Qiyan looked at the approaching nun and let out a cold laugh, then ran towards the train station without hesitation. The blonde nun froze for a moment, then quickly reached out her hand, looking at Yi Qiyan's retreating figure. Hey! Don't run. Whoever doesn't run is a fool. Yi Qiyan had no intention of stopping, and the blonde nun immediately became anxious. Stop him. The whispering townspeople all sprang into action, rushing towards Yi Qiyan. Their speed was too fast. Yi Qiyan, a mere ordinary person, could not compare. Damn it, I knew this stop wouldn't be so easy. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Yi Qiyan gritted his teeth and chose to open fire. Bang! A shot hit the head of the person in the very front, but the blonde nun smiled triumphantly and said, "It's useless. They are all puppets I created and aren't afraid of mere bullets. Moreover, a train conductor who can enter here would at most have a train level of 3. A novice like you couldn't possibly have the means to defeat them." Ha! The blonde nun had been triumphant for less than a few seconds when she suddenly realized that her connection with that puppet had been severed. In other words, this person really destroyed the puppet she created? What a joke! Just as the blonde nun said, ordinary bullets certainly wouldn't work. But what if they were level 3 bullets with armor-piercing effects? Qiyan continued to shoot, each bullet precisely hitting the joints and heads of these puppets. As long as he took down a few, he would continue to run, and when they were about to catch up, he would take down a few more. With the gunfire judgment module, his marksmanship had reached a point where he didn't even need to aim. Under this balance, he actually seemed to be escaping from the small town. The sealed nun, Shea. Alas! A soft sigh. Just under 100 meters from the station, the golden-haired nun appeared before Qiyan. Her appearance had no warning whatsoever, as if she had always been there. A train that is only level 3, yet it can defeat my puppet. It's been a long time since I've been this surprised. Creak. The alert device triggered. But before it could even fire a bullet, several black chains blocked its muzzle. An alert watchtower device? You even have something like this? What good luck! Seeing the alert device so easily sealed, Qiyan's mouth twitched. Elder sister, we have no past grievances or recent animosity. There's no need to target me like this, is there? If you see something you like, just take it, okay? I won't take your things, don't worry. I'm not trying to harm you, otherwise you would have died long ago. The golden-haired nun walked up to Qiyan and sized him up. Not running this time? Can't run. Qiyan sat on the ground helplessly. Teleportation, chain manipulation, puppets, this woman was clearly not someone he could deal with in his current state. In fact, he still had gunfire judgment as a last resort. However, she didn't seem to intend to kill him, otherwise there would be no need to just stop him and waste so many words. Moreover, Qiyan felt that even if he used gunfire judgment, he probably wouldn't win. Good that you know. Come back with me. Oh, right, my name is Shea. You can call me priestess elder sister too, I don't mind. Shea grabbed Qiyan's hand and pulled him up, her voluptuous figure unreservedly displayed. Beneath the exquisite black and white nun's habit, her long, fair legs, shod in small black boots, made tapping sounds on the cobblestone path. Back in the church, Shea brought over the profane card, which was only 1/3 complete. Here you go. For me? Qiyan pointed to himself. Actually, never mind. You should keep such a precious item yourself. The more she wanted to give it, the less Qiyan wanted it. This thing called the profane card was clearly not an ordinary item, otherwise she wouldn't have valued it enough to hold it with both hands. Seeing Qiyan's expression, Shea let out a chuckle. She patted Qiyan's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be scared. Look at me, I'm a nun. How could a kind nun harm people? Alas, I. Looking at the card that was forcefully shoved into his hand, Qiyan could only reluctantly accept it. At worst, he would find an opportunity to discard it after escaping. Don't think about secretly throwing it away. Shea's hand grabbed the head of a town resident puppet. With a crunch, the head, which would normally require a level 3 bullet plus blacklight armor-piercing enchantment to penetrate, was crushed to powder. Gulp. Qiyan swallowed, looking at her slender, fair hand. It was hard to imagine she possessed such immense strength. Alright, elder sister Shea, I definitely won't throw it away. Discarding the head, Shea turned and walked to the prayer stand, picking up the blackbound book. Tell me, what is your talent? Don't want to say? Then forget it. I'm not the kind of woman who's so curious about other people's secrets. Really not going to tell me? Okay then, I won't ask you. This woman was incredibly strange. However, one thing Qiyan was now certain of. He wouldn't die here, and gunfire judgment probably wouldn't be of much use either. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Looking up, his gaze met Shea's. Silence. Aren't you going to ask me anything? Finally, it was Shea who broke the awkward silence. Aren't you curious? Why I know about the train conductor, why I know about train survival, why I know about talents, why I know about Not curious. Curiosity kills the cat. I'm not the kind of man who's so curious about other people's secrets. You. Shaya's expression was a little frantic. She no longer had her smiling demeanor from before. She teleported in front of Yi Qiyan and stared at him with dissatisfaction. Stare. Shaya's hand crushed another puppet's head. Yi Qiyan swallowed. Being so close, he could smell a faint floral fragrance emanating from Shaya. He leaned back and quickly waved his hands. No need, elder sister Shaya, who exactly are you? And what is this place? Why are you here? What was that card just now? And what do you want me to do with it? Stop. Seeing Yi Qiyan open his mouth and talk non-stop, Shaya reached out and covered his mouth. You're saying so much, which one do you want me to answer first? Yi Qiyan quickly shook his head, indicating that he didn't mean it. Damn it, this woman's mood changed faster than flipping a book. She was the one who told him to ask, and he just said one or two extra sentences. Was it necessary to resort to violence? And a kind none? Violent woman was more like it. Shaya let go of his mouth, casually kicked a town resident puppet aside, crossed her legs on the bench, took a deep breath, and once again displayed her, smiling. Speaking of which, I suppose I'm your senior. I came to this world 20 years ago and survived on a train. 20 years ago? Just as he had guessed before, he was indeed not the first batch of survivors to come to this world. So, that means Shaya's age should be. Are you thinking something very impolite? No, how could I? I was thinking, how could a beautiful and kind woman like elder sister Shaya end up here? Hearing this question, Shaya seemed a little lost in thought. I was sealed into this world. At this point, her gaze returned to Yi Qiyan's face. Logically speaking, no one should be able to enter this station, because the bastard who sealed me directly erased this stop. The higher the train's level, the less likely it is to find this place, so my former companions couldn't come to rescue me. And low-level trains aren't qualified to enter this station. But you came in. Why? Is it because of your talent? Yi Qiyan's gaze flickered slightly. If he hadn't had the crossroads of fate, his destination at this stop should have been that slaughter station. And the appearance of the crossroads of fate was also due to his talent. So Shaya guessed correctly, all of this was indeed due to the sublimation talent. Seeing Yi Qiyan's expression, Shaya's lips curved up a little more. I won't force you to tell me your secret, but don't casually tell others about your talent and abilities. After all, there aren't many good people in this world. Talent is something only a very small number of survivors possess, and once you have it, it can absolutely never be changed. But even the most useless talent will make those without talent jealous. Of course, if you want to tell me, that's fine too. I, elder sister, won't reveal it to anyone. And that card too, absolutely do not let anyone know that you possess a profane card. Not even your closest person. Once it's known that you have a profane card, someone will eventually come for your life. Even if they can't kill you, you'll end up like me. Holy crap, you're giving me something so dangerous? Yi Qiyan really wanted to say, why don't you take it back? He couldn't handle this card. But meeting Shaya's gaze, he knew it was impossible. FAQ. Elder Sister Shaya, are you one of the first batches of survivors to arrive in this world? Since she probably wouldn't kill him, Yi Qiyan wasn't as scared anymore. In that case, he might as well be bolder and clarify some things he wanted to know. This senior from over 20 years ago must know many things he didn't. No, there were quite a few batches of survivors before me, but they are rarely seen. Why? Shaya snapped her fingers, and several chains materialized in midair, forming a train track. Remember, the world we are in is infinitely vast. All the stations are different worlds. In my era, a formidable fellow wanted to measure how big the wilderness outside truly was, so he united all the powerful train conductors at the time. to gather resources, increasing the speed of his train to an unimaginable degree, even for me. As if recalling a terrifying number, Shea couldn't help but click her tongue. That guy had a module. Oh, you know about modules, right? My chains are also a module. You can also think of them as magic or sci-fi weapons, they're all pretty similar. This is also the best way for train conductors to increase their power. However, you are only a level 3 train conductor right now, so getting a module isn't easy. After all, those things can only be found in level 5 and above treasure chests, and there's a very small chance of getting one after a train upgrade. You, kid, your gunshots were so accurate just now. Did you perhaps get a module in the upgrade options earlier and buy it? Facing Shea's scrutinizing gaze, Qiyan could only chuckle. He had indeed obtained a module in the upgrade options, but it wasn't related to shooting, it was a departure privilege. What happened next? Did that person really measure the size of the entire world? Shea was silent for a moment, then shook her head. No, that guy died. He traveled at that unimaginable speed for a year, yet he still didn't encounter any other train in the wilderness. Suddenly, one day, his friend's avatar turned gray, which meant his train was destroyed, and he, of course, died too. But his death wasn't without value. If traveling at that speed for a year still didn't lead to encountering other trains, we concluded that the wilderness all train conductors travel through is not the same. Returning to your previous question, survivors appear once every 3 years. Train conductors travel in their respective worlds. Unless the number of people in a block reaches a certain critical value, they won't meet each other. Of course, this is only under normal circumstances. Shea pulled out a lollipop from somewhere and put it in her mouth. Oh, do you want some? Thank you, I'm not hungry yet. You're welcome. I wasn't planning on giving it to you anyway. This is my last one. She grinned and bit the lollipop, then casually took off the nun's hat on her head and stood up. It seemed she didn't intend to continue this topic. Alright, that's enough questions. I'll answer one last question for you. For the rest of what you want to know, you'll have to find out yourself. Your level is too low, telling you too much will make you overthink, which isn't good. Also, do you want candy? She produced another lollipop from somewhere and, without waiting for Qiyan's answer, peeled off the wrapper and directly put it into his mouth. It was very sweet, but with a slightly bitter aftertaste. The cool sensation made him inexplicably relaxed, and the lingering fatigue from running earlier was swept away. How is it? Tastes good, right? Didn't you say you only had one left? That was a lie, of course. The prettier the woman, the more she lies. That saying was absolutely true. Crushing the candy, Qiyan also thought of his last question. Do you know the Run Company? He told Shea about what he had seen in Doomsday Town in Yoyu Manor. Is there something wrong with this company? Seeing Shea's confused look, Qiyan wondered if he had said something wrong. Nothing. I don't know this company, but judging by your reaction, you must have seen such a force across multiple stations, right? Don't worry too much about it. There are many similar forces. After all, this train survival game has been going on for who knows how many years. There are always people who don't want to continue adventuring and want to stop. It's an inevitable result that the organizations and forces they establish will affect some stations. Alright, that question doesn't count, but you don't need to ask anything else. Time is almost up. Come, let me show you elder sister's train. Clap, clap. Shea clapped her hands. Tina, who had been out of sight, scurried from behind the church to her side. Sister Nun, it's ready. Oh, it's Mr. Prosecutor. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, for helping us. Everyone will thank Mr. Prosecutor. Tina happily went to Qiyan, took his hand, and shook it. Tina is also my doll. How about it, isn't she cute? A doll? What, you don't believe me? Little Tina is my most excellent work. Yi Qiyan rubbed his eyes, looking at Tina's movements, which were indistinguishable from a real little girl, then reached out and poked Tina's cheek. This could be a doll? She looked exactly like a real person. Oh no, she wouldn't have refined her from a real person, would she? The scene of Shea grabbing a little girl and instantly refining her flashed through his mind. Could it be that Shea was actually a demoness, sealed here by some righteous person, and he accidentally stumbled upon releasing her seal? Better not make her angry. I'm so handsome, what if she refines me into a doll? Then I'm done for. Rumble. The church was shaking. Shea took Tina's small hand and walked to the prayer platform at the very front. System, prepare for departure. Familiar light screens surged forth frantically, one after another. This church was Shea's train engine. Hey, Yi Qiyan, here are these things for you. Consider it a small reward for helping me open this world. Yi Qiyan was still stunned by the church transforming into a train when a black box was thrown over. Don't worry, it's not anything dangerous this time. As for what it is, you'll know when you get back and look at it yourself. It's definitely very suitable for you right now. So that card was really dangerous. Cough, stop daydreaming. Let me show you what a high-level train looks like. The church continuously transformed, finally combining into the shape of a train engine. Black tracks appeared under the wheels, and in an instant, it appeared at the station outside the town. So fast. Compared to Shea's train, Yi Qiyan felt his own was as slow as a snail. Departure after 15 years. The entire church is train space? How many upgrades does it take to achieve that? Envious, aren't you? I'm a level 57 train conductor. This level was quite impressive in my era, let me tell you. Yi Qiyan didn't hear what Shea said next. He was surprised by the number 57. Considering that for every level a train upgrades, the level of the station it needs to enter also increases, could there really be over 50 levels of stations? Shea answered him. Something so simple isn't considered a problem. The highest station level is only 12. Buildings, props, treasure chests, and everything else are also level 12. Aside from the train conductor's level, everything else is 12. Of course, I'm talking about the situation 15 years ago. I'm not sure about now, but it shouldn't be too high, right? Alright, I should go. Shea set up the train's operations, walked over to Yi Qiyan, and poked his face. No matter what, don't let the profane card leave you. That belongs to you. Please, please don't lose it. She had no ill intent, Yi Qiyan could feel it. She was just teasing him. Hey, elder sister Shaya, don't worry. I definitely won't lose the one you gave me. You're not allowed to lose your own either. Synthesize it soon. Although there's danger, it will also be good for you, a great benefit. Shea's voice carried a hint of melancholy. I'm leaving. As for you, although I could take your train with me, it's boring to always stay on the train. Enjoy your time on land, and wait for the docking countdown to end. The houses in this town are all carriages I casually made. You can recycle them as you please, it doesn't matter how many you take. When you leave, remember to help me set a fire and burn this place down. As for me, I'll never come back here again. Shea's gaze seemed to pierce through the church, sweeping one last time over the small town that had sealed her for 15 years. The church door, no, it should be said the train door, slowly opened. Little Tina took Yi Qiyan's hand. Mr. Prosecutor, we're leaving. You should get off the train now. Tina was very cute, so cute that it was hard to believe she was just a doll. Yi Qiyan patted her head, recalling their first meeting. He remembered that she seemed to quite like eating white forest fruit, so he took out 10 blessed white forest fruit from his storage unit. These are for you. Wow, yummy fruit. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Tina picked up a white forest fruit and started eating it, while Shea, still performing some operations, smelled the fragrance and looked up at the White forest fruit in Tina's hand, pondering slightly. This fruit. What a lucky guy. No wonder he could find that 1/3. And, why is there also a blessing aura? How strange. And is that the ability of a storage unit carriage? Would such a rare carriage really appear on a mere level 3 train? Could it be that my 15 years of being sealed have made me fall behind the times? Are train conductors so amazing now? What exactly is his talent? So curious. Qiyan didn't know that Shea was currently suppressing her desire to explore. He walked out of the train door with the box, bidding Tina a final farewell. Once outside, he finally saw the full appearance of Shea's level 57 train, and understood why this station had 2 tracks. It was primarily black, interspersed with pure white lines and angel patterns. The 18 carriages were all different, but each one appeared extremely high-class and magnificent. And from the outside, one couldn't possibly imagine that the space inside would be as huge as a church. Space compression? Can I make my carriages like that in the future too? No kidding, he was envious. Then he looked back at his own shabby, 2-carriage wreck of a train. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse, sigh. It's okay, ours will definitely be bigger and thicker than hers in the future. Qiyan encouraged himself. As soon as he returned to his train, he saw a friend request from Shea. He really wanted to refuse. He always felt that getting too entangled with this woman wouldn't lead to anything good. Then he saw a message that was forcibly sent and displayed on the light screen. You wouldn't want to refuse, would you? The dialogue box also had a Q-version Shea smiling emoji behind it. How could I? It's my honor to be friends with elder sister Shaya. Between being turned into a doll and saving his own life, Qiyan unhesitatingly chose the latter. However, Qiyan still secretly wrote a name in the friend's note. Big Golden Retriever. But he soon paid the price for his mischievousness. Good boy. Now no matter where you run, I can find you. Learn from this. Even if someone adds you as a friend in the future, be careful. Don't add just anyone. Another prefix was added to the note. Evil woman, Big Golden Retriever. Boom, 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 the roar of the train echoed through Lingtown. The ground was shaking. 15 years of stagnation had made this train yearn to move forward. Fireworks bloomed in the sky. Inside the train, Shea bit into a lollipop she had pulled out from who knows where, holding it in her mouth. Finally, I can leave. Countless chains appeared, laying tracks ahead. The space distortion for departure appeared. Night Angel, departing. Shea's high-pitched voice sounded from the broadcast. The angel patterns on the black body seemed to come alive, passing through the void, until it vanished from sight. Lingtown returned to its usual silence. Is that a dynamic carriage? There's even something like that, a bit cool. Qiyan thought about his own train again. He stopped thinking about it. He looked down at the box Shea had given him. It was neither light nor heavy, no different from an ordinary gift box. 2x2 safe box, level 9. Absolutely safe, cannot be broken from the outside, cannot be forcibly opened by any means. Items placed inside are absolutely safe. Note, please place it somewhere. Once placed, it cannot be moved by anyone other than the placer. Current status, please bind, can be opened after binding. Level 9? Holy cow! He had thought it was just an ordinary box, but he really hadn't expected elder sister Shaya to be so generous. Even if there was nothing inside the box, it was precious enough. Now he had no choice but to delete the old woman in the note and change it to beautiful and kind-hearted. What could be inside the box? After fiddling with it for a while, Qiyan tried pressing his thumb in the center of the box. I want to sublimate my sublimation. Binding successful. Can be opened. Opened. Current items in the safe box are: first slot, Firestone, 1 piece. Second slot, gold, 10 kilograms. Third slot, mithril, 10 kilograms. Fourth slot, healing lollipop x3. So, level 4 upgrade materials, and candy? The safe box was similar to a storage unit. Items placed inside were calculated by type, not by quantity. Looking at the contents, Qiyan wasn't exactly disappointed. After all, Firestone was a necessary item for upgrading to a level 4 train, and there had been no way to obtain it until now. For him, who had just recently leveled up, if he didn't have the sublimation talent, this would undoubtedly be an extremely important item for his current situation. Shea didn't know what his talent was, so choosing these materials as a gift was reasonable. But the candy in the last slot? Shea's healing lollipop, level 8. Upon consumption, it forms a protective film to resist external damage. The protective film continuously restores stamina and heals injuries. Note, a masterpiece by a certain dark nun. As long as you don't die, eating it will ensure you live. Ding dong! Ding dong! The wicked girl, Big Blonde, sent a message. Opened it? How is it? Isn't elder sister good to you? Level 3 to level 4 is a small threshold. Only by crossing this threshold can you truly be considered to have passed the newbie phase. It's very troublesome for newbies like you to get Firestone. Only after experiencing the 10th station will there be a very small chance of a platform with Firestone appearing. You are currently level 3, even with good luck, you should reach Lingtown around the 8th station. With this, you've avoided detours for many stations. As for those 3 candies, eat them when you're injured. Don't be greedy. Be sure to thank elder sister in your heart. Go find the rest of the items yourself. Upgrade early, live well, and also, when you collect that card, remember to tell me. Her message was sent before the note could be changed back. Seeing the long string of text above, Qiyan didn't know what to say. His complex emotions could only be condensed into one sentence. Thank you. Although I don't need it. The latter part of the sentence was hidden in his heart, unspoken. This gratitude was not feigned. Although Shea definitely had her own purpose in giving him 1/3 of the profane card, he also learned many things from her. Moreover, even if Shea hadn't given it to him, wouldn't he have collected it himself? Impossible. If he saw the next 1/3, he would definitely find a way to obtain it. Profane card. What would happen if I really collected them all? It's been a while. The night angel was traveling through the wilderness. Shea stood before the prayer platform, eating the blessed white forest fruit she had snatched from Tina, and gazed at the horizon, muttering softly. It really hasn't changed at all. This world is so boring. Ding dong. A message notification sounded in her ears. You're back. Aren't you surprised? Not at all. This world is infinite. Since it's infinite, there must be an anomaly within the infinite that frees you from the seal. However, only 15 years have passed, which is much faster than I imagined. So, is the person who opened the world the other 1/3? Now it's 2/3. What? Do you find it strange? I was sealed for 15 years for that card, which means it truly shouldn't belong to me. Yet, the person who opened the world for me obtained in just a few days what I almost lost my life for. Don't you think he should own that card even more? Fate. Such a possibility naturally exists within the infinite, it's not strange. So, what do you plan to do next? Shea's eyes were cold as she typed a line of text on the light screen. Revenge for grudges, repaying wrongs. The person on the other side of the chat box was silent for a long time. Shea's emotions gradually returned to normal. Suddenly, she remembered what Qiyan had asked her not long ago. Oh right, what is Run Company? How can a force extend its reach to newbie platforms below level 4? Where are the celestial organization's inspectors? Why haven't they acted? Hey, where are you? Dead? Why aren't you talking? It's just an insignificant delivery company. Don't worry about it. As for the celestial organization, those pathetic good people have disappeared. Docking countdown, 22 minutes and 48 seconds. Thanks to Yi Qiyan's efforts, by dismantling the houses in the town that were converted from train carriages, he indeed gained many resources. Most of these carriages were damaged, and during recycling, they could at most yield 1/10 of the materials used for construction. Moreover, dismantling these things required him to transport them. The only thing to be grateful for was that Shea seemed to have anticipated this. The safe box she gave Yi Qiyan could actually store an entire carriage. Compared to a storage unit, this level 9 safe box had much looser storage standards. However, these carriages could not be considered the same type of item to be placed in the same slot. Otherwise, Yi Qiyan would have really wanted to take all the carriage houses in the town with him. Another regrettable point was that the processing table took time to recycle. In nearly 4 hours, only 9 carriages were recycled. As the docking countdown was about to end, the remaining ones in the town could only be abandoned. After putting the resources into the storage unit, Yi Qiyan organized the materials he possessed so far. Wood, 645 kilograms. Metal, 770 kilograms. Mechanical parts, 505 pieces. Glass, 180 kilograms. Rubber, 35 kilograms. Fiber, 60 kilograms. Gold, 10 kilograms. Mithril, 10 kilograms. Firestone, 1 piece. These resources were enough to upgrade his train to level 4, but with the sublimation talent, Yi Qiyan wouldn't do that. Clatter, clatter. The sound of the tracks passing over the ground made Yi Qiyan, who was half lying on a chair waiting for the recycling, acting like a salted fish, lift his eyelids. Wally, whom he had almost forgotten, was wobbling towards him. I almost forgot about you, little guy. But there shouldn't be any treasure chests at this station, right? After all, this town was built by elder sister Shaya herself, so she wouldn't need to put any treasure chests here. After tapping Wally's iron head a few times, Yi Qiyan noticed that his mechanical arm was holding an iron lump. What is this? Yi Qiyan took the iron cube and examined it for a few moments, unable to discern anything special. It doesn't look like ordinary iron either. What is it? Curiosity overcame laziness. Yi Qiyan returned to the train and used the control system to identify the iron lump in his hand. Level 4 treasure chest, can be opened. Huh? A treasure chest? Wait, weren't the things in this station made by Shea? Could it be that this treasure chest was placed by her? Was it intentional? But that doesn't make sense, she didn't say she wanted me to burn this place. Yi Qiyan stroked the outer casing of the treasure chest, not intending to ask. Anyway, she didn't want it, and she didn't say anything, so it would be a waste not to open it while it was here. Should I wait? A level 4 treasure chest meant that after one sublimation, it could reach level 5. But the same question remained, could he really sublimate this level 4 treasure chest? Currently, his stamina and mental energy were both restored to a maximum of 210 points. Sublimating a level 3 treasure chest to level 4 required 55 points. Would level 4 to level 5 require several times that amount? Yi Qiyan casually took out a white forest fruit and took a bite, then suddenly noticed something was off. Strange, why do I always feel like I can't sublimate to level 5? This feeling wasn't new. If it were before, he might have thought that the points needed for level 4 to level 5 were too great, and his stamina and mental energy were insufficient to support it. But sublimating a level 3 treasure chest to level 4 only cost. But now, having learned from Shea that treasure chests exist up to level 12. If he couldn't sublimate a level 4 treasure chest now, then what about later? Wouldn't the required points become astronomical numbers? This wasn't right. How about I give it a try? Yi Qiyan's heart was racing. How would he know if it worked without trying? Feelings are just feelings, and humans are the animals most prone to deceiving themselves. Having made up his mind, Yi Qiyan didn't start immediately. He had to fulfill what he had promised others. He bought the barrel of diesel from the trading platform with a few biscuits. He had already connected several parts of the town with wood earlier. The cold air and the smell of diesel mingled together. The docking countdown reached its last 10 minutes. Standing at the train's entrance, Qiyan pulled out the windproof lighter he had obtained earlier. Click. Whoosh. The flames followed the path paved with wooden planks towards the center of the town. A gentle breeze mixed with snow, and the fire, fueled by the wind, instantly ignited everything within Miling Town, starting from this simple platform. In front of the train, the distorted void of departure appeared. Qiyan stood at the control panel and pressed the start button. Privileges effective. Early departure. In an instant, the world changed. Qiyan instinctively shielded his eyes. The sudden rise in temperature around him reminded him that the wilderness's tropical weather was still ongoing. After all this time, the temperature hasn't dropped at all? Returning to the temperature-controlled carriage, the surrounding temperature returned to a comfortable zone for humans. He placed the safe box in the corner of the carriage. 3 of its slots were filled with carriages from Miling Town. The remaining slot, of course, was for the profane card. The original items in the safe box were thrown into the storage unit. Another station finished. The broadcast didn't say anything this time. Throwing himself onto the bed, Qiyan looked at the ceiling above him and raised his hand, holding the level 4 treasure chest in midair. He chuckled without reason. I didn't expect that the first level 4 treasure chest I got without sublimation wouldn't be the biggest gain from this station. If people knew, they'd probably die of envy. At this station, Qiyan learned many things about this world. Although not much, it would prevent him from blindly stumbling around like a headless fly when encountering things in the future. And the profane card. Shea never told him what the card truly was, but Qiyan roughly guessed that her being sealed in Miling Town was probably related to the profane card. The more he knew, the more he wanted to know. A little tired. In fact, from the very beginning, when he chose to escape, until now, even though Shea showed her goodwill, the deep tension within Qiyan had never dissipated. It wasn't until he returned to his own train that the tension finally vanished. With both his body and mind relaxing, Qiyan really wanted to treat himself as a salted fish, no longer worrying about the next station, and just rot away like this. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Sublimation had to continue. The station wouldn't wait for him either. The level 4 treasure chest was tossed back and forth in his hand. Qiyan gazed at the box, even though a strange feeling in his body told him that his sublimation would not succeed. But he just wanted to try. Stamina, 89. Mental energy, 110. Stamina wasn't full, but it didn't matter. Qiyan took out the healing lollipop Shea had given him and put it in his mouth. A sweet scent filled his nasal cavity, and his stamina rapidly recovered. In just 1 second, it went from 89 points to 100. This speed could at least restore his stamina by 10 points per second. Without wasting time, Qiyan placed his hand on the level 4 treasure chest. Sublimation. In an instant, stamina and mental energy flowed out like water from an opened floodgate. The power of the healing lollipop continuously replenished them. But it was still a drop in the bucket. It was as if the sublimation talent was never meant to reach the height of level 5. At this moment, Qiyan finally understood what he had been feeling all along. It wasn't that his stamina and mental energy weren't enough, it was that beyond level 4, whether it was treasure chests, buildings, or anything else, they all resisted sublimation. If that was the case, should he give up? It was still not too late to give up now. Otherwise, his stamina and mental energy might be completely drained. But on the other hand, if he really gave up, wouldn't his sublimation talent end here? Shea had said that once a talent was possessed, it could never be changed. If he stopped now, sublimation would also be stuck at the level 4 threshold. He was unwilling, and he wouldn't accept it. cannot be changed, huh? Yi Qiyan was smiling. His other hand was pressed to his chest, where his heart was. Then I'll have to try. I want to sublimate my sublimation talent. This crazy act seemed to trigger a switch. Countless dazzling red light screens continuously appeared. If one were to look from the outside, his train was now enveloped in red. Everyone in the entire train world felt an indescribable fear at this moment. And the instigator of all this, currently surrounded by the red light screen, fell into a coma. Ugh! Approaching the 6th station. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose a docking option from the 2 stations below. Station 1. Station 2. An error occurred. Correcting. Correction failed. What's that sound? The crossroads of fate is active. Please select a station within 5 seconds, or the station will be automatically updated. Can't wake up. Selection countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time out. Module, Crossroads of Fate is re-randomizing stations. Station selection complete. Please sit back and hold on tight. The 6th station ahead is Hope Valley, Level 4 Slaughter Station. The train was accelerating. The environment was changing. Passing through the void, the wilderness outside the window turned into a forest. Departure countdown, infinity. Error. Clear interference. Revision complete. Correct. Departure countdown. System forced revision. Interfere killed. Killed successfully. Departure countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. This station, extremely dangerous. Please be careful. Wish you survive. Special tip, after this station ends, there will be a special reward. Please try to survive until the departure time. In the quiet train, Yi Qiyan's consciousness gradually returned. Killing station. Open level 5 treasure chest. It was the 10th minute of the stopover. Under the bright sky, sunlight streamed through the train window, illuminating Yi Qiyan's face. The dazzling light woke him up. He looked around, disoriented. Outside the train window, vast stretches of forest filled his vision. This wasn't the wilderness, was it a platform? He fully awoke, and memories from before he fainted surged like a tide. He looked down, the iron lump-like treasure chest lay quietly at his feet. Level 5 treasure chest, openable. He succeeded. He truly completed this sublimation. That meant. He looked at the talent section of his personal interface. Sublimation can consume stamina or mental energy to sublimate and evolve all existing things, regardless of type, level, or completeness, ignoring resistance. The description only had 4 more words. Ignoring resistance. That was enough. He succeeded. It really works. A smile appeared on Yi Qiyan's face. He looked at the alert watchtower device directly above the train. The previous feeling of being unable to sublimate had vanished, and there was no longer any obstruction above level 4. The shackles of his talent were successfully broken after self-sublimation. Amidst his excitement, Yi Qiyan began to observe his surroundings. While he was unconscious, he vaguely heard some sounds. This randomly selected platform was the kind he least wanted to enter. Slaughter platform. What was the difference between slaughter and hunting? Yi Qiyan had no idea. After all, he had never even entered a hunting platform. These are. He opened the train system's records, and seeing the long list, his good mood gradually disappeared, replaced by a heavy feeling. Interference? Someone interfered with my stopover platform and time? But then they were erased by the train system? And this countdown? Holy cow! 10 hours? Rubbing his eyes, Yi Qiyan confirmed he hadn't misread. What the heck, this train system, warning of an extremely dangerous platform, was going to make him stop for 10 hours? He clearly remembered his train stopover time was only 5 hours. Undoubtedly, this was also the result of interference from that unknown entity. In fact, that entity wanted to keep him here forever, but was ultimately forcibly erased by the train system. Looking at it this way, the train system was relatively fair and trustworthy. The fortunate thing was that the VIP departure rights module was still usable, but he still had to stay here for 7 hours. Qiyan took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Although he didn't know why it turned out this way, no matter what, he should open the treasure chest first. The items in a level 5 treasure chest should, in theory, be able to overpower a level 4 platform. As long as the loot wasn't too bad, there shouldn't be any problem. Open level 5 treasure chest. Obtain train coins, 10. Obtained, module, system binding. Obtained, module, in-station startup. Obtained, golden strike card, level 5. Obtained, always accurate pocket watch, level 5. Excluding the train coins, there were 4 rewards, 2 modules and 2 level 5 items. Module, system binding. After using this module, the train system will permanently change the binding object to the train conductor himself, not the train control base. Station. Module, in-station startup. After using this module, you can start the train within the station to travel to a target location, consuming 1 train coin per hour. He used both modules directly. They weren't cards. After being used in the system, they would directly appear on Qiyan himself, with no physical form to touch, so they couldn't be sublimated. This was different from talent. Talent itself represented him, so sublimating his talent was equivalent to completing a sublimation of himself. Among these 2 modules, Qiyan particularly liked the first one. Many times, he had been inconvenienced by the train's control system only being usable at the front of the train. Now, it was great. Even when he was outside, he could use the system, whether it was appraising items or checking personal information. He no longer needed to run back and forth. Golden strike card, level 5. After use, consumes 20 mental energy. Your next attack will have a golden strike effect, increasing its power by 5 times. Uses 3/3. Sublimate. Stamina 180, mental energy 120/90. After completing self-sublimation, the points consumed were also less than before. Golden critical strike card. Level 6. Consumes 20 mental energy. The next attack gains a golden critical strike effect, increasing its power by 50 times. Uses 3/3. It directly increased tenfold? Heh, it would be so satisfying to hit someone with this. With its potential exhausted, Qiyan put it into his pocket. With this item, if he had to face some powerful monsters, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. Unfortunately, it could only be used 3 times. Always accurate pocket watch, level 5. A pocket watch whose time will never be wrong. No matter what time and space you are in, it will provide you with the most accurate time. Well, it's not bad. Although he really wanted to complain about why a watch could be considered a level 5 item, the gains from this treasure chest weren't bad, so he'd just consider it a bonus. It's quite pretty. The pocket watch was entirely white, with golden lines outlining intricate, high-level patterns he couldn't understand. The dial and hands were entirely carved from some kind of gemstone. From every angle, this was a beautiful pocket watch. Qiyan also put it into his pocket. It wasn't bad for telling time. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot broke the silence. He looked in the direction of the sound. In a clearing in the forest, a pool of crimson blood gathered, and the corpse of a dog-like monster with a dagger in its mouth slowly appeared. The gunshot just now was from the alert watchtower. Its stealth-breaking ability detected that monster. However, the death of one monster did not end it. The alert watchtower glowed red, and red targeting circles appeared on the ground. One monster after another charged from the forest towards the train. Bang bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. The alert watchtower activated at full power, level 3 bullets pouring out as if they were free. Each shot precisely aimed at the monster's vital points, killing them. The 100-meter alert range became a forbidden zone for these monsters. Qiyan breathed a slight sigh of relief, but his heart grew heavier. If he hadn't obtained the alert watchtower, if the alert watchtower hadn't had stealth breaking ability, he would probably have been caught by monsters that secretly entered the train and been dismembered by now. What exactly is going on with this platform? Hunting. Slaughter. Just one word apart. The former, as a hunter, hunts enemies. The latter, slaughter, can be explained in two ways. Firstly, slaughtering enemies, but this clearly overlaps with hunting. Secondly, being slaughtered by enemies, waiting in fear and despair, constantly hiding and struggling, until the stopover time ends. In other words, these monsters surrounding and attacking him were the way the slaughter platform was formed. The entity that interfered with his platform choice intended to trap him in this slaughterhouse to die. Continuous sublimation. No matter who that guy is who wants me to die, I will absolutely not let him have his way. No matter how dangerous this place is, it's still only a level 4 station. After a period of slaughter, the monster's siege gradually ceased. Qiyan climbed onto the top of the train, reaching out to touch the vigilance sentry that was still continuously firing. A level 5 vigilance sentry facing a level 4 station should be pretty good. Sublimation. Spirit, 90-40. Sublimation successful. Vigilance sentry, level 5. When equipped to the train, it can be outfitted with up to 9 weapons of any type, including melee. It can freely appear anywhere on the train, with a vigilance range of 150 meters. Within this range, all hostile targets are automatically locked onto and attacked. Locked targets will have their invisibility/stealth/illusionary and other visual obscuring effects broken. Can temporarily detach from the train to pursue targets, with a pursuit range of 150 meters around the train. Freely choose whether to start vigilance. Consume 1 train coins to activate over-limit mode, all weapon attack speeds double for 30s. After sublimation, the vigilance sentry directly transformed into a vigilance sentry, and its strength was evident just from its description. The increase in vigilance range from 100 meters to 150 meters alone was a huge improvement, not to mention the other added features. Qiyan's sublimation was not yet over. The level 4 structures he had equipped on the train were not limited to just the vigilance sentry. Arriving at the third carriage, the monitor, which had always been largely inactive, quietly remained there. As a level 4 structure, the monitor had almost no room to operate. The external threats were sufficiently handled by the vigilance sentry, but it's better to be safe than sorry. The vigilance sentry's vigilance range does not include the interior of the train. If some monster could truly bypass the sentry's detection and enter the train, that's when the monitor would come into play. Sublimation. Stamina, 80-40. Spirit, 40-30. Sublimation successful. Enchantment, Illusory Monitor, level 5. Equipped to any carriage, it can monitor any part of the train. When foreign objects invade, it will issue an alarm and release an illusionary effect on the foreign object. The monitor's effect after sublimation was not as powerful as the sentry's, it merely gained an illusionary enchantment, and it's currently unknown to what extent it can achieve. After 3 consecutive sublimations, Qiyan still felt tired, but it was not yet time to stop. Returning to the locomotive carriage, he brought all the mithril cross and pure earthbound stone to the front of the train. Physical invasions were handled by the monitor and the sentry, so anomalies and the like could only rely on these two. Moreover, the potential of the pure earthbound stone had not yet been fully expended, meaning Qiyan could still perform 1 more sublimation on it. However, his current stamina and spirit were too depleted, and he needed some time to recover. Donning his bulletproof vest, gripping his blacklight handgun, he made the best preparations he could. He would never let the entity that sought his life succeed. This station, he was determined. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Wally, activate. Since he was already here, it would be a shame not to take something away. After completing all of this, Qiyan still had a very important thing to do. So hungry. It was time to eat. Taking out some meat and vegetables from his storage unit, he set up a barbecue grill outside the train and, accompanied by the occasional gunshots, prepared his lunch. After being unconscious for a day, he couldn't possibly not eat, right? By the way, speaking of it, after level 5 is completely finished, will there be anything new? Opening the system's message log, Qiyan scrolled up and indeed saw something new. All train conductors leave level 5. Lift restriction on private transactions within the station. Lift restriction on inability to post items on the trading platform within the station. Current maximum number of items all train conductors can post on the trading platform, 5 types. The trading platform has been liberated? This was good news. Because he had missed a travel period due to being unconscious, he had been regretting not being able to trade for some good items from people who had experienced level 5. The private chat interface was blinking slightly, indicating that a friend had sent him a message. Shangwaningshue, did you also feel the vibration on your side? Sorry, I bothered you. The message from Shangwaningshue left him a bit confused. Vibration? What was that? Was it something that happened while he was unconscious? The inexplicable apology afterward was even stranger. Zhao Lin, Brother Yi, thank you for helping me level up. I've entered level 6, which is a snack shop. If you need any food. Attached was a photo with various snacks, drinks, and even alcohol. Good luck followed bad luck. While Qiyan envied her level 6, he wasn't particularly keen on Zhao Lin's talent. Luck is conserved, good luck is followed by bad luck. Her next station might turn out differently, perhaps she, too, would enter a slaughter station like him. Li Shaoshang, what have you decided about what I said? To be honest, after level 6, I will be the first train conductor to upgrade to a level 3 train. Join my alliance, provide weapons, survive together, and in the future, I can also help you complete your train upgrade. Empty promises. This guy wanted him to join his alliance, but in the end, there were no benefits. This guy must have been the boss of some trash company before coming to this world, right? He's so good at painting a rosy picture. Previously, it was for trading with him, but after the fishing rod incident, Qiyan felt there was no need to trade with this guy. Delete friend. Continuing to look down, Qiyan found that some names had turned gray. He remembered Shea saying that gray names meant the train was destroyed, or rather, death. Clearing all private chats in the background, Qiyan sent a message in the public chat room. 2453/10,000. Massively acquiring gunpowder. Interested parties, private message with price. The message did not receive as many responses as usual. Aside from the number of people decreasing once again, most people were currently exploring the station, they didn't have modules, and the interface of the operating system could only stay in the locomotive carriage. This was good too, his message could remain at the top for a while without being scrolled down. 1 hour after docking. Under the sentry's slaughter, the 100-meter radius around the train became the only safe haven in the vicinity. Qiyan ate barbecue, accompanied by bison fruit and ice-cold beer he bought from Zhao Lin, as if he wasn't in a slaughter station, but on vacation. In a scenic forest. Of course. That is, if you ignored the faint smell of rust in the air. Collect corpses and harvest train coins. After eating his fill, Qiyan's mind became active again. This killing platform seemed to only allow passive defense, but that didn't mean nothing could be done. The corpses left by the monsters that the vigilant sentry had singled out, if collected and recycled at the processing station, would also be a kind of harvest. No sooner said than done. Qiyan bought a large bamboo basket on the trading platform, threaded some ropes through it, and carried it on his back. He also tied a dagger to the end of a wooden stick, making a simple hook scythe. During the lull when the monsters were dealt with, Qiyan quickly rushed to the monster's corpse and dragged it back. Blackhorn Hound, Level 2. Swift Serpent, Level 3. Assassin Lizard, Level 3. He took monster corpses one by one to the train processing station and began to recycle them. Obtained, Blackhorn Hound meat times 10. Swift Serpent meat times 5. Lizard meat times 10. Obtained, Assassin Lizard skin times 1. Can slightly reduce presence when carried. Obtained, Blackhorn Hound dagger times 1. Hound dagger. A dagger used by blacktooth hounds, it is corrosive. Aside from various cuts of meat, recycling monster corpses could also yield special materials related to their characteristics. Qiyan quickened his pace, collecting freely within the 150-meter safe zone. As long as he didn't leave this range, these monsters couldn't harm him under the sentry's lock. So far, this killing platform hadn't caused Qiyan much trouble, on the contrary, he had gained a lot. A level 5 vigilant sentry dealing with monsters that were at most level 4 was a complete dimensionality reduction strike. Even if occasionally a few overly massive beast tides broke through the 150-meter safe distance, activating the sentry's over-limit mode was enough to repel them. What's more, Qiyan's gunfire judgment module also made him a sharpshooter. The blacklight handgun paired with armor-piercing rounds could even break through Shea's puppet's defense, let alone a group of flesh and blood monsters. 5 hours turned this place into a slaughterhouse where he could pick and choose. As for danger, if he had to say, the consumption of bullets really made him feel a bit pained. His original ammunition count of nearly 1,000 rounds, after 5 hours of consumption, was now less than 400 rounds, and this was with both the sentry and him having perfect accuracy. Is this all there is to the killing platform? Although those monsters had no brains, the scattered corpses and the smell of blood in the air instinctively warned them not to enter that area. The monsters stopped attacking and instead roamed around. It seemed they were waiting for something. The sky gradually darkened. Qiyan took out his pocket watch, the time was 18:12. It was getting dark, and he didn't plan to continue risking it. He lit a bonfire with a lighter, took out a piece of snake meat, washed it with water, threaded it onto a wooden stick, and roasted it over the fire. In 5 hours, he had collected a total of 810 kilograms of various monster meats, occupying 4 storage units. With the storage carriages feature, there was no need to worry about it rotting or smelling bad from being stored too long. While the meat was roasting, Qiyan summoned the system light screen before him. Chat room, 2044/10,000. Everyone else besides him should have already left the 6th station. As usual, many people remained there forever. Is it another night survival tonight? Yes, the last broadcast said the next night survival would be in 3 days, which is after 3 stations, so isn't that now? What? You haven't upgraded to level 2 yet? Then you're dead. Last time those monsters almost caught up to me. Resources wanted. Metal wanted. I'm only 30 kilograms of metal short. I'll trade food. I'll trade water. I'll trade all my supplies. Save it. At a time like this, upgrade resources are more important than anything. After tonight, who knows how much speed will be needed next time? Who would trade upgrade resources? Friend, why don't you try joining the Alliance? Li Shaoxing of the Alliance seems to have a lot of upgrade resources. Upstairs, you're thinking too much. That guy Li Shaoxing is very selfish. Now, buying resources from him is an exorbitant price. 1 train coin for 15 kilograms of metal? I'll be damned. I'd rather die than buy from him. Why such a big reaction? Then just die. What's more, the price has already been updated. 1 train coin can only be exchanged for 10 kilograms of material or 10 mechanical parts. If you don't buy now, when night survival begins, the price will be even more expensive. I'm telling you, only Brotherly dares to sell materials now. The person who said this should be a member of Li Shaoxing's alliance. There were only just over 2,000 people left in the chat room now. Qiyan observed for a while, about 1/10 of the train conductors still hadn't completed their first upgrade. Some of them missed resources because they didn't get off at certain stations. Some were simply incredibly unlucky. In 6 stations, they never entered a station with basic resources, and just surviving until now was their greatest effort. It was just the threshold from level 1 to level 2, and 8,000 people had already been filtered out by this threshold. At this time, they shouldn't be stingy with their train coins or some special items to exchange for resources. And Li Xiaoshang also seemed to be selling, but the price was too high, so not everyone could afford it, and this guy seemed to be deliberately preventing some people from completing the upgrade. He still had 16 train coins now, which seemed like a lot, but he didn't know how much would be consumed for the upgrade options after the next train upgrade. If there was an opportunity to acquire more train coins, Yi Qiyan wouldn't give up. He thought for a moment and sent a message to the chat room. Selling upgrade materials. 1 train coin can be exchanged for 30 kilograms of metal, or 30 kilograms of wood, or 20 mechanical parts. Limited quantity, first come, first served. No bargaining accepted. Big shot, I want to buy. Holy moly, isn't this Brother Gun Seller? Brother Gun Seller is selling resources again? This price, hey, it's quite a bit cheaper than Li Xiaoshang's goods. Help, help. Big shot, I have train coins, I've messaged you privately, please reply quickly. So expensive, only a fool would buy. Damn it, you're a bunch of blood-sucking vampires who eat people without spitting out bones. Are a pile of trash resources worth 1 train coin? If you buy now, what will you do when you upgrade and don't have train coins to buy options? Why are you barking? Are you jealous that others have resources to sell and you don't have the ability? Keep barking and I'll smash your head in. Aren't you just Li Xiaoshang's dog? You see someone selling cheaper than your master and you start getting upset. I'm buying from Great Yi. Who are you calling a dog? Damn your mother. I've got my eye on you, I'll chop you to death when we meet. The chat room exploded. Some people who had bought materials at a higher price from Li Xiaoshang felt indignant after seeing the price Yi Qiyan announced and started arguing with others in the chat room. Yi Qiyan ignored their squabbling. The materials listed on the trading interface were sold out in an instant, turning into 10 train coins that landed in his hands. A wonderful deal with a rich woman. The chat room was still noisy. There were still many voices begging others to list materials on the trading platform, and more private messages were sent to Yi Qiyan's backend. Yi Qiyan listed another batch, but this time he only received 3 train coins. It wasn't that the market was saturated, but rather that very few people actually had train coins. Treasure chests weren't that easy to find. Thinking about it carefully, if it weren't for Wally, wouldn't the only treasure chest Yi Qiyan himself had found be the one from the initial armory? No treasure chests meant no train coins. Without train coins, one couldn't buy upgrade resources, and by the next night's survival, they could only wait for death. But that had nothing to do with Yi Qiyan. He couldn't help everyone, his willingness to list items was merely to harvest a wave of train coins. What's more, for someone who couldn't even manage their first upgrade within 6 stations, they truly weren't suited for this world. He scanned through the private messages hoping to exchange resources for supplies. They hadn't even considered that when begging for help, they needed to prove they were worth helping. Pang Wenxuan, please, I only have this blueprint. I need 30 kilograms of metal to upgrade my train. Please help me. Among the private messages, only one caught Yi Qiyan's attention. Blueprint? He could take a look. But a blueprint should be able to be exchanged for more resources from others, right? After all, even a trashy blueprint is still a blueprint. Strange. What blueprint? Upon receiving a reply, Pang Wenxuan, who was curled up trembling in a corner of his train, was instantly overjoyed. This one. Please help me. Wooden bow blueprint, level 1. Requires 3 kilograms wood. Alright, Yi Qiyan retracted his previous thought. No wonder he couldn't sell it. How many modern people knew how to use a bow? Compared to guns and crossbows, which only required aiming and pulling the trigger, a bow was too difficult to use. What's more, this was just a bow, and there were no arrows to go with it. However, this was still a blueprint after all. Useless to others, but not necessarily to him. Okay, let's trade. The moment Yi Qiyan agreed, Pang Wenchuan burst into tears of joy. He had thought the other party would refuse like everyone else. He truly hadn't expected this. Thank you. You are a good person. I will definitely repay you. A good person? Yi Qiyan scratched his head. Being praised as a good person these days always feels like being insulted. He didn't pay attention to the mention of repayment, as it was very likely their last exchange. Barely reaching level 2 in 6 stations, what about next time? Could he truly keep up with the continuously increasing pace? The trade was completed. Then, sublimation. That's right, the reason Yi Qiyan agreed was here. A trashy level 1 blueprint, after sublimation, could reach level 2, be manufactured, and then sublimated again to jump to level 3. He hadn't thought of sublimating blueprints before because he didn't want to be unable to collect suitable materials for manufacturing after. Upgrading. Speaking of which, this was his first time sublimating a blueprint. Spirit, 120-115. Black hardwood bow, level 2. Requires 10 kilograms wood, 0.5 kilograms fiber. He had all the materials, so he manufactured it directly. Then, he continued to sublimate. Spirit, 115-105. Flower Dawn enchanted wooden bow. Consumes spirit to create Flower Dawn arrows. After firing, accuracy can be slightly adjusted. Potential exhausted. A wooden bow with floral patterns was held in his hand. Consuming a bit of spiritual energy, he drew the bow, and a light pink energy arrow appeared out of thin air. Fired into the distance, the arrow pierced through the body of a monster. The power was good, similar to the blacklight handgun with armor-piercing rounds, and it also had a slight auto-aim ability. But Yi Qiyan still preferred using guns, though this level 3 bow would definitely sell for a good price. Clear. All unknown private messages were cleared, others' pleas for help had nothing to do with him. Ultimately, a price of 30 kilograms of resources for 1 train coin already indicated that he wasn't a good person. One message remained in the private chat interface, it was from a friend and wouldn't be cleared. Shangwaningshue, do you still have bullets for sale? I can exchange gunpowder. It was her, a very generous and pleasant trading partner. Gunpowder, that was exactly what he needed, it came at just the right time. Yi Qiyan, 500G gunpowder for 10 level 3 bullets. I won't charge you extra processing fees for the metal used for manufacturing. Deal, I want 100. Question mark. Is there a problem? No, I'm just curious that you actually got so much gunpowder. A smile couldn't be suppressed on Yi Qiyan's face. 500G of gunpowder could produce 100 bullets. The price sold to Shangwaningshue was 10 times the cost. And this rich woman wanted 100 rounds at once, which meant she would provide Yi Qiyan with enough gunpowder to make 1,000 rounds. Trading with her is very pleasant. The trade was quickly concluded. 100 bullets were exchanged for the raw materials for 1,000 bullets. Yi Qiyan immediately took out the blueprint and started manufacturing at the processing station. Yi Qiyan, who had been worried about whether he would have enough bullets to leave this station, was now completely at ease. He assigned all the freshly made bullets to the sentries, feeling completely secure. Snake meat sizzled with oil over the flames. He sprinkled a little salt and flipped it. His fingers tapped on the light screen. By the way, I was unconscious yesterday. What was that vibration you mentioned? Can you tell me? Unconscious? Shangwaningshue, who was organizing her supplies, paused when she saw this message. Yes, I was severely injured at the station and almost didn't make it. Sorry. I thought I was disturbing you too much, and you didn't want to talk to me anymore. This was supposed to be the last time. no need to apologize. So, what exactly was the vibration? He still wanted to figure out this matter. I don't know. The vibration suddenly appeared around 5:50 p.m. yesterday. That kind of vibration made people inexplicably fearful, as if something was angry. 5:50 p.m. Wasn't that the time he left me Lingtown? Thanks for the answer. Oh, how was your harvest at the last station? Did you get anything good? Can you show me? Shangguaning hesitated for a moment, then remembered that she had misunderstood the other party and sent a screenshot. Frozen stone, level 2. When placed in a container, it can lower the temperature of the liquid inside the container until it reaches freezing point. Opened from a treasure chest. If you need it, I can sell it to you for 60 bullets, or 2 train coins. Then fool. This is a good item. Without a reservoir, the temperature would be too high, and the water would easily spoil and rot. But if the temperature is kept at freezing point, the spoilage time can be greatly reduced. Furthermore, if hot weather is encountered, this item becomes even more useful. After all, no one can refuse a cold beer in the heat. I almost forgot about this. Qiyan thought of something, returned to the carriage, and found his target in the blueprint storage area. Low-level reservoir blueprint. This was a blueprint obtained from the upgrade options after the first train upgrade. Although he had only built it once, the reservoir's role was undoubtedly quite practical in this world. And Shangguaning, this woman who inexplicably had a strong affinity with water, should like this very much. This, are you buying it? A description of the low-level reservoir was sent over. How many train coins? She was tempted. 2. I don't have that much. Can I buy it on credit? And this is just a low-level reservoir, why is it so expensive? You can exchange it for other items. On credit, what do you think? Shangguaning also understood that it was impossible. After a moment of hesitation, she made a decision. Ice pull speed, is that okay? She agreed so easily? She didn't even bargain. Qiyan patted the low-level reservoir. To put it bluntly, this thing was just a piece of iron with special abilities. The blueprint for it only cost 1 train coin back then. He didn't expect to sell it for 3 train coins. Things truly cannot be judged by their appearance. You don't agree? We can trade. Just a moment. Since she was willing, Qiyan wouldn't refuse. Holding the blueprint, he took out the materials and began crafting on the processing table. A brand new low-level reservoir appeared, and Shangguaning had already sent a trade request. Except, the trade was completed. Qiyan picked up the ice pull speed. This item is good. Later, I'll buy some beer and drinks from Zhaolin. If she dies at the next station, I won't be able to buy them. And, there was also sublimation. Spirit, 10484. Ice pull speed, level 3. Can condense water into ice, and can be manipulated into shapes. Oh ho, could it be? Cough cough, appear. Ice pulse sword. Qiyan coughed lightly, striking what he considered a very cool pose, and aimed the ice pull speed at the reservoir. The fresh water in the reservoir slowly condensed into a long sword made of ice. He reached out to grab it. Then, it shattered upon touch. This is too rubbish. I thought it would be like casting magic. Disappointed, but it wasn't too bad. Anyway, he got the item almost for free, so he didn't lose out. He looked at the chat interface, then at the flowing dawn Enchanted would bow beside him. Shangguaning probably doesn't have anything else she can trade with me, but... After a moment of hesitation, he still sent a screenshot, along with a message. Do you want this? I'll sell it to you for 4 train coins, or other items. Shangguaning, who was about to take a shower, was stunned when she saw the message. I'm out of money, and it's too expensive. It's not expensive at all. This is a level 3 weapon, it can completely crush the monsters we can encounter right now. As for train coins, I said you can exchange it for items of equivalent value. Why didn't you say that just now? There was a hint of resentment in Shangwan Ingshua's words. If Yi Qiyan had shown this bow from the beginning, why would she have bought bullets? I just remembered, and besides, didn't you say you wanted to buy bullets? Yi Qiyan continued to bluff without batting an eye. If we can't trade, then never mind. This bow can only be sold to someone else. He was still probing. Shangwan Ingshue seemed luckier than Zhao Lin. After all, besides himself, she was the first among everyone to complete a train upgrade. She might have some other items in her possession. All right, I remember you just said you opened a treasure chest at the last station? Besides the ice pole speed, what else was there? Don't worry, I'm not implying you should use those items for exchange. An inexplicable urge to close the chat interface and directly delete him from her friends list arose in Shangwan Ingshue's calm heart. Not implying? Then what was that supposed to mean? Did he really think she definitely wanted to buy it? Just a level 3 weapon, Shangwan Ingshue, wasn't. A screenshot was sent to Yi Qiyan. Clear Sky Doll, level 2. Consumes 2 spirit points. At 12 p.m. daily, it will predict the weather for the next day. Only this, plus 100 kilograms of fresh water and 1 train coin. If you're unwilling to sell, then forget it. This time, she really took out everything she could. It wasn't that Shangwan Ingshue had to buy it, but this level 3 weapon was too attractive for her, who only had a level 2 train. If he doesn't agree this time, I absolutely won't raise the price again. Thinking to herself, Yi Qiyan had already replied. All right. Seeing as we've traded so many times, consider it me doing you a favor. Let's trade. Although he said that, his face was already beaming with a smile. He hit the jackpot. A blueprint obtained from just 30 kilograms of supplies, ultimately sold for a value of 3 train coins. He was truly a business genius. The trade was completed, all the fresh water was put into the reservoir, and a white clear sky doll appeared in his hand. It's quite cute. Sublimation. Spirit, 8469. Relaxed clear sky doll, level 3. Consumes 1 spirit point. Can predict today's and tomorrow's weather at any time. From only being usable at 12 p.m., it became usable at any time, and the spirit consumption also decreased to 1 point. Not bad. Its appearance didn't change much. Yi Qiyan hung it in his constant temperature carriage where he usually rested. This trade brought him many things, though not to the point of a qualitative change. But he now possessed a total of 30 train coins. He could consider the next sublimation for the train. Still, let's wait until after we leave the station. It's not very safe here after all. Having made up his mind, Yi Qiyan walked out of the carriage. What's that smell? He sniffed, and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no! My meat! The snake meat, which had been roasting for a long time, was now charred black, clearly inedible. Sigh, I'll have to roast it again. Speaking of which, Wally hasn't returned after all this time. He didn't die outside, did he? Lightning White Wolf. Leaving platform 6. Damn it. This Yi Qiyan actually deleted me as a friend. And he's selling materials at a lower price. Is he deliberately going against me? Li Xiaoxing's face was extremely grim. Looking at the glaring notification on his friends list that he had been deleted, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Since you've chosen to go against me, just wait, I'll make you regret it. Around him, a large amount of wood and metal occupied most of the space. Li Xiaoxing let out a triumphant laugh. Sure enough, I am the chosen one. I can upgrade every 3 stations. Who can catch up to me, ha ha ha. Upgrade. Li Xiaoxing consumed the materials, and his train's level rose to 3. Just as he was about to send this message to the chat room to show off, he suddenly noticed something and frowned. Firestone? Gold? Mithril? What are these things? Forget it, with my talent, I can find any material anyway. Wait, why can't I choose? A terrifying thought was born in Li Xiaoxing's mind. His talent could only select basic materials, and basic materials only included metal, wood, and mechanical parts. And mithril, gold, firestone, and so on, were not among them. His talent was limited to this. Finally, I can eat. The stopover time was 6 hours. Yi Qiyan blew off the ash clinging to the snake meat. The rich aroma of the meat, even with only basic salt seasoning, was incredibly appetizing. During this time, the monsters outside had not launched a single attack. Even when Yi Qiyan actively shot at them with his gun, these monsters would only choose to flee, returning to the 150-meter vigilant sentry line after. Yi Qiyan left. Are they trying to trap me here and then wait? Eating the snake meat, he rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Just then, a rustling sound came from not far away. Looking over, the vigilant sentry did not attack the source of the sound. Wally, the square robot with 2 treads, was approaching from not far away. Oh, you're back. I thought you were going to die out there. Wally didn't speak, it just silently delivered a tree stump to Yi Qiyan. Level 4 treasure chest, can be opened. Yi Qiyan's expression instantly changed. As expected of Wally, well done. He tapped Wally's iron head a few times, but didn't immediately open the treasure chest. He threw away the half-eaten snake meat and turned to get back on the train. However, it would be even better if you didn't attract monsters next time. Howl. A deafening wolf howl echoed from the direction Wally had returned from. A white wolf, as tall as an adult male, appeared in that direction. As it entered the vigilant sentry's warning range, a storm of bullets continuously struck its body. Undoubtedly, in the vigilant sentry's judgment, this white wolf was not a monster that could be taken down with a single bullet. The white wolf whimpered in pain, and a ball of lightning appeared around its body, adhering to its fur. Its speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, it had already broken through to within 50 meters of the train. Electric White Wolf, Level 4. Talent, Lightning Attachment. Skill, Lightning Armor. Overdrive Mode. A train coins in Yi Qiyan's hand turned into golden specks and merged into the vigilant sentry, doubling the vigilant sentry's attack frequency. The 5 marksman rifles in the vigilant sentry's hands seemed to transform into a giant Gatling gun, and a storm of bullets enveloped the white wolf. In less than 3 seconds, only a corpse remained on the ground. But the vigilant sentry's work did not stop. The monsters that had just been outside had followed the white wolf into the vigilant sentry's range. Were they waiting for this wolf? In 30 seconds of overdrive mode, hundreds of monsters were torn to shreds. It's a pity about this hide. It would be very warm if it could be made into clothes. I wonder if it will be better after recycling. He picked up the white wolf's corpse, which was riddled with bullet holes and blood, dragged it back to the train, and recycled it on the processing table. Obtained, Electric White Wolf's Pelt times 1. Obtained, Wolf Bone times 10. Obtained, Wolf Fang times 1. As expected of a level 4 monster, it dropped several more types of materials than lower level monsters. The only pity was that its meat had been shattered by the vigilant sentry. Even if he really picked up that pile that should be pixelated. Never mind. So, those monsters outside were waiting for this white wolf? Thinking about it carefully, that white wolf was indeed formidable. It endured the vigilant sentry's attacks within the 150-meter warning range and pushed forward a full 100 meters before finally falling under the powerful firepower of overdrive mode. If it were any train conductor with only a level 3 train, even if he could barely evade the attacks of ordinary monsters at this station, he would have no chance against that wolf demon. Fear, despair, being torn apart, being trampled, that was the normal fate of a level 3 train conductor at this station. One could only say that he was just a little bit stronger than the average person. He looked up, his gaze passing through the train window to the sky above. Although I don't know who you are, if you want to take my life at this station, I'm sorry, but I can only disappoint you. As time passed, when the countdown reached the last 3 hours, the departure privilege changed from gray to colored, which completely relaxed Yi Qiyan's mind. He didn't choose to leave the station immediately. Now that the white wolf was dead, those monsters didn't even dare to stay outside the vigilant sentry's range. Since that was the case, of course, he should take this opportunity to collect more resources. Where was this? A forest in a canyon. The forest had no shortage of trees. He had been cautious not to leave the station for the first few hours, but he couldn't waste the remaining 3 hours. Carrying an axe, Yi Qiyan took down the safe box Shea had given him. To chop trees, he also had to consider how to get them back to the train. The safe box's definition of one type was more lenient than that of the storage carriage. Things like a gun, a car, or a carriage could all be considered one type. Therefore, a tree could naturally also be considered among them. Chop, put into the safe box, bring back to the train, recycle. In just over 2 hours, the total harvest was 500 kilograms of wood. The last 30 minutes of the stopover countdown. VIP departure privilege activated. Train conductor, please start the train. On the light screen, a huge button appeared before his eyes. Yi Qiyan's gaze swept over the dark forest one last time. It's time to go. He slapped the button with one hand. The familiar void distortion appeared in front of the train. The tracks extended forward. The train slowly accelerated. Passing through the void, passing through the darkness, bright moonlight shone into the train through the window. 22 hours 30 minutes and 5 seconds. The train's broadcast sounded the moment he returned. All train conductors, leave station 6. Weapon conversion card, ebony. All train conductors, leave the 6th platform. The loud broadcast made the remaining 2,000 plus train conductors stop what they were doing and look at the broadcast in astonishment. After tonight, train conductors whose train level is below 2 will die during the night survival. The remaining train conductors will enter the trading platform at the 7th platform. On the trading platform, you can purchase one item of your current train level. Please ensure you have enough train coins. Given that the number of train conductors in E3 block is about to fall below 2,000, a block merger will occur after the 7th platform. Friendly reminder, night survival will begin at exactly midnight and last for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Special reminder, if the train is attacked and damaged, the train speed will decrease. Please use materials to repair the train in time. A long string of words hammered at the hearts of many train conductors. Wails filled the chat room. They begged everywhere, just to get some resources for upgrading. However, no one would lend a hand at this time. The broadcast said that if the train was damaged, its speed would decrease. So, even train conductors who had upgraded to level 2 were not absolutely safe on this night. But none of this had anything to do with Yi Qiyan. Back in the endless wilderness, apart from the broadcast overhead, a light screen automatically appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have left the level 4 slaughter platform despite interference. The train system apologizes for the interference. Therefore, you will be given the following rewards. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained the module, Arbitrary Processing. Arbitrary Processing, after equipping this module, you will be able to summon and use a processing table anywhere. Couldn't it have come earlier? Seriously. He slid his fingertip across the light screen, accepting the module. If he had this module at the last station, he wouldn't have had to expend so much effort moving both corpses and wood. After a brief complaint, Yi Qiyan's gaze fell on the tree stump in his hand, no, to be precise, on the treasure chest. Level 4 treasure chest, can be opened. Heh, good thing Wally is here, otherwise, where would I get so many treasure chests? Night survival had nothing to do with him, compared to that, he had more important things to do. Sublimation. Stamina, 80-50 Spirit, 115-95. Level 5 treasure chest, can be opened. Only 50? Yi Qiyan sighed slightly in his heart. This is so much better than before. Open treasure chest. Obtained, 10 train coins. Train conductor module, lightning assault, level 4. Weapon conversion card, level 5. Blueprint, electric wolf leather boots, level 4. Excluding the train coins, there were 3 items in total, with only one being a level 5 item. Qiyan checked them one by one, starting from the first. Lightning Assault consumes 30 stamina to envelop the body in lightning, forcefully accelerating for a short distance, high-speed movement. Weapon Conversion Card, level 5. When used on any weapon, it can transform that weapon into a level 5 weapon of the same type, using the original weapon as a template. Blueprint, Electric Wolf Leather Boots, requires Electric White Wolf for ×1. After equipping, consumes 20 spirit to summon lightning to possess you, increasing attack/casting/movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds. Can be cast continuously, with each subsequent cast doubling the spirit cost. Although there was only one level 5 item, the other 2 rewards were also excellent. The first module could be seen as a forced displacement in a game, a good ability whether used to evade attacks or to escape. The third blueprint goes without saying. The abilities of that white wolf were still vivid in his memory. As for the second one, Qiyan pondered slightly, playing with the card in his hand. Who should he use it on? Actually, there wasn't much to think about. He picked up the black light handgun that was always hanging at his waist. This gun had accompanied him through several platforms, and even on platforms higher than his level, it could still be effective due to its armor-piercing effect. Moreover, it was very cool. Sublimation. Stamina, 50-30, Spirit, 95-45. Fatigue struck. Sublimating from level 5 to level 6 consumed a full 70 points, which was indeed very high. But it was worth it. Enchanted Heaven's Plunderer Weapon Conversion Card. After weapon conversion, an additional Heaven's Plunderer effect can be enchanted. Without hesitation, Qiyan attached this card to the black light enchanted handgun. The weapon card emitted a light intertwined with black and white. It was as if angels from heaven and demons from hell appeared simultaneously. The black light handgun floated into the air, dazzling and dim light complementing each other. The massive energy fluctuations made the train tremble. Hum. With a soft hum, the light and darkness all dispersed, and a handgun, entirely black and reflective, with angel and demon wings engraved on its barrel, returned to his hand. Unnamed, level 6. Special effect, Heaven's Plunderer. Each time a target is killed, a certain amount of life will be absorbed to restore the owner's injuries, stamina, and spirit. Consumes 1 spirit to condense a black armor-piercing bullet. Consumes 1 stamina to condense a white explosive bullet. Simultaneously consumes 10 stamina and 10 spirit to condense a black and white dual-colored armor-piercing explosive bullet. Please name this weapon. Very strong. After enchantment, the original level 3 black light handgun instantly upgraded to level 6. Not only that, but its effects were also greatly enhanced. Qiyan eagerly opened the train window, scanning the surroundings against the biting cold wind outside. He spotted a mummy monster not far away, raised his gun, consumed 1 point of stamina, and fired. A pure white bullet shot out from the muzzle, and the moment it hit the mummy, an explosion occurred within a 1-meter radius centered on it. This strike was no less powerful than a grenade, perhaps even stronger. Level 6 weapon, what should I call it? That's right. Qiyan looked at the gun in his hand and recalled a name. Ebony, that's a good name. It was one of the firearms used by a protagonist in a game he once played. At the time, he thought it was incredibly cool, and after being enchanted, this gun also bore some resemblance to that ebony. Using this name was like a remembrance of the past. Naming successful. Ebony, Heaven's Plunderer enchantment, suffix hidden. He did not sublimate the remaining items, except for the module. If that blueprint were sublimated, the required materials might not even be the wolf fur anymore. After crafting the boots, there was still a good amount of wolf fur left, which would be perfect for a blanket to sleep with at night. Having finished everything, he lay on the bed, humming a tune in a pleasant mood. It was already past midnight. Outside the train, monsters began to chase the train. However, this night's survival, which was a difficult struggle for others, was still just an ordinary night for him. Tomorrow, I'll upgrade to level 4. Upgrade again and upgrade to level 4 train. Don't come over. Help, I was just a little bit away from leveling up. Why wouldn't you lend me materials? Get lost. You monsters. I don't want to die. On an ordinary night, the train conductors who failed to reach level 2 became food for the monsters. Even among those who had leveled up, some unlucky ones still met an untimely death because their train was damaged and slowed down. The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed into the train. Washing his face, brushing his teeth, setting up the stove, preparing breakfast. The weather is nice. The clear sky doll had predicted today's weather last night. Gentle and clear. It was the most suitable weather for human survival. He opened the window, letting the cool breeze from outside the train blow in. The wilderness outside showed no change. 70 bullets consumed overnight? Less than I imagined. After checking the sentry's consumption, last night was, after all, a period of nighttime survival. Although this time's monsters couldn't catch up to his level 3 train, some would still come from the sides, damaging the train's exterior. He didn't want the train to be damaged, as repairing it would cost materials. Stamina, 100, Spirit, 120. He brought up the system interface. On his personal page, his spirit and attributes had already returned to full. Qiyan swallowed the white forest fruit pulp in his mouth, finished his breakfast, and began to rub his fists together. I wonder what this time's train options will be like. He walked into the front of the train and pressed his hand on the original main control system. Although he didn't need to do this after the system bound the module, he liked the sense of ritual. Sublimation. Stamina, 170, Spirit, 120-50. Train upgrade complete. Current level, 4. Materials required for the next train upgrade: wood 500 kilograms, mechanical parts 500, metal 850 kilograms, glass 40 kilograms, electronic components 200, gold 10 kilograms. Mithril 15 kilograms, calculation unit times 1. Open upgrade options. Congratulations, you are the first train conductor in this sector to upgrade your train to level 4. Obtained title, Upgrade Master. Congratulations on breaking the fastest level 4 train record. You have received a train conductor enhancement card. 100 points, compared to the 90 points consumed when sublimating from a level 2 to a level 3 train, was only a mere 10 points more. His sublimation talent, after undergoing self-sublimation, truly reduced a lot of consumption. Otherwise, the consumption for this level 3 to level 4 upgrade might have completely drained him. However, this record-breaking upgrade also surprised Qiyan a little. After all, Shea had given him a firestone, allowing him to reach level 4 in a short time even without sublimation. Since Shea could give it, then perhaps other senior survivors could also do such a thing, right? It seemed Qiyan had guessed wrong. Those survivors who arrived in this world earlier than him didn't seem to be able to interfere with newbies like him so easily. Shea's situation was just an exception. After upgrading, he first opened the train details. The usual 3 components of the train go without saying, and the speed still increased by 20 km per hour. The focus wasn't here. Open upgrade options. Upgrade options opened. Level 4 train upgrade options are as follows. 1. Luxurious dream bed, 5 train coins. 2. Train space enhancement, 8 train coins. 3. Train module, train anywhere door, 6 train coins. 4. Smart chip, 10 train coins. After reading these 4 upgrade options, Qiyan's face was full of question marks. 5, 8, 6, 10. To buy all of them would cost a total of 29 train coins? Was this upgrade option really not determined by the number of train coins he possessed? He currently only had 39 in total. After buying these upgrade options, he would only have the 10 left that he got from opening the level 5 treasure chest. This is too expensive, isn't it? Qiyan felt a little heartache and complained speechlessly. However, train coins could still be obtained, but if he missed an upgrade option, he would truly miss it. But he still had to check the quality of these 4 options before deciding whether to buy them now. He touched the light screen floating in front of him and brought up the details of all 4 upgrade rewards. Luxurious dream bed. On this bed, you can get the best rest. Your stamina/spirit recovery speed will be increased while lying on it, and you won't have nightmares. Good stuff. He was just feeling that his current metal plate bed was giving him back pain, and it could also restore stamina and spirit. Wasn't this exactly what he needed most? Bought it. Train space enhancement. All carriage/locomotive space within the train, length, width, and height each increase by 1 meter. This upgrade option immediately reminded Qiyan of Shea's church carriage. Without a doubt, he had to buy this too. Bought. Train module, train anywhere door. Through the carriage partition door, you can freely choose to enter any carriage in the train. This also seems very useful. Buy it. Smart chip. Needs to be installed in a mechanical creation. After installation, it can give it low-level intelligence. Hiss, if this were installed in Wally's head. Let's wait. Qiyan restrained the hand that was about to make an impulsive purchase. After buying the first 3 options, he only had 20 train coins left. He hadn't forgotten what the broadcast said yesterday: everyone's station today would be a trading station that required train coins. If he spent all his train coins now, what if he encountered something he wanted but had no train coins? Wouldn't he just have to stare longingly? Let Wally suffer a bit, keep the train coins. Qiyan chose to keep the last smart chip. 3 stations time. Even if he spent all his train coins at the trading station, he was confident he could collect them again. After the purchase was complete, the train space became much wider after the enhancement. He placed the bed in the temperature-controlled carriage he had already designated as a bedroom. And indeed, if he hadn't upgraded the train space, placing this bed would have made it quite cramped. Woohoo! It's been a long time since I've slept on such a comfortable bed. No, my previous beds weren't this comfortable either. Throwing himself onto the bed, Qiyan narrowed his eyes. His body was enveloped by the soft and elastic mattress, making him feel extremely relaxed. The fatigue in his body was relieved at this moment. He brought up his personal interface. Stamina and spirit were also recovering at a faster rate. Sure enough, letting Wally suffer a bit was the right choice. Public trading platform. After resting for a while, Qiyan sat up from the bed. His upgrade rewards didn't stop there. A title: this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Title: Upgrade Master. Description: awarded to the first train conductor in each block to upgrade their train to level 4, to commend your outstanding performance in this. Train survival. After wearing it, it will be easier to gain the trust of the natives within the platform. Trust, huh? Maybe it will be useful? Directly wearing this title didn't cause any changes. He would have to wait until the next time he arrived at a platform and encountered living people to see its effect. Finally, there was the reward for breaking the level 4 record. Train Conductor Enhancement Card. Enhances the train conductor's spirit/stamina by 10 points. Upon seeing the description of this enhancement card, Qiyan's face instantly lit up with joy. Sure enough, my guess was right. Stamina and spirit can indeed be improved. I didn't expect to encounter it so quickly. For him, who needed to consume a lot of stamina and spirit, the effect of this enhancement card couldn't be more suitable. And there was one more thing that excited him even more. The enhancement card had a physical form. Unlike some modules that were used directly without a sublimation carrier, it could also undergo sublimation. Once. Sublimation. Spirit, 7540. Train Conductor Enhancement Card. Advanced Train Conductor Enhancement Card enhances the train conductor's spirit/stamina by 20 points. 10 points became 20 points. While it didn't seem like much, this was an enhancement to the upper limit. The card was held between two fingers, close to his heart. Enhanced Stamina. The enhancement card transformed into specks of red light particles and merged into his body. An indescribable sense of comfort filled his entire body. This feeling lasted for several minutes. Enhancement successful. Stamina limit, 100-120. It seems like it didn't just increase my stamina. Qiyan clenched his fist, picked up a piece of wood, and with a slight effort, the wood was broken by his bare hands. If this were in modern society, he could almost be called a mini Superman. So that's how it is. No wonder there are only two attributes, spirit and stamina. Does it mean that strength, speed, and the like are all included together? What attributes does spirit cover then? He didn't think too much about it, he would know sooner or later. Now was resting time. Before arriving at the next station, he needed to recover to his optimal state. 13 hours. It was time to enter the platform, but the familiar spatial distortion did not appear in front of the train. Qiyan leaned against the window, his fingers moving in mid-air, bringing up the public chat window. 1735/10,000. More than 200 people died last night, huh? This number was already below 2,000. As the broadcast said, after the 7th platform, it would merge with other blocks. Would it still be exactly 10,000 people then? What the hell? No entry today? You wish. But that's a fish's memory. Didn't the broadcast say we were going to some traveling station today? There must be special rules. Sigh. What does it matter what station it is? I just hope there's no danger. Transaction. Haha, all my train coins were used to buy materials to upgrade the train, so where would I get money to buy things? In the chat room, everyone was chatting heatedly. Just then, the familiar cold, mechanical female voice sounded from the broadcast. The train is about to arrive at the 7th platform. This platform is a public traveling station. All train conductors will stop at this station. As this is a public platform, the stopping time will be calculated from the train conductor's current location, traveling 300 kilometers to reach the traveling station. Note, there are only 20 parking tracks within this platform. First come, first served. Trains that arrive later will queue outside until the train in front leaves before entering the station. Warning, you will encounter monster attacks to slow down the train when heading to the 7th platform. The broadcast ended. The people in the chat room started to clamor again. Damn it! Unfair! A level 2 train only has a speed of 40. Li Xiaosheng has already upgraded to level 3, so with a speed of 60, he'll definitely be the first to arrive. That's because Brother Li is awesome himself. What does that have to do with you? Why are you barking? At Li Xiaosheng, hey, Brother Li, when you arrive at the station first, remember to send us brothers a screenshot to see. Li Xiaosheng? He had already reached level 3, huh? He was really fast, this guy's talent shouldn't be bad. Li Xiaosheng, easy to say. Don't worry, brothers, as the first level 3 train in this block, I will naturally arrive first. Once I get there, I will tell my alliance members about the situation. Below were all compliments from Li Xiaosheng's alliance members. The first, Qiyan's lips curved into a smile. A level 2 train has a speed of 40 km per hour, requiring 7.5 hours to reach the traveling station. A level 3 train has a speed of 60 km per hour, requiring 5 hours for a distance of 300 km. And level 4 is 80 km. It only takes 3 hours and 45 minutes to reach that station. But Qiyan's train speed was not limited to that. Red triple speed train acceleration device. Standardized acceleration bullet. Since he first obtained this device, he hadn't encountered a situation where it needed extra acceleration. Now, he finally had a chance to use it. He took out a bullet from the storage unit, passed through the train door, triggered the train's arbitrary door module, crossed the second carriage, and directly arrived at the front of the train. The acceleration device slowly rose. A silver-white bullet, as thick as a baby's arm, was inserted into it. Start acceleration. The train began to accelerate. A powerful pushing sensation came over him. The endless wilderness outside the train window rapidly receded. The monsters that the broadcast mentioned would hinder the train appeared ahead. But under the powerful impact of 240 km per hour, these monsters were directly flattened into meat paste. In just 10 minutes, the remaining distance to the station displayed on the system light screen was only 260 kilometers. Continue. Another acceleration bullet was inserted into the device. Acceleration continued. With the help of 2 acceleration bullets, in just 3 hours, Qiyan saw a huge platform, truly located in this wilderness, appearing ahead. At this moment, the Fate Crossroads, which had been silent, suddenly appeared before Qiyan. Fate Crossroads triggered. The platform ahead is a public traveling station. Please select your entry route. 1. Novice Trading Zone, Levels 1 to 3 Trading Station. 2. Regular Trading Zone, Levels 4 to 6 Trading Station. There's such a distinction? I choose 2, Regular Trading Zone. Another 5 minutes passed. The train began to decelerate, passed through a translucent cover, then suddenly changed tracks, deviating from the platform with 20 tracks ahead, and arrived at another, larger station. Welcome, train conductor E3-1102, Qiyan, to the traveling station. Current station, traveling station. Docking countdown, infinite? Good luck. This station, no danger? Docking time, infinite? The smiling man who leads the way, the compassionate heavy machine gun. Trading platform. After the train stopped, Qiyan was surprised by the word infinite in the docking column of the station information displayed on the systems. Light screen. Infinite docking? Does this world really offer people the choice to stop? Qiyan didn't believe it. Just then, a faint knocking sound reached his ears. He looked up. He saw a person standing in front of the train door, wearing a white smiling face man mask and a black military cap, with an indeterminate gender. Waving at him. The sentinel was not triggered. This was a person, not a monster. The smiling face man tilted his head, his nearly 2-meter height was like a small mountain. He clapped his gloved hands and bowed to Qiyan. Welcome, esteemed train conductor. The traveling station Platform 2 guide is sincerely at your service. A guide? What do you do? The smiling face man straightened his body and pointed a hand towards the building behind him. Naturally, I lead you into the shopping hall to earn train coins for this station from your hands. Of course, I can also answer some of your questions. You're really honest. Thank you for the compliment. He got off the train and closed the door. With the sentinel on guard, he wasn't worried about anyone tampering with his train. You just said you could answer my questions? What's the price? There's no price. As a guide, answering your questions about this station is reasonable. Of course, it would be even better if you were willing to spend more train coins. On the way to shopping, Qiyan brought up his most pressing questions. Why does this station exist in the wilderness? Also, the docking time for this platform, it says infinite? What does that mean? Does it mean I can stay here and don't have to continue taking the train to the next platform? Hearing this question, the smiling face man's footsteps paused. Even with the mask on, Qiyan could feel the playful gaze he cast upon him. The gaze was fleeting, and the smiling face man replied. The traveling station has always existed in this world, there is no lie to it. As for the docking time you mentioned, yes, you can indeed stay here, abandon the train, and remain forever. Will you stay? A blatant malice seemed to engulf Yi Qiyan. He seemed to genuinely hope someone would stay here. I'll pass. What a pity. The smiling face man shook his head and continued forward. Arriving in front of the shopping hall, the smiling face man bent down, pulled out a card from his chest, and placed it on the door. The door opened, revealing the scene inside the shopping hall to Yi Qiyan. Please. He walked into the shopping hall. A light screen suddenly descended from mid-air. ID, E3-1102. Name, Yi Qiyan. Train level, 4. Current platform, 7th platform. Train coins, 20. The screen displayed his information completely. Yi Qiyan didn't care much about this, such information wasn't valuable. So, what should I do? Receiving no response, Yi Qiyan looked suspiciously at the smiling face man beside him, finding him standing still, his eyes beneath the mask staring intently at him. HM? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? The smiling face man snapped out of it, and with an incredulous tone, he scrutinized Yi Qiyan and asked. This is only your 7th platform? That's truly surprising. I've been at this platform for many years and have never seen anyone arrive here so early. The traveling station's 2nd large platform has never been a train conductor's 7th platform, and how did you manage to reach level 4? Is that important? I don't really have a reason to satisfy your curiosity. Yi Qiyan's expression was calm, and the leather boots on his feet shimmered with faint electric light. The smiling face man shook his head. No, it's not important. I apologize for my rudeness. Bowing, the smiling face man raised his slender hand and, in front of Yi Qiyan, forcibly tore off his other arm. This is my punishment. If you are still not satisfied, I can tear off my other arm. No need, I'm not that bored. Thank you. The smiling face man picked up the arm from the ground and reattached it to the torn wound. Bloody granulation tissue reconnected the two, and even the blood on the ground was reabsorbed into his body. Is this guy really human? The shopping hall had 3 pathways in total. The smiling face man led Yi Qiyan to the rightmost one. Above this pathway was the Roman numeral 6. This is the display case for level 6 items. According to the rules, you can purchase 1 item here. The smiling face man waved his arm, and 2 transparent display cases rose on either side of the pathway. Only 2? Yes. If you're not satisfied, you can also choose the adjacent level 4 and level 5 item areas. There are many items there. Failing that, there are also level 1 to 3 low-level trading stations for you to choose from. Never mind, I'll take a look first. He walked directly to the center of the 2 display cases, brought up the system light screen, and the information for the 2 items appeared. Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, level 6. Can use spiritual energy in place of bullets? Each point of spiritual energy condenses 10 rounds, dealing more damage to evil spirits/demons/wicked beings, and adding an exorcism effect to ghosts/anomalies. Price, 18 train coins. Guweishi Sword, level 6. Consumes 10 points of spiritual energy cap to cause a triple reduction effect on spiritual energy judged as life. The enemy's rationality. Dissipates, self-doubt, and mental madness effects are doubled. Price, 18 train coins. So expensive. But it's worth the price, isn't it? The smiling face man was right, a level 6 item was indeed worth that price. But what the hell is this Guweishi sword? Consuming one's own spiritual energy cap only to reduce the opponent's spiritual energy? Isn't this purely harming the enemy by 800 and damaging oneself by 8,000? Do me a favor and let me die. As you wish. 18 train coins in Yi Qiyan's hand transformed into golden specks and merged into the display case. Accompanied by a soft glow, the dark gold Great Compassion heavy machine gun was perfectly presented before his eyes. So big. So thick. So handsome. And so heavy. Yi Qiyan tried to pick it up, and its substantial weight made him understand why this thing was called a heavy machine gun. If he hadn't increased his stamina by 20 points earlier, which also boosted his strength, it would have been very difficult to lift. Moreover, seeing that the smiling face man had no intention of helping, he knew he had to carry this gun back himself. Fortunately, he had prepared to buy a large item in advance, taking out a safety box from his backpack and directly storing the heavy machine gun inside. The smiling face man said nothing, but his eyes behind the mask constantly darted around, remaining silent even after Yi Qiyan put the safety box back into his backpack. It wasn't until he saw Yi Qiyan about to leave without waking him that he finally spoke. "You are truly an impressive train conductor. Can you do me a favor? Although this favor is not something you can accomplish right now. If you agree, I will gift you another level 6 item for free." Yi Qiyan stopped in his tracks, listening to the smiling face man's words. What favor? Seeing that he hadn't left, the smiling face man broke the glass of another level 6 item and took it out. It's simple. Kill me. The Guweishi sword was handed to him. A purple, ominous aura spread outwards from the sword's body, and faint whispers occasionally echoed in his ears. If you want to die, just commit suicide. Why ask me? Besides, I don't think I can kill a V person who can repair severed limbs in a few seconds. The smiling face man shook his head. I cannot kill myself. No guide can kill themselves. He. Don't worry, whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter. As you said, you truly cannot kill me right now. Then why? I'm gambling. Gambling that you will return here, and gambling that by then you will possess the ability to liberate me. The smiling face man removed his mask. A face full of twisted wrinkles and abstract features was revealed. Actually, I was once a train conductor too, but for some reason, I was forced to stay here. This is the curse that binds me. Isn't it terrifying? The smiling face man put his mask back on. This item has been taken out by me and can never be put back. This sword is already yours. Even if you forget about this matter in the future, just pretend I never said anything. The Guweishi sword landed at Yi Qiyan's feet. Should he accept it? Why not? I can't guarantee if I can do it, nor when I can do it. If you're still willing to try, then I agree. Thank you, that's enough. Bowing, the smiling face man returned to his original state. Your purchases at this station are complete. However, this station also has some specialty foods from human society, which can be purchased by consuming train coins. Would you like to try? I think I'll pass. I'm not lacking. Buns, dumplings, hot pot, everything you could imagine, and it only costs 1 train coin. This is an exclusive benefit specially offered to the first train conductor to enter the station. Are you sure you don't need it? A few minutes later, when Yi Qiyan sat down in a restaurant, looking at the dazzling array of delicious food before him, he recalled the various haphazard barbecued meats he had made these past few days, some too salty, some too bland, and swallowed his uncooperative saliva, beginning to feast. 5 hours and 30 minutes after the public platform opened. A dilapidated train entered the traveling station from afar. The train stopped, and Li Xiaoshang stumbled out of the train in a sorry state. Cough, damn it, these cursed monsters actually set the train on fire. Good thing the train was fast enough, or I would have been finished there. Damn it, my carriages are all gone. Now his train only had 1 locomotive left. The 2 carriages that originally stored many resources were ambushed by monsters on the way. If the train hadn't been fast enough, he, along with the train and carriages, would have been blown to smithereens. He punched the ground, and it took him a while to calm his anger. Looking at the empty platform, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards again. I really am the first. Ha. This time, I must buy blueprints for making weapons, then exchange the blueprints for firestones with others. By then, I can continue to stay ahead. Permanent stop? Who wants to stop? I'm the man destined to be the protagonist. Li Xiaoshang got up and looked around, saw the building ahead, and strode towards it. My treasure, I'm coming. He didn't know that everything he did was being watched by someone at this moment. Normal trading zone. The empty platform had only one train. Yi Qiyan sat leisurely on the roof, enjoying the peaceful sunbath. The smiling face man stood silently beside him, saying nothing. I say, are you sure they can't see us from over there? Of course, the trading zones have extremely strict rules regarding levels. Lower-level trading zones absolutely cannot see anything in higher-level trading zones. So, it's possible someone in a higher trading zone is watching us right now? No, the traveling station only has two types, novice and normal trading zones. Oh. Yi Qiyan ate peanuts, watching Li Xiaosheng's actions in the novice trading zone with great interest. Speaking of which, does the novice trading zone not have a guide like you? This guy seems lost. The smiling face man shook his head, then nodded. It used to, but then he died. I envy him. I am currently serving as a guide for both the novice and normal trading zones. I should have appeared in the novice trading zone, but compared to guiding a group of novices, you are more important to me. Moreover, this transaction is just a lesson, allowing novice train conductors to understand this world as much as possible within 10 stations. In fact, the normal trading zone would not have opened today, but you broke in. The normal trading zone was forcibly opened. This situation has only happened once in decades. The smiling face man looked at Yi Qiyan with a strange gaze. To be honest, he didn't understand why someone could upgrade their train to level 4 before 10 stations, nor why Yi Qiyan could break into the normal trading zone. And there was no mistake, he had seen a level 9 safety box before, which was even less likely for a novice train conductor to obtain. This was very unreasonable. But precisely because of this unreasonableness, he developed an expectation that Yi Qiyan could kill him. Oh, in that case, I should be a little proud. By the way, do you want some? Yi Qiyan offered the last peanut, but the smiling face man said nothing, just silently turned his head away. Sorry, I forgot you can't eat. Tossing the last peanut into his mouth and clapping his hands, Yi Qiyan summoned the light screen, raised his eyes, and looked at the smiling face. Man. So, the infinite stop time displayed by the system, there really is a problem with it, isn't there? The smiling face man chose to remain silent. I understand. Yi Qiyan nodded, no longer asking, because he had already received the answer. There was a message notification in the chat backend, sent by Zhao Lin. If he remembered correctly, this woman's luck was conserved, and she should currently be in a state of bad luck. But her avatar hadn't turned gray, meaning she was still alive. However, given her good luck at the previous station and bad luck at this one, could she really make it to this station alive? 40 minutes ago, Yi Dage, when we get to the station, do you want to meet up? How about I bring you some snacks and wine? 9 minutes ago, oh no, there are many mummies blocking the front of my train, but they're so slow, like snails, huh? It seems my bad luck isn't that serious after all. It's just that the wine I prepared for you all broke. I'm sorry. Now, alright, Yi Dage, I'm really starting to have bad luck. A mummy's corpse got caught in the wheel, and the train speed has dropped a lot. Can you sell me some repair materials? You know about my last station, for some reason, no one bought the things I put on the trading platform except for you. Indeed, her bad luck had begun. Docking trap. You got your train wheels stuck by a mummy, how typical. Zhao Lin, who was nervously hugging her gun and hiding in a corner, constantly peeking out to see if there were any monsters blocking the way, saw this message and immediately felt like she had found a lifeline. I didn't want to, Yi Dage, you know my talent. The things I got at the last stop were supposed to be sold for resources, but no one bought them. I really don't understand why. It seemed her bad luck didn't just start in the station, it had begun the moment her good luck ended. As for why no one bought her snacks, it wasn't hard to understand. Of the people still alive, besides a very few, who could spare extra resources just to satisfy their cravings? Just deal with it. I can't just deal with it. I'll give you all my snacks, just sell me the repair materials. The dialogue box was followed by a Q version characters kneeling and crying emoji, which was quite amusing. Although it was interesting, Yi Qiyan had no intention of being her savior. You should have opened a treasure chest at the last stop, right? I want the train coins from your treasure chest, I'll exchange them for materials. The chat room fell silent. Yi Qiyan wasn't in a hurry. In less than a minute, Zhao Lin responded. Okay. Following that were the materials she needed. There weren't many things, just 42 mechanical parts. In other circumstances, Zhao Lin definitely wouldn't have been willing to trade 2 train coins for them. But now, she had no choice. You scoundrel! Now I won't be able to buy anything even when I get to the trading station. He's such a bully. After getting the materials from Yi Qiyan, Zhao Lin repaired the train before the monsters caught up. She had a long face and patted her empty wallet. I gave him so many snacks for nothing. He doesn't even know how to be gentle with a lady, boo-hoo. My money, it's all gone. Ding dong, you have a new friend message. Oh, by the way, I have a friendly tip for you. Do you want to hear it? Trying to trick me out of my money again? This big scoundrel, I won't fall for it. Even so. Yes, I want to hear it. Yi Dage, please tell me. The stopping time at this trading station is unlimited. Huh? Really? Then that means. The moment Zhao Lin saw the message, she excitedly stood up straight, her head hitting the wooden cabinet next to her, and the contents spilled out. Onto her head. Ouch, it hurts. She didn't care about that and continued to tap on the light screen. If I can stay here forever, does that mean I don't have to keep adventuring? Indeed, if he hadn't reminded her, Zhao Lin probably would have chosen to stay there. Her talent always kept her cycling between danger and good fortune. Especially when facing great luck, she wouldn't feel surprised, instead, she would be more afraid of the next wave of bad luck. This was terrifying. But, this is a trap, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have to tell me in advance. I would have discovered this myself when I got there. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, her excitement gradually fading, replaced by a sense of helplessness and lingering fear. You're right, how could this world let us go? Even if I really stayed there, I would definitely face something more terrifying than what's on the train, especially since, this stop of mine is bad. Luck. How could anything good happen? Thank you, I understand. She was very smart. She got the answer from just one sentence. Yi Qiyan didn't say anything more. The only reason he reminded Zhao Lin was that this little hen occasionally laid golden eggs, and her living longer wouldn't be bad for him. As for whether Zhao Lin would die in some future bad luck, that would only be a bit regrettable. Rumble. The second train entered the station. A woman with waist-length, smooth black hair stepped off the train. The woman looked around, and when she saw that there was only one train besides hers in the station, she frowned slightly and took out a light blue Japanese flip phone. You haven't arrived yet? Aren't you already level 3? This train isn't yours, is it? Yi Qiyan, who was playing Go with the smiling face man, heard the system notification and looked over in confusion. Did that unlucky girl get into trouble again? He thought it was Zhao Lin, but when he brought up the light screen, the person who sent him the message was Shangguaning Xue. Oh? This is her train? She arrived quite quickly. But how is she talking to me from outside? A phone? Yi Qiyan noticed the extra train in the novice trading area and realized that the woman was Shangguaning Xue, with whom he usually traded. That made sense. After all, besides him and Li Xiaoshang, she was the most outstanding among the remaining train conductors, so her being the third to arrive here was not surprising. I'm not there. Shangguaning Xue wondered if she hadn't woken up yet, rubbing her eyes as she saw the dialogue box on the light screen. You've already left this stop? How? Li Xiaosheng said in the public chat room that he was the fastest and hadn't seen anyone else, unless, are you already level 4? Guess. Boring. Shangguaningshua, annoyed, closed the chat interface and took a deep breath, unable to suppress the confusion and shock in her heart. How did he do it? Why is he improving so fast? Unable to understand, she could only accept it. Switching the screen page, the system station introduction popped up. Unlimited stopping time? A boring trap. Shangguaningshua had no intention of staying here. Following the signs in the station, she found the shopping hall. There were also 3 paths here. Roman numerals 1 to 3. She unhesitatingly chose the 3rd path. Just as she was about to enter, she saw Li Xiaoshang walking out from inside. An exquisite marksman rifle appeared from her phone, its dark muzzle pointed directly at Li Xiaoshang's head. You? No. Don't shoot. I'm Li Xiaoshang. Here, killing is not allowed here. Li Xiaoshang swallowed nervously, raised his hands, and shakily pointed to a warning sign nearby. The words "no killing" were clearly written on it. Move. I'll go now, just don't shoot. Dodging the gun barrel, Li Xiaoshang ran 2 steps away, still shaken, when he suddenly realized something. I'm Li Xiaoshang, the first person to arrive at this station, and also the president of the alliance. Since you can arrive after me, it means you're very capable. Can I invite? Bang. A bullet landed at his feet. It almost pierced his thigh. The first? Shangguaningshua blew away the smoke from the muzzle, looking at Li Xiaoshang as if he were an idiot. Ha! Feeling the naked mockery from the other party, Li Xiaoshang's face turned purple. If he hadn't been afraid of that gun, he would have left already. Scurrying out of the shopping hall, Li Xiaoshang finally dared to speak loudly. Damn it, you'll regret this. Leaving the 7th station, Sublimation heavy machine gun. This guy sure knows how to adapt. After watching a good show, Qiyan flipped and jumped off the train. I should go too. Here, this is for you. He pulled out a water pipe, which connected to the shopping mall, from the window of the first carriage and threw it to the smiling face man. The water tank in the carriage was now overflowing. Finally full. That was too slow. The smiling face man silently snapped the pipe and spoke faintly. It's already against the rules for the train conductor to get water in the trading hall. It's good enough that you even found this pipe. Qiyan smiled slightly. He said that, but in the end, didn't he still agree? He boarded the train and closed the door. The smiling face man, standing outside, once again took off his mask. Please remember, no matter when or where, do not trust infinity. If you do, this is the outcome. I'll remember that. Next time we meet, I hope you can help me find release. If you can't, it's fine. I've been disappointed many times, so one more won't hurt. Looking at the smiling face man's distorted features, Qiyan felt no disgust or fear. He shook his head, took out a blessed white forest fruit from his storage unit, and handed it out the window. Don't worry, I'll remember this. Next time we meet, I'll definitely help you find release. The smiling face man took the white forest fruit, and Qiyan pressed the start button. At this platform, the departure time was completely flexible. The train traveled far, passing through a curtain of nothingness ahead. Looking back, the platform that had been behind them was gone. Even though it's a station in the wilderness, is it still different? There were too many secrets in this world for him to understand right now. He threw himself onto the bed, called up the system light screen, and began to tally his gains from this platform. First were 2 level 6 items, the Great Compassion heavy machine gun and the Trickster sword. The former would undoubtedly be placed on the Vigilant Sentry. Its 9 weapon slots currently only held 5 exquisite marksman rifles and 1 mithril crossbow, which were more than enough to face a level 4 killing platform. If he added this heavy machine gun, Qiyan felt that if he went to a level 4 killing platform again, he could actively drive around looking for monsters to kill. As for the latter, to be honest, this sword held almost no appeal to him. A weapon that required consuming mental was directly given a death sentence by him. But since it was free, everything free was good. Even if he had a chance to sell it to someone else later, it would still be a huge fortune. Besides that, his water tank was also filled with 1,000 kilograms of fresh water. Although he had already passed 7 platforms, fresh water resources were still relatively precious. After all, people could go 7 days without food, but not 3 days without water. He wouldn't be short on drinking water for a while. Phew, I can't rest yet. Leaving the soft bed, Qiyan took out the Great Compassion heavy machine gun from the safe box. Looking at the imposing heavy machine gun in front of him, Qiyan rubbed his hands excitedly. Will it become cooler and bigger after sublimation? He was looking forward to it. So, he began sublimation. Stamina, 120-90, Spirit 120-100. Only 50 points consumed? Strange, this was a level 6 item, why was the sublimation cost so low? Qiyan opened the appraisal function in confusion. Enchanted Spirit Magazine Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, Level 6. Can consume spirit to additionally fill a magazine with 500 rounds? The level did not increase, and an additional ability was added besides the original description. And unfortunately, the potential of this heavy machine gun was completely exhausted and could no longer be upgraded. It's still good. An additional magazine of 500 rounds, plus its original 300 round capacity, TSK. Qiyan was relatively satisfied with this sublimation. After equipping it to the sentry, he consumed 50 points of spirit to fill its spirit magazine and 300 level 3 bullets. This sword, forget it. There's no point in sublimating something I don't plan to use. The trickster sword was thrown into the last slot of his storage unit. It's still early, I'll be quite free today. I might as well sublimate this thing too. Pure Earth Binding Stone. At the level 4 killing platform, Qiyan had already thought about sublimating it to ensure the train wouldn't be invaded by evil spirits. It was just that the sentry was too brave later, almost killing through that platform, so this matter was put aside. Stamina 90-40. Pure Earth Binding Stone Pure Purification Stone, Level 5. Place anywhere on the train to keep the train in a pure state, immune to defilement, immune to interference from evil spirits, and immune to evil. Invasion. Potential exhausted. In Qiyan's hand, the already smooth stone actually became somewhat transparent. Held in his palm, the cool, hard touch had a strangely soft feeling. The stone itself emitted a faint glow, which would probably make a good nightlight. He bought a wall-mounted decoration on the trading platform and placed it in the center, directly facing Qiyan's large bed. Looks good. Phew, finally everything's done. Casually taking out a white forest fruit, Qiyan comfortably lay on the bed, opening the system light screen to check the current public chat room. At this time, others should be arriving at the station soon. Then, the fact that Li Xiaosheng hadn't told them about the unlimited stop time should also become known to everyone. How many people would fall into this trap? 1,574/10,000. Oh man, finally arriving at the station. This journey really tired me out. Whoa, you're that fast? Did you upgrade your train's wheels? I got a blueprint a few platforms ago that lets me use manpower to increase speed. That's why I said I'm dead tired. Didn't Li Xiaosheng say he'd send out the message as soon as he reached the station first? I've been waiting for half a day, why hasn't he sent it? Brother Li said he'd send it to Alliance members. You're not part of the Alliance, why would he send it to you? Idiot. Why are some people willing to be someone else's dog in this world? So disgusting. If he doesn't send it, I will. The train conductor who increased speed with manpower entered the traveling station, becoming the fourth person to arrive. He panted heavily, stepped out of the train door, and saw two other trains parked nearby. Whoa, besides Li Xiaosheng, there's someone else who arrived this fast. There are other amazing people out there. He felt a bit envious, and at that moment, the system light screen appeared before his eyes. The platform is called Traveling Station. What a weird name, so ugly. Wait, stop time? Unlimited. Oh my god. A screenshot was quickly sent to the public chat room. Oh my god. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I read what the person above posted backwards. Too bad. +1. What are you guys focusing on? Unlimited stop time. If we stay at this station, does that mean we never have to go to the next one? The person above is +1. It turns out he's a neurotic. As expected, some people were tempted after learning about the infinite docking time. Shangguaning Xue, who emerged from the shopping hall, scoffed at the conversations in the chat room. She boarded the train with her gains and left the place. Unlike her, Li Xiaoshang did not leave. Although he had no intention of staying either, his alliance had already agreed to meet here. Moreover, Li Xiaoshang also had a plan to harvest resources. Since the platform docking time is infinite, as long as my alliance members block these 20 tracks, the remaining people can only wait outside. If they don't pay the toll, they can forget about entering the station. As time went on, more and more people entered the platform. Among them, thanks to Li Xiaoshang's basic resource assistance, his alliance members arrived faster than others, occupying most of the 20 tracks. Those who arrived at the trading platform later could only stop outside and be continuously attacked by monsters. They could only huddle together for warmth and curse Li Xiaoshang in the chat room. Li Xiaoshang, IU*. What do you mean by blocking the entrance? Let me in quickly. Is this station owned by your family? Why are you asking us for resources? Damn it, 1 train coin for passage? What do you think you are? What a dumb dog, I'll kill him once I get in. Heh, who told you to come late? If you could have been the first to enter the station, you could have done the same. Being incompetent means being incompetent. Brother Li did well. Those alliance members who benefited joined in and started a verbal battle with others. But one statement was very true: they came too late, and the initiative was never in their hands. The monsters outside grew more numerous, and to enter the station, some people still chose to compromise and pay the toll to Li Xiaoshang's alliance. Li Xiaoshang experienced the taste of power he had never experienced before. Indeed, I came to this world to be the protagonist. He couldn't wait to show off his success to someone, so he pulled up the light screen and entered the memorable number. Yi Qiyan, only you, I will absolutely not let in. Drawing water, watering trees. Yi Qiyan skillfully picked a white forest fruit and took a bite. This is still the best. I'm a bit tired of big fish and meat. If others heard this, they would probably be half dead with anger. The light screen floated beside him, displaying the content of the private chat interface. A message just appeared before Yi Qiyan at this moment. Li Xiaoshang? Why is he looking for me again? After a moment of thought, since there was nothing to do now, he decided to see what he had to say. Yi Qiyan, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over that rifle blueprint, and I will consider letting you enter the platform. Otherwise, you can only wait outside to die. Enter the station? He had been out of the station for half a day already. And this tone, could it be that he had done something to offend this guy? Another message was sent. What? No guts to speak? Ha, I'll tell you the truth, even if you hand over that blueprint, I will definitely let you die outside. Do you really think a low-level rifle blueprint is very precious? The humiliation you caused me, I will repay twofold. No wonder I always found him strange. Turns out he's a lunatic. It was definitely the right choice to delete him before. Yi Qiyan couldn't be bothered with this lunatic. He tapped the light screen and replied with one word. Oh. Then, he blacklisted and blocked him, completely cutting off contact with Li Xiaoshang. Inside the platform, Li Xiaoshang, who was waiting for Yi Qiyan's response, saw the word "oh." His veins immediately bulged, and he furiously tapped. the light screen, sending a long string of messages, only to find that the send option had turned gray. Blacklisted. He dares to blacklist me. Li Xiaoxing's face turned crimson, ugly like a big-headed clown about to explode. As time went on, even without paying the toll to Li Xiaoxing's alliance, more people were entering the station. Because Li Xiaoxing's plan had a huge and obvious bug. There were 20 tracks, and the premise for preventing outsiders from entering was to occupy all 20 tracks. When outsiders paid the fee, they needed to have a person occupying a track leave the station first, and then notify that person to follow immediately. But in doing so, the alliance members occupying the tracks would continuously leave, and those who entered would not listen to Li Xiaoxing at all. They would stay if they wanted and leave if they wanted. If it weren't for some people who, after learning about the infinite docking time at this station, wanted to try and stay, these 20 tracks would have long been impossible to fully occupy. Among these people, many were Li Xiaoxing's alliance members, and these people had no intention of leaving at all. The alliance's gains were minimal. This made Li Xiaoxing, who had spent a lot of materials upgrading the wheels of other alliance members to increase their speed, look increasingly displeased. The so-called alliance was never a strong organization, everyone joined to get free materials. When it came time to do something, being outwardly compliant but inwardly disobedient was considered high moral character. Moreover, he could form an alliance, and others could also secretly plot to snatch resources from him. After all, he flaunted his supplies every day, and everyone knew how wealthy this guy was. If this continued, he would become the most noticeable fat sheep. The alliance members' gazes towards him were also gradually changing. There was nothing he could do but slink away from the station. This garbage plan didn't even earn back the capital he spent on other alliance members. Time continued to flow. Li Xiaoxing's departure did not mean that everyone could enter the station freely. The 20 tracks were firmly controlled by people. Even the train conductor, who was still outside, wanted to spend resources to enter the station but was completely ignored. Because those who remained there had no intention of leaving. They believed that no matter how long they could stay there, or whether they had food and supplies, as long as they didn't board the train and didn't encounter a new station, they could somehow live a few more days. Zhao Lin, who was still in bad luck, was one of those unable to enter the station. She cried, hugging the gun she bought from Qiyan tightly, as only that could give her a tiny bit of security. Did I not die inside the station, only to die outside the station? Boo-hoo! Why am I so unlucky? Outside the train, in the dark wilderness, the sounds of monsters could faintly be heard. Zhao Lin curled up in a corner, covering her ears, acting like an ostrich. As long as she didn't hear them, she'd pretend the monsters didn't exist. Midnight. A strange bell suddenly rang. All the monsters gathered outside the station scattered and fled as if sensing some terror. Zhao Lin raised her head in confusion, looking out the train window. The huge station standing in front of her was being enveloped by a mass of black sludge. Under the moonlight, it seemed as if it were alive. Inside the station, the smiling face man, who had removed his mask, was slowly nibbling on the white forest fruit Qiyan had given him. He stood high above, coldly observing the 20 people gathered below who had chosen to stay. Foolish, sorrowful. The weak don't even have the right to be cursed. Stay? Infinite? In this world, there is no option to stop. Swirls of black sludge appeared beneath those people's feet. They tried to escape in terror. But within that sludge, even their trains were being continuously devoured. Help! Help! Piercing screams echoed under the night sky. The smiling face man continued to nibble on the white forest fruit in small bites. So delicious. Newcomer's Survival Incentive Fund. Quick, look. Oh my god. I almost got eaten. ? A burst of noisy notifications woke Qiyan. He opened his eyes and was speechless to see that it was a message from Zhao Lin. Don't you want to see what time it is? I'm sleeping. Sleeping? I can't sleep at all. Yi Dage, look at this. That station is actually alive. A photo was sent over, and seeing the station wrapped in black sludge, Yi Qiyan also became alert. Oh, you even hit a camera. That's not important, Yi Dage, look at the picture I sent, it really scared me to death, thankfully I didn't go in. Didn't go in? Don't tell me you never entered that station? He picked up the pocket watch beside him and checked the time. You know, my luck is very bad right now, so it's normal that I couldn't get in. But I also have to thank you for telling me that the docking time was a trap, otherwise I would have used the last thing I had to exchange for entry into the station earlier. Then where are you now? Zhao Lin blinked, looking around. The station standing in the wilderness had already disappeared, and the road ahead was clear. The trains that were originally gathered together had also all disappeared at some unknown time. It was as if they had suddenly vanished from each other's worlds. The station disappeared, and all the other trains are gone too, only a track is left on the ground, and the train restarted, just like this platform never appeared. Yi Dage, what exactly is going on with this world? What do they want by bringing us here? Is it really as Shea said? Every train conductor's world is independent of each other. Phew, then how many worlds are there? It's unimaginably vast. After a small sigh, Yi Qiyan turned over, finding a more comfortable position. Don't think too much, instead of that, get some more sleep. Don't forget that we'll arrive at the next platform tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. Oh, right, good night. The chat ended immediately. Under the wilderness, in the night. Only the roar of the train traveling echoed. Who knows what will happen next? Morning. 6 hours 30 minutes and 30 seconds. A cold broadcast woke everyone who was still sleeping at this moment. Today we will arrive at the 8th platform, 2 more platforms remain until the newbie period ends. After the 7th platform is completed, newbie survival encouragement funds will be distributed. Different amounts will be distributed according to the order of arrival at the 7th platform, public trading platform. The first to arrive at the public trading platform receives 4 train coins. Second place gets 3, third place gets 2. Other arrivals receive 1 train coin. No reward for those who fail to enter the station. Today's weather, clear sky. Current number of remaining people in this block, 1204, block merging will occur in 3 hours. Yi Qiyan always felt that this broadcast was more lively than before, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Hearing that there were train coins to collect, his irritation from being woken up vanished. He happily brought up the system. The mail icon glowed faintly. 4 train coins fell into his palm. He weighed them a few times. With these, he now had 7 train coins, only 3 more needed to buy the chip. Walking over to the sleeping Wally, Yi Qiyan leaned down and patted its iron head. Keep it up, Wally, as long as we find another treasure chest at the next platform, it'll be enough to get you a brain. Unlike his good mood, Li Xiaoxing's expression was very ugly. Why? Why is it 3 coins? I was clearly the first one. System. This is unreasonable. He angrily sent a complaint to the system. All he got back was a cold reply. Sorting is correct, train conductor E3-4409, Li Xiaoshang, detected questioning of the train system, 1 warning. Any further instances will result in entry into the punishment platform. Damn it! Who was it? Who could be faster than me? Compared to Li Xiaoxing's reaction, Shang Wanningshua fell into contemplation after receiving 2 train coins. What that guy said is true, he really was the first to arrive at that platform, but why didn't he buy anything? She recalled the 2 level 3 item display cases she saw in the shopping hall. One of them was taken by Li Xiaoshang, and the other was bought by her. So what did Yi Qiyan buy? She didn't believe that Yi Qiyan had no train coins, that cunning merchant was definitely the richest among everyone. It makes me so curious, what kind of talent does he have? The girl murmured softly, casually bringing up the light screen. In her displayed personal information, there was something called talent. Mirror Moon consumes mental energy to randomly obtain an item lower than the train's level. Shangguaningshui rubbed her temples, sighing as she looked at the pile of shriveled water balloons she had obtained through her talent. Failed again. The most useful items I've gotten all these days, besides the water purifier, are only mobile phones, and the feeling after consuming mental energy. It's so uncomfortable. The self-doubt below 50 is already so terrifying, further down. Can any human really endure it? I can't use my talent for now, and this recovery speed is really too slow. Sublimation. Mental, 120-110. Low-level carriage blueprint - comfortable new carriage blueprint. Requires, wood 150 kilograms, metal, 200 kilograms, mechanical parts 90 pieces. Additional submission allowed, glass 30 kilograms, fiber 20 kilograms for carriage modification. Carriage construction successful. Current carriage quantity, 3. The low-level carriage blueprint he had obtained at the very beginning was sublimated by Qiyan. As expected, it was right not to sublimate it before. The materials required for construction increased a lot, but for him now, it wasn't too much. Construction completed. Entering the carriage, it was cleaner and tidier than the low-level carriage. Everything was new, unlike the low-level carriage, which, no matter how clean it was, could not hide the rust marks everywhere and the grating sounds. But Qiyan was not satisfied with this. Sublimation. Mental, 110-95. Comfortable new carriage - planting carriage. Planting carriage. Equipped with temperature regulation functions for different areas. Plants grown in this carriage will grow at a faster rate. Can be equipped with a smart chip for automated modification. After modification, it can automatically complete planting / harvesting / watering and other tasks. Note, this carriage consumes electricity and can only be used after being equipped with any power generation device. Planting? Not bad, I can just move the white forest tree over there. The 8th stop, Knight's Plain. There's even less to say about the generator. He had blueprints, so he directly expended resources to manufacture it, and after sublimation, he obtained a device that could generate electricity by burning only wood and metal. The environment in the planting carriage was relatively humid, with 6 freely sizable sections inside, where temperature and humidity could be adjusted. Under his feet was not the train's steel floor, but rich black soil, and he planted the white forest fruit tree in the very center, with sunlight shining through the freely opening skylight above the carriage. There was still a lot of space left, so Qiyan simply planted the tomatoes he had obtained from Yoyu Manor. The growth acceleration effect of the planting carriage was very significant, and they had already rooted and sprouted not long after being planted. The first batch of tomatoes was expected to grow in 3 days. He also bought watermelon seeds on the trading platform. This was clearly what someone had left after eating, trying to throw it onto the trading platform, priced quite cheaply, but no one bought it. It just happened to benefit him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qiyan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. There was still a lot of empty space. In the future, he could pay attention to seeds and plants in the station, and if useful, he could transplant them inside. Currently, there was basically nothing he needed on the trading platform, but there was no hurry, as the block was about to close. Train conductors from other blocks would definitely bring new trade goods. 9 hours and 30 minutes. As soon as 3 hours passed, the broadcast sound rang out on time. Initiating block merge. D56, D119, E3, E19, E28, E103, total of 10,000 people, merging initiated. Merge complete. Current number of people, 10,000/10,000. No earth-shattering changes occurred, only the number of people in the chat room continuously increased until it returned to the initial 10,000 people. On the public screen, lines of scrolling text made people feel as if they had returned to when they first arrived in this world. Oh my god, it really merged? Yo, can brothers from other blocks see this? Yes, finally there are people to chat with again. We only have over 300 people left here, almost all dead. Where are you? Guys? Just over 1,000, but how many blocks are there in this world? My goodness, letters are followed by 3 digits now. Just over 1,000, that's something, so it seems our D119 with 1,900 people is the most? That's right, with Brother Zhao around, at least we won't starve. Who is Brother Zhao? Is he very awesome? Of course, Brother Zhao is the most awesome god in our D119. He started growing vegetables at the first station. A lot of what we eat now is bought from him, and Brother Zhao is a level 3 train. What's so great about level 3, what's so great about growing vegetables? It's not like we don't have that here. Our brotherly must be the first to reach level 3. Exactly, our block even sells guns. Do you guys have that? Arguments, laughter, boasting. People from different blocks, while constantly merging, also affixed different labels to themselves. Even if the survivors within a block themselves had no particular feelings, the letters and numbers preceding their individual identifiers still brought a very subtle sense of self-identification. It had nothing to do with them, yet they boasted about others' excellence, as if the blocks shared a common prosperity and decline. He started growing vegetables at the first station. As expected, there are capable people among the survivors. TSK, alas, I'm still too weak. Only starting to grow vegetables now that it's almost the 8th station, I'm too far behind. Qiyan shook his head with a sigh, took a bite of a white forest fruit, and opened the trading platform he was most concerned about. Since the blocks had merged, the trading platform should have merged as well. As expected, within the trading platform, various items and materials that had never been seen before became quite numerous. Each block had its own situation, just like the D119 from just now. They seemed to prefer selling food, but had no seeds at all. This was normal, after all, with someone who started farming at the first station. Most of D119's seeds should have ended up in that guy's hands. There's quite a lot of stuff, let me see. After browsing the trading platform for a long time, Qiyan bought a few changes of clothes, a bar of soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. The prices of these items were neither high nor low, and very few people would buy them, as most people still had survival issues, and very few would spend resources to improve their quality of life. With these things, Qiyan indulged in a bit of luxury. He bought a large wooden bucket, filled it with clear water, stripped off his clothes, and jumped in. Hiss, exhale. The water was cold, but also very comfortable. Qiyan narrowed his eyes in enjoyment, his body constantly relaxing in the water. All his fatigue dissipated at this moment. After taking a bath, changing into clean clothes, and lying on the soft, large bed, if it weren't for the roar of the train wheels in his ears, at this moment, train survival, everything, would be irrelevant. 12 hours and 30 minutes. 30 minutes before arriving at the 8th station. A fork in the road of destiny has been triggered. Please choose a stopover from the following 2 stations. Station 1, Train Maze, Level 4 Escape Station. Station 2, Knight's Plain, Level 4 Mission Station. It was a new type of station again. Escape, from the literal meaning, was not a good place, and the name of this station was also Maze. In contrast, the second option, as a mission station, Qiyan had experienced many times, and the gains here would never be bad. Choose Station 2. Station selection complete. Please sit back and hold on tight. The 8th station the train is arriving at is Knight's Plain. The train moved forward, gradually accelerating as time passed. Distortion appeared in front of the train. When the hour hand on the pocket watch pointed to 1, the entire train passed through nothingness. The world outside the window changed in an instant. Current station, Knight's Plain. Docking countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, danger. Ha? What's with this docking time? Qiyan rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread it, but the countdown displayed on the light screen told him it was real. System, isn't my docking time only 5 hours? The train system's response quickly came through the broadcast. The train conductor's docking time is fixed. Once increased it will not be changed again. Train conductor Yi Qiyan's docking time for E3-1102 has been interfered with by, hence the docking time has been increased. Furthermore, because train conductor Yi Qiyan's docking time exceeds the newbie train conductor limit, the option to increase train docking time will not appear in the train upgrade options before arriving at the 10th station. Windmill/giant in the rice field? There's such a thing as that? Isn't that just scamming me? Yi Qiyan was a bit speechless. The inexplicably added layover time had both pros and cons for him. The advantage was that if it was at certain resource stations, the longer the time, the more resources he could collect. Conversely, if he encountered certain extremely dangerous stations, he would have to stay for a full 7 hours before he could leave. The train system being interfered with is a system issue. The system has provided additional compensation. We hope train conductor Yi Qiyan continues to work hard. Forget it, I'll just be more careful next time. Since things had come to this, there was nothing else to be done. Yi Qiyan shook his head and walked directly to Wally, inserting a coin. Wally, activate. He tapped Wally's metal head, a smile appearing on his face. Come on, Wally, if you find the treasure chest at this station, I'll install a brain for you. Watching Wally leave the station, Yi Qiyan also pressed the door-opening button. Just as he was about to leave, a sound of hooves caught his attention. He saw a knight in tattered armor, riding a scrawny, rib-protruding old horse, holding a rusty spear, charging towards the train. Enemy? That fast, but... if this was an enemy? Wouldn't he be a bit too shabby? After a moment's thought, Yi Qiyan stopped the sentry from preparing to shoot. This was a mission station. Based on past experience, the first person encountered at this station would be related to the mission within the station. He allowed the knight to approach. He stepped out of the train, drew his gun, fired, and a bullet landed precisely at the old horse's feet. The old horse was startled, flipping over and throwing him off. Ouch! The knight's helmet fell off, revealing a cardboard core inside. So weak. This was Yi Qiyan's first impression of this knight. His face was haggard, his skin dark, and his sparse gray beard was covered in dirt. His frail body looked as if a mere gust of wind could blow him far away. Only, those eyes. Even from a distance, Yi Qiyan could see the fanaticism and persistence revealed in those eyes. Sir, are you all right? He didn't know how to address this old man, but from his appearance, he seemed to be a true human. I'm fine, huh? You're human? Why did you come out of a giant dragon's belly? Ah. I understand. Have you already killed that giant dragon? My goodness, you conquered a giant dragon, you are a great dragon knight. Giant dragon? Dragon knight? What was all this about? Yi Qiyan felt utterly bewildered. Was he a madman? Master, are you all right? From the same direction, a short, stout man riding a gray donkey was wobbling and running towards them. Ha, Sancho, it's nothing much. I offended this great dragon knight. This is fate's arrangement, allowing me to meet a dragon knight before fighting the giants. Sancho? Such a familiar name. Yi Qiyan felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Don Quixote, what giant dragon? It's that huge black thing ahead. Didn't you hear it? The roar this giant dragon made, didn't you see it? It fell from high in the sky. Don Quixote? Upon hearing this name, Yi Qiyan immediately remembered who the person in front of him was. Don Quixote, a knight immersed in ideals and fantasies, the archetype of all failures in the world. This, surprisingly, was the world of Don Quixote. Then the short, fat man beside him was the most important supporting character in that book, Don Quixote's servant, Sancho. So the train stations can even feature worlds from stories I never thought the protagonist of a book I read as a child would appear before me in. Such a way. Yi Qiyan sighed in his heart. Don Quixote had already gotten up from the ground. He patted the dirt off his armor, making himself look more like an excellent knight. Don Quixote, that's not a giant dragon. That's just a row of houses connected together, with strange wheels attached. No, that is a giant dragon. In terms of adventuring, you are still an amateur. Similar dialogue to the book, except the master and servant's topic of discussion had changed from windmill giants to train dragons. Could it be that he was playing the villain in this mission station? No, turning around, Qiyan saw 34 windmills in the rice field ahead. His sudden appearance had interrupted Don Quixote's first battle. Apologies, Great Dragon Knight, there are still long-armed giants ahead waiting for me to vanquish. Once I eliminate these giants, I will return to speak with you. Don Quixote, with his sword and long spear, mounted his old horse, bypassed the train, and once again headed towards the rice field. Master, those really aren't giants, they're windmills, their long arms are their windmill sails. He completely ignored Sancho's shouts, charging forward while yelling. Qiyan stood on top of the train, watching the scene unfold before him. Just as he thought Don Quixote would crash, horse and rider tumbling, just like in the story, the world before him suddenly underwent a subtle change. Windmills? No, in the rice field, giants appeared. Qiyan quickly rubbed his eyes, and when he looked again, the giants had turned back into windmills? What the hell? He instantly realized something was wrong and quickly returned to the train. The power of the pure purification stone calmed his inner unease, but the sight he saw from inside the train confirmed one thing. The rice field wasn't windmills. The rice field was long-armed giants. Was Don Quixote correct? Why is this happening? This world seemed not as simple as it looked. He pulled up his personal information and saw an unexpected line of text under the Spirit column. Spirit, 120, witnessing truth and falsehood. A never-before-seen spiritual state. What exactly was the mission of this mission station? It seems I can't underestimate mission stations in the future. Is it over? In the rice field, Don Quixote was casually knocked over by a giant. The moment he fell, the giant turned back into a windmill. God save us. Didn't I tell you? Those are windmills, unless someone else also has windmills in their head, how could they not admit they are windmills? Shut up, Sancho. As the two bickered, Sancho helped Don Quixote stand up and remount his horse. They returned the way they came, preparing to continue towards their goal. Passing the train, Qiyan, who had been an observer, suddenly spoke. Don Quixote, are you planning to run away? The giants are still there. Don't you want to become a true knight? Believe it and it will come true. A truly true knight. These words made Don Quixote's eyes widen, while Sancho, who was beside him, gaped. That's right, a true knight, didn't you see it? Don Quixote, those giants are rampaging through the commoners' wheat fields, how can you, as a knight, choose to leave? Qiyan pointed towards the wheat field, his gaze shifting between Don Quixote and the field. Sure enough, after he spoke these words, Don Quixote looked at the wheat field once more, and at that very moment, the windmills in the wheat field, no, those giants, began to rampage. Giants. That's right, Sancho, do you see them? Those are giants. Great Dragon Knight, thank you for your reminder. Sancho looked back and forth between Don Quixote and Qiyan in confusion. He even suspected he was going crazy. In the wheat field, there were only windmills, where were the giants? My lord Don Quixote, those are truly just. Enough, Sancho, are you questioning the Dragon Knight? Don Quixote excitedly put his cracked helmet back on. Lord Dragon Knight, you are right, how can a knight flee from battle? I will fight them. He turned his horse around and charged towards the wheat field once more. From Qiyan's perspective, the giants in the wheat field became increasingly solid, they raised their arms and reached for Don Quixote. Giants. Die. Facing monsters dozens of times larger than himself, Don Quixote showed no fear, raising his broken long spear and thrusting it out. Bang! The moment the spear tip touched the giant's arm, a gunshot simultaneously rang out. The bullet fired from the ebony hit the giant's palm. Don Quixote's long spear also simultaneously plunged into the bullet hole. The giant let out a painful howl, then fell to the ground, unmoving. Don Quixote rubbed his eyes, shouting excitedly as he looked at the giant's corpse in front of him. Ha ha! Sancho, did you see that? I did it! I killed the giant. Sancho said nothing, because he was staring in shock at Yi Qiyan beside him. In his eyes, the windmill had been pierced by a flash of light fired by this strange young man using a black flute-like object. A sorcerer? Every bullet from Yi Qiyan landed precisely where Don Quixote's long spear thrust. 34 windmills, 34 giants, 34 charges. Don Quixote showed no fear, his face was filled with excitement. As one giant after another fell, the space in the rice field became increasingly distorted. Even Sancho rubbed his eyes, because he, too, vaguely saw that those windmills had turned into long-armed giants. Giants? Are they really giants like windmills? That world was changing, and it was Don Quixote who was guiding this change. As the giants continuously decreased, even without Yi Qiyan's help with his gun, Don Quixote was able to pierce the giants' bodies with his broken long spear. Why? Because he had already convinced himself in his heart that he could do it. Just as he had already convinced himself that what was in the wheat field were giants and not windmills. The perception of this world was changing along with Don Quixote. Yi Qiyan watched all of this, understanding that the task for this stop was precisely this. When the last giant fell, Don Quixote, covered in blood in the wheat field, waved excitedly towards Yi Qiyan and Sancho. Ha, Your Excellency Dragon Knight, my friend Sancho. Did you see that? I succeeded. I killed all the giants. I am a true knight. He held his long spear high, and his old horse, Rocinante, inexplicably appeared tall and mighty. My friend Sancho, I didn't lie to you, did I? Those were giants, and I am the knight who eradicated giants. From now on, you must call me the Giant Knight. Oh, and Your Excellency Dragon Knight, the Giant Knight thanks you for your help. You kept me from disgracing the name of knight. I still don't know your name. My name is Yi Qiyan, no need to thank me, I merely did what a knight should do. Yi Qiyan's gaze remained on the wheat field, not paying attention to Don Quixote's actions. To commemorate the friendship between knights, please accept this. A wooden round shield was presented, which made Yi Qiyan turn his head in slight surprise. For me? What will you use then? Don Quixote patted his chest. I will forge another shield later, for our friendship, my friend Yi Qiyan, please accept it. From now on, you and I are a knight alliance, if you encounter anything you cannot resolve, I will surely come to your aid. Yi Qiyan originally did not want to accept it, but after seeing the information of this shield, he changed his mind. Don Quixote's round shield. Use it, when you are in danger, your ally Don Quixote will come to your aid. Please make him believe that he is facing a powerful monster. As a knight, he will not retreat. Witnessing the friendship between Giant Knight Don Quixote and Dragon Knight Yi Qiyan. Don Quixote and Sancho left, they were to continue their journey. Yi Qiyan watched their retreating figures, silently thinking, would Don Quixote, after experiencing a true battle, still become the loser in the story? Perhaps the sheep would truly become enemy troops, and the White Moon Knight would truly be a knight. As long as he believed, Don Quixote would charge forward. What a terrifying ability, believing makes it come true. I guess I've changed the plot, haven't I? If Don Quixote truly possessed those powers, perhaps he wouldn't have become that loser, right? TSK, I guess I did a good deed? Oh, also, I wonder if he'll have this kind of ability at other stations? He should, right? Hey, if he really does, then this is a good thing, it wasn't in vain that I performed for so long. Yi Qiyan stroked the wooden shield, which had no level. If he could really do the same thing in other worlds. Then as long as he dragged it out, giving Don Quixote the confidence to believe he could win, wouldn't he be invincible? He put the wooden shield back on the train, then immediately rushed towards the wheat field. Because the 34 giant corpses in this field were slowly reverting to the appearance of windmills. The power of belief had a time limit. Yi Qiyan discovered this the moment Don Quixote left the wheat field, which is why he kept his gaze fixed on this area. Come out, processing table. It would be too much of a pity to let these fantastical monsters simply disappear. He might as well try to see if he could recycle something. Coincidentally, with the arbitrary processing module installed, recycling such large items was much more convenient. Successfully recycled long-armed giant, fantasy, corpse. Obtained, huge skeleton ×1, illusory dream crystal ×1, meat chunk ×1. Yi Qiyan could understand the skeleton in meat chunks, but what was this illusory dream crystal? Illusory crystal. Upon consumption, one can awaken in a dream. What does that mean? Lucid dreaming? What's the use of this thing? Yi Qiyan didn't think much of it and continued his recycling work. One corpse took 10 minutes, so 34 would be over 5 hours, but accounting for the time it took for the giants to revert to windmills, the final number he could recycle should be around 13. Card of Blasphemy 7 Anchor. Huge skeleton ×13, dream crystal ×5, meat chunk ×13. These were the final gains. If the processing station's recycling speed had been faster, all the bodies could have been collected before the giants reverted to windmills. However, the processing station is integrated with the train. To upgrade it, the entire train would need to be upgraded as well. The remaining bodies had already reverted to the shape of windmills, and Yi Qiyan didn't waste them, recycling them into wood. The biggest gain this time was the giant's meat chunks, but Yi Qiyan didn't plan to eat such things. The meat of humanoid monsters was disgusting just to think about. But just because he wouldn't eat it didn't mean others wouldn't. 13 portions of giant meat chunks, converted into weight, amounted to 130 caddies. He filled all 5 available trading slots, pricing each portion at 1 train coin. This price was extremely cheap for survivors who hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Even though Yi Qiyan had marked it as giant meat, it couldn't deter some people's desire to buy. Someone's selling meat on the trading platform. You can get 10 caddies for 1 train coin. Damn it, I just spent 1 train coin yesterday for 1 caddy of chicken. I'm furious. Really? Holy crap, there really is. I haven't had meat in so long. No, I have to buy 10 caddies to roast. Anyway, I got a train coin at the last trading station, hee hee. Don't buy it. Didn't you see it says it's giant meat? Can you really stomach the meat of a humanoid monster? Exactly. Are you even human? I despise you. So what? Giants aren't people. I'm practically starving for meat. Forget giants, if I get hungry enough, I'll even eat people. Keep barking and I'll kill all of you at the next public trading station. Is the person upstairs' sanity very low? Still 33 points, what's wrong? Eating your family's rice? Diagnosis complete. The person upstairs is going crazy. It didn't take long for the meat on the trading platform to be snatched up. After all, these 10,000 people had all passed the 7th platform, and their trains were all level 2 or above, and they all had some train coins in hand. Moreover, Yi Qiyan's price was the absolute lowest on the market, so they didn't care if it was giant meat or not, they just bought it first. Yi Qiyan refilled the links, and they sold out again. In this short time, he earned 10 train coins. He didn't sell the remaining 3 portions, keeping them for now in case they might be useful. And during these people's conversations, he also discovered something. It seemed that once others' sanity decreased, it was very difficult to recover, and once it fell below a certain percentage, they would gradually descend into madness, which was referred to as mental fatigue, self-doubt, and dissipation of reason. But what about him? He had used sublimation so many times, and his sanity had dropped below 20 points at its lowest, yet he still felt nothing. Moreover, his recovery speed was very fast. However, from the conversations in the chat room, it was clear that mental exhaustion was extremely difficult to recover from, but his mental recovery Speed was even faster than his physical stamina. Could it be that I have some special ability I don't even know about? And the train system can't detect it? Yi Qiyan scratched his head. Unable to figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. There's always a way forward. Worrying too much only adds to one's troubles and offers no benefit. After resting for a while, he continued working. Don't forget where Don Quixote fought the giant. This was a wheat field, full of ripe wheat. He transplanted a portion of the intact wheat to the planting carriage, and loaded as much of the rest as he could. Docking countdown, 3 hours 41 minutes and 8 seconds. With 41 minutes remaining until the train could depart, Yi Qiyan, who was harvesting wheat, found Wally, who hadn't returned, under the ruins of a windmill. You weren't stuck under here all this time, were you? I wondered why you hadn't come back for so long. Wally shook his mechanical arm, and his treads rolled, continuously moving in one direction. The treasure chest is there? Yi Qiyan followed him. At the very center of the wheat field, next to the remains of a windmill, Yi Qiyan remembered this was where the last giant disappeared and where Don Quixote's first charge ended. Underneath here? Moving aside the rubble, a dark golden fragment appeared before his eyes. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Wait a minute? Yi Qiyan couldn't quite believe what he was seeing was real. Because buried beneath these ruins was, astonishingly, 1/3 of a profane card. No way? It's complete already? Am I dreaming? He had originally thought it would take a long time to find the last third of this card. After all, Shea was even sealed for 15 years for one fragment, so it should be an extremely precious and rare item. He never expected to find the last third on the 8th platform. Picking up the fragment, Yi Qiyan pondered slightly. Should he synthesize it? What would happen after synthesis? Would he encounter danger? His hesitation was only momentary. He immediately cast these thoughts aside. There's nothing to hesitate about. If I have it and don't synthesize it, am I even human? He retrieved the other 2 1/3 fragments from the safe box. The 3 card fragments fit together perfectly, as if they had never been separated. A dark golden glow emanated from the profane card, transforming into infinite flowing light that enveloped the entire world. The profane card floated in mid-air, and a faint whisper suddenly sounded in Yi Qiyan's ears. He didn't understand it, but the sound grew louder and sharper, as if 100 sopranos were shouting, singing, and proclaiming something. Even covering his ears was useless. This unbearable sound made Yi Qiyan pull out his gun, preparing to shoot the card, when the sound abruptly stopped. The glow dissipated, and the dark golden card fell into his palm. That was quite scary. This thing really isn't good. I'll just check its effects. If it's no good, I'll just discard it. Despite his words, his gaze at the profane card was filled with anticipation. Profane card 7 Anchorer. Anchor consumes mental energy to set an anchor point. A maximum of 3 can be set. Cooldown, 1 day. Voyage consumes mental energy to teleport to the anchor point's location. Banish removes all anchor points and forcibly banishes an enemy to the wilderness. Return consumes all mental energy. Gulp. On the light screen, the description of this profane card made Yi Qiyan swallow. So strong, undeniably strong. If the description was correct, then as long as he placed an anchor point at any station, even if he went to other stations, he could teleport back. Using the anchor point. Not only that, it also had the ability to banish enemies. Although this would consume all anchor points, preventing further teleportation, if he encountered an inescapable danger, it would undoubtedly be a trump card. And the last one. What happens if all mental energy is consumed? Leaving the 8th station, Shea smiled bitterly. Although a decrease in his spirit wouldn't cause problems, it had never dropped to 0 before. Yi Qiyan had no intention of recklessly experimenting without a solid grasp. However, he could try out his other abilities. An anchor point could be set once a day. The first one, without a doubt, had to be placed inside the train. The location would be directly in front of the main operating system in the locomotive. Setting an anchor point costs 50 spirit, huh? That's fine, not too much. After setting it, Qiyan went outside, took out the profane card, and silently chanted in his mind. Voyage. Another 30 spirit were consumed, and on the profane card, the dark gold, hooded figure dragging an anchor came to life. Qiyan felt his body sink. As if he were in the abyss of an extremely dark, deep sea. Whispers echoed in his ears. But this sensation lasted only for an instant. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the locomotive, but the small figure on the profane card gradually turned gray. Cool down, 1 hour? That's acceptable, not too long. Ding ding. The train's system light screen suddenly appeared beside him. On the private chat interface, a dialog box with a blonde avatar popped up. Shea? Why is she looking for me at this time? Could it be that she already knows about the profane card sublimation? That's too fast. With a hint of doubt, Qiyan opened the dialog box. Hey! You've already found the third profane card fragment and sublimated it? She really did know. Qiyan was a bit speechless. He had originally intended to keep this a secret from everyone, but he had underestimated Shea. It seemed there must have been something left on the profane card fragment she gave him. At this thought, Qiyan had no intention of hiding it. Just sublimated it, elder sister Shea, how did you know? Confused face? What's wrong? Is there a problem? No problem, of course I have my own methods. Don't underestimate your senior too much, just learn well. Though she said that. But at this moment, Shea's heart was a mix of emotions. She contacted Qiyan only because someone told her that a new profane card had appeared. But where that card appeared was unknown to anyone, and who obtained it was even more unknown. Shea just suddenly thought of Qiyan and asked casually. She never expected. It really is him. Sigh. The profane card will only be owned by the master they expect, so that's what it means. It took me several years to find 1/3 of the fragments, and that fragment was sealed for 15 years. But in the end, ha! A bitter smile flashed across her face, and after calming herself, she continued speaking to Qiyan on the light screen. Your profane card is. Never mind, I won't ask you about these things, because even if I ask, you won't tell me, right? Qiyan chuckled, not replying. Take good care of that card. Don't let others discover it easily, try not to use it in front of others, and never give it to anyone. Rest assured, only you and I know that you possess the profane card. That's all for now, I'm still busy. A playful tongue-out Q version emoji followed the chat box, and then Shea casually closed the system light screen, sat down casually, and looked up. At the white light above the church. God! Why is the one qualified to profane you not me? The conversation ended. Qiyan's heart, which had been excited and hot because of the profane card, gradually cooled down. Shea's appearance reminded him. This world was not just populated by their batch of survivors. Before him, who knew how many people existed? The power, resources, and talents these people possessed were existences he absolutely could not contend with at present. He couldn't get carried away. Thinking of this, Qiyan wanted to put the profane card into the safe box. But then he thought that if it was in the safe box, he couldn't carry it with him, which made it practically useless. It would be great if items in the safe box could be retrieved freely from outside, just like those in the special storage unit. Suddenly, a wonderful idea popped into his mind. A safe box is also a type of item, right? So, can I put it into the storage unit? As soon as this thought emerged, he impatiently carried the safe box to the storage carriage to try it out. Place. Holy crap! It actually works? The safe box was indeed placed into the special storage unit. And after trying it out, he could also freely retrieve items from the safe box. In other words, he had essentially gained 4 extra slots in the special storage unit that he could access freely from the outside. Ah, I'm truly a genius. Today's harvest was bountiful. Yi Qiyan threw out all but one of the carriages stored in the safe box. Besides placing the profane card in the remaining 3 slots, he also put the blessed virus serum he obtained in Doomsday Town and later sublimated into one of them. The last remaining slot was reserved for the pure purification stone. Now he could freely retrieve 7 items from the outside world. Blessed white forest fruit, bullets, level 3, virus serum, 1 carriage, pure purification stone, as well as the profane card and the safe box itself. Undoubtedly, if he encountered danger outside, these items would provide him with a lot of help. 300:00. 3 hours remaining until the train's final departure time. Yi Qiyan's VIP departure privilege changed from gray to green. Time's up, it's time to go. Pressing the departure option, the familiar spatial tunnel appeared once again in front of the train. The tracks moved forward, and the roar of the train echoed between heaven and earth. As the train began to accelerate. Passing through the tunnel, the emerald green plain outside the window once again turned into the endless wilderness. 20:00:00. The train's broadcast sounded at this moment. All train conductors, please leave platform 8. There will be extreme weather tomorrow, and monsters adapted to this weather will appear in the wilderness to chase the train. Trains with a speed lower than 50 km per hour will be in a dangerous state. Please prepare your defenses and upgrade the train as soon as possible. This broadcast was all there was, but it caused many people to wail. 9641/10,000. No way? How long has it been, and the speed needs to increase again? 50? So, either upgrade the train to level 3, or just upgrade the wheels to barely pass? TCH, I knew this would happen. Good thing I didn't sell my materials even if I starved during this time. Level 3 is still a bit short, but upgrading the wheels is more than enough. How is this speed fast? It's been this upgrade frequency for so many stations. Don't open your eyes and slander broadcast sister. If you can't upgrade, you need to find your own reasons. Have you collected resources properly over so many stations? Have you exchanged resources for food? I was originally planning to save some resources to exchange for train coins, but now it seems I can only upgrade early. Intelligent emotional treasure hunting robot Wall-E. It's not hard to see from these conversations that after one block merge, the train conductor's quality has improved significantly compared to before. At the very least, they aren't overly fearful when facing what the broadcast says. Most people were already prepared for another increase in train speed. Moreover, increasing speed isn't limited to just upgrading wheels or the train itself. At the 7th platform, the train conductor who used manual labor for acceleration put a human-powered device, which he manufactured using a blueprint, on the trading platform. It could increase the train's speed by 10 km per hour by pedaling a power-generating bicycle. For some people who couldn't upgrade their trains but still wanted to survive, spending 1 train coins to buy such a device was the best option. Of course, the consequence of doing so was overdrafting the future, and the next increase would be even more difficult. Yi Qiyan, of course, wasn't worried about these things. After hearing the broadcast, he consumed a bit of mental energy to learn tomorrow's weather through the clear sky doll. Blizzard? So there will be blizzard elements at tomorrow's 9th platform as well? Ding ding. Another message was sent, and Yi Qiyan looked up to check it. Shangguaningshue, tell me tomorrow's weather. The clear sky doll was traded to him by Shangguaningshue, so it was normal for her to ask him about tomorrow's weather. Yi Qiyan, 1 train coins. Shangguaningshue cursed him inwardly as a profiteer but still traded 1 train coins over. Happy trading. Tomorrow's weather is a blizzard. Remember to keep warm. Oh. The conversation ended, and Yi Qiyan suddenly thought of his other friend. Right? Zhao Lin's last stop was the lucky station, wasn't it? What valuable things for him would that woman, whose luck and misfortune intertwined, get at the last stop? Are you there? How was the last stop? The message was quickly replied to. Ah, it's Yi Dage. It's alright. Hey, anyway, I've already upgraded to a level 3 train. Congratulations. Yi Qiyan was a bit surprised, as Zhao Lin's level 2 train had only recently been upgraded. It seemed her 8th platform had been quite fruitful. But correspondingly, her misfortune level at the 9th platform should be higher. Hee, just lucky. Oh, by the way, Yi Dage, I was going to look for you too. This, do you want to buy it? Ice shaver. A machine used to shave ice. In such hot weather, don't you want to eat a delicious shaved ice? Only 1 train coins, and I can even give you a large block of ice as an extra. This girl actually took the initiative here, wanting to earn money from him. The corner of Yi Qian's mouth curved into an arc. It seems your last stop was quite fruitful. The ice shaver is good, but I won't buy it. I'll sell you a piece of news, also 1 train coins. Do you want to buy it? Buy. Can I use this ice shaver as payment? Of course, with the ice. Zhao Lin didn't hesitate at all. In her heart, Yi Qiyan was a capable person. She had also been lurking in the public chat room for a long time, and even some seemingly very powerful train conductors, she felt, were not as capable as this Yi Dage. You can. The ice shaver and an ice block the size of a human head were directly sent over, and Yi Qiyan also told Zhao Lin the news of tomorrow's blizzard. Weather. Ah, it's actually a blizzard? Thank you, Yi Dage, good thing you told me, otherwise I would really freeze to death tomorrow. I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to buy warm clothes now. Yi Dage, you should also pay attention to keeping warm, it's very cold in the train. The chat ended. Yi Qiyan, who had received the ice shaver, made himself a large cup of shaved ice. He crushed the white forest fruit and poured it on top as jam, then scooped a mouthful with a spoon and put it into his mouth. The sweet taste combined with the cool sensation, this taste was simply invincible. Phew, oh, right, I almost forgot about this. Walking to the temperature-controlled carriage, Yi Qiyan brought up the system screen's train details interface. On it, the upgrade option for the level 4 train still retained the last item. Smart chip, 10 train coins. Although Wally didn't bring him a treasure chest at the last stop, after selling the giant meat chunks and trading with Shangguaningshue, he now had 17 train coins. Enough to buy the smart chip. Purchase. 10 train coins in his hand turned into specks of light and disappeared. A palm-sized, technologically advanced chip with constantly flowing blue light appeared in his hand. Currently, he had 2 things under him that needed train chips for enhancement, the automation of the planting carriage and the intelligence of Wally. Who should he use it on? It goes without saying. But before that. Sublimation. Stamina, 104-64. Smart chip, emotional smart chip. Mechanical creations equipped with this chip will possess more genuine emotions. Yi Qiyan leaned down and gently tapped Wally's iron head. I didn't break my promise to you. The chip adhered to Wally's head, turning into a blue stream of light and merging into Wally's body. Blue currents flickered for a moment, and instantly, Wally's eyes, like surveillance cameras, suddenly blinked. Intelligent emotional treasure hunting robot Wally. An intelligent treasure hunting robot that can consume 1 train coins to automatically search for valuable items on the platform and bring them back to your train. When not treasure hunting, it is in normal mode, no train coins consumption, can be activated for a long time through self-charging, and can follow any instructions given by its master. Formerly a trash collection robot, it might prefer collecting useless things. Wally no longer slept. It only needed electricity to maintain its most basic state. Yi Qiyan skillfully tapped its iron head. Go, get me a cup of water. Unlike before, Wally, after being tapped, was no longer a cold machine. Instead, it covered its head with its 2 mechanical claws, looking aggrieved, like a scapegoat who was bullied but still had to obey. Its tracks rolled, and it quickly returned to Yi Qiyan with a cup of water from the water tank. Quite smart. Not bad, not bad. I'll hate you less in the future. Wall-E nodded quickly in agreement. Then Yi Qiyan tapped it again, and seeing the little robot's even more aggrieved expression, Yi Qiyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pfft, alright, this is the last time, alright? Even if tapping your head is fun, I won't do it anymore. He patted Wally's head. Now, he understood why Shea would create dolls like Tina. Even a little guy like Wally could bring fun to his boring train life, let alone a doll like Tina, who was like a real girl. I wonder if I'll ever create such a doll in the future. Maybe I can? Ninth stop, Screaming Village. The next day, outside the train window, a terrifying blizzard had blanketed the entire wilderness in white. The wilderness transformed into a snowfield, and countless snowfield monsters suddenly appeared, chasing the train. Snow wolves, snow goblins, snow elves. Their appearance caused train conductors, whose trains were still at level 2, to feel a sense of crisis. Some couldn't upgrade and simply gave up, waiting for death. Some spent all their family wealth to barely reach level 3, some could only upgrade their wheels for a slight speed boost, and others bought various acceleration devices, escaping this calamity. Even so, facing these train conductors whose speed had reached the minimum threshold, the monsters, with a desperate struggle, could still leave some unlucky trains riddled with holes. Not only that. The raging wind and snow caused the temperature inside and outside the train to plummet to -30°C, without thick clothes for warmth. Facing such low temperatures, people could only huddle in spaces piled with various items, burning wood to barely get by. But none of this concerned Yi Qiyan. In his constant temperature carriage, which remained at a comfortable 22°C, Yi Qiyan leisurely ate shaved ice, and the monsters in the snowfield were utterly incapable of catching up to a train that had already reached level 4. Only Wally diligently worked under his command. It climbed to the roof through the train's skylight to collect ice and snow, shaping them into identically sized cubes and stacking them in the storage carriage. Seeing that it was almost full, it waved its small mechanical arm and ran to Yi Qiyan, wiggling. It's full? Good job, Wally, I'll reward you by letting you recharge. Wally happily ran to the charging device, receiving the electricity that was always meant for it. Yi Qiyan put on the wolf fur he had obtained earlier and entered the storage carriage, shivering at the extremely low temperature. Hiss, it's really cold. He quickly loaded the snow blocks Wally had stacked into the storage unit. Later, if there was hot weather, these snow blocks would be valuable. At the very least, they could be used as water. It's almost time. 12 hours and 30 minutes. The crossroads of fate triggered. The familiar two-choice option appeared before Yi Qiyan. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose a platform to dock it from the following two options. Platform 1, Goblin Fortress, Level 4 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, Shrieking Village, Level 5 Hunting Platform. They're both hunting platforms, perfect. I also want to know what's different between a hunting platform and a killing platform. I choose Platform 2, Shrieking Village. Whether it was a Level 4 or Level 5 platform, neither would pose much difficulty for Yi Qiyan now. Since that was the case, he naturally chose the one that would yield higher level rewards. Platform selection complete. Please sit tight and hold on. The ninth stop the train will arrive at is Shrieking Village. The train continued forward. As distorted space appeared, the endlessly extending tracks stretched straight ahead. Passing through the void, the surroundings seemed unchanged. The sky-high wind and snow still covered everything. As far as the eye could see, everything was pure white. The only difference was a small black dot approaching the train, standing out conspicuously in this white expanse. Getting a little closer, it was easy to see that it was a person. Current platform, Shrieking Village. Docking countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck to you. This station, dangerous. Hunter Lord. Is it Hunter Lord? Please stop. Save our village. The person anxiously approached the train, marveling at the enormous object before him. Is this the train only hunter lords can possess? I never thought I'd see a train in my lifetime. God bless, the village is saved. The sentinel hadn't triggered, which meant this wasn't an enemy. Qiyan pressed the door button, and the biting snow wind howled in. Dressed in the warm clothes he had prepared, he scrutinized the blond, blue-eyed, disheveled middle-aged man, roughly in his 40s. The hunter this man spoke of was likely the identity assigned to a train conductor at this platform, and the fact that this man knew about trains probably meant there had been records of other train conductors arriving at this platform. I'm just passing by, not specifically here to help you. Explain clearly, what happened to your village? Hearing Qiyan speak, the middle-aged man suddenly knelt down. Sir, our village has been invaded by vampires. Those damned vampires have occupied the village, capturing everyone and using them as blood bags, draining blood day and night. If this continues, in a few days, everyone in the village will die. Sir, please, save us. Vampires, so these were the hunting targets for this station? Qiyan didn't immediately agree but continued to ask. Since everyone in your village has been captured by vampires, how did you escape? It was my father. He knocked out a vampire while they were taking blood, then let me out. It was my father who told me to come out and find Hunter Lord. He said, with this thing, Hunter Lord would come to save us. A box wrapped in several layers was brought out. With trembling hands, he untied the outer rags and opened the box, revealing the item contained within. A perfectly preserved train coin. Only one? This was a level 5 platform. Would the reward after the hunt only be this much? No, Qiyan secretly shook his head. This was not a reward, but merely the compensation offered by the natives of these platforms. The true gains would only be acquired after hunting down those vampires. And I'll take the item. Wait outside for a moment. Yes, sir. Thank you for your help. Qiyan turned, closed the door, and returned to the train. Since the target for the hunt was vampires, he naturally needed to apply the right remedy. The mithril weapons he had obtained in Doomsday Town would finally come in handy. The Sanctuary mithril cross, needless to say, and the remaining mithril crossbow and mithril ritual sword had not yet undergone sublimation. They were both level 2 items, upgraded to level 3 without consuming too much mental energy. Of course, for Qiyan, these mithril weapons merely made him fit the identity of a hunter better. This was a level 5 platform, and if he encountered powerful vampires, the gun in his hand would still be more effective. And since it's vampires, it would be a pity not to bring this Enchanted Psionic Magazine Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. This was the real ultimate weapon. Replacing the virus serum and placing it in the special storage unit, Qiyan organized his equipment. Wally gently bumped his ankle, its large, monitor-like eyes blinking. Alright, I know you want to go out. Wally, activate. A train coin landed on Wally's head. It happily squeezed out through the opening of the recycling device, leaving a trail of tracks in the snow, and soon disappeared without a trace. Opening the train door again, Qiyan saw the blond man still kneeling there, hands clasped, performing an unknown prayer. Qiyan spoke. We should depart. Blood hunt. On the way to the village, Qiyan learned the name of the scruffy old man. Otanli. This guy also had a special identity, the village chief of that village. Otanli was able to escape not only because his father created an opportunity for him, but also because there was a secret passage under his house. This was dug by Otanli to meet with several young widowed women at the village entrance. The young widowed women were gone now, but the secret passage had become a life-saving route. After crossing a hillside, Qiyan saw a village not far away. Dark red and snowy white intertwined. Under the low eaves, large groups of bats hung upside down, sleeping quietly. Faintly, one could hear mournful cries and wild laughter coming from some of the houses. Otanli gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. He knelt before Qiyan once more, pleading. Hunter sir, please save them. Yi Qiyan did not respond to Otanli's plea. His goal was to hunt bloodkin, not to save people. Where is the secret passage you used to leave the village? Take me there. Over here. Otanli led Yi Qiyan to a hidden cave entrance. He had concealed the secret passage there. Looking at the secret passage, which was wide enough for one person to walk upright, Yi Qiyan cast a suspicious glance at Otanli. You dug this alone? Otanli gave an embarrassed laugh. Some of my brothers who joined me in looking for those widowed women also helped. Your villagers really know how to have fun. Hunter sir, what did you say? Nothing, you go in first. Ha! Before the other party could react, Yi Qiyan kicked Otanli in the backside. Otanli, scared, entered the secret passage to lead the way. Yi Qiyan followed at a moderate distance, carefully observing his surroundings. After his stamina limit increased to 120 points, his physical fitness, including his observational skills, also improved. Even in complete darkness, he could clearly see everything within 10 meters. Whoosh! A mithril crossbow bolt flew over Otanli's head. Eek! He let out a terrified shriek. A bat with scarlet eyes was struck by the crossbow bolt, fell to the ground, and instantly turned to ash. Otanli turned back in horror. He saw Yi Qiyan silently walk over and pick up the crossbow bolt from the ground. There are bats, which means this place was discovered long ago. So, this really is a trap. A sinister laugh suddenly rang out. Countless bats flapped their wings, blocking the path Yi Qiyan had taken. In the darkness, a dozen or so pale-skinned, ugly, humanoid monsters wrapped in black cloaks slowly emerged. He, hunter, there really is a hunter. The true ancestor was right. As long as someone escaped with that coin, a so-called hunter would definitely appear. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Human, you don't really think you escaped on your own, do you? The disgusting laughter, combined with that repulsive voice, was even more irritating than the sound of fingernails scratching a blackboard. Hunter sir, I didn't know. I didn't intentionally bring you here, Otanli was on the verge of breaking down, completely unaware that his escape had been deliberately allowed by the bloodkin. I know it has nothing to do with you. Yi Qiyan interrupted Otanli. He looked around, shaking his head with some dissatisfaction. Only 13 bloodkin, I thought there would be more. The leading bloodkin let out a cold laugh. Human, you don't still think your mithril weapons can kill us, do you? Let me tell you, in such a dark environment, our bloodkin's speed is not something mere humans can keep up with. Bloodkin in the dark are invincible. Attack him, drain this hunter's blood. Invincible in the dark, huh? Then let's make it bright. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, a stone emitting a soft glow appeared in Yi Qiyan's palm. The moment this stone appeared, the dozen or so bloodkin surrounding Yi Qiyan instantly felt a great danger. Their instincts made them instinctively turn and flee. But it was too late. Close your eyes. Yes. The pure purification stone erupted with brilliant light, illuminating the entire secret passage. Whether it was bloodthirsty bats or evil bloodkin, all turned to ash in this radiance, unable to even make a sound. When the light faded, Otanli saw that the bloodkin and bats in the cave had completely vanished, as if they had never existed. Everything he had just witnessed seemed like a dream. Let's go. Putting away the pure purification stone, Yi Qiyan continued forward. Since the bloodkin already knew he had entered the secret passage, there was no longer any need to hide. Exiting the secret passage, several mithril crossbow bolts exploded several bloodkin waiting there. This was Otanli's home, now converted into a bloodkin blood collection station. A dozen or so human corpses, drained of blood, were casually tossed into a corner. Several people lying on the beds, though still barely alive, had no chance of surviving. Yi Qiyan walked out of the house. The commotion that had just occurred in the secret passage was clearly detected by the bloodkin. The moment he appeared, dozens of bloodkin, accompanied by even more bats, flew into the air. Human. Suffer. The leader's words were cut short. Yi Qiyan directly pulled out the pure purification stone. Light burst forth, and wherever it reached, bloodkin and bats were instantly annihilated into dust. Holding the pure purification stone like this, he continuously spread its light. More and more bloodkin were eliminated, even if they tried to hide. A mithril crossbow bolt could easily take their lives. It took a full 2 hours to traverse every part of the village. Yi Qiyan did not let a single bloodkin escape. Until he circled back to Otanli's home, the village seemed completely clean. The hunt was complete? Wasn't this a bit too easy? One must know, this was a level 5 platform, yet most of the bloodkin were only around level 2, with a few occasional level 3s making no significant difference. So, where were the level 5 bloodkin? Otanli, what is the name of this village? Otanli, who had been sitting blankly in front of his brother's corpses, came to his senses. It's called Tez Village, Hunter sir, thank you for saving the village and eliminating all the bloodkin, although everyone is dead. But? Shoo! Tez Village, this doesn't match the platform's name. Feeling the pure purification stone still glowing and radiating heat in his pocket, Yi Qiyan looked outside. In the sky, a blood-red spiral vortex was slowly forming. An ancient bloodkin, even uglier than ordinary bloodkin, descended from it. He opened his blood-red mouth. Immediately after. Ah! A shriek! Yi Qiyan put on the earplugs he had bought on the trading platform after choosing the platform, and a playful arc curved at the corner of his mouth. This is more like it. I thought, since it's called a hunting platform, how could there not be a boss to fight? On the system light screen, the monster's information appeared before him. Shrieking Blood Ancestor, level 5. Immune to holy attacks below level 5. After shrieking, revives all corpses to fight for it, continuously lowers the mental state of living beings, and applies the frenzy mental debuff. Frog in the well. The pure purification stone glowed again, but just as the information displayed on the light screen showed, a level 5 pure purification stone could not affect the shrieking Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor in the sky landed, stepping on bats, and looked at Yi Qiyan with a mocking expression. Hunters, your existence truly surprises me. 300 years ago, my ancestor was killed by a hunter who rode a train. Today, I shall avenge my ancestor. Now, I'll give you a chance, kneel before me and become the first hunter kin under the great Shrieking Blood clan, and from then on, you shall be eternal and immortal. Eternal and immortal? Just that old bat? A level 5 platform boss dares to say such things? Yi Qiyan chuckled, and with a casual toss, the pure purification stone in his hand returned to his storage unit. Ah! Who hunter, sir, you? Otanli, who was hiding beside him, was startled by Yi Qiyan's action. He had thought Yi Qiyan was actually going to surrender. No need to worry. Yi Qiyan waved his hand. I'm not interested in surrendering to a frog in a well. What do you mean? It means he's dead. Click. A snap of his fingers, and a golden heavy machine gun landed in front of him. The Shrieking Blood Ancestor scoffed disdainfully. Truly foolish humans, your proud weapons are utterly useless against me. Bang. He pulled the trigger. A bullet shot from the muzzle, instantly shattering the old rotten flesh's palm. Ah! A hideous shriek echoed all around, as the Blood Ancestor clutched his missing half-hand, wailing in agony, falling from midair into the snow and rolling continuously. It hurts, it's killing me. How is this possible? What kind of weapon was that? A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. He would die. Having lived for several hundred years, what he feared most was facing death. I have to escape. I have to escape. He turned and fled without hesitation, not pausing for a moment. However, countless golden bullets formed a storm, accompanied by ethereal Sanskrit chants, engulfing the self-important old bat. In an instant, the fellow was reduced to ashes, scattering and falling in the air. reduced to ashes. Rubbing his numb tiger's mouth, Yi Qiyan noticed Otanli, who was standing nearby with his mouth agape and eyes wide, and waved his hand. Wake up. Hunter, sir, just now, that Blood Clan member, where did he go? He's dead, of course. What else could he be? Dead? It wasn't Otanli's fault for being so startled. After all, the oppressive feeling when the shrieking blood ancestor first appeared was quite strong. Especially after Yi Qiyan's pure purification stone failed to work, Otanli had already despaired. However, less than a minute after the shrieking blood ancestor appeared, this hunter sir suddenly pulled out a weapon and instantly killed the opponent. Otanli even had a thought that he might be dreaming, that he was actually being bled, and everything he was seeing now was a dying hallucination? Yi Qiyan didn't bother with what the fellow was thinking. He walked directly to where the old bat had been reduced to ashes. To be honest, this guy died very unjustly. If it were any other train conductor who came to this station with a train level of 4 or 5, facing the shrieking blood ancestor who was immune to level 5 and below targeting items, they would most likely die at this station. But he happened to encounter an outlier like Yi Qiyan, who possessed a level 6 item at level 4. Not only that, but all of the old bat's abilities were completely countered by him. Summoning corpses? The Blood Clan and bats were directly turned to ashes by the pure purification stone, while human corpses were torn apart by the Blood Clan themselves. Affecting the mind? Yi Qiyan glanced at his personal information. His mental attribute had indeed dropped quite a bit, but the madness negative status had not appeared on him. His mental state had been the same ever since he left the Knight's Plane. Witness true and false. Yi Qiyan didn't understand why this was happening, but it wasn't a bad thing overall. After searching for a while, from amidst the ashes, a wrinkled, still somewhat heart-shaped object was picked up from the snow. Heart of a Blood Clan Baron. After consumption, can transform race into Blood Clan. After transformation, gain modules, night vision, summon bats, live by blood-sucking, develop kin, fear of light, evil. Note, after transformation, other race transformation methods can be used to continue changing race, but cannot return to the original race. After transformation, gain unremovable title, Race Trader. Race Trader, the original race will develop disgust towards the transformed person. So many modules, but a bit trashy. This thing couldn't be said to be completely useless to him, it could only be said to be completely useless. Setting aside the fact that he hadn't thought about not being human yet, just the ugly appearance of that old bat was enough to make him pass on the idea of transforming into a Blood Clan. However, just because he didn't want to, didn't mean others didn't either. No matter what, the Blood Clan was a special race in fantasy. The modules gained after transformation would be enough to wreak havoc in these low-level platforms. If he were to post a screenshot of the information in the chat room now, it would definitely cause a frenzy of I need to sell it for a good price. After casually weighing it in his hand a few times, Yi Qiyan tucked the heart into his pocket. Hunting platform, that should be the meaning. Hunting targets to obtain special items like this heart, in a sense, yielded richer rewards than ordinary mission platforms. This station was also pretty much over. Yi Qiyan didn't plan to stay here long. Just as he was about to return to the train, he saw 2 sets of track marks not far away. Following these marks led him back to Otanli's backyard. Here, he saw Wally diligently swinging his mechanical claws, digging a coffin out of a grave in Otanli's house, and then digging out a tattered wooden box buried with a skeleton from inside the coffin. Undoubtedly, that was the treasure chest of this station. Is this place where the treasure chest is placed meant for people to find? Yi Qiyan felt a bit powerless to complain. Even though he had seen others talk about bizarre treasure chest locations in the chat room, he still felt that what he encountered was the most abstract. Wally dug his way out of the grave pit and happened to see Yi Qiyan standing not far away. He happily waved his mechanical claws and ran over, holding the tattered wooden box. He patted Wally's head. Good job, Wally. I'll charge you more when we get back. That. Hunter, sir, is this your pet? My ancestor's grave, why would it? Ha! That wooden box. Otanli, who had secretly followed, was stunned when he saw the tattered wooden box in Yi Qiyan's hand. You know it? No, but I've heard my family talk about it. It seems to be something left behind by the hunter sir who came to this village 300 years ago and saved the villagers at that time. Patrol Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint. 300 years ago, a hunter. No, it should be a train conductor. This box, was it left behind by that train conductor? But according to the system's scan, this is indeed a level 5 treasure chest. A treasure chest left by a train conductor? How could anyone be so kind? And there was one more thing he'd been thinking about ever since he first heard that a train conductor had arrived at this station 300 years ago. 300 years, according to elder sister Shaya, a batch of survivors appears every 3 years, so wouldn't this train survival game have at least 100 batches of survivors? No, it shouldn't be like that. Shaya said that she hadn't seen many train conductors from batches before her. Unless she was lying, with her train conductor level of over 50, she would definitely know more about previous train conductors than a newbie like him who hadn't even passed the first 10 stations. He couldn't figure it out. Yi Qiyan silently pushed this matter aside. Then he wouldn't think about it. I passed through this village specifically to find this wooden box. Don't think the contents are precious, it was this very thing that attracted those Blood Clan. Now that I'm taking it, this village will be completely safe. He was good at making things up on the spot. Otanli didn't doubt him at all and believed the story. Thank you, great hunter sir. On behalf of everyone in the village, I thank you for your help. Otanli bowed deeply to Yi Qiyan, watching his departing figure as he was about to leave the village. After a long hesitation, he suddenly shouted, Hunter sir! Yi Qiyan, who was about to return to the train to open the treasure chest, stopped and turned around curiously. Something else? Otanli trudged through the thick snow, running strenuously to him, swallowed, and said cautiously, Hunter sir, now I'm the only one left in the village. Can I? My train only has one seat. Yi Qiyan knew what he wanted to say and chose to refuse without hesitation. He wasn't the type of person who liked to live an adventure with others. He wouldn't let others board his exclusive train now, nor would he in the future. At most, like Shaya, he would create companions exclusively for him using puppet making or other techniques. He never trusted strangers. Otanli's words were stuck in his throat. He stood dumbfounded in the wind and snow, somewhat at a loss. Yi Qiyan shook his head inwardly, pondered for a moment, and continued. Go somewhere else, don't stay here. Since you're the only one left in the village, you must live for them. If you encounter danger again, like this time, use this kind of coin to search outside. Perhaps other hunters will come to help you. Yi Qiyan pulled out a train coin, dangled it in front of Otanli, and then put it away. As for how to find them, that depends on your own luck. With that, he no longer lingered, braving the increasingly fierce wind and snow towards his train. This terrible weather made him incredibly nostalgic for the comfortable life and the temperature-controlled carriage. Back on the train, after deducting the departure rights, there were still 2.5 hours before he could leave this station. Yi Qiyan burrowed into the temperature-controlled carriage, took off his thick cotton clothes that were almost frozen, and immediately threw himself onto the soft large bed. Phew, this damn weather, it's deadly, isn't it? Hey, Wally, go to the storage room and find some beef to grill. Alright, don't look at me with such pitiful eyes. I said I'd let you charge, and I won't go back on my word. Go get the meat, I'll grill it myself. Wally happily sped up towards the storage carriage. Although it couldn't put things into the storage unit, as long as Yi Qiyan granted permission, it could retrieve items from the storage unit. After throwing a piece of beef onto the grill and resting for a good while, Yi Qiyan's body warmed up considerably. Only then did he turn his attention to the only 2 gains from this station. Level 5 treasure chest, openable. This was his first time getting a level 5 treasure chest from a station. As long as he completed the sublimation, this treasure chest would become level 6. Thinking about the level 6 items he currently possessed, Qiyan was filled with infinite anticipation for the rewards in this treasure chest. Sublimation. Stamina, 8545, Spirit, 6737. 70 points. It was 20 points more than from 4 to 5, not much. Level 6 treasure chest, openable. Open treasure chest. Without hesitation, Qiyan opened the treasure chest, but to his surprise, besides the expected train coins, there was only one item in the treasure chest, or to be precise, a blueprint. Obtained, 24 train coins. Obtained, Hunting Machine Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint, no level. Hunting Machine Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint, no level, Stage 1, manufacturable times, 1/2. Requires, mind cube times 1, metal, 1000 kilograms, mechanical parts, 800, emotional intelligence chip times 1. Note, this is a blueprint manufactured by A? Before its demise. Note 2, this was something plundered by a train conductor. Before dying, he broke into a low-level station. Because he couldn't reverse his own death, adhering to the principle that what he couldn't have, others shouldn't either, he threw it into a low-level station, where it formed a treasure chest in this station. Note 3, this treasure chest was originally a level 5 treasure chest, promoted to level 6 due to the influence of a certain talent. Since the contents of the treasure chest cannot be changed, the train coin reward has been increased to 24. Ha! Seeing the description of this blueprint, Qiyan thought he hadn't woken up. He rubbed his eyes hard, confirmed he hadn't seen wrong, and then his mouth dropped open. Something that requires 1000 kilograms of metal and 800 mechanical parts to build? And, so many notes, system, when did you become so diligent? The train system adheres to the philosophy of serving the train conductor in all matters. For items exceeding your current level, more annotations will appear to make it easier for train conductors in the newbie phase to understand. A blueprint made by 3 question marks, and then plundered by a high-level train conductor, huh? That's really interesting. Hey, then I really want to build it and see. But where do I get this mind cube? Rubbing his chin, this thing was likely not something that train conductors in his area could understand. The best way to get information about the mind cube would still be from Shea. However, he temporarily suppressed this thought. The next station was the 10th station. After passing the 10th station, the newbie phase would end. He didn't know what would happen then, so it wouldn't be too late to ask after seeing the situation. The gains from this station weren't many in terms of quantity. A transformed Blood Clan Baron's heart would definitely sell for a good price, and the Hunting Machine Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint was full of mystery, making Qiyan very much look forward to the day he could build it. Plus the 24 train coins from the treasure chest, his train coin reserves reached 31. Although it seemed like a lot, Qiyan felt that this amount was probably not enough to buy the upgrade option for a level 5 train, so he still needed to save up. There was no hurry. All thoughts stopped there. Qiyan came back to his senses, licking his lips as he looked at the sizzling beef on the grill. Nothing made him happier than eating grilled meat in a blizzard. If there was, it would be hot pot. Bid for heart. Station departure privilege triggered. The hour hand of the pocket watch stopped at 8 o'clock. The train's whistle was still loud, even in the blizzard. Nothingness appeared, and the tracks moved forward. From one expanse of white back to another expanse of white. The weather in the wilderness was unchanged, just as it had been before entering the station. Opening the public chat room. 8683/10,000. When will this wretched weather end? I really can't take it anymore. Doesn't it usually end at 12 a.m.? Just bear with it, it's only 4 hours. Burning some wood will get us through. By the way, Li Xiaoshang has put a lot of materials on the trading platform again. Where did he get so many? Such enviable luck. Who knows? But Zhaoan in our block isn't bad either. Look at the vegetables on the trading platform, most of them are from him. Those two must have a lot of train coins, right? TSK, I wonder when the next public station will appear. Are you thinking of robbing them? Idiot, that Li Xiaosheng bought a blueprint for a level 3 heavy crossbow at the public trading station before, and sold one to each of his alliance members. When we get to a public platform, it's better to stay away from those guys, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Crossbow? Can that thing be as powerful as a gun? How has the person upstairs survived until now? Even a level 3 crossbow is much stronger than a low-level firearm. Haven't you noticed that gun seller from before? What was his name? Qiyan? He hasn't appeared for a while, has he? Heh, Qiyan's low-level rifle is long outdated. That guy refused to join the alliance. Brother Li has already spoken, next time he sees him, he will definitely take his life. That's right, Brother Li also said that no one is allowed to buy his things, otherwise it means you're against the alliance. Li Xiaosheng's lackeys popped out. Looking at the conversation in the chat room, Yi Qiyan calmly typed a line of text on the light screen and attached a screenshot, spending 1 train coin to pin it. Selling, Heart of the Vampire Baron, already placed on the trading platform for auction, only accepts train coins, highest bidder wins. The trading platform has an auction function. However, this function is rarely used. When the description of the Heart of the Vampire Baron appeared in the chat room, the scrolling dialog box paused for a moment. Immediately after, it scrolled rapidly. What is this? Converting into a vampire? And what is this module? Why are they all things I've never seen before? How many train coins does this thing cost? If I had it, would I still need to be afraid of those monsters chasing the train? I could do whatever I wanted even inside the station platform. The auction price has already reached 15 train coins? Where did you all get so much money? You said everyone was living a hard life? A bunch of liars. The appearance of this heart immediately attracted considerable attention. Among them, quite a few people, upon seeing the numerous modules, had a change of heart and began bidding before everyone else. Li Xiaosheng was among them. Damn Yi Qiyan, to be so lucky to get something like this. Heh, but this guy is truly foolish, to actually take it out and sell it instead of using it himself. Does he not want to abandon his human identity? He sneered, curling the corners of his mouth. Ignorant. What does it matter if you're human or not? As long as you become strong, who cares about your race? With this heart, becoming a vampire, who could be my opponent? Li Xiaosheng took out a train coin and, mimicking Yi Qiyan, pinned a message in the chat room. My alliance wants this. Then, another message topped it. Didn't your subordinates say no one was allowed to buy anything from Yi Qiyan? What? As the alliance leader, you're the first to go back on your word. The person who topped his message was named Zhaoan, precisely the train conductor who had been planting various vegetables and plants since the first station, and enjoyed considerable prestige in his block. The two of them, one selling basic resources and the other selling various vegetables, should have coexisted peacefully, but Li Xiaosheng's alliance subordinates constantly flaunted their power in the chat room, mocking train conductors from other blocks, leading to the alliance's current terrible reputation. Li Xiaosheng's face turned a mixture of green and red. He gritted his teeth, watching the continuously climbing price on the trading platform, and continued to raise his bid. The auction price kept rising, finally stopping at the number 23. The person who offered this price was none other than Li Xiaosheng. He had gathered almost all the train coins from his alliance members by trading his own basic resources, barely managing to scrape together this amount. He still had some capability. Zhaoan also tried to gather train coins from train conductors in his block, but in the end, very few were willing to trust him. Without the guarantee of profit, who would be willing to lend their wealth to others? As the set auction time reached 0, Li Xiaosheng obtained the Heart of the Vampire Baron. And those train coins came into Yi Qiyan's hands. I didn't expect this thing to sell for such a high price. Well, that's right, after all, it was obtained from a level 5 station. However, was the final buyer actually Li Xiaoshang? Haha, I wonder if that guy will regret coming to bother me. He only saw the module buffs and the physique surpassing ordinary humans obtained after racial transformation, yet he selectively ignored the negative effects. Perhaps Li Xiaoshang would pass the next few stations quite smoothly, but what about after that? However, that had nothing to do with him. Yi Qiyan counted the train coins with a smile. 53 coins, that was his total amount of train coins. With these train coins, Yi Qiyan felt that the train's next sublimation could be put on the agenda. Stamina and spirit, still a bit short. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, I'll sublimate the train to level 5 tomorrow. Speaking of which, reaching level 4 before the 10th station could break a record. Level 5 should be possible too, right? No, it must be possible. Ding ding. A friend message notification entered his ears. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he calmed himself down, brought up the light screen, and saw a message from Zhao Lin. Yi Dage, how many train coins did you earn in the end? She was still alive? That was truly not easy. Not much, just 23 coins. The auction on the trading platform could only be seen by the bidders and the seller, so others did not know the final transaction price. Zhao Lin rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had misread. 23 train coins? Converted into level 3 treasure chests, she would need to open almost 4 of them to get that much. Who was the one with good luck after all? Why couldn't she get something like that? So amazing, was this also opened from a treasure chest? Just killed an old bat. Upon seeing this, the envy in Zhao Lin's heart immediately vanished. Good luck and bad luck were conserved, and so were wealth and danger. The bat Yi Qiyan spoke of must not have been that simple. Perhaps, to kill that bat, he paid a great price to obtain the deserved reward. If it were her, she would probably only think of finding a place to hide. Level 5 train and platform 10, Goblin Tribe. This thing can turn people into a bloodkin? Li Xiaoshang's eyes burned with eagerness as he stared at the shriveled heart before him. Yi Qiyan, I'll make you regret selling this to me. He tilted his head back, tossed it into his mouth, and a nauseating stench exploded within his oral cavity. Li Xiaoshang suppressed the urge to vomit and swallowed it down. Then, intense pain assailed him. Ah! His skin began to fester, and 2 fangs broke through his gums. His once passable face transformed into an incredibly hideous monster in a matter of seconds. Li Xiaoshang trembled as he crawled up, startled by his ugly reflection in the mirror. Is this me? He punched out, shattering the mirror into pieces. My strength has increased? Bloodkin, I succeeded. From that moment on, Li Xiaoshang ceased to be human. The next day. 6 hours and 30 minutes. The broadcast sound echoed at this moment. Yi Qiyan, who had been awake for a while, was cooking. He cracked 2 eggs into the frying pan, placed a few slices of thinly cut beast meat beside them, and paired it with fresh tomatoes and a white forest fruit. The meat sizzled on the grill, and with a sprinkle of salt, it became a hearty breakfast. Congratulations, train conductors, after the block merge, the remaining 8679 of you have successfully arrived at the 10th stop of the newbie survival period. The 10th stop will be the end for newbie train conductors. We wish you good luck. The end, huh? Chewing on a white forest fruit, Yi Qiyan sat by the window, looking outside. Yesterday's silver-clad world had vanished overnight. The yellowish-brown wasteland still stretched endlessly, as usual. Before 10 stops, upgrading to a level 5 train, I should have done quite well, right? He walked to the front of the train, reached out to touch the elliptical train system body, and softly said, Sublimation. Stamina and spirit surged like a tide. Azure light streams continuously emerged from the front of the train, until the entire train was completely enveloped. Stamina, 120-70, spirit, 120-60. Train upgrade complete. Current level, 5. a brand new train reappeared in the wilderness. Opening the train details, first were the familiar three main components: wheels, frame, and chassis, all at level 5 strength. The train speed also increased to 100 km per hour. And then came the upgrade options. 1. Smart chip, 10 train coins. 2. Heavy turret car, 20 train coins. 3. CVO Roadhog, 10 train coins. 4. Infinite storage game console, 8 train coins. Well, he had overestimated his train coins reserves. The 4 options were worth a total of 48 train coins. If he bought them all, his train coins would once again drop to single digits. Just one day as a rich man, and now I'm going to be poor again. Shaking his head helplessly, he decided to first check what these rewards were. The smart chip goes without saying. He had already given Wally a brain, and the full automation of the planting car also needed one. This must be bought. The focus was on the latter 3, especially the most expensive car. Heavy turret car. Equipped with 2 fixed heavy artillery pieces, 1 fixed top-mounted machine gun. Can be remotely controlled for attack via the train operating system? Artillery? Hiss, it feels pretty good. Bought it. A pure black car, much larger than a regular car, appeared out of thin air and settled onto the tracks, connecting with Yi Qiyan's train. Teleporting into the car, Yi Qiyan couldn't resist touching the massive cannon barrels inside, which were aimed at both sides of the car. This was a man's romance. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 6 shells that came with the car, he would have really wanted to fire one now to see its power. The next option, CVO Roadhog, was a silver-gray motorcycle. With it, Yi Qiyan no longer had to walk long distances on his own 2 feet at the station. Buy it. The last one. Infinite storage game console. A game console with infinite internal storage space, where various constantly updated games can be purchased for 1 train coin. No hesitation, this must be bought. The number of train coins returned to pre-liberation levels, but adhering to the principle of using what you've bought. He still spent 1 train coin to buy a copy of Devil May Cry 5 on the game console, a game he hadn't fully completed before coming to this world. Just to commemorate the past? It definitely wasn't because his gaming addiction had flared up. And then, there was one more thing. That was the reward for breaking the level 5 record. Congratulations on breaking the fastest level 5 train record. You have received 1 train armament. Train armament? What is this thing? He chose to claim it, and a stream of azure light directly merged into Yi Qiyan's body. Train armament approaching doom drill. Consume 1 train coin to summon a drill in front of the train, its power increasing with the train's speed. Confused face? 12:30. Yi Qiyan, still being abused by the boss in the game, put down the controller. Looking at the light screen that appeared before him, his former laziness gradually vanished. Is it finally starting? Fork in Destiny triggered. Please choose one path from the following 2 stations. Station 1, Deep in the Misty Jungle, Level 5 Hunting Station. Station 2, Davil Village Goblin Tribe, Level 5 Hunting Station. Please choose. Goblins again. I really do have a connection with goblins, and are they all hunting stations? This station is really hard to choose. Which one to choose? Option 1, Deep in the Misty Jungle, basically offered no information at all. As for option 2, I've decided. Since goblins have appeared so many times, it wouldn't make sense not to go see them. I choose Station 2, Davil Village Goblin Tribe. Station selection complete. Please sit tight and hold on, the 10th stop the train is arriving at is Davil Village Goblin Tribe. The train moved forward, and half an hour later, it passed through nothingness, accompanied by the sound of the whistle. Yi Qiyan looked out the window. To his surprise, this time, outside the train, there were more than a dozen men and women dressed in various outfits, looking very much like adventurers from another world, staring in this direction. Current station, Davil Village Goblin Tribe. Docking countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck to you. This station, high risk. A bearded Holy Knight uncle, dressed in Holy Knight attire, walked over and knocked on the car door. Hello, are you the newbie adventurer? Adventurer, like the hunter from the previous station, should be the train conductor's identity here. The sentinel was not triggered, meaning the other party carried no hostility. Qiyan opened the car door and smiled, saying, Hello, my name is Qiyan. What's happening here? I'm an adventurer, just passing by, and I don't know the situation yet. The Holy Knight uncle smiled kindly. So that's it, I thought you were someone arranged by the royal capital. Since you're not, then you'd better leave quickly. This village is about to be invaded by the Goblin Kingdom, and we must guard here for 5 hours to ensure all the civilians in the village evacuate. However, it seems a bit late, those goblins have already arrived. A group of adventurers in the village. Following the direction of Holy Knight Uncle's gaze. Above the distant hills, hundreds of green-skinned goblins, brandishing wooden clubs and iron rods, charged over, shouting. Stop them! Don't let these monsters get through. Watch out for broken stealth. Holy Knight Uncle pulled out a gigantic cross, as large as a door panel, from behind him and planted it in front of himself. Everyone else was also on high alert, preparing to meet the goblin attack. Just then, he suddenly heard the young man beside him say, Sentry, open fire. The command was given. Red optical eyes opened, constantly rotating. Hundreds of light rings appeared out of thin air beneath the feet of the goblins that had entered the 150-meter alert range. Even goblin slayers in stealth mode were instantly exposed. Buzz. Weapons appeared. Then. Fire. Bullets poured out, each one accurately hitting the goblins' vital points. The ferocious attack prevented all goblins from entering the sentry's 150-meter alert range. The instinct of fear made the lowest-level goblins turn and flee. Some goblins escaped the 150-meter alert range. But, could they truly escape? Chase them. The command was updated. The sentry detached from the train, and even while carrying heavy machine guns, it could still pursue at an extremely fast speed. These goblins, the moment they attempted to charge at Qiyan, were destined to die here. When the gunshots ceased, all hundreds of goblins had been hunted down. The sentry returned to the top of the train to continue its vigilance. Qiyan patted the shoulder of the dumbfounded Holy Knight uncle beside him. Uncle, are you not hurt? Who exactly are you? And that just now? Holy Knight uncle recovered, looking at Qiyan's harmless appearance and swallowing his saliva. I just said, I'm just passing by here. But coincidentally, my target should be the strongest individual among these goblins. Tell me, where is it? This was a hunting platform, so there must be a hunting target. Just like that old bat. The strongest goblin? Are you referring to the goblin general? From this Holy Knight uncle's mouth, Qiyan learned the current situation. This village was surrounded by a legion of 5,000 goblins. There were over 200 civilians in the village, and as adventurers, they were hired by the human royal family to protect the village, allowing the people inside to evacuate. Of course, Holy Knight Uncle shook his head with a smile when he mentioned this. Of course, how could the kingdom spend a large sum of money to hire a high-level adventurer team like ours just for the civilians of a border village? The true reason was that a princess of the human royal family was currently staying somewhere in this village, searching for something. So this adventurer team had to prevent goblins from invading the village for at least 5 hours, until the princess found what she was looking for. And left safely. And the commander of the goblin army outside the village was a goblin general. It should be Qiyan's hunting target for this stop. 5,000. Can you really hold out for 5 hours? Qiyan was skeptical of Holy Knight Uncle's words. After all, these people didn't look like they could withstand 5,000 goblins. Holy Knight Uncle laughed heartily. We are a famous adventurer team in the kingdom. While defeating the goblin army is unlikely, we can definitely hold them back. He pointed to the sky. Look there, we've set up a barrier. As long as the goblin army arrives, we'll activate the barrier, and they won't be able to rush in. Looking at the other party's face filled with mysterious confidence, Qiyan silently looked at the translucent light film that had not yet fallen from the sky. He had a feeling it wasn't as reliable as he said. Will that goblin general come too? Of course. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Donald, I'm a holy knight. If your target is that goblin general, you can stay here. It's very dangerous outside, and further ahead, outside the village, the train tracks have already been destroyed by goblins. Donald's gaze glanced at the sentry's direction a few times, with a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. With the target confirmed, Qiyan accepted Donald's invitation to temporarily stay here. The people in this adventurer team were quite good. Qiyan used a few bottles of ice-cold beer to gain their trust. Compared to the goblin general, his hunting target, Qiyan was actually more curious about what was in that village that was worth a princess personally coming to search for. Donald's alcohol tolerance was average, he told everything he knew after drinking a little too much. We don't know exactly what it is, but I heard that an ancient ruin was discovered beneath this village. There might be some treasure inside, huh? But it's strange, we've also walked around the village a few times, how come we didn't notice any entrance to a ruin? And that princess and the people she brought, we don't know where they went in from. An ancient ruin with no entrance? What treasure would be hidden there? Could it be the treasure chest for this stop? Or something else? Qiyan's interest was piqued. Taking advantage of the moment to get more drinks, Qiyan returned to the train. Looking at Wally, who was spinning in place, entertaining itself, he patted its iron head. It's your turn. Go get the most valuable thing at this stop. Don't disappoint me. A train coin transformed into a dark gold light spot and merged into Wally's body. It patted its square body with its mechanical claw, clearly signaling, leave it to me. Be careful, don't let anyone discover you. If you can't manage it, come back and find me. No need to take risks. Watching Wally's retreating back, Qiyan cautioned. Hearing his concern, Wally's camera-like eyes actually showed an expression of emotion. It nodded, rubbed against Qiyan's calf a few times, and rolled its treads, entering the village without being discovered by anyone. Near a mud house, it found the entrance to the underground. Brother Qiyan, why are you so slow? I thought you drank too much and fell asleep in the train, ha? He's a top adventurer with his own train, how could he get drunk so easily? I really envy you having a train. How much did you spend to buy it from Run Company? We've saved for over 10 years and only accumulated 18 train coins, still 3 short of being able to buy our own train. Sigh. I don't know where to find the remaining 3 coins. After this kingdom mission is completed, won't there be 1 coin, boss? We'll have a train very soon. Then we won't have to ride those butt-numbing carriages wherever we want to go. Ha, right. We'll have one very soon. Run Company? Stepping out of the train, he heard the slightly familiar name and the conversation of those few people, and his steps paused. He heard the name of this company again. Where was it last time? In Doomsday Town, the monster in that silverware shop bought a cake from Run Company with 3 train coins, thinking it could cure his daughter, but the company's delivery man died on the edge of the town. This was the second time. What they wanted to buy was a train. See you again at Run. Qiyan squinted slightly, sat next to Donald, opened a bottle of beer, and handed it to Donald, asking with a curious smile, what is this Run Company you're talking about? At his words, Donald and the others all looked at him with confusion. Donald scratched his head. Brother Qiyan, you've got me stumped. You're a person who owns a train, how could you not know about Run Company? This train isn't mine. So that's it. Donald shook his head with a bitter smile. I knew it. You're so young, how could you have enough train coins to buy a train? And you don't look like an adventurer. Sigh, it's good to be a noble. You can get what we want without having to fight outside. Speaking of which, you said your goal was the Goblin General before. Did you want to kill that monster to make a name for yourself? Donald had already imagined a story where Yi Qiyan was the scion of some royal noble, driving a train provided by his family, and coming to the border for an adventure. Yi Qiyan pretended to smile awkwardly, which further convinced Donald of his idea. Then, he continued to ask with a curious expression, so, what is Run Company? What are train coins? And what's their relationship with trains? Donald took a sip of beer, leaned against his huge cross, pulled out a cloth pouch from his, and took out something Yi Qiyan was quite familiar with. A train coin. Run Company, well, it suddenly appeared on the continent over 200 years ago. Those people called couriers brought many magical items. At that time, the countries on the continent wanted to buy those things, but they were told that only transactions with these mysterious train coins were accepted. These train coins are very hard to find and impossible to counterfeit. They can only be obtained in dangerous places or in chests within mysterious ruins. At that time, an empire wanted to seize those magical items by force, but in just one night, the imperial capital of that empire was instantly wiped out, as if it had never existed. Even a high-level adventurer team like ours has only found a dozen or so after collecting for more than 10 years. We're still 3 train coins short of buying a train. Speaking of this, Donald looked enviously at Yi Qiyan's train again, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Yi Qiyan rubbed his chin slightly. Run Company appeared over 200 years ago. But Shea said that 15 years ago, she had never heard of Run Company's existence. So, the time in the train station and the time in the wilderness are not synchronized? And the chests he mentioned that could yield train coins, are those treasure chests? But why only train coins? Are there only these train coins in the chests? Are there no other items? Donald looked at him in confusion. Of course, what else could there be? Yi Qiyan didn't ask further. Then, how do you contact Run Company once you have train coins? You kid, you ask a lot of questions. Forget it, for the sake of these drinks. Having gotten his answer, he excused himself as being drunk and returned to the train. Sitting on the chair, he fell into thought. Can only the train conductor open treasure chests to get things other than train coins? Or is it all of this just Donald setting in this station? Yi Qiyan was becoming more and more confused about these stations. Many times, the background setting of a station displays a complete world, and then at other times, a station only has that fixed space, with endless darkness and void outside. So, is the world inside the station real or not? Phew. Why am I thinking about this? What does this have to do with me? I should just focus on myself. Yi Qiyan shook his head, casting aside the random thoughts in his mind. He took out his remaining train coins and, following the method Donald told him, silently recited in his mind, summon Run Company courier for purchasing services. No reaction. As expected. It seemed that Run Company's clients were not train conductors like him, but the natives of the station. Collecting train coins through the natives in the station, huh? Then why won't they trade with the train conductor? This Run Company seems to be hiding itself? Sometime later, the Goblin Vanguard arrived. These green-skinned monsters wore standardized leather armor and wielded wooden spears. Compared to the low-level goblins seen at the beginning, they looked much more elite. Yi Qiyan did not make a move, even turning off the sentries, giving the impression that he had used up a lot of bullets in the first wave. When Donald and his team members heard this news, their gazes towards him became more disdainful. These people completely regarded him as a young master on an adventure, utterly incapable except for the train and its sentries. Is this magic? It's certainly cool, but unfortunately, I wish I could learn it. Staying inside the train, Yi Qiyan ate sunflower seeds he bought from Zhao Lin while watching the small team fight through the window. No wonder he needed such a big cross. Was it for bludgeoning people? A violent cleric, ugh, did he just smash them into meat paste? The battle lasted for a long time, and eventually, the vanguard of over 100 elite goblins was dealt with, though the team members were injured. Although no one died, everyone was injured and could only slowly recover with Donald's healing. But the goblins clearly wouldn't give them that time. Another batch of elite goblins flipped over the hill and immediately charged over. The scouts ahead also brought bad news. The main force of the goblin army was only 10 minutes away from the village. However, the combat power of this team was truly unconvincing. The team's mage was even cut in the kidney by an elite goblin assassin, almost dying. The battle ended, and Donald, panting heavily, looked at the pale-faced mage beside him and gritted his teeth. We can't wait any longer. Quickly open the barrier. If this continues, we'll be ambushed and killed by these assassins before the main goblin force even arrives. Donald gritted his teeth, calculating the time. Open the barrier. Drive those lowly goblins out. A translucent light membrane, like an inverted bowl, covered the village. Outside the bowl, the goblins were blocked. They desperately pounded on it, but couldn't budge the light membrane in the slightest. Donald was right, this thing could indeed block the attacks of ordinary goblins. But what if it wasn't ordinary goblins that came? Lightning flashed. In the sky, a spear enveloped in lightning struck the barrier at an extremely high speed. Cracks began to spread from its tip. Crack, crackle. The barrier shattered. Guilty. How is this possible? Why can this goblin break our barrier? Donald stared in disbelief at the spear that shattered the barrier. A goblin, how could he possess such a powerful weapon? Captain, let's run. The barrier is broken, we definitely can't stop them. Damn goblins. They're charging over. Ah. Don't come here. 5,000 goblins, like a green tide, surged towards the village. Among these goblins, a tall goblin general, clad in black armor, sat in the center, extending his hand forward. The yellow bracelet on his wrist shimmered, and the spear, imbued with lightning, returned to his hand. The goblin general sneered as he looked at the adventurer team, then suddenly noticed the train not far from them. A momentary flash of fear crossed his eyes, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, but then he seemed to remember something, and his already ugly face became even more ferocious. The tip of the spear pointed at the train. Jili Gulu Gwala. Nearly half of the goblin army adjusted their direction and charged straight towards the train. Looks like we've been targeted. Yi Qiyan rubbed his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips, staring at the spear in the goblin general's hand. Is that my hunting reward? It looks really good. 150 meters. The moment the goblin army approached this distance, the deactivated sentry reactivated. Annihilate. The command was given. Red lock-on reticles continuously spread out. 1, 2. Thousands of red reticles appeared out of thin air beneath the goblin's feet. Whether stealth, disguise, or even acceleration, none could escape the sentry's lock-on. Ammunition, enough. The mental magazine was refilled. Then, a train coin transformed into a dark golden light at his fingertip and merged into the sentry. Activate over-limit mode. The sentry's red eyes burst forth with dazzling light, and the 30-second double firing rate activated. The firepower of the double firing rate Great Compassion heavy machine gun transformed the area within 150 meters into a bloody Azura field. Not a single goblin could last even a second after entering this range before being blown to smithereens. The goblin general watched everything unfolding before him in disbelief, and not just him, but the adventurers behind the train were equally stunned. Is this war? No, this is a one-sided massacre. The goblins wanted to escape. But the goblin general roared a few times, and the fleeing goblins were affected by him, their eyes turning crimson, howling as they continued to charge. Are these goblins crazy? How can they possibly get through this? An adventurer muttered to himself, voicing everyone's confusion. Oh, quite clever, knowing to deplete my ammunition. If it were anyone else, they might actually have to consider the ammunition problem, but well. Creak. The sweet scent of white forest fruit pulp masked the bloodiness carried by the breeze. When both magazines were empty, the gunshots slowly faded into the world. The goblin general's face showed joy, and he waved his spear, continuing to command the charge. No more ammunition? Captain, let's go, he's out of ammunition. Yes, Captain, we should have left earlier, damn it, how could I believe a noble young master could take out 5,000 goblins? I must be crazy. Donald gritted his teeth, looking at the train in front of him, falling into hesitation. Yi Qiyan helped us. Go call him back, and we'll leave together. Captain. There's no time. That kid has a train, let him figure out how to leave on his own, what does it have to do with us? Idiot, the trains sold by Run Company require 30 minutes of warm-up every time they start. How long has it been since the battle started? Donald ignored the other's dissuasion and quickly ran towards the train. He wanted to get the person out before the goblins arrived. Yi Qiyan, inside the train, heard their conversation, smiled slightly, opened the window, and leaned out, casually waving to the sweating Donald. Brother Donald, you're a good person. Get off quickly. Even if the train is precious, it's not as important as your life. Don't stay on it. Your weapon must be out of ammunition, right? Ammunition for that kind of weapon can only be bought from Run Company. Even if your family is wealthy, they can't give you more. Go! There's still time. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Yi Qiyan smiled at him, swallowing the white forest fruit in his mouth. Don't worry, there's plenty of ammunition. 80 meters. Tap. A snap of his fingers. The empty psychic magazine was instantly refilled. 50 meters. Another train coin transformed into golden light. Over limit mode, reactivate. Fire. On the battlefield, goblins were hit by bullets and exploded into blood mist. A level 6 heavy machine gun, combined with special psychic bullets, could even achieve multiple kills with one shot in densely packed monster areas. Facing an unbeatable opponent. The goblins, forced into a frenzy, also sobered up. They threw away their armor and weapons, their instincts driving these monsters to ignore the goblin general's commands and turn to flee. Chase them. A comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The sentry floated in midair, wielding the heavy machine gun, single-handedly encircling and suppressing the remaining less than 2,000 goblins. Only when both magazines were depleted again did the sentry stop its pursuit and return to the train. Sitting on the train window frame, Yi Qiyan continued eating the white forest fruit, ignoring Donald, who was dumbfounded for who knew how many times, and walked straight out of the train. Within 300 meters in front of the train, the verdant grass was stained crimson. The goblin army had completely collapsed in this azure field. Only the goblin general remained in place, furious, unable to salvage the shattered morale of the goblin army no matter how much he roared. Of course, even he himself felt fear under the sentry's attack. Just as he was about to flee with his army, he suddenly noticed an unarmed human, who looked quite delicious, walking out of the train. Geely Gulu? Geely Gulu. He immediately showed joy. Even with his underdeveloped brain, he could tell that this delicious human was probably the owner of that train. As long as he killed him, that train would belong to the great goblin general Tualuo. Greed made him abandon his fear. At this distance, he could definitely pierce through this delicious human's heart, and then he would shatter just like the barrier before. Geely Gulu Gwala. The goblin general raised his spear high, bright yellow lightning attaching to it. But, before he could throw it, bang! A single bullet, through the center of his brow. Gunfire judgment triggered. Sin judgment. Guilty. Rampage, lightning spear. One shot, and the world fell silent. Phew. Blowing away the smoke from the ebony gun muzzle, humming a cheerful tune, Yi Qiyan walked straight to the goblin general's corpse, whose head had completely exploded, and kicked it aside. This was his first time using the active ability of gunfire judgment. As expected, it was very powerful. He picked up the long spear that had rolled onto the ground. He pulled up the light screen to appraise it. Rampage Lightning Spear, level 5. Consumes stamina to throw a powerful lightning attack. Matching equipment, Spear Retriever. The Spear Retriever should be the item the Goblin General used before. Taking it from his wrist, Yi Qiyan examined this item with a distinctly high-tech style and fell into thought. Could a goblin really get this? Or did it open a treasure chest somewhere else? No, Donald wouldn't need to deceive me. Natives in these platform worlds can only get train coins from opening treasure chests, they don't get other rewards. Then, run company? Whether it was this spear retriever or the spear itself, Yi Qiyan felt that all these items were bought from Run Company. It wasn't hard to tell from how targeted the Goblin General was towards his train. This monster had clearly encountered other trains before, and not the kind bought by natives, but those owned by actual train conductors. Run Company is also a force established by train conductors, right? They sell items to natives, and then what these natives do becomes new platforms? Without seeing Run Company itself, all of Yi Qiyan's conjectures could not be confirmed. However, it should be soon. According to the broadcast, after completing the 10th platform, this batch of train conductors would pass the novice period. At that time, there would definitely be an opportunity to meet earlier batches of train conductors. Their understanding of Run Company would definitely be greater than his own, and perhaps he would encounter people from Run Company at a certain station. Putting away the spear, after a moment of hesitation, Yi Qiyan also stripped the iron armor from the Goblin General's body. This guy hadn't bathed for who knows how many years, and the stench from the iron armor was unbearable. However, it would be a pity to discard this item, and recycling it wouldn't yield many materials. It would be better to throw it onto the trading platform, someone would definitely not mind the stench and buy it. It was too troublesome to take back, so Yi Qiyan directly priced the iron armor at 8 train coins and threw it onto the trading platform. Where can you find a conscientious merchant like me? 8 train coins for a level 3 iron armor. This seemed to have nothing to do with being conscientious. He returned to the train with his spoils. Looking at Donald and the adventurers beside him, their gazes were now filled with awe and fear. If the vigilant sentry's attack still made these adventurers think it was just because the weapon was powerful. But Yi Qiyan's single shot just now, which instantly killed the Goblin General, was enough to make all doubts completely disappear. Lord Yi, thank you for your help. We will definitely spread the word about your feat of repelling the 5,000 goblin army single-handedly. In the name of the Holy Lord, I, Donald, will absolutely not conceal these merits. That doesn't matter. But your mission should be complete, right? I still need to stay here for a while, what about you? We're leaving now. Hearing the implicit meaning of expulsion in his words, Donald led his team of adventurers away without hesitation. As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered something, pulled out a silver-white statue of a female worshipper whose face was covered by a hood from his backpack, and offered it. Lord Yi, you have helped us so much and saved all our lives. We don't have anything precious, please take this. With it, the Holy Lord will bless you. The adventurer team's backs gradually disappeared. Yi Qiyan looked at the statue in his hand, pondering slightly. Does this world really have gods? No, what am I thinking? It would be truly strange if there were no gods. Saint's statue. Pray and be full of hope, perhaps the Holy Lord will cast his gaze upon you. It may not be useful. What else but God could make countless people constantly enter this train survival world and risk their lives exploring? No. Or, to put it another way, one who can do such a thing must, and can only be called God. Yi Qiyan suddenly thought of Shea. That woman was in the guise of a nun. What god did she believe in? I'll ask her when I get a chance. Putting down the statue, his gaze fell on the hunting reward for this station. Sublimation. Stamina, 11773. Sublimation successful. Rampage Lightning Spear, level 6. Furious Thunder Throw, consumes stamina to 0, throws a powerful strike. Can be equipped, Spear Retriever? Great power? How great! Qiyan did not easily try it. After all, this negative effect seemed a bit too severe. One should know that after stamina drops to 0, one enters an extremely sluggish state. He already felt quite uncomfortable when he had 20 or 30 points left, so it was hard to imagine what it would be like at 0. However, he didn't want to consume stamina to use it, but what about the Vigilant Sentry? The Vigilant Sentry didn't have such a thing as stamina. Thinking of this, Qiyan eagerly climbed onto the roof of the train and directly equipped this throwing spear along with the retriever to the Vigilant Sentry. Then he issued the command. Switch weapon, Rampage Lightning Spear. Activate, Furious Thunder Throw. The command was issued. The Vigilant Sentry activated. On the spear body, golden lightning continuously condensed, forming a spiraling, rotating thunder spear tip. After reaching a certain critical value, it flew out, transforming into a golden meteor falling from the sky to the earth. Then, boom! A huge explosion accompanied by a strong shockwave spread outwards. Oh no! Feeling the violent impact, Qiyan quickly hid inside the train to avoid being blown away. When the lightning dissipated, he looked at the huge, spiraling, crater-like ground that had appeared in front of him. Not bad. Qiyan was very satisfied with the power of the spear after sublimation. Moreover, when the Vigilant Sentry used the ability carried by the spear, it would not consume stamina as described, it only needed 1 minute to recharge before it could be used again. Continuously recalled via the spear retriever, it was completely another great weapon no less powerful than the Great Compassion heavy machine gun. Not only that, the Vigilant Sentry could also use this spear for close-range attacks, which greatly compensated for the Vigilant Sentry's weakness in close combat. Just imagine, if an enemy were to get close to the Vigilant Sentry, being shot in vital points by the machine gun while also being harassed by the spear. Even if they escaped far away, they would be pursued by the Rampage Lightning Spear. Before reaching a higher level, the Vigilant Sentry could not have any opponents. The 150-meter alert range was destined to become the enemy's nightmare. Devil Card, Bewitched. Dagger Village, 2,000 meters underground. Soldiers in exquisite armor surrounded a woman in her early 30s, waiting in this underground world. In front of them, within a semi-transparent light barrier, a reverse cross-shaped building stood. The woman held a semi-cylindrical key and forcefully inserted it into the stone platform in front of the light barrier, her steps unsteady, looking as if she had been standing for a long time. Your Highness, why don't you rest and let us take over? It's been almost a day, and if this continues, your body. A soldier stepped forward, trying to curry favor. Get lost. The woman viciously kicked the soldier away. The things here are mine. None of you commoners can lay a hand on them. His words made the others look at each other, and they helped up the soldier who was kicked aside and spitting blood, hiding to the side without speaking further. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere around him, the woman snorted disdainfully, her gaze fixed with fervent intensity on the reverse cross altar within the light barrier. Almost there, almost there. In the darkness, no one noticed. A square-shaped robot with its head tucked in was secretly hiding nearby, observing everything. Wally stealthily circled around and stopped on the other side of the light barrier, poking it with his mechanical arm, feeling it was soft. So, Wally directly crashed into it. Bang! Clutching his iron head, the little robot revealed a hurt expression. He was certain that he couldn't get in here. He had to go back and tell his master. He had to let his master come personally to obtain the most precious thing he had discovered on this platform. Wally? You're back so fast. Didn't get the item, huh? It's okay, I'm not Yi Qiyan, it doesn't matter if you don't get it, you'll still get your charge. Oh? You drew a map? Does that mean there's treasure down here? Led by Wally to the entrance to the underground. Yi Qiyan took out a pure purification stone to use as a light source and followed Wally inside. So the location is over here. After about half an hour, passing through a deep, secluded path, the scene before him suddenly opened up. Emerald green crystals were embedded everywhere. The soft light they emitted brought illumination to this vast underground world. Continue forward. Until Yi Qiyan heard voices coming from not far away. Are you okay? That kick from Her Highness wasn't light. My ribs are probably broken. Why did you have to go and seek death? She despises soldiers who come from common backgrounds the most. I just want to get promoted, I don't want to just be a guard. Not now, though. Wait until the princess gets the item from that ruin, then we'll figure out a way to. Are we really going to do it? Otherwise? After that woman gets the item from the ruins, how could she tolerate us knowing? She'll definitely silence us. The conversation gradually faded into the distance. After walking for about another 10 minutes, Yi Qiyan saw the ruins mentioned by the two guards. After observing the princess, who was in her 30s and looked like an old woman, Yi Qiyan's fantasy of princesses from fairy tales was completely shattered. So ugly. He didn't go out directly but circled around like Wally did earlier, coming to the other side of the light barrier. Touching it with his hand, the soft sensation made it hard to believe it would be difficult to break through. How do I get in? Yi Qiyan fell into thought. What if, after that princess opens it, he just shoots and robs her? That's one way, if there's no better option, he might as well try it. Wait, I have an idea. Yi Qiyan suddenly thought of a good idea. Anchorer. The dark gold profane card appeared between his two fingers. Anchor. Mental energy was consumed. An anchor point mark appeared inside the light barrier. Then. Sail. A sensation of drowning came over him. The voices in his ears came and went. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the ruins. It worked, it actually worked. Yi Qiyan played with the profane card in his hand, a smile on his face. With anchor points and teleportation ability, he could completely cross any barrier or similar object. The profane card, its abilities truly grew stronger the more he looked at them. If the profane card underwent another sublimation. Yi Qiyan gazed for a moment, then shook his head. No, it's the same feeling as when I couldn't sublimate items above level 4. My current ability isn't strong enough yet. Forget it, let's first see what's actually in the ruins. Putting away the card, Yi Qiyan walked towards the base of the massive reverse cross-shaped altar building in front of him. So tall. Looking up, this building was almost 10 stories high. He walked up the steps, continuously climbing. Until he reached the spacious pure white platform at the very top. Only another reverse cross platform, a little over a person's height, existed there. Walking closer, this vast altar existed solely for one item on this platform. What is this? A light purple card floated there. On the card, the image of a demon holding a scythe and with its face obscured by a hood was lifelike. How come it feels a bit like the profane card? No way, right? Yi Qiyan swallowed, reaching out to grab it. The moment he grasped the card, he felt countless seductive whispers echoing in his ears. But this feeling disappeared in an instant. Yi Qiyan shook his head, patting his forehead. What was that just now? An illusion? He pulled up his personal information. Aside from the mental energy consumed to place the anchor point and for teleportation, his mental energy had once again dropped by about half. This card. Appraise. He pulled up the train system and appraised the card in his hand. Demon card, Seduction. Seduction consumes mental energy. Your lies will be believed. Demon consumes stamina. Your actions will inspire fear. Such powerful abilities, and no level, huh? This thing, it couldn't be the same kind of item as the profane card, could it? No, this one shouldn't be as powerful as the profane card. Good luck, there's even an extra reward at this stop. Qiyan was in a rather good mood. He glanced at the ugly princess in her 30s below, who was still trying to open the light barrier with what appeared to be a key. She's trying so hard, wouldn't it be pitiful if she came in and found nothing? With a casual toss, he took out a level 3 bullet and placed it on the altar. A level 3 bullet, not bad, I guess. He did not leave immediately. In fact, he couldn't leave immediately. The anchor point's teleportation required an hour to cool down. During this time, Qiyan went back down and had Wally return first. Time passed quickly. Anchorer. Sail. Another drowning sensation. Another whisper. Only this time, when Qiyan opened his eyes, he was already back in his train. Leaving the 10th station. Newbie benefits closed. Finally, it's open. Underground world. The princess looked at the dog hole-like gap that appeared before her, immediately bent down, and crawled through it. The guards behind her wanted to follow, but she glared them back with a malicious look. You commoners, you aren't worthy of entering. Wait there obediently. Once this princess obtains that item, this world will be mine. She lifted her heavy skirt, taking 3 steps in 2, and climbed towards the inverted cross altar above. After climbing for a long time, she reached the top level, and upon seeing the smaller inverted cross altar, the princess rushed over with fervent eyes. This is a bullet? A single bullet? This is what Run Company told me to get. Picking up the bullet lying flat on the altar, the princess looked puzzled. Who cares, as long as I got it? She took a hairpin from the top of her head and threw it on the ground. A small crystal was revealed within it. The crystal emitted a faint blue light. A woman wearing a Run Company medal sat in an executive chair, sporting massive dark circles under her eyes, and spoke in an extremely languid tone. Who are you? Oh, I remember now, the princess from that big world with a maximum level 5 platform. So, have you obtained the item I told you to find? Give it to me now. I got it, here you go. A platform-like object appeared out of thin air above the crystal. The princess obediently placed the bullet on it. Before long, the woman on the other end had the bullet in her hand. She looked at this utterly ordinary level 3 bullet and fell silent. After a long while, the woman raised her head and stared coldly at the princess. You're playing games with me. The old princess's expression changed to surprise, and she quickly shook her head and waved her hands. How could that be? How would I dare to deceive an adult from Run Company? Didn't you say to take that key and find an underground ruin in the border region of the kingdom? I searched for a whole year before I found this ruin that the key could fit into, and there was only one bullet on the altar of the ruin. There really was nothing else. The woman continued to stare at her with icy eyes. Although they were dead fish eyes, they made the old princess so terrified that she collapsed to the ground. Enough! There should have been a card there. Not a bullet. Where is the item, exactly? I'm giving you one last chance, tell the truth. I really don't know, there really was only this one bullet, I didn't lie to you, I really didn't. Sizzle. The blue crystal exploded. A sharp fragment grazed the princess's neck. Bleeding profusely, she desperately reached out, wanting to seek help, but darkness, like a tide, completely engulfed her. The dead fish-eyed woman. She looked at the level 3 bullet in her hand, lost in thought. That native wasn't lying, but the barrier containing the demon card can only be opened with a key. Why was there a bullet inside? Could it be that someone swapped out the card beforehand? No, that's impossible. If the ruin had been opened by someone, it wouldn't need a key to be opened again. So what exactly is this? She placed the bullet aside and spoke to something living in the darkness. Go investigate which train conductor above level 30 has recently visited that platform. Yes. Docking countdown, 1 hour 33 minutes and 45 seconds. Wally, come back. On the roof of the train. Qiyan lay there, basking in the sunlight. Wally, meanwhile, was continuously pulling off weapons and leather armor from the dead goblins. These items were then recycled through the processing station Qiyan had placed outside, ultimately forming resource blocks that were put into the storage carriage. It's almost time to go. Yawning, Qiyan called Wally back. The last batch of resources was stored in the storage unit. The gains from this stop were now complete. Back in the train, Wally eagerly circled between Qiyan and the charger. The large eyes of the monitor blinked and blinked, looking surprisingly adorable in a clumsy way. Go on, seeing how hard you've worked, I'll reward you with a full charge today. Although it was fully charged every day. But receiving Qiyan's praise made Wally incredibly happy. Back in the constant temperature carriage, Qiyan had gradually transformed it into a proper room. He had even bought a dining table on the trading platform and set up a bookshelf with several comic books and the game console he had obtained earlier. It could be said that this carriage was entirely a paradise for a homebody. Okay, time to depart. The departure privilege had long since changed color. He raised his hand and slapped it down. Privilege triggered. Departure. The track moved forward. The void appeared. Passing through, returning. Outside the window, it once again returned to the familiar endless wasteland. And at the same moment Qiyan returned to the wasteland. All the train conductors in this sector looked up at the broadcast, because it had emitted a sound. Congratulations, all train conductors have left the 10th platform. Starting from tomorrow, you will no longer be protected by newbie protection privileges. In the wasteland, the weather will change daily and will no longer be the same. Cross-sector friend adding enabled. Multiplayer platforms enabled. Guilds enabled. Team mode enabled. The trading platform will no longer be restricted to this sector. Train speed requirement increased to a minimum of 60 km per hour. Trains below this speed will enter a dangerous state. Train. We wish you good luck. We wish you to survive. Remember, do not abandon your train. A long string of rapid-fire announcements left everyone a bit bewildered. 6831/10,000. What the heck, why is this broadcast getting more and more off schedule? We already left the station, and it's only saying this now. I'm almost falling asleep. That's weird, I heard people from Sector E3 say before that the broadcast times occasionally don't match ours. I didn't expect that after merging with them, the broadcast is now off schedule too. Hey, is there something wrong with you guys in E3? What? Are you trying to say someone can stay on a platform for almost 9 hours? That would require reaching level 4, oh no, level 5, right? Isn't your focus on this? The main point is all that stuff the broadcast said. What do they mean by multiplayer platforms again, and guilds, and the trading platform being fully open? Weren't there multiplayer platforms before? Those were public trading platforms. You clearly didn't listen carefully to the broadcast. As for guilds, haven't you played games? Look at the mail section. Who is this, mass sending a message, inviting us to 1,000 Stars City? There are other mails too, holy cow, why are there more and more? The chat room was bustling. Qiyan also received the emails they were talking about. Card order. 1,000 Stars City, nation on a ship, Sky Garden. Are these the cities built by those seniors elder sister Shaya mentioned? An invitation directly through the system for the new batch of train conductors who have passed level 10. If I accept an invitation, I can go there for the next stop, meaning I no longer have to make a random platform selection? What will the cities be like? Qiyan fell into thought, looking at the dozens of mass-sent emails in his inbox. Their names alone didn't reveal the strength or quality of these factions. A rash choice might lead to trouble. Or should he not accept any invitation? Yi Qiyan shook his head, dismissing the thought. He hadn't done anything wrong, a clear conscience fears no false accusations. Aside from the profane card, he had no conflicts with anyone else. There was no need to give up an opportunity to learn more about the world. But then again, he truly couldn't decide which one to choose. However, he could ask. Elder Sister Shaya, do you know which faction is better to choose for a stop after level 10? On a certain platform world. Shaya was silently praying with her eyes closed. She opened her eyes upon hearing the special system notification. Level 10? Ha? Why is it only level 10 now? I remember this kid came to my place many days ago, didn't he? At that time, he was already. Shaya tilted her head in confusion and replied. Oh, I thought you had forgotten your elder sister. Level 10? Are you kidding me, kid? It's been 5 or 6 days since you and I parted, hasn't it? How could you only be at level 10? How could that be? If you don't believe me, look. Yi Qiyan sent a screenshot of the email. It had the date on it. No, you? Seeing that Yi Qiyan wasn't lying, Shaya was clearly stunned for a moment. So, he really leveled up to a level 3 train at level 5? And he also got modules, as well as things like alert devices and storage units? What kind of luck is this? Elder Sister Shaya? Seeing that she hadn't replied for a long time, Yi Qiyan sent another message. Ahem, it's nothing, I was just dealing with a small problem. Congratulations! After passing level 10, you're a true train conductor. As for the choice, I recommend Thousand Stars City. It's the largest city-state in the train world, and you can buy many unimaginable things there. Of course, besides that, there's one more thing, I'll also be going to Thousand Stars City soon, and I'll give you something then. What is it? I'll tell you when we meet. Oh, by the way, since you're going to Thousand Stars City, here's this for you. Ding ding. A new email notification. A medal engraved with the Weeping Saint's emblem appeared in Yi Qiyan's hand. When you arrive at Thousand Stars City, take it to 44 Nikeluo Street. It can get your train a free advanced maintenance. Thank you. No need to be polite with me. I'm helping you only because you are the owner of the profane card. I know, but thank you anyway. Shaya sat with her legs crossed, looking at the message Yi Qiyan sent, a slight smile on her lips. Ahem, I'm still busy. Anything else? Yi Qiyan hesitated for a moment. Yes, I got an item. An item? Send a screenshot to see if there's anything special about it? Yi Qiyan sent a screenshot of the demon card's description. Where did you get this thing? I picked it up by chance. Is this card related to the profane card? Shaya's eye twitched a few times. She unsteadily crushed a doll, and after a long while, she regained her composure, sighed deeply, and replied. No relation, this is another set. Alas, I hadn't intended to tell you so early, but never mind, you've already passed level 10 anyway. Organizing her words, Shaya continued. Taking the profane card in your hand as an example, its individual existence is unique, but that doesn't mean there's only one. As far as I know, including yours, there are 7 profane cards. These 7 cards are collectively classified as the profane card sequence. As for the demon card you picked up, it's one of the demon card sequence. The difference is that there are only 13 cards in the demon card sequence in total. This is a fixed number. After the holder dies, the card will randomly fall into a certain platform world, forming a ruin. You, kid, must have gotten it in some ruin, right? Still saying you picked it up, go fool a ghost. Heh, I really did pick it up. I saw no one wanted it, so I just took it. Shaya rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Profane card, demon card, angel card, ace card, there are some other similar card sequences. Each one is a unique existence, and except for the profane card, the number of other card sequences is fixed. According to rumors that appeared out of nowhere, if one can collect all the cards of a sequence, something special will happen. For example, after collecting the demon card, one can summon a world-destroying demon or something? As of now, I don't know anyone who has managed to collect an entire card sequence. However, I did hear that the run company you mentioned before seems to be collecting a certain card sequence. It's strange, even I can't find the headquarters of that company. If you run into them, it's better to be careful. Card sequences. Qiyan took out both the profane card and the demon card and held them in his hand. What about the profane card? What happens if they are all collected? Literally, profaning gods. Shea felt she had said too much and sighed. Alright, this isn't something you should worry about. Moreover, no one even knows how many cards are in the profane card sequence, so how could anyone collect them all? Don't overthink it. Go and rest well in Thousand Stars City. There, you can stop for at least 3 days without continuing to adventure. Never mind, you'll know when the time comes. That's it, I have things to do. Shea closed the private chat. She leaned back on the church pew, slightly lost in thought. Sister Nun, it's ready. Tina's voice came from not far away. The cute girl doll hopped over to Shea, tilting her head as she looked at the other dolls shattered on the floor. Sister Nun is bullying everyone again. Hurry up and fix them, or I won't talk to you. Shea rubbed her head and casually took out a card engraved with a dark gold angel, swiping it through the air. Heal. The dolls were restored to their original state. City of 1,000 planets. The next morning. 6 hours and 30 minutes. Unlike usual, the crossroads of fate was triggered at this time. Qiyan, who had just woken up, rubbed his eyes and looked at the light screen in front of him, feeling a bit confused. It's this early? Even the entry time has changed. But what's the point of the crossroads of fate being triggered when entering Thousand Stars City? The crossroads of fate triggered. Please choose from the following paths. Path 1, Thousand Stars City Main Gate. Path 2, Thousand Stars City Lower District. Lower District? After a slight hesitation, Qiyan still chose the main gate path. This time, there was no need to wait for half an hour. After making his choice, an entry prompt immediately appeared on the light screen. Enter. Acceleration, void. Passing through. The scenery outside the train windows suddenly changed. The train came from the endless wasteland onto a massive railway bridge, where strange creatures leaped in the sparkling ocean. And there were many more bridges like this. Each one had hundreds of tracks. Trains of various shapes and sizes traveled on them. They should all be members of a certain block. Directly in front of the tracks, a colossal star-veined city, stretching as far as the eye could see, floated in midair, with countless tracks spiraling around the city, like the rings of a planet. Ding ding. Xiaolin, Yi Dage, did you accept that invitation? Which place did you choose? Thousand Stars City, you haven't chosen yet? Choose now, I'll choose Thousand Stars City too. When the time comes, I'll treat you to a meal, hee hee, I got a lot of train coins at the last station. Okay. Ding ding. Another message. Shangguaningshua, where did you choose? Do you women all like to talk to people at the same time? Question mark. Just kidding, I chose Thousand Stars City, how about you? I'm not there. That's a bit of a shame. The chat ended, and about half an hour later, the train began to slow down. A majestic gate appeared before his eyes. Ding ding. A new message appeared in his inbox. Welcome to Thousand Stars City. The whistle blew. The train stopped at a Gothic-style platform, entered an independent tunnel, and finally came to a halt. A man in uniform walked over and stood in front of the train door. He observed Qiyan's train, cleared his throat, and knocked on Qiyan's door. The door opened, and after he stepped out of the train, the man nodded slightly to him with a kind smile. Hello, esteemed train conductor, welcome to Thousand Stars City. I am your guide and will introduce you to relevant matters concerning Thousand Stars City here. For the next 3 days, you may stay here, or you may choose to join a guild to obtain longer docking times and resources through the guilds. Capabilities. The word guide reminded Yi Qiyan of the smiling face man he had seen at the public trading station that day. He wondered how that guy was doing now. I came by invitation, what should I do next? Nothing at all. Once you choose to come to Thousand Stars City, you will have a special coordinate. After leaving, every 3 stations, you can spend 2 train coins to change the destination of the next station to Thousand Stars City. Here, all train conductors will spend at least 3 days of rest, whether it's for dining, entertainment, or any desire you can imagine, as long as you spend train coins, it can all be achieved. So that's how it is. Yi Qiyan finally understood why these factions sent invitation messages immediately after newbies completed 10 stations. By bringing more newbies into their sphere of influence, train conductors who are tired or afraid will inevitably choose to come here every 3 stations, either to survive or to enjoy themselves. And as for whose pockets those 2 train coins will end up in, there's no need to say more. So, my train? Will it just be left here? The guide shook his head, as if he had already anticipated this question, and took out a key, handing it to Yi Qiyan. Thousand Stars City has specialized train storage capsules, right here. For just 1 train coin, your train can be absolutely safely stored for 3 days, and the key will remain in your hands. Only you can open it. Please rest assured on this point, even the highest level administrators absolutely cannot open it. He finally understood. In short, it costs money. What if he didn't buy this storage space? He could easily imagine that if he went out and came back, his train would probably be nothing but an empty shell. So, would you like to purchase the storage service? Yes. Your choice is correct. 1 train coin was given to the guide, and Yi Qiyan took the key and followed him out of the train. At this moment, a massive mechanical arm descended from the sky and grabbed the tunnel behind him, where his train was located. It was placed in a corner of the large gate he had just seen and enveloped by a light blue screen. And there were countless similar compartments capable of storing trains on that large gate. Train conductor, please feel free to explore Thousand Stars City on your own from now on. I hope you have the most wonderful experience here. The guide was about to leave when Yi Qiyan suddenly remembered something and asked. Wait, what if I want to maintain my train? The guide gave him a strange look, completely surprised that a train conductor who had just entered Thousand Stars City would know about maintenance. Please rest assured on that point. You can find specialized maintenance technicians in the city who perform train maintenance. They all have devices that can directly teleport trains. You only need to use your key, and the train will automatically go there. After maintenance, it can also return here. Then how do I get to 44 Nikelluo Street? You can go there by using the city's self-service transportation vehicles. Thank you. Having obtained the information he wanted, Yi Qiyan was not in a hurry to go to 44 Nikelluo Street. Stepping out of the hall, what met his eyes was a colossal, multi-layered city with a futuristic feel. The place he was in was the first layer, known as the base area. According to the introduction, it seemed to be the lowest level of the entire Thousand Stars City. But this was very strange. The crossroads of fate had given him an option for the lower district. If this was the lower district, then what was the point of that option? He didn't think much of it. After getting a free general map, he walked straight in one direction. Although there were many places to explore in this city, everything required the support of one thing. That was train coins. Unfortunately, he didn't have much money left now. Ni Chao Lin. Welcome to the Chong Trading Station. Following the map's guidance, Yi Qiyan entered a shop that could directly connect to the trading platform. Only then did he understand what the broadcast meant by the lifting of the trade ban. Resources, they all have fixed prices now. 1 train coin can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of wood, metal, or 100 mechanical parts. Each person can sell a maximum of 20 times per day for these basic resources. Why is this? Not far away, a sales assistant came over upon hearing him. She first gave Yi Qiyan a respectful smile, then began to explain. Respected train conductor, you must be visiting Thousand Stars City for the first time. Basic resources are not scarce in Thousand Stars City. There are many train conductors within the city who possess the resource radar talent and can provide a large amount of basic resources to Thousand Stars City daily. Therefore, the prices you see now were set by the city lord of Thousand Stars City, specifically prepared for new train conductors like yourself. Talent? What is that? Yi Qiyan asked nonchalantly. From this sales assistant's words, it seemed that in this city, talent was not something worth mentioning. The sales assistant's smile did not diminish as she explained. Talent is something only a very small number of train conductors possess. But even so, as far as I know, there are also differences between talents. And the resource radar talent is the most common among all talent holders. As for the rest, I do not know. This sales assistant knew quite a lot. Yi Qiyan sized her up. You are also a train conductor? The sales assistant shook her head, seemingly afraid that he might misunderstand something, and quickly explained. No, of course not. I was born in Thousand Stars City and have always lived here. My goal since childhood has been to become a train assistant serving train conductors. I only know these things from books I have read. With a few taps on the light screen, Yi Qiyan sold basic resources totaling 10 train coins. The self-service transaction only allowed the sale of basic resources. More complex transactions required appraisal here. However, 10 train coins were clearly not enough to satisfy his current needs. What else could he sell? He still had quite a few valuable items in his hand. If he were to take out just that one demon card, it would probably fetch an unimaginable price. However, he did not intend to sell it. After a moment of thought, he took out 2 test tubes from his backpack. How much can this sell for? Blessed Virus Serum. This was the product of the virus serum obtained from the treasure chest in Doomsday Town after sublimation. Although Yi Qiyan always kept it in his storage unit before. He never had a chance to use it, and with the candy Shea gave him earlier, the value of this serum to him was becoming smaller and smaller. Keeping 1 tube and exchanging the rest for train coins was just right. Please wait a moment. A mysterious-looking machine emitted light, scanning the 2 test tubes. The light formed a screen, displaying its quoted price. Virus serum can provide immunity to low-level zombie viruses. Due to unknown reasons, it has been specially blessed, gaining low-level healing abilities. Estimated value, 5 train coins per tube. This was higher than Yi Qiyan had imagined. Train conductor, here are your train coins. Is there anything else you wish to trade? Not for now. Alright then, would you like to exchange your train coins for Thousand Stars coins? What are those? Yi Qiyan was puzzled. They are the common currency of Thousand Stars City. The train coins used by train conductors are too precious. Each train coin can be exchanged for 1,000 Thousand Stars coins, which can be used in any consumption venue within the city. Yi Qiyan exchanged 5 of them, obtaining 5,000 Thousand Stars coins, and had no intention of staying there any longer. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the sales assistant ran over and slipped a business card into his hand. Train conductor, if you need a train assistant, you can contact me. I will definitely fulfill all your requests. Assistant. From the name, it wasn't hard to guess what it was for. But he didn't need one. Meeting the sales assistant's eager gaze, Yi Qiyan merely smiled without replying. After getting the train coins, he did not leave immediately. Standing on the street for a while, the diverse architecture, vehicles, and people around him made him feel a little unreal. Ding ding. Xiaolin, Dage, I've arrived at the place you mentioned. Which one is you? Ah, no need to say, I should recognize you. Looking at the message in the private chat interface, before he could reply, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned his head to look, but no one was there. He reached out to grab the other side. Oh dear. His gaze shifted with the sound. He saw a young girl with a high ponytail and healthy, tan skin, looking full of vitality and appearing to have just reached adulthood, sitting on the ground. You are, Xiaolin? Heh, it's me, Yi Dage. It really is you, I knew I recognized you correctly. He reached out and pulled her up from the ground. Xiaolin, who was a head shorter than him, lifted her face and put on a serious expression. Nice to meet you for the first time, Yi Dage. Just call me Yi Qiyan. I'm not that old, no need to call me Dage. Being called Dage through a chat box was one thing. But in person, Yi Qiyan was only a few years older than her, there was no need to be called Dage. Then, how about Qiyan Ge? Are we that familiar? Xiaolin didn't feel awkward at all. Her overly familiar demeanor was truly hard to dislike. Of course we are familiar. If Qiyan Ge hadn't helped me in the first 10 stations, I would have died long ago from being unable to complete the upgrades. So, you are my savior. That's true. So, how do you plan to repay me? Ha? Apparently, Xiaolin had not expected Yi Qiyan to say that. Her carefully prepared words were shattered, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Grumble. A small stomach growl broke the silence of the moment. Yi Qiyan shrugged and pointed to the restaurants on the street not far away. Treat me to a meal. Would that be a sufficient repayment? Of course it would. It was just a meal, Xiaolin didn't think she would spend much. But she clearly underestimated the consumption level of this city. When the two left the restaurant and saw the bill for a full 3,000 stars coins, Xiaolin's mood completely turned from sunny to cloudy. So expensive. We didn't even eat much, how did it cost so much? 3,000 stars coins, that's 3 train coins. Oh my goodness, opening a level 3 treasure chest only earns enough for 2 meals. That's too expensive. She cast a lingering glance at the fully loaded package behind Yi Qiyan. Lobster, shark fin. Packing so many portions, that's really too much. Yi Qiyan heard Xiaolin's grumbling and glanced at her equally loaded backpack. He wanted to laugh. Having no other business, Yi Qiyan planned to go check out the train maintenance place Shea had introduced. He had only walked a few steps, preparing to hail a vehicle, when he turned to look at Xiaolin, who had been following him, and asked somewhat speechlessly. Don't you have your own things to do? Are you just going to keep following me? Xiaolin blinked and nodded. I have nowhere to go. Still want to follow me? Xiaolin was at a loss. In fact, she had no idea what she was supposed to do in this city. Enjoy herself, as the introduction had suggested? But alone, she didn't dare, nor did she know how to do it. Don't forget, her last stop was the lucky station. So this time, she was bound to encounter some bad luck. Even if Thousand Stars City seemed very safe, that was only relatively speaking. Therefore, staying by Yi Qiyan's side, the only person she was somewhat familiar with, was the only sense of security she could find. Yi Dage, you know, my talent. If you stay by my side, won't all your bad luck transfer to me? Yi Qiyan's undisguised disgust made Xiaolin silently lower her head. She mumbled softly. I'm sorry, I'll just... You can follow me. Eh? Yi Qiyan held out his hand and gestured in front of her. Give me money, 5 train coins, as compensation for the mental distress of you infecting me with bad luck. Scoundrel! Xiaolin cursed in her heart, but obediently took out 5 train coins and placed them in Yi Qiyan's hand. Thank you, Qiyan Ge. Should he say she was stupid, or something else? He weighed the train coins in his hand. He actually really wanted Xiaolin to stay far away. He hadn't expected this girl to actually be willing to give him money, he should have asked for more. However, never mind, since she had already given it, he wouldn't break his word. Hailing a suspended autonomous taxi, Yi Qiyan took Xiaolin to 44 Nikelua Street. A church? After getting out of the car, looking at the huge church intertwined with black and white in front of him, Qiyan strongly suspected he had gone to the wrong place. What did a church have to do with train maintenance? Shea wouldn't be trying to trick him into becoming a believer of some inexplicable deity, would she? Qiyan, so you believe in gods? I believe in ghosts. Although he felt this place was unreliable, upholding the principle of since I'm here, it would be a waste of taxi money not to go in and look. Qiyan still walked into the church. The interior of the church was not much different from the churches he had seen online before. The only difference was that the entire space was filled with low murmurs of praise from all directions. Hearing someone arrive, a middle-aged man dressed in bishop's robes put down the white book in his hand and walked over with a smile, sizing up Qiyan. Under the monocle on his right eye, his gaze flickered slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Are you the guest Shea recommended? Alright, he hadn't gone to the wrong place. Qiyan pulled out the medal Shea had given him from his pocket. I can use this medal for one train maintenance, right? The bishop nodded kindly. Please follow me. Following behind the man. The three of them passed through the interior of the church and arrived at a station platform with 3 tracks behind it. Please insert the key here, and we can begin the maintenance. He pointed to a groove not far away. It was just right for the key that represented the sealed train. Without hesitation. Although he didn't know the other party's background, Qiyan could vaguely sense an indescribable aura on this seemingly kind middle-aged priest, as if he had rolled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Undoubtedly, this was a train conductor, and his level would definitely not be low, perhaps even comparable to Shea. As for why such a person would be here doing train maintenance? That was not something Qiyan could know at the moment. He inserted the key and twisted it slightly. The familiar train appeared out of thin air. Zhao Lin rubbed her eyes hard, unable to believe what was happening before her. The train appeared here? Oh my goodness, Qiyan, where did you learn all this? You haven't been taken in by a rich woman, have you? Many times, the truth is inadvertently revealed in jokes. Qiyan silently ignored Zhao Lin's exclamations, looking at the priest who seemed to be pondering something nearby. Is that all? The priest nodded. Of course. If I may ask, this person next to you? Never mind, I seem to be talking too much. The priest's smile deepened a bit. Come pick up the train tomorrow. For the remaining time, I suggest you go to the guild gathering place in Thousand Stars City. All newbies who arrive here can choose to join a guild. When there are no missions, you can stay here to avoid danger. For many people, they even give up their identity as a train conductor and completely stay here, becoming an assistant who can only serve train conductors. If you want to stay, you can try. Stay? Give up the identity of a train conductor? Qiyan had no interest in that whatsoever. However, his gaze fell on Zhao Lin. At this moment, the girl was staring blankly, deep in thought. Feeling Qiyan's gaze, she snapped out of it and suddenly smiled. It's like, Qiyan, just like that public trading station back then, when my bad luck was at its peak, there was an option to stay and not have to participate in the subsequent survival, as long as I gave up my identity as a train conductor. Her mood was slightly downcast. After all, if this stop hadn't been a bad luck station for her, Zhao Lin would have had a very high probability of choosing to stay here. After all, not everyone was as adept at train adventures as Qiyan. Nor did everyone crave adventure, a stable life was also something many people longed for. Let's go, let's check out the guild. There might be something good there. They hailed another car, this time Zhao Lin paid. On the way, Qiyan browsed the trading platform connected to Thousand Star City. With his level 5 train conductor identity, he could see some extra items available for purchase. But still no Firestone. Firestone was not available in the trading options. That item seemed to be non-sellable, at least not buyable here, and for some reason, no items above level 3 were found on the trading platform. Not a single one. This was very strange. As a gathering place for train conductors, there were countless people from earlier batches here, so how could no one be selling higher-level items? The taxi drove for about half an hour on the street, bringing them to a huge white jade plaza. The plaza was bustling with people. Many teams that looked quite professional were seated in their respective spots. They were all there to recruit newbies. Roughly estimated, there must have been tens of thousands of people in the center of this plaza, not counting those who had already left or had not yet arrived. Truly magnificent. Everything in this city gave Yi Qiyan a sense of large and diverse déjà vu. Yi Qiyan had no interest in joining any guild, he just wanted to see what a so-called guild actually was. However, this place was not only for recruiting newbies. Many people had set up stalls here, displaying items for sale, and among them were not a few train conductors from earlier batches. The teachings of Kigo Yujin. Qiyan-gu, I just wanted to ask, you just left your train in that church, aren't you afraid it will be stolen? They walked among the vendors in the square. Hearing Zhao Lin's question, Yi Qiyan, who was observing a silver-white Desert Eagle handgun, replied without looking back. It's fine, I've been watching it. Watching? Zhao Lin was puzzled, she couldn't see Yi Qiyan's system light screen. Therefore, she didn't know that the footage from the surveillance running inside Yi Qiyan's train was always under his control. This gun is only level 2, right? Do you have any higher levels? The rogue stared with deadfish eyes and replied in a lazy voice that made one wonder if he would fall asleep standing up. You, a newbie, right? So what if I am? Oh, no wonder. You still don't know the rules of Thousand Stars City. The rogue yawned and scratched himself a few times from inside his clothes. The highest level of items sold externally in Thousand Stars City is level 3. If you want to get higher level items, you have to join a large guild to buy them. Other than those guilds, selling items above level 3 elsewhere is an illegal act. Why are there such rules? Level 3 items aren't that hard to obtain, are they? The rogue stopped scratching his body and looked at Yi Qiyan strangely. Kid, your luck must be pretty good to think that level 3 items are easy to get? Forget it, are you buying or not? If you buy this gun, I'll impart some senior experience to you. How much? For train coins, it's very cheap. With money and goods exchanged, a smile finally appeared on the rogue's lazy face. Finally sold it, for train coins, hey, I can go find technician No. 8 and have a good time again. He turned to leave but was stopped by a hand directly on his shoulder. Senior, did you forget something? The rogue knew he couldn't escape, so he sighed helplessly and pointed to a teppanyaki stall not far away. Let's talk over there and grab something to eat. Following him, they sat in front of the teppanyaki stall, and the boss winked at the rogue for a while. Alright, I didn't bring them here for you to slaughter. 3 cups of. Oh, do you two drink? Zhao Lin politely shook her head. Let's talk about serious matters. TCH, boring. Then just 1 cup, remember to make it warm. While waiting for the drink, the rogue spat out the straw from his mouth and swiped his finger through the air. A friend invitation appeared in Yi Qiyan's sight. I've added both of you as friends. When you go back, you'll be able to. You have a system-bound module? Looking at the accepted friend request, the rogue was stunned. That's incredible, are you really a newbie? No, it must be true, otherwise you wouldn't be unaware of the rules of Thousand Stars City. TSK, this is my first time seeing a newbie with a module, and a rare system-bound one at that. Back then, I was Muxian Yuran Sr., you should get to the point. Muxian Yuran, that was the name on the friend request. Just call me Muxiang. Sigh, so troublesome. If it weren't for the gun I sold you. A cup of warm wine was brought over by the stall owner. He took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. He, who was originally extremely decadent, suddenly became much more energetic. Cough, you're also a train conductor, don't you know how abstract those treasure chests hidden in the stations are? It's fine when the level is low, but as the train level increases, the stations we have to reach will become more dangerous. Relatively, the possibility of finding treasure chests will also be lower. Moreover, train levels are not that easy to raise. For newbies like you, some should have reached level 3, right? Have you seen the upgrade requirements for the next level? Firestone? Zhao Lin, who was beside him, answered quickly. Right, Firestone. That stuff can only be obtained at stations above level 4. And newbie train conductors can only go up to level 3 at most. So where do you get Firestone? Mu Xiang pointed upwards. So, newbies like you have to obediently join a guild, then follow their arrangements, exchange resources and contributions exceeding Firestone. For a Firestone, only then can you upgrade your train. And then, the next level will have other rigid requirements, round and round. In the end, you'll become cattle and horses working for those old masters above, he. Where there are people, there are, Jianghu, a world of martial arts and chivalry, often with its own rules. Where there are unscrupulous businesses. What he said was really true. But this way, wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable? Then how did the first batch of train conductors reach level 4? They didn't exchange for Firestone from others, did they? How would I know that? But Firestone isn't entirely only obtainable from them, that's just the simplest way. If a train reaches level 3, there's a very small chance of entering a higher level station. If you can find a treasure chest there, there's still a chance to get Firestone. At this point, Mu Xiang Yuren suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. But then again, a level 3 train conductor struggles to even survive in a higher level station, let alone find a treasure chest. That's completely wishful thinking. Drinking the wine in his cup, Mu Xiang Yuren lay on the table and snored loudly. Yi Qiyan didn't care if he was feigning sleep or not. He paid for his drink and left. Not long after the two left, the teppanyaki stall owner patted Mu Xiang Yuren's head. Wake up, they're gone, stop pretending. Mu Xiang Yuren sat up, completely losing his drunken demeanor. Instead, he looked even more decadent. Another batch of newbie train conductors. Speaking of which, how many years have we been here? The boss handed over a plate of stir-fried liver and replied calmly. 9 years in total, since the day we abandoned our trains and bought permanent residency. What? Seeing newbies makes you want to continue adventuring again? Don't forget why we chose to run away in the first place. Do you have the guts to keep entering that wasteland? Give up, we're all afraid of death. TCH. Throwing down a handful of train coins, Mu Xiang Yuren turned and left. Only his figure seemed to be a bit more hunched. Qiyan Ge, then are we really unable to reach level 4? Or, should we find a guild to join? Yi Qiyan and Zhao Lin, who had left the stall, walked out of the square. Just as Mu Xiang Yuren said, there were no items above level 3 here. Didn't he say that even if we don't join a guild, there's a chance to find Firestone in a treasure chest? With your luck, you might find it at the next station. You're right. Thinking that her luck would return at the next station, Zhao Lin immediately wasn't so sad anymore. Don't worry, Qiyan Ge, if I find 2 Firestones, I'll sell you one at a friendly price. Then should I thank you? That works too. Li Xiaoxing's destruction. In the plaza, Yi Qiyan and Zhao Lin, who had no intention of joining a guild, prepared to leave and explore other places. But their choice didn't mean others would choose the same. Li Xiaoshang. This man, who self-proclaimed himself as the protagonist, stood before a man in a white suit, his face flushed with a mix of red and green. A resource radar talent, not bad. You're the 3rd resource radar today, lucky you. Join our guild and become part of the resource team. You'll have a good life. Are there many resource radars? Under the envious gazes of others, Li Xiaosheng struggled to ask this question. It's alright, it's one of the most common talents. You're really lucky, kid. Most people wish they had a talent but don't have the ability. The man in the white suit didn't notice that Li Xiaoxing's expression at this moment was as painful as a otaku whose fantasy had been shattered. He clenched his fists tightly, a mix of unwillingness and confusion swirling within him. Why? Shouldn't this talent be unique to me? Why do others have it too? This isn't fair. I'm supposed to be the most special one. He screamed internally. The man in the white suit looked at him suspiciously and casually patted his head. There's no need to be so excited about joining a guild. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. Be brother, in the guild, can I also buy Firestone, right? I heard from others that only in a guild can one. I was wondering if I could get it in advance. Yes, you can, but you don't need to be in such a hurry. The man in the white suit waved his hand. A train conductor with resource radar talent, after joining the guild, cannot upgrade for at least 10 stations. This is to protect you from dying before you can fully utilize your talent at higher level stations. Of course, the guild will also provide you with some advanced items to protect you. It's not too late to upgrade to level 4 when your strength is mature and your foundation is solid. Also, for your upcoming stations, a train assistant will accompany you to collect resources, and the guild will also provide tools for resource collection. Li Xiaoshang could no longer hear the rest of the words. He only felt a chill. What did it mean, not being able to upgrade within 10 stations? He had to stay at a level 3 train for a full 10 stations? Why? This was clearly an attempt to squeeze out the value of his resource radar and gather enough materials before he died. And he had to bring an assistant? Assistant? They're monitors, right? Li Xiaoshang angrily slammed his hand on the table. Bang! Sorry, it seems I'm not suitable for your guild. I want to speed up my leveling and don't plan to stay at level 3. Before he finished speaking, the man in the white suit chuckled and said, Oh, so you're ambitious. Too bad, it's useless, my friend. Even if you go to another guild, it'll be the same. For resource radar talent users, leaving the and joining a guild, the 10-station collection period is a consensus among all guilds in 1000 Stars City. Even if you go to another guild, it will be the same. Then You'll just not join a guild? The commotion here attracted a lot of attention. Members of other guilds, knowing the backstory, looked at Li Xiaoshang with mocking gazes. If you don't join a guild, you'll never be able to reach level 4 in this lifetime. Firestone is only in our hands. A resource radar talent, once past is entirely a negative talent. With such a trash talent, you won't be able to enter many excellent stations. Do you think you're very powerful? Li Xiaoshang stopped, his back trembling. The truth he least wanted to know had still appeared. After passing the resource radar truly became a negative talent in every sense of the word. He had to go to stations with large amounts of wood, metal, and mechanical parts. And these stations often wouldn't have many other rewards. One step slow, every step slow. Li Xiaoshang felt as if he had fallen into a cage woven by others, as if he were a goat walking into a tiger's mouth. That person, isn't that Li Xiaoshang? Zhao Lin pointed to Li Xiaoshang, who had sheepishly returned to the man in the white suit in the center of the crowd and silently chose to join the guild. You know him? This guy posted his photos in the chat room before, and he posted them many times. He's extremely narcissistic. Some of the girls I've traded with said they even received friend requests from Li Xiaoshang, asking them to be his girlfriend without even meeting. Looking at Li Xiaoshang in the crowd, Yi Qiyan heard more of their conversation. Resource radar, Li Xiaoshang indeed had his talent, but it was not such a rare talent. From beginning to end, he could feel that Li Xiaoshang had an extremely strong sense of self-identity. Or rather, he believed himself to be the most special one. Now, discovering that he wasn't so special, and even that this specialness prevented him from upgrading, his heart was probably quite broken. Boring, let's go. Wait for me, Qiyan Gu, where are we going? Did you forget what I said when we arrived in this city? What? Enjoy. Yi Qiyan snapped his fingers, and a stack of 1,000 stars coins appeared neatly in his hand. Since we're here and there's nothing else to do, don't you want to reminisce about your past modern life? Zhao Lin blinked. Can we do karaoke then? Throughout the day, Yi Qiyan truly experienced how much this city embraced entertainment. Eating, drinking, and playing, shops were everywhere, and the natives were incredibly respectful and enthusiastic towards the presence of train conductors. Even in the past world, it would be difficult to find all kinds of entertainment facilities in one place. Even at night, the lives of the train conductors not only didn't stop but became even more intense. For pleasure, some people would even disregard their own lives. In a hot spring of a certain hot spring inn, Yi Qiyan's entire body was immersed in it. A faint milky white glow drifted out from the hot spring, and soaking in it felt as comfortable as being in a mother's womb. His mind was empty, and he didn't need to think about anything. Unfortunately, this hot spring was not for him alone to enjoy. Splash, a black-haired middle-aged man with a weathered look and scars all over his body sat down. Yi Qiyan didn't pay attention at first, but the middle-aged uncle suddenly spoke. "Young man, do you want to join our organization?" Organization, not a guild. The inexplicable invitation immediately woke him from his empty state. Subconsciously, ebony appeared in his hand, and the dark muzzle pointed at the scarred uncle. "We don't seem to know each other, uncle. You must have invited the wrong person." The middle-aged uncle took a deep puff from the cigar in his hand. "No mistake in the invitation. That smiling tiger from the church sent me." "Oh, right, it's Shea. He told me to tell you that we and Shea are from the same organization. Imperial Order." The atmosphere was a bit silent. Clearly, this explanation was not enough to make Yi Qiyan lower his guard. Interesting. A storage device hidden on his body? Is it that bracelet on your hand? That doesn't seem to concern you, senior. Ha, indeed. Having a cigar in his mouth, the man snapped his fingers, and a friend request notification was sent to Yi Qiyan's system screen. "My name is Fanhwa, and everyone calls me Old Fan. You can call me that too. Don't be so nervous, I don't mean you any harm. I just happened to come to 1,000 Stars City to do something." That smiling tiger in the church said that Shea, that crazy woman, seemed to be on very good terms with a newbie, and even gave away the organization's annual train maintenance slot. I was a bit curious, so I came to check you out. And by the way, to invite you to join our organization. Taking a deep breath, the thick cigar was instantly reduced to ash. Elder sister Shaya never told me about any organization. That's normal. After all, it's an organization. It's not a place with strict rules. It's just that everyone with similar goals came together. Over time, it gained a tiny bit of influence. Clack! A dark green flame burned at Fanhwa's fingertips. He pulled out another cigar from who knows where and lit it. His gaze swept over Yi Qiyan's ebony, and his brows slightly raised. "Your gun is good. Thank you for the compliment." Yi Qiyan returned to the hot spring. He could feel that this man named Fanhwa had no ill intentions. Moreover, his train conductor level was definitely not low. If he really wanted to do something to him, why would he waste so much breath here? "How did you find me? Did that person in the church plant a tracker?" "It's not that much trouble. There's nothing in 1,000 Stars City that can't be bought with train coins. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the road, and they're not just for finding vehicles." "Is that so? But I heard that this city doesn't allow the sale of items above level 4. You can't necessarily buy everything, even with money." Looking at the cigar in Fanhwa's mouth, which had been smoked dry again, Yi Qiyan strongly suspected that the man's lungs were entirely made of smoke. Was he not afraid of choking to death? That's just because the things you've come into contact with are too low level. You'll understand when your train level is higher. Manhwa rose from the hot spring and casually threw over a card engraved with a faceless saint. Here, take this. If you want to join the organization, open it. If not, then forget it. The reason I invited you is only because of that crazy woman Shea. Speaking of which, you're the one who released her, right? Heh, you're really capable. Can you tell me how you did it? Senior fan, everyone has their own secrets, don't you agree? Manhwa shrugged and lit another cigar. You're right. For some reason, Qiyan always felt that there was a hint of playfulness in Manhwa's eyes. Crazy woman, what does that mean? Literal meaning. You'll understand later. For some reason, Qiyan suddenly recalled the scene in Ling Town's church where Shea crushed a doll's head with her bare hands. Crazy woman. It seems that this title is quite fitting. I have things to do. Goodbye. Manhwa left the hot spring. His arrival and departure were like a puff of smoke, so fast that it was suffocating. Qiyan toyed with the card in his hand, pulling up the screen to appraise it. Disu Organization Invitation Card. After use, one can become a member of the Disu organization and enter its exclusive chat room. Disu. Card sequence? He thought of what Shea had told him about the card sequence not long ago, and how Shea was sealed because of 1/3 of the profane card. Could it be that the purpose of this organization is to collect those cards? Should he join? Qiyan fell into thought. From what Manhwa said, he didn't know that he possessed the profane card, which meant Shea hadn't told anyone that he was the new profane card. Oh no. So if they really wanted to collect the card sequence. Weighing the pros and cons, Qiyan felt it would be more reliable to ask a professional. Qiyan, elder sister Shea, do you know Manhwa? A moment later. Shea, who was making lollipops in the church, heard the notification sound from her friends list and frowned slightly when she saw Qiyan's message. Is he a smoker? He's a smoker. Oh, then he probably invited you to join the organization, right? Did that guy give you an invitation card? Tisk. Question mark. Shea crossed her legs, annoyed by Manhwa's meddling. I was originally going to 1000 Stars City this time to give you an invitation card, but that guy beat me to it. That's strange, that smoker rarely sends out invitation cards, doesn't he? Haven't seen him in over 10 years, has he changed? Well, that's fine, it seems I'll have to give you something else. So the thing Shea said she would give him when she came to 1000 Stars City was this invitation card. Then can I use it? Before you use it, let me tell you something. There aren't many people in the Disu organization. I just glanced at the chat box. Excluding the dead ones, and including you, there are only 18 in total. You don't have to talk in the chat room. Besides me, your sister, there isn't a single normal person in there, especially one named Zhuxingtu. She's even more of a diviner. Listening to her talk will make you lose your sanity. Qiyan silently recalled the smoker from just now, and the thing Shea had done. It seemed. It wouldn't be a problem to remove the phrase besides her. Are you thinking something very impolite? How could I? I was thinking about where we should meet after elder sister Shea arrives. This city is quite big. I'll find you then. That city should be the same as before, as long as you have money, you can buy everything there. It was that same line again. The chat ended, and Qiyan raised his eyes to look at the artificially created virtual galaxy above him. Still a bit too weak, but never mind, now is time to enjoy. Submerging into the water, the outside sounds were completely cut off. The world before his eyes was pitch black, and the comfort that spread throughout his body allowed his mind to empty. But #*@%. Whoosh. Suddenly sitting up, the inexplicable sound that had echoed in his ears vanished as if it had been an illusion. But it was definitely not an illusion. It was real. Swish. The profane card was taken out from the storage unit. Looking at the anchor on it, for some reason, he always felt that this guy was speaking. But this was clearly just an inanimate object. Devil card, announcement of death. Phew, it's been so long since I had a bath. Wah, I was almost dirty to death. Zhao Lin, wearing a bathrobe, hummed an unknown tune as she walked out. Seeing Qiyan sitting not far away, drinking iced cola with a table full of fried chicken in front of him, she quickly ran over. Qiyan Gu, when did you come out? A fair hand stealthily reached for the fried chicken, but Yi Qiyan caught her red-handed and slapped her hand away. Buy your own if you want to eat. No, I won't eat. I'm on a diet. Despite her words, Zhao Lin still couldn't help but swallow her saliva, looking at the clearly freshly made fried chicken. I'm telling you, is it necessary to be so stingy? You had pretty good luck at the last stop, no harvest? I did. But all the train coins were taken by that Scrooge. She spoke the latter part very softly, but Yi Qiyan still heard her clearly. I only took 5 coins in total. You should have at least 1 left. Do you think I haven't opened a level 3 treasure chest? Zhao Lin stubbornly said she wasn't hungry, but she was still hoping Yi Qiyan would leave some for her. Unfortunately, she was overthinking. Yi Qiyan bought food entirely according to his own appetite, never intending to share it with anyone from the start. He rented 2 rooms in the hot spring inn. Lying on the bed, he found it hard to sleep. Taking out the profane card, Yi Qiyan recalled the voice he heard in the hot spring. What exactly was that thing? Speaking of which, every time he used the Anchor's voyage teleportation ability, he seemed to hear similar sounds. Should I ask? No, forget it. Putting away the profane card, he took out another card. The Disu organization's invitation card. There shouldn't be any problem. The card swiped through the air. A chain-like stream of light formed in milky white chat screen in mid-air. Update personal information, has joined faction, Disu organization. No one spoke in the chat room. His joining was as silent as a small pebble dropped into a rushing river. But soon, a friend request was sent. Zhu Xingtu has sent you a friend request. Isn't this person the diviner Shea mentioned? Accept request, added. Zhu Xingtu, hello, newbie, welcome to the Disu organization. Fate has brought us together. Although it might be a bit presumptuous, can you tell me if you have found the 3rd fragment of the profane card? Not yet. In a carriage resembling an astrological palace. The black-haired woman, whose eyes were like a galaxy, looked at the reply on the light screen and slightly turned the extremely complex compass in front of her. Strange. Why can't I see if what he said is true? Turning it again, the galaxy in Zhu Xingtu's eyes gradually returned to black pupils, and her entire demeanor changed from the diviner-like appearance just now to much more normal. This is fate. Fate prevents me from seeing his fate. Ah, how truly magical, don't you agree? In front of her, 13 cards with various patterns floated in mid-air. One of them flew into her hand. Oh. So proactive, could it be that he has? Speaking of which, sending Manhwa to invite him to join the organization should make Shea quite unhappy, right? After all, he's her benefactor. Fate tells me she'll have to prepare a new gift for her benefactor. I hope she doesn't kill me. With a smirk, Zhu Xingtu hummed a cheerful tune and typed out a message on the light screen. Another message came through on the chat box. Yo little brother who saved Shea, when a newbie joins the organization, there's always a newbie gift. Besides that, as the founder of the organization, I should also tell you what our Disu organization is all about. This person, why do they feel different from just now? From being full of diviner vibes, constantly mentioning fate, to now calling him little brother with an inexplicably playful tone. Yi Qiyan once again recalled what Shea had said, there were no normal people in this organization. Shea gave you a fragment of the profane card, but did she tell you about card sequences? I know about card sequences. That's great, no need to explain too much. Then the goal of our Disu organization is to collect all the cards of a certain type of card sequence. Just like Shea, her card sequence is the angel card. Like the smoker who invited you to join the organization, his card sequence is the war card. And although you will eventually possess a profane card, however Shea should have also told you about the special nature of profane cards, they cannot be collected. So, as a member of the organization, your newbie reward is a card from a card sequence. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a demon card, right? Would you believe me if I said no? No. Alright, how did you know? That's because I'm very amazing. Zhu Xingtu played with the card engraved with a raven pattern in her hand and threw it into the light screen. Here, newbie benefit. You have received a new email, please check it promptly. Opening the mailbox, the raven pattern card immediately appeared before Yi Qiyan. Evil demon card, Harbinger. Death knell, consumes spirit, demon raven comes to announce death. Demon, consumes stamina, raven demon makes the enemy announce death. It was a similar format to Allure. The moment he received this card, the caw of a raven entered his ears from somewhere unknown. The sound came and went, just like Allure that day. Another demon card. Am I some kind of bad person? How did I get involved with demons? Yi Qiyan was a bit helpless, but he was quite satisfied with this newbie benefit. How is it? Do you like it? Thank you. What do you need me to do? I will do what I can. No need. Don't overthink it. We don't have that kind of free things or the most expensive here. The Disu is just such an organization. The newbie benefit is just to make it easier for you to become one of us. It's a fair exchange. Despite her words, Yi Qiyan knew very well that this was no mere exchange. Once he joined this organization, he would inevitably be influenced by it at some point. Alright, you do your thing, I'll do mine. The Disu organization has no rules, only one goal, and that is to collect the card sequence you possess. Besides that, keep up the good work. I look forward to the day you succeed, and so does fate. The chat ended. Yi Qiyan put the newly acquired demon card into his pocket. Although he had joined, he still knew very little about this organization. Card sequences, no matter how one looked at them, were top-tier rare items in this world. An organization that collected card sequences, no matter how he thought about it, wouldn't be some obscure one. There should be some news about them in Thousand Stars City. Time to sleep, bang. Just as Yi Qiyan was about to rest. Next door, in Zhao Lin's room, there was a loud bang. Had her bad luck finally begun? Terrorist organizations. In the room next door. Zhao Lin watched in horror as a massive, gear-shaped iron block, linked by an iron chain, tore through the entire room. With a series of clanging sounds, the gear was dragged back by the chain. What happened? Yi Qiyan, who had entered the room, couldn't help but frown at the sight. Through the broken hole, a man in a mechanical construct could be seen manipulating chains, causing 7 gears to revolve around him. Manhwa. Surrender obediently. Manhwa, such an uncommon name, if he wasn't mistaken. From a different angle, in front of the man, stood a man with a cigar in his mouth and black sunglasses, perched on top of a fighter jet. A running dog of the slothful, do you think you can catch me? The man controlling the gear's face darkened, and he swung the chains, sending several gears spinning towards Manhwa again. You are not allowed to insult my lord. The flying gears were stopped by a hexagonal force field before they could hit Manhwa, and then bounced off in other directions. One of them, by chance, came heading towards Zhao Lin's direction once more. The girl's face was pale, and she stood rooted to the spot, unable to move, as she watched the scene unfolding before her. Tisk. Bang. The room was completely destroyed. Zhao Lin trembled, looking at Yi Qiyan, who had pulled her out of the room, with fear. Qiyan Gu. Can you walk? Yes. Walking out of the hot spring inn, a crowd had already gathered on the street, and the inn's boss stood to the side, on the verge of tears. Damn it, if you're going to fight, why don't you go fight in the wilderness? Boss, do you know what happened up there? Yi Qiyan walked over, helped him pick up a few train coins that had fallen to the ground, and took the opportunity to ask. Sigh, thank you. Those two up there, the one with the cigarette should be a member of a terrorist organization, and the one behind him is a High Inquisitor from Thousand Stars City. The one with the cigarette stole a rare item from the person behind him. It seems like something happens if you collect a certain number of them, but I don't know the specifics. Really? I don't understand what these terrorist organizations are thinking. Isn't a peaceful and comfortable life good? Why do they have to fight and kill? The lords above worked so hard to build so many cities for us to live the peaceful lives we once had. Why do they insist on making changes? The inn boss looked at Manhwa with confusion and a hint of hidden envy in his eyes. Terrorist organization? Yi Qiyan blinked, looked at Manhwa who was fleeing in the air, and then silently glanced at the Disu organization chat room next to him. Yes, you don't know? Oh, I see, you must be a newbie train conductor. Calculating the time, it's about time for your batch to arrive in this world. No wonder business is so good today. Time flies, I've been in this world for 12 years now. The inn boss understood and didn't hide anything just because Yi Qiyan was a newbie. I'm not very clear on the specifics, I only know that some lords in the upper echelons have built many cities in some large station worlds, aiming to provide a stable life for everyone who comes to this world, so they don't have to risk their lives driving trains in the wilderness. But there are still many people from terrorist organizations who collect certain items, angering the people above, and thus became terrorist organizations. Speaking of which, it seems like just providing their information can reward a good amount of train coins. Heh, I wonder when I'll encounter one. Yi Qiyan took a step back with a smile. You will encounter them. Perhaps you already have. Haha, how could that be? That kind of struggle between the upper echelons is something a good-for-nothing like me, who hasn't even passed a level 4 train and has stayed here all this time, could ever witness. The inn boss laughed heartily, scratched his bald head, and turned to leave. For some reason, his back seemed a little desolate. Yi Qiyan rubbed his chin. This inn boss didn't seem to know much. In fact, he was completely unaware of the existence of the card sequence. If a complete card sequence is truly collected, what will happen? Qiyan Gu. Zhao Lin behind him gently tugged at his wrist. Looking back, he saw Zhao Lin's face filled with conflict. Should I also stay here like that, boss? That's your own business, why ask me? I'm sorry for troubling you. If it weren't for my bad luck. Yi Qiyan interrupted her. You gave me train coins. Before you decide to stay or move forward, you're with me. It's an equivalent exchange. Even if I'm affected by your bad luck, it's my own choice and has nothing to do with you. If you want to stay, then find a guild, and then ask the inn boss from earlier. He has experience. That's it, I have things to do tomorrow. Although the inn had a large hole smashed into it, many rooms were still unaffected. The boss gave Yi Qiyan a new room. That night, nothing else happened. The next day. It was already 9 in the morning when he woke up. This was the longest he had slept since coming to this world. Although the beds on the train were good, there was always a sense of tension there, as danger was constantly close by. But now, he was in Thousand Stars City, a world rich in human civilization, enveloped by a factor called stability. No wonder many people chose to stay. After washing up. After eating the breakfast provided by the inn. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Zhao Lin, with huge dark circles under her eyes, squatting by his door and looking up at him. Qiyan Gu. What are you doing? Zhao Lin forced a smile, trying to make herself look less terrible. Couldn't sleep. Then go count sheep. I won't stay here. She suddenly stood up, her eyes firm. I've made up my mind. Even if I stay here, my talent might kill me at any time. It's better to continue riding the train. Maybe I can find something out there that will let me live, right? Yi Qiyan stopped, looking at Zhao Lin with some surprise. To be honest, he hadn't expected Zhao Lin to choose to continue forward, but this was good too. As a qualified trading partner, many of the things she obtained in the lucky station would often fall into his hands. Why ask me? If you want to continue, then continue. Here, take this, to perk you up. A white forest fruit appeared out of thin air in his hand, bouncing twice as it landed on Zhao Lin's chest. I'm going to get the train. Are you coming? Yes, I gave Qiyan good train coins, so of course, I'll follow you to the end. His train has 5 levels. Last night, the battle between Manhwa and that high-level inquisitor who played with gears had a much greater impact than imagined. Sitting on a rented flying carpet, several nearby streets were damaged to varying degrees. Some bodies, covered in white sheets, were being carried out of the ruins. Judging from the shapes of the gaps, most of them seemed to have been created by the high-level inquisitor's gears. On the other hand, Manhwa did not cause too many casualties. 44, Nikeluo Street. Pushing open the door and walking into the church, the priest uncle was sweeping the floor. Seeing the two arrive, he showed a kind smile. You're here. Your train has been serviced. Let's go, come with me to take a look. Smiling face man. This was Manhwa's address for the priest uncle. Recalling Shea saying that there were no normal people in the Disu organization, Yi Qiyan was even more cautious than last time. Behind the church. There were 2 trains in the station, and one that was somewhat familiar yet somewhat strange caught Yi Qiyan's eye. Is this my train? What, don't you recognize it? The priest uncle said with a smile. Clean, brand new, tidy, and balanced. This was Yi Qiyan's first impression of the train in front of him. The carriages and locomotive, which were originally not completely the same size, now had the same specifications. The outer layer of the train, which was originally rusty metal, had turned into the color of brand new steel. Yi Qiyan walked forward and reached out to touch it. The train's details appeared before his eyes. Train conductor, Yi Qiyan. Train, brand new from factory. All carriages will have unified specifications. Train durability restored to full value. Durability? The priest uncle watched Yi Qiyan with a smile. You can think of it as your train's health. It's nothing big, basically useless. Oh, by the way, I wonder if you have anything that can be used to make train coatings? I can change the color of your train's exterior for you at the same time. Coating? It seems I really do. Yi Qiyan suddenly thought of something and walked inside the train. Although the size of the carriages had become regular, the internal space had not changed. He took out a box. Do you think these will work? Soft ruby, level 1. White leaf, level 1, white stone, level 1. The former was one of the rewards obtained in Yoyu Manor. The latter was collected by Wali in the White Forest. Red and white, yes. Which color do you want to choose as the main color? White, then. The leaves and stones were put into a machine. Soon, white paint filled a wooden barrel. The priest uncle reached out and splashed it forward. The train's exterior gradually turned white, completing the transformation in a short while. It seems my craftsmanship is not bad. He nodded, adjusted his monocle with his hand, and turned to look at Yi Qiyan. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? Holmes Ryan. Everyone calls me Ryan. If there's nothing else, you can leave with your train. Ryan, Yi Qiyan remembered that person's name in the chat room. Sure enough, he was also a member of the Disu organization. Thank you, I'll leave now. He used the key to re-teleport the train back to the main gate of Thousand Stars City. Yi Qiyan left the place with Zhao Lin without any hesitation. This person named Ryan made him uncomfortable, but if he had to say exactly where it was uncomfortable, he couldn't pinpoint it. After the two left, Ryan's smile remained undiminished, and his gaze rested on the other train. The man with a cigar in his mouth opened the window, his expression cold. Put away that smile, it's disgusting. Brother Manhwa, I don't like it when you say that. There's a saying, don't hit a smiling face man. If I keep smiling, won't no one be able to hit me? Hahaha. Speaking of which, how was your harvest yesterday? The running dogs of the slothful ones mistakenly killed over 500 people and destroyed 5 streets while chasing you. That's quite a grand gesture. Manhwa finished his cigar and lit another one. Among those 500 people, over 300 were homeless people in the city who refused to be driven into the lower district. Among the 5 destroyed streets, many of the buildings were to be bought at a low price and then resold. Who do you think profited? Hee, I wouldn't know. I only know you were chased and smashed through 5 streets. Seeing that Manhwa ignored his teasing, Ryan gradually reined in his smile and asked in a flat tone. What do you think of that kid just now? His train is level 5. Can you imagine? A train that just left the novice period is level 5. Although Shea will most likely give him Firestone, what about level 5 materials? Where did he get them? Manhwa silently smoked his cigar. After a long time, he finally uttered a sentence. What was that saying again? What? An infinite world has infinite possibilities. If he can free Shea from that abstract and absurd seal, what kind of talent do you think he possesses? Who knows? Talents, apart from the most common ones, are all different. Compared to that, I'm more curious about the profane card fragments in that crazy woman's hands. Should we try to snatch them from her? After 15 years, I don't think I'm weaker than that woman. Manhwa took off his sunglasses and looked at Ryan with a strange gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm looking at an idiot. Have you forgotten that woman's angel card sequence? That thing can't be killed at all, otherwise she wouldn't have been sealed back then. That's truly a pity. Although items above level 4 couldn't be bought in Thousand Stars City, conversely, items below level 4 were readily available. Qiyan was shopping in the mall. An oven, a level 3 large water purification device, plus a whole 500 L bottle of plant nutrient solution. He spent his train coins until only 5 remained. The purchased items were sent directly to the train's tunnel capsule via mail, and he could equip them directly after boarding the train. In this city, if you had money, you could live a pretty good life. But if you didn't have money, it was completely different. Other train conductors in the same block were complaining in the chat room. Damn, why does everything cost money in this city? Even going to the toilet costs money. What the hell, where am I supposed to get train coins? Fortunately, I saved some train coins before. The materials here are much cheaper than those profiteers. Hey, I've directly upgraded to level 3. But where do I get the level 4 Firestone? That stuff can only be obtained by joining a guild. I've already joined one. I also joined a guild. Those people want me to hand over all the resources in my train. Now I can't even quit. You guys must be careful. Don't say anymore, be careful not to get caught. Damn it, who can lend me some train coins? I'll pay you back double later. Don't believe the person above. He gambled in the casino, Lakevi, until he only had a locomotive left. Lending to him is throwing money away. Gamblers must die. Sigh, I really want to buy some fried chicken, but it's so expensive. Can anyone really afford it? Is anyone in Thousand Stars City? I took a taxi and ran out of money halfway. The driver dropped me off halfway, and now I can't find my way back. I heard from others that if you don't leave within 3 days of the departure time, you'll be judged as a vagrant and arrested.